Reverend Insanity Chapter 1733 to Chapter 1782. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fang Yuan floated in the air, using his immortal level enslavement path killer moves everywhere. Hit hit hit, the desolate beast cloud foxes struggled intensely in the light of the killer moves, they growled with pained expressions. But soon, their resistance weakened, they stopped moving and stayed on the spot, lowering their heads towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The cloud foxes entered obediently. Not just the cloud foxes, a vast number of other living beings could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a huge resource point. It was filled with dense cloud path down marks. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common, even ancient desolate beasts could be found here. Fang Yuan quickly searched. With his previous life's memories, he knew the locations of these desolate beasts and desolate plants. Soon, he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes, and 11 desolate plants of 3 types: cloud chi root, white-hair ginseng, and spear-tip bamboo. There was also a rank 7 immortal material that emitted 7-colored cloud soil. It was huge. I have plenty of time. Fang Yuan calculated the time. In the previous life, he spent a lot of time just searching for these. But because this was his second time, he was very familiar with it, he did it quickly, he saved a lot of time. In the previous life, I only searched roughly. There are many places in this mountain range that I did not touch. Fang Yuan searched the unfamiliar territory. He found another desolate beast cloud fox. He was using an enslavement path killer move to suppress it when Land Spirit of Xianxia transmitted from his immortal aperture, reporting to Master, "We have already investigated this newly obtained wood path immortal goo. It is a rank 6 wood path immortal goo. It is called mature bamboo. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Undeniably, mature bamboo immortal goo was the most valuable treasure in Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range." In the previous life, Fang Yuan was obstructed by Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's formation. He could not make it in time. The 2 Chi clan goo immortals guarding this place were very decisive. Before escaping, they destroyed the wild immortal goo that was about to form. But in this life, Fang Yuan paid attention to this point. The moment he attacked, he broke the formation and obtained the wild immortal goo that had yet to take form. The 2 Chi clan goo immortals were stunned. The formation was broken by Fang Yuan too quickly. In his previous life, this formation had been able to hold off Fang Yuan for a while. However, since Fang Yuan had broken through this formation in his previous life, he understood the principles behind this formation. In this life, he could easily break through it. Fang Yuan obtained it for a while. The wild immortal goo had just formed when he refined it on the spot. Mature bamboo immortal goo was only the size of a thumb. Its body was long and flat, and its chest and back were flat, covering its head. The head is narrow. The eyes were hemispherical. Fang Yuan had once played with it in his hands. Its body and elytra were very soft, and there were 6 abdominal plates on its abdomen. The tip of its tail shone with a dark green radiance. All in all, mature bamboo immortal goo was a firefly that emitted dark green light. Not bad, this immortal goo suits me. Fang Yuan showed slight joy on his face. After killing Chen Yi, Fang Yuan obtained his soul and had been soul-searching it. Chen Yi was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance when he was young, Karma Divine Tree. In the battle in Xianxia Blessed Land, he obtained another Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Karma Relocation. Thus, Fang Yuan had 2 Genesis Lotus true inheritances, but the foundation of Karma Relocation was Karma Divine Tree. The core immortal goo of these 2 killer moves, other than Roll Path immortal goo, cause and effect, were some would attribute goo. Chen Yi died, his phantom aperture dissipated, the goo worms inside were destroyed by him. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate Genesis Lotus true inheritances. He needed to prepare his own goo worms. Mortal goo could be dealt with, but immortal goo needed to be prepared. Mature bamboo immortal goo was evidently a wood attribute goo. It could be used to cultivate Genesis Lotus true inheritances. When Xianxia controlled Great Space Temple and arrived at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, Fang Yuan was long gone. Chi clan's goo immortals looked at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range in a daze. Many people stared with wide-opened eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. It is completely bare. Is this still Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? Where is our beautiful and prosperous Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? An old Gu immortal almost coughed out blood. He said with a trembling voice, I had once guarded this place for a period of time, managing the mountain range. I put in a lot of effort. To think that Fang Yuan would get his hands on it. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will never forgive you. Someone thought about it, saying with a heavy tone, the ordinary cloud bamboos we planted here are huge. We need to use an exquisite wood path killer move to quickly harvest them. Fang Yuan clearly came prepared. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lacked wood path methods. He left a vast number of ordinary cloud bamboos on the mountain and only took the desolate plants. But in this life, he had the advantage of rebirth. He naturally made ample preparations. To harvest the cloud bamboos, Fang Yuan designed a wood path immortal move. Even though his wood path attainment level was not high, using the light of wisdom, he could deduce a rank 6 killer move that targeted mortal materials. He annexed Xianxia blessed land and obtained several wood path immortal Gu. He could use them here. Xianxia blessed land had a huge treasury. The white-haired land spirit had ruled the blessed land for hundreds of thousands of years. There were several immortal Gu of every mainstream path. They did not form a system, they were all refined by the land spirit, or prepared for researching some refinement path problem. Fang Yuan had once used wood sprout immortal Gu to create the killer move light fungus illumination. Qiqiyu's expression was dark, his hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched into fists. Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth, his previous illusions were shattered. Fang Yuan was targeting Qi clan, but Qiqiyu could not understand why Fang Yuan was targeting him and Qi clan. Back then, the whole of Southern Border's righteous path was involved in hunting you down. The one who hated you the most was Wu Yong. Go fight Wu clan. If you think Wu clan is too strong, go bully the weak, for example, Qiao clan. Our Qi clan is not weak, we are in the upper echelons of Southern Border's righteous path. Who did I offend? Why are you targeting me? What do you dislike about me? I will change. Alright, can't you speak nicely? Communication is the most important thing between people. People like you are the most annoying. Sneak attacks, destruction, and looting at the slightest provocation. Most importantly, you are silent. Why are you doing this? You bastard, not just Qiqiyu, all of Qi clan's Gu immortals felt wronged and wronged. Why is Fang Yuan targeting us? He has clearly made ample preparations. What is he after? We need to understand this first. This is the first thing we need to do to deal with Fang Yuan. Qiqiyu thought about it and said. He gave up on his earlier hope. He decided to deal with Fang Yuan with all his strength. If he did not deal with him, Qiqiyu would not be able to answer to the clan. Demonic Path Gu immortals often acted alone, but Righteous Path Gu immortals could not maintain an organization based on personal preferences and freedom. Take Qiqiyu for example, even though he had rank 8 cultivation level, he still had bloodline descendants to take care of. Moreover, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a large resource point to Qi clan. When Qi clan started, Qi clan's ancestors lived frugally, they gritted their teeth and built Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with all their might. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range provided a stable source of income for Qi clan's development. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was Qi clan's glorious history, it contained Qi clan's spirit of hard work. Fang Yuan looted Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, he was trampling on the pride of Qi clan's Gu immortals, he was trampling on their history. Right at this time, Qiqiyu and the rest received an urgent report from Qi clan's Gu immortals. Report. Fang Yuan appeared on Wind Flame Mountain, he is currently using the killer move Myriad Dragon to attack the mountain protection formation. Report. Fang Yuan appeared outside Ragged Cave, he was obstructed by the formation outside, he disappeared mysteriously. Different from before, Fang Yuan appeared in 2 different locations. Qi clan's Gu immortals were uncertain, were there 2 Fang Yuan clones? One is a disguise, the other is the real one? Or Fang Yuan's clone, that is possible. No, according to the information, Fang Yuan first appeared in Ragged Cave, he then used fixed immortal travel to attack Wind Flame Mountain. Qiqiyu analyzed calmly. This means that Fang Yuan is still on Wind Flame Mountain? We need to reinforce him. But why did he teleport to Ragged Cave earlier? Isn't that unnecessary? Maybe he found that Ragged Cave's defensive formation is very strong, so he chose Wind Flame Mountain, which is easier to attack. No, these 2 are both large resource points, their defensive formations are equally strong, there is no clear difference in strength. Qiqiyu pondered, suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He said calmly, let's split up and reinforce them. We can only do that. If Fang Yuan destroys the large resource points, our Qi clan will suffer a huge loss. But could this be Fang Yuan's scheme? He is trying to lure us into splitting up? Fang Yuan's strength is not the same as before, he is no longer the same as when he was chased by us. Even someone like Feng Zhouge lost so miserably. Qi clan's Gu immortals were hesitant, they were very wary of Fang Yuan. Should we ask for reinforcements? Suddenly, a Gu immortal asked. The whole of Great Space Temple fell into silence. This was what most of the Gu immortals wanted to say, they just did not say it out loud. Amidst the silence, the immortals looked towards Qiqiyu. Qiqiyu had a cold expression as he shouted, the other party is only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Our clan only lost 2 resource points, this is enough to make us panic and ask for reinforcements? Our Qi clan cannot afford to lose this face. Or did someone die in battle? Qi clan only has the old and weak left? You have not even fought with Fang Yuan, yet you want to ask for reinforcements? Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where is your glory as a Qi clan member? The immortals lowered their heads and did not speak, they were scolded by Qiqiyu. After scolding them, Qiqiyu ordered, do as I say. I will go to Wind Flame Mountain, you guys control Great Space Temple and reinforce Ragged Cave. Reinforce them quickly, but don't lose your composure. The defensive formation of a large resource point is not so weak. Keep in contact. Yes, Lord. Nobody objected to Qiqiyu's order. Qiqiyu rushed to Wind Flame Mountain, he saw that the defensive formation was already mostly destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was plucking the sunset parasol trees, he was plundering the fire phoenixes and many other birds in the parasol tree forest, he was very skilled, the Gu immortal defending this place did not escape, he used the remnant formation to attack Fang Yuan fiercely. Fang Yuan was able to deal with them easily. He dealt with the remnant formation while plundering without restraint. Stop! Qiqiyu shouted, he was shocked and furious. First Supreme Elder, you are finally here. The rank 7 Gu immortal defending this place was extremely excited, he had tears in his eyes. Initially, he was quite confident in the defensive formation, but after fighting for a while, Fang Yuan broke it, he was so scared that his heart was pounding, he did not dare to act rashly anymore. Before Qiqiyu came, he focused on defense. Seeing that Qiqiyu was here, he immediately launched some powerful attacks. Qiqiyu charged over, but Fang Yuan stopped attacking. Fang Yuan, look at what you did. Retribution is here. Qiqiyu's eyes were spewing fire. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, at certain times of the year, many wild phoenixes would be attracted here to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose to stay elsewhere, Qi clan would suffer huge losses. But Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. Compared to the previous life, Qiqiyu was even more furious, because Fang Yuan's plundering was very effective, Qi clan's losses in this life were even greater, Qiqiyu's heart was bleeding. Senior Qiqiyu, I have been waiting for you, watch this move. Fang Yuan said as he activated Yama Battlefield. Qiqiyu hesitated for a moment, he did not dodge, he allowed Yama Battlefield to envelop him as he shouted, I want to see your abilities. Yama Battlefield quickly formed into a huge yellowish-brown cloud that enveloped Fang Yuan and Qiqiyu. Next, Yama Battlefield shrunk rapidly, it was like a huge yellowish-brown cloud earlier, but at the next moment, it shrunk into a dot, imitating the shrinking of an immortal aperture, vanishing without a trace. Such a soul path battlefield. Qiqiyu praised. Qiqiyu had his hands behind his back, his attitude had changed drastically, even though he was trapped in Yama Battlefield, he was not in a hurry to attack. He was secretly wary, to think that Fang Yuan even had a battlefield killer move, he did not have any information about it before. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield was not exposed. In Langya Blessed Land, Tian Battlefield was Yama Chen Battlefield that was Yama Battlefield. Huang Domain Yin Battlefield Chuchen Kingdom was exposed. Chen was Tian Yin Yama Yang Hua Yang Yang Yu Battlefield. After the defense battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Myrtle revealed the profundities of Yama Battlefield and the method to break it in jewel yellow skies. This caused Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield's value to be greatly reduced, and the risk to be multiplied. In this life, even though Fang Yuan had used Yama battlefield several times, Meng Tu, Sleeping Lady, and Diamond Head Turtle had either died or surrendered. When he dealt with Feng Jiuge, he was inside the super formation space. It was not convenient to use Yama battlefield. When he was dealing with Feng Jiuge, he was in the space of a super formation, so it wasn't convenient for him to use the Yama battlefield. Now that Fang Yuan used it, it was truly exposed. Fang Yuan could not kill Qi Qiyu. After this battle, information about Yama battlefield would spread far and wide. Of course, not killing Qi Qiyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Qiyu was too high and the rewards were too small. Of course, not killing Qi Qiyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Qiyu was too high and the benefits were too small. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to kill Qi Qiyu, it was because the risk was too high and the rewards were too small. When two tigers fought, one was bound to be injured. Fang Yuan stood on the other side of the battlefield, assessing Qi Qiyu from afar as he smiled. Lord Qi Qiyu, you are in my immortal battlefield now, but you do not show any signs of attacking. You want to chat with me instead? What are you trying to do? Qi Qiyu snorted coldly, don't play dumb. Fang Yuan, you are plundering everywhere, you are just trying to attract my attention. Think about it, since you can easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of Qi Clan's Gu immortals? This is not difficult for you. But you have never harmed a single Qi Clan Gu immortal. Secondly, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you plundered fiercely, you left their foundations intact and did not destroy them. Great Space Temple and I attacking was also within your expectations. Seeing that we were moving, you purposely attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave, luring us to split up. You just wanted to find a chance to talk to me, but you did not have any other secret methods. Speak, what do you want? Qi Qiyu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fang Yuan's thoughts, all of his anger and hatred were just an act. Qi Qiyu's analysis was not wrong. In the previous life, Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench was still around. Qi Qiyu guarded it for a period of time, only when Fang Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he come over alone. In this life, Fang Yuan had already destroyed Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, Qi Qiyu and Great Space Temple were together, this made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Great Space Temple was a space path immortal Gu house that countered immortal battlefields. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had fought against it, even Great Thief Ghost Hand could not do anything to it. If Fang Yuan wanted to talk to Qi Qiyu, it was best to avoid this room and create a chance to lure Qi Qiyu out. This was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment, with just a thought in his mind, he made some changes and achieved this goal. But Qi Qiyu was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan left his foundation in every resource point, it was not because he purposely did so, but because he did not have the methods to collect them. Qi Qiyu was mistaken. Of course, Fang Yuan would not point this out. Clap clap clap. Fang Yuan clapped lightly, it is so relaxing to talk to smart people. Senior Qi Qiyu, take a look at this. Qi Qiyu's eyes flickered with bright light, he carefully received the information path mortal Gu that Fang Yuan threw out. He looked calm on the surface but he was very alert internally. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, Qi Qiyu knew that this person was thick-skinned and ruthless, he was cunning and ruthless, he had to be wary of his schemes at all times, he could not relax for even a moment. But soon, Qi Qiyu's expression changed. He frowned, a cold light flickered in his eyes, his face was covered in a layer of green. The information path mortal Gu that Fang Yuan threw over recorded the defensive formations of Qi Clan's important areas, as well as Fang Yuan's conjectures and methods to break them. Among them was Wind Flame Mountain's formation, Fang Yuan was extremely clear about it. According to Fang Yuan's understanding of this formation, he could easily break it and take all of Wind Flame Mountain's resources, but he did not do so. From this, Qi Qiyu saw Fang Yuan's sincerity, it confirmed his earlier conjecture, at the same time, he was shocked at Fang Yuan's formation path attainment, but what truly made him feel a chill was the latter part of the information path mortal Gu. This part detailed all sorts of information about Qi Clan, Qi Qiyu felt a chill in his heart. This was not something that could be found out in a day or two. It had to be accumulated over a long period of time in order to accumulate such rich information. And in this information, Qi clan's internal problems and Qi Chuyu's lack of an inheritor were the most important points. Qi Chuyu's expression changed at this, because this information was very deep. It was clearly provided by Southern Borders people secretly helping Fan Yuan. Who was it? Demonic Path Gu immortals were less suspicious, they were lone wolves and did not have many enemies with Qi clan. There was no need for them to monitor Qi clan for a long time and neglect their own cultivation. Other than those righteous path forces with ulterior motives, who else could it be? Qi Chuyu was filled with shock and anger. Yang clan soon became the number one suspect in his mind. Qi Chuyu was filled with hatred. If a certain southern border righteous path super force was secretly helping Fan Yuan, he would be in an even more passive situation. It is likely that there is no traitor in my Qi clan. It is these unscrupulous righteous path clans that want to use Fan Yuan to deal with my Qi clan. These fools, these idiots, these traitors, these are the biggest parasites of Southern Border's righteous path. Qi Chuyu's anger erupted like a volcano. Lava continued to pour out. He had already endured it. If not for Fan Yuan being in front of him, he might have been trembling with anger already. Fan Yuan snickered to himself. He observed Qi Chuyu's expression and mood. He could roughly understand what he was thinking. The information he gave out definitely required a large amount of manpower and resources. It could only be gathered after a long period of searching. This was not because any Southern Border Righteous Path clan helped him, it was because he had captured the Southern Border Immortals in his previous life and obtained it from their souls. With this good card, Fan Yuan had to make use of it. Sure enough, as soon as he used this card, the effect was immediate. Qi Chuyu's expression was ashen, his previous composure were completely gone. Right now, Qi Chuyu's hatred towards those so-called Southern Border Righteous Path clans far surpasses mine. Of course. Since ancient times, almost all organizations hate traitors the most. But the truth is, this is what I obtained in my previous life. And the reason I was able to capture the Southern Border Immortals in my previous life was because Qi Chuyu secretly sent me large amounts of dream realms. So the main culprit is Qi Chuyu himself. Qi Chuyu's expression was very ugly, he exuded a thick aura of tragedy. He was tricked by himself but he could not detect it. Fan Yuan spoke again. Lord Qi Chuyu has been famous for so long, you have managed Qi clan for so many years, you must know the meaning of this information. The power that gave me this information not only underestimated me, but also underestimated you. Lord Qi Chuyu heard this and suddenly had a thought. It seems that Fan Yuan is also not willing to be used by others. Unknowingly, he felt that Fan Yuan was much more pleasing to the eye than before. Fan Yuan continued, now you believe in my sincerity even more? Qi Chuyu immediately thought of Qi clan's losses and felt great hatred. He squinted at Fan Yuan and sneered, hee, so I should thank you for holding back? In Yama battlefield, the two immortals faced each other. Fan Yuan sighed, our time is limited, I will say it directly, I want to transact with Qi clan, I wonder if you are interested in my dream path research results. Qi Chuyu was slightly taken aback, and then his cold gaze changed. Dream path? Did I hear wrongly? Qi Chuyu's eyes shined with a bright light. It was no secret that Fan Yuan had dream path research results. Fan Yuan had disguised as Wu Hai to interact with dream realms. Fan Yuan had the method to turn dream realms into humans, he had shown it in the dream realm battle, many super forces were drooling in envy. Fan Yuan had spring-autumn cicada, he had been reborn. And the future belonged to dream path, it was not strange that he had some dream path profundities. It could be said that Fan Yuan's dream path research results led the entire world, he was at the peak of the 5 regions. Dream realms are mysterious and dream path is profound, I have only taken a small step forward. If I were to tell Senior Qi that my formation Dao realm came from a dream, I wonder what Senior Qi would think. Fan Yuan smiled, his words were light, but it was like a huge rock had smashed into Qi Chuyu's heart, creating huge waves. Oh? Is that true? Qi Chuyu was moved, he could no longer pretend to be calm. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, he had planned this carefully earlier to suppress Qi Chuyu's arrogance, he had already grasped the rhythm of the conversation. This was completely different from the previous life. Fan Yuan tossed out an information path Gu worm, Senior, please take a look at this. Qi Chuyu took a look, his eyes shined with bright light, he subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path mortal goo, afraid that it would fly away. The information path mortal goo's contents involved all sorts of dream path profundities. This was an unparalleled temptation. Qiqiu was deeply immersed in it. He quickly finished reading the contents. Qiqiu licked his lips. In just a short moment, his mouth was dry. He was extremely moved. Qiqiu forced himself to calm down. He pretended to ponder. How do you want to transact? What I want is a dream. If you give me the dream realm, I will give you my future dream path research results. Qiqiu did not agree immediately. This is difficult. After all, almost all the dream realms in southern border are guarded by the righteous path. Fang Yuan smiled. Senior Qi, I need the dream realm of Etion Mountain. Although the great formation there has been completely changed, it was still laid down by you. I also know that there are many secret passageways there. It would be quite easy for your side to steal some dreams. When Qiqiu heard this, his expression changed again. Fang Yuan actually understood his situation so well. It was truly terrifying. The secret path in the formation of Etion Mountain was his, Qiqiu's, proud work. He set this up right under the noses of Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals, taking advantage of their low formation path attainment level and directly setting up a dark path. I thought I had fooled everyone. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to see through me. Maybe it's not just Fang Yuan. Sigh, I underestimated the heroes of the world. Qiqiu was thinking too much. Fang Yuan's information was also obtained in the previous life. The source was Qiqiu himself. Fang Yuan used Qiqiu to deal with Qiqiu. The effect was truly amazing. Otherwise, why would they say, you are often your own greatest enemy? Fang Yuan suppressed Qiqiu step by step. Qiqiu could no longer resist. Every negotiation was a confrontation. Although it wasn't as straightforward as actual combat, it was still a contest of strength and a spar of strategy. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan had too many trump cards. He knew himself and his enemy. His strength increased greatly. He knew himself and his enemy. He used a bluff strategy. It was extremely effective. Even someone of Qiqiu's level fell for his tricks. The details of the transaction were quickly discussed. The result was extremely beneficial to Fang Yuan. Qiqiu agreed to this transaction. It was a humiliation to his status. But he could not do anything. He was completely dominated by Fang Yuan. Firstly, he could not do anything to Fang Yuan. If he really wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, the risk was too high. The benefits were not obvious. Secondly, if he cooperated with Fang Yuan would stop plundering Qi clan and even trade Dream Path research results. The Dream Path research results were too tempting to Qiqiu. Finally, Qiqiu was still concerned about the so-called traitor in Southern Border's righteous path. He wanted to find them. Maybe he could start from Fang Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. A barren mountain range, devoid of vegetation, stood towering on the ground. The ground around it was not flat, but even though it was uneven, it was limited. There were only some small hills. Against the backdrop of these small hills, the barren mountain range seemed even taller and larger. At this moment, at the peak of the barren mountain, a rank 6 Rockman Gu immortal was looking at the sky. After forming a grotto heaven, the immortal aperture's atmosphere is truly different from a blessed land. It is truly magnificent. The size of this sovereign immortal aperture is beyond common sense and imagination. It is indeed a miracle refined by spectral soul. Every time Shishirchung observed this place, he would praise it in his heart. This was greatness, this was a miracle, this was the work of the gods. He was in complete admiration of spectral soul. He had no thoughts of resisting Fang Yuan. Behind him, there was a group of Rockman Gu masters discussing in private. After more than 10 days, we have finally built this hill. I am so tired. I have been working from dawn to dusk every day. I heard that the Supreme Expert personally gave us this task to create this mountain. To speed up the progress, we did not hesitate to use Gu worms for a long time. At least 30 Earth Path Gu worms died. Speaking of which, don't you feel that the success rate of Gu refinement here is very high? Sigh, as long as we complete the sex missions, there will be rewards. I hope that the Supreme Gu Immortal's rewards will be more generous. Shut up. How can you talk about that, Lord? The Rockman Gu Immortal could not take it anymore. He turned around and reprimanded them. These Rockmangu masters quickly lowered their heads, keeping quiet out of fear. Right at this time, a green light flashed, a figure landed and floated in the air. The Rockmangu masters saw that the newcomer was Fan Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. Everyone's hearts shook, they quickly knelt down and paid their respects. This subordinate greets Lord. Xianxia also quickly paid his respects with a respectful attitude. Fan Yuan's clone had an indifferent expression, he nodded at him and asked, "Is the formation set up here ready?" Fan Yuan's task was not only to create a mountain, but also to set up an immortal formation inside the mountain. Xianxia quickly reported, "Lord, according to the formation map you gave me, this subordinate has already set up this fire path formation, you only need to activate it now." Fan Yuan had already used his divine sense to enter the mountain and inspect it. He nodded, he was quite satisfied with the result, he was about to dismiss these rock men when he saw that Xianxia had something to say. Even though Xianxia only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had once fought with Fan Yuan, his immortal battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Stone Puppet, had left a deep impression on Fan Yuan, he was a talent. After settling down the rock men, Fan Yuan sent the other Rockmangu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Xianxia stayed behind, like Shui Er and Mo Tan saying, he became the leader of the Rockman tribe. "What do you want to say to me?" Fan Yuan's clone paused for a moment before asking. He had some patience towards this talent. Xianxia blinked, he had an uneasy expression, he seemed to have made up his mind as he said, "I heard that Lord has been attacking many times recently and obtained great victories, Southern Border's righteous path is in a state of panic. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Qi Qiyu, is helpless against you, you can come and go as you please." Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he was an astute person, he immediately understood Xianxia's intention, he interrupted, "It seems that your tribe's Gu immortals want me to stop and recuperate, there is no need to take such a risk, right?" "Oh, this subordinate is afraid." Xianxia bowed deeply, he said with a fearful expression, "This subordinate was just speaking boldly, first Supreme Elder and the rest are cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island, they do not know this." Fan Yuan's clone snickered in his mind. The Rockman tribe was not of the same mind as him, these variant humans wanted to live and work in peace, they wanted to develop steadily, they did not want to take risks. They wanted Fan Yuan to hide in some corner for 100 years or even 1,000 years. They did not want Fan Yuan to take risks, because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed, they would be implicated. But how could that be possible? Fan Yuan chased after eternal life, only by destroying Fate Gu could he take a step forward. Moreover, if the Celestial Court repaired Fate Gu, they would not let him off, they would find him sooner or later and kill him. Hiding and delaying would only lead to despair, only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Central Continent was attacked by the 4 regions, when the Celestial Court was at its weakest, would they have the highest chance of success. The variant humans' wishes could not be fulfilled. Not just that, they still had to fight for Fan Yuan in the future. They were already tied to Fan Yuan's chariot, they could not get out of it. Xianxia's advice was clearly what many variant human Gu immortals wanted. They made this suggestion through Xianxia and did not do it themselves, they were giving themselves a way out. This was a very mature political tactic. Fan Yuan did not reject or agree, he waved his hand, "Bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain first." "Yes." Seeing that Xianxia was far away, Fan Yuan's clone activated the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation was like a furnace, intense heat rose up from within. This heat quickly roasted the interior of the mountain, forming streams of magma. After a while, with a loud sound, the mountain peak exploded, dust flew into the sky, large amounts of lava flowed down the mountain, the temperature rose rapidly. The Rockmangu masters far away gasped in shock, this method of changing heaven and earth, forcefully creating an active volcano shocked them greatly. Xianxia was also moved, his formation path attainment was very low, only now did he understand the effect of his formation. But what shocked him even more was the following scene. In the sky above him, a huge hand suddenly flew down, the hand was like a mountain, it opened its fingers and rained down countless trees on the active volcano. These trees were wrapped in flowing light, they slowly floated down and planted into the lava. The terrifying lava was quickly absorbed by the tree roots, the tree absorbed sufficient nutrients. Soon, its branches swayed and its leaves shined brightly, emitting a beautiful radiance like the sunset. This was the sunset parasol tree. Next, another huge hand flew over. This time, it directly threw fire phoenixes into the volcano. The fire phoenixes landed in the volcano. They were immediately imprisoned and suppressed by the formation in the volcano. Fang Yuan's clone looked after them personally. There were no mistakes. Xianxia's mouth was wide open as he looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Although he knew that Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Among these fire phoenixes, there were many ancient desolate beasts. Only one was needed to torture Xianxia to death. There was no doubt about it. Fang Yuan's clone placed a large number of fire pathbirds. There were many types of them. From today onwards, this mountain is Firebird Mountain. It is also the resource point of your Rockman tribe. Fang Yuan's clone flew to Xianxia. This was a huge surprise. Xianxia quickly knelt down in gratitude. He was extremely excited. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. Get up, I said that I will support you greatly. This mid-sized resource point is my reward to you. It has been hard on you to build this mountain. This subordinate is ashamed. Xianxia was moved to tears. Compared to this Firebird Mountain, what was the little bit of effort they put in? This Firebird Mountain's formation was provided by Fang Yuan, the goo worms, the formation diagram, and all the resources were Fang Yuan's. It was almost like Fang Yuan was giving it to them for free. Fang Yuan's clone continued, I will continue giving you missions in the future. Firebird Mountain will not be the last one. Xianxia was stunned. He sensed the deep meaning behind Fang Yuan's words. Where did these fire phoenixes and sunset parasol trees come from? Fang Yuan plundered them. Fang Yuan said Firebird Mountain would not be the last one. That meant he would continue to plunder and take risks in the future. The variant human goo immortals suggested Fang Yuan in a tactful manner. Fang Yuan also rejected them in a tactful manner, but if one thought about it carefully, they would find Fang Yuan's domineering and deterrent intent. But Xianxia did not dare to retort. He accepted it with a trace of joy in his heart. With this Firebird Mountain, it is the foundation of my Rockman tribe's rise. Is Lord Fang Yuan someone who is easily persuaded and swayed? I don't care about this. Lord Fang Yuan arranged for me to lead the tribe. These resources are also my cultivation resources. As long as I do not go overboard, I can cultivate rapidly and raise my cultivation level. Xianxia's gaze was heated. Any goo immortal, under the pressure of calamities and tribulations, would cherish any opportunity to raise their strength. They would desire it very much. Under Fang Yuan's political maneuvering, Xianxia had already separated from the other Rockman goo immortals. Rockmen were quite suitable to manage Firebird Mountain. The area around the volcano was warm and dry. It was the best resting place for Rockmen. Of course, the most suitable ones to manage the volcano were the Eggmen. But for now, Fang Yuan did not intend to bring in the Eggmen. It was enough to develop these variant human tribes. Xianxia's words made Fang Yuan sigh with emotion. Different from the previous life, I have taken in many variant humans in this life. I need to nurture and strengthen them. I need to spend some effort to take care of them and some resources to nurture them. Fang Yuan could use enslavement path methods to make these variant humans docile, but this way, Fang Yuan would lose his original intention of nurturing them. I want to comprehend human path. Human path is different from enslavement path. Everyone has their own thoughts and desires. To maintain an organization, I need to consider the thoughts and emotions of the members. There are no people who are completely the same. No matter how similar people are, they all have their own differences. Fang Yuan had a thought. A flash of inspiration pierced through the night sky, illuminating his mind. This was the inspiration of human path. Suddenly, Fang Yuan understood something. He had a complex expression. Human path. So that's it. I already have a human path killer move. At this moment, his human path attainment level rose to master. Southern border. In a nameless valley, there was a waterfall. The sound of water was loud and the air was filled with mist. At the cliff of the waterfall, Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged on the branches of a pine tree. He was in deep thought. The human path inspiration came very suddenly. Fang Yuan placed great importance on it. His main body and clone put down whatever they were doing to comprehend it together. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, an army had already formed. There were about 100,000 strength path phantoms standing on the grassland, not moving at all. They were like statues. Each of them had the same appearance. They resembled Fan Yuan's main body. They were spaced evenly apart. They were densely packed together. This was the Myriad Self army that Fan Yuan had unleashed using Myriad Self Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan did not let go of that inspiration. This time, he gave up on Myriad Self Immortal Gu and used the killer move Myriad Self. After a while, a large number of strength path phantoms formed and stood in a group. Fan Yuan thought about it and used Myriad Self for the third time. But this time, he did not use an immortal killer move, but the most basic mortal killer move. With rank 4 all-out effort Gu as the core, bitter strength Gu, borrow strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, refine essence spirit Gu, earth strength Gu, water strength Gu, wind strength Gu, lightning strength Gu, fire strength Gu, lurking soul code Gu, breath concealment Gu and others were supplementary. Finally, Myriad Self was formed, splitting the main body's soul and forming a large number of strength path phantoms in an instant, but because it was a mortal killer move, these strength path phantoms could not compare to the phantom army that was created earlier. But this was the source. Back then, during the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Fan Yuan combined 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and self-strength. He used Soul Path, Wisdom Path, Chi Path, and Enslavement Path killer moves to create this move, solving the ancient problem of combining enslavement and strength path. Next, using this move as the foundation, he developed Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The former could increase Fan Yuan's offensive advantage at the right time. It was Fan Yuan's strongest method. The latter was the crucial trump card for Fan Yuan to fight against rank 8s as a rank 7, be it Myriad Self Killer Move, Strength Path Giant Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. They were all outstanding killer moves. They were the best among the best. Now, Fan Yuan had a human path inspiration. He traced it back to the source and modified the original Myriad Self Mortal Path killer move. Fan Yuan's main body and clone were calculating at the same time. At the same time, the clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. The killer move was quickly modified. Fan Yuan activated Myriad Self for the 4th time. This time, a large number of strength path phantoms were also formed. However, unlike the previous 3 phantoms, although the phantoms of Fan Yuan were still standing quietly, there were all sorts of strange expressions on their faces. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were frowning, some were beaming with joy, some were murderous, some were indifferent, some were resting with their eyes closed, calm and peaceful, some were rolling their eyes, very curious about everything, and some were puffing their cheeks, looking extremely bored. Fan Yuan's divine sense scanned these phantoms. All sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind. After thinking for a long time, Fan Yuan and his clone gave up on these phantoms and used wisdom path methods to deduce again. This time, the calculation took a full 6 hours. After succeeding, Fan Yuan obtained an extremely complex mortal-level Myriad Self-Killer move that was 100 times larger than the previous one. He activated this killer move. Because this killer move involved too many Gu worms, the arrangements were too complex. Even though Fan Yuan was a rank 8 Gu immortal, it took him a while to activate it. This time, the Myriad Self Phantoms were far fewer than any of the previous ones, but they seemed to have intelligence. Of these Myriad Self Phantoms, some were running, some were jumping, some were sitting cross-legged on the ground in deep thought, some were playing with each other, and some were even carrying hatred and anger, attacking the surrounding Myriad Self Phantoms. It was a mess. The chaos among the Myriad Self Phantoms became greater and greater. Soon, this group of Myriad Self Phantoms started fighting each other. Even though some did not want to participate, they had no choice. These Myriad Self Phantoms were not of equal strength. Some were strong, some were weak. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He found that in this chaotic battle, the victorious Myriad Self Phantoms would get stronger as they fought, while the defeated Myriad Self Phantoms would get weaker and weaker until they perished. The Myriad Self Phantoms became smaller and smaller. Soon, there were only single phantoms left fighting intensely. Eventually, only one phantom was left standing on the battlefield. The rest of the Myriad Self Phantoms were all destroyed. This phantom was dozens of times stronger than before, but it was still limited to mortal level. The phantom still looked like Fan Yuan, but his face was filled with hatred and anger. He roared at Fan Yuan's time path clone who was not far away, revealing intense killing intent and malice, but he did not dare to attack. instead pouncing towards the myriad self-phantoms from before. These myriad self-phantoms stood quietly, without Fang Yuan's orders. They did not move, letting the hatred phantom slaughter them. After this hatred phantom slaughtered for a while, its aura became stronger and stronger. It actually broke through the mortal shackles and advanced to rank 6 Gu immortal level. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's main body and clone revealed joyful expressions. Fang Yuan's clone waved his hand. The remaining myriad self-army immediately surged like a tide, surrounding the hatred phantom and attacking it to the death. The hatred phantom had outstanding strength. Even though it was surrounded by the myriad self-army, it became braver the more it fought. Every time it defeated or destroyed a phantom, its strength would increase by a little. It seemed to not know what fatigue was. It was like a war machine that could grow. It continued to roar and roar, standing tall in the battlefield without falling. Finally, when it broke through to rank 7 from rank 6 Gu immortal level, Fang Yuan's main body finally made a move, activating a killer move and personally killing the Strength Path Phantom. The final myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan used, the Strength Path Phantoms formed had their own thoughts and personalities, even his main body could not control them. But the amazing thing was, the final myriad self-phantoms all had terrifying growth potential. That phantom whose face was filled with hatred was only rank 4 at the start, but it eventually became a rank 7 Gu immortal. Of course, this was a breakthrough in aura and level. Its battle strength was not that strong. It was even weaker than ordinary ancient desolate beasts. Because its body was only a phantom, it was not as sturdy as ancient desolate beasts. Its intelligence was also limited. It could not mobilize Gu worms to fight. It could only rely on its instincts. Be it myriad self-immortal Gu or myriad self-killer move, they both expend my soul. This is the principle of killer moves, thus it is an unavoidable flaw. Precisely because these strength path phantoms originate from the same body, their souls can fuse together, thus there is a possibility of devouring each other to strengthen themselves. The final myriad self-killer move that I used is no longer a pure fusion of enslavement and strength path, it is a human path killer move that is a step further. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, his eyes were flickering with uncertainty. At this point, myriad self-killer move was a complete human path killer move, and myriad self-immortal Gu was a human path immortal Gu to begin with. In the previous life, when attacking Central Continent, Fang Yuan was still regretful that he did not have human path methods. He did not have any achievements in human path. Actually, he had it long ago, it was just that he had too many considerations at that time. He was in a huge battle and did not notice it. As the saying goes, looking horizontally at a mountain range, and looking sideways at a mountain peak, they are all different from each other. I do not know the true face of Mount Lu, it is only because I am in this mountain. His exploration of human path had already started in the 500 years of his previous life, it was just that he did not have any awareness in this aspect. A person's life is the exploration of human path to begin with. Other than myriad self-immortal Gu, I have another human path immortal Gu. That is, Perseverance Gu. Wait, not just Perseverance Gu, the sovereign immortal fetus Gu that I snatched is also a human path Gu worm. Flipping through, Hope Gu, Vanity Gu, Guts Gu, Stubbornness Gu, Dignity Gu, Self Gu, Worry Gu, weren't these Gu worms human path Gu worms? No wonder is publicly recognized as a human path true inheritance, it truly contains deep human path profundities. Fang Yuan sighed internally, only now did he have a deeper understanding of. In order to obtain this result, Fang Yuan had spent close to 600 years of his life. The human path inspiration that he obtained was not because he had nurtured variant humans recently, but because the accumulation of his entire life had reached a crucial point of qualitative change. It was like a small pile of gunpowder colliding with a tiny spark. With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan broke through his original shackles, reaching a higher level in human path. This was the result of accumulation, it was a natural progression. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. The surging purple chi gradually calmed down and shrunk, eventually vanishing into Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly, what scheme is this demon Fang Yuan plotting? In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost, Fairy Myrtle took the responsibility and quickly leaked all the information regarding Fang Yuan for free. But Fang Yuan's side was very strange, he did not make any movements. Normally speaking, after Star Caste was exposed and Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle, Fan Yuan should have spread the news to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation and make the other 4 regions feel even more enmity towards Celestial Court. But Fan Yuan did not do that. Fairy Myrtle felt a sense of unease in her heart. These last days, she had been paying close attention to Fan Yuan's movements. She had to understand and deduce even the slightest movement. Fairy Myrtle already knew about Fan Yuan's actions in southern border. But why was Fan Yuan only opposing Qi clan? What was his motive? Was he really going to plunder Qi clan's 3 resource points? Earlier, when Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation was destroyed, was that mysterious Gu immortal Fan Yuan? Maybe after annexing Xianxia blessed land, his foundation rose greatly. He wants to refine Gu now. Or maybe he has already used Spring Autumn Cicada and revived, using the advantage of rebirth to gain the initiative step by step. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After Fan Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was exposed, his enemies would consider Spring Autumn Cicada as a factor. Fairy Myrtle had been paying attention to this all along. Once Fan Yuan revives, Spring Autumn Cicada will need time to recover. This is the best time to eliminate Fan Yuan. At the same time, I'm afraid Fan Yuan has already learned of all the methods we prepared. We need to change our battle tactics. Whether Fan Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive or not, this was a crucial point. If he did, Fairy Myrtle would need to overturn most of her previous battle tactics. She would need to redesign them. However, Fairy Myrtle used all her strength to deduce many times. Even with Star Constellation chessboard, she could not confirm whether Fan Yuan had revived recently or not. At Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, even though Fan Yuan broke the formation, he did not take away the Dream Realm. When dealing with Meng Tu and the rest, he was even more secretive. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fan Yuan did not use it directly. He used the super formation as a cover to prevent the Celestial Court from contacting Swan Bujin. The smokescreen he released was too ingenious. It temporarily fooled Fairy Myrtle. In this aspect, Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment was a huge help to him. This revival was different from the previous times. Against the Celestial Court, Fan Yuan had to consider the ink effect at all times. Fan Yuan is too crafty. The clues he left behind are too few. Fairy Myrtle thought about it angrily before leaving the central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul Search. Spectral Soul resisted for a while before he was exhausted. His memories were extracted one by one. The secret of raising golden dragonfish? Fairy Myrtle was first overjoyed before feeling disappointed. If it was before, Fairy Myrtle could still attack Fan Yuan's main source of income, but now that the other party had annexed Xianxia blessed land, all of the businesses inside were taken over by Fan Yuan. The method of raising golden dragonfish that Fairy Myrtle obtained was useless. Even so, I cannot let go of any chance to suppress Fan Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought about it before gritting her teeth and making a decision. On this night in southern border, the starry sky was dark, cold winds were blowing. It seemed like a storm was about to happen. 2 Gu immortals flew quickly, concealing their traces. The thick dark clouds under the night sky provided them with a layer of protection. This is the place. While moving, one of the Gu immortals spoke. The other Gu immortal stopped immediately. Next, at the center of the dark clouds, an immortal battlefield opened up. After absorbing the 2 mysterious Gu immortals, it closed and vanished. The 2 Gu immortals entered the immortal battlefield and removed their disguises, returning to their original appearances. The Gu immortal with lower cultivation level had ordinary looks, but the other Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a high status and reputation. He was famous in southern border's righteous path. It was Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. If other righteous path Gu immortals saw this, they would stare with wide eyes and gasp in shock. Because the great Qi Chuyu was acting so sneakily, who was he meeting in this dark night? Senior Qi Chuyu, we meet again. The Gu immortal guarding the immortal battlefield also had dream path aura. He had ordinary looks. He could not be found in a crowd. Qi Chuyu stared at him, saying in a dissatisfied tone, Fan Yuan, I thought you would come with your main body. Hee, aren't you being too careful? The one waiting for Qi Chuyu was Fan Yuan. This immortal battlefield was also Yama's battlefield. However, Fan Yuan was not here with his main body. He had created another pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fan Yuan's clone smiled. I am cowardly and afraid of death. Please forgive me, Senior Qi Chuyu. Cowardly and afraid of death? Chi frowned. He thought of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones that were still hanging in jewel yellow skies. He thought of Feng Yuan's disguise as Wu Hai back then, and also the losses that his clan had suffered from Feng Yuan's plunder. He laughed mockingly. Feng Yuan, you are too humble. I have brought the things you want. To prevent any problems, you should hurry up and hand them over. This place was close to Yition Mountain and the location was sensitive. Chi did not dare to be careless. Of course. Feng Yuan's doppelganger nodded. The two immediately completed the handover. Chi obtained an information path Mortal Gu, while the Gu Immortal beside him flew towards Feng Yuan's clone. The Gu Immortal who came with Chi was Feng Yuan's dream path clone. After Feng Yuan and Chi came to an agreement, they attacked a few southern border locations and collected some of the scattered dream realms before using pure dream reality seeker transformation to transform into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Then, he used these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to communicate with Chi. Chi brought one of them with him and followed the secret path to the secret space in the grand formation of Yition Mountain. There, Feng Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique clone used a method to turn the dream realm into even more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, which he stuffed into his immortal aperture. The earliest pure dream reality seeker physique bodies originated from a member of Shadow Sect, Wisdom Path Great Expert Old Man Inkstone. Pure dream reality seeker transformation was his greatest achievement in researching dream path in his entire life. In his hands was the original version of pure dream reality seeker transformation. It could create the most extreme form of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies with 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's cultivation level would rise by 1 rank. At the final moment, they would have rank 9 cultivation level. But after the first battle of Yition Mountain, the sovereign immortal fetus Gu that Shadow Sect had spent countless years to refine was obtained by Feng Yuan. Spectral soul was trapped in the dream realm. During the second battle of Yition Mountain, Zishan Makoto brought the remaining forces of Shadow Sect to attack, trying to save Spectral Soul's main body. Zishan Makoto also used pure dream reality seeker transformation in battle, but this killer move was an incomplete version. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also incomplete. They did not have the same height as the original version. Feng Yuan also inherited this version of the killer move. Of course, he had obtained the original killer move from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. In Feng Yuan's previous life, this pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move was also obtained by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle Soul searched Spectral Soul's body. She finally obtained it. Not long after, Feng Kim Hong displayed the talent of a future immortal venerable. He actually perfected the original pure dream reality seeker transformation, which had many flaws. After that, Celestial Court obtained the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It was the 11th extreme physique in the truest sense, and in the final battle of Central Continent, Feng Yuan attacked the 9 consecutive unceasing formation and captured the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Feng Kim Hong. He comprehended the principles within and also grasped the perfect pure dream reality seeker transformation. Right now, when Feng Yuan transacted with Chi Yu, he did not use the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Instead, he used the incomplete killer move that he inherited from Zishan Makoto. Because this incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique body had a limit to its lifespan, it would self-detonate when it reached its limit. Feng Yuan used this flaw ingeniously. Even if Chi Yu set a trap for him, he would not be able to obtain the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Before the transaction, Feng Yuan informed Chi Yu of this flaw. When Chi Yu learned that the pure dream reality seeker physique body beside him would self-detonate, his expression turned ugly. But for the sake of the extremely important dream path research results, he could only bear with it. Seeing that the pure dream reality seeker physique body returned to Feng Yuan's side, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, if this thing self-detonated beside him, Chi Yu's formation path methods would not work. Both sides were taking a huge risk in this transaction, but the benefits were too tempting. Both sides took the risk. This was the first transaction. Both sides were very satisfied with the result. This gave them confidence to continue. Before parting, they agreed on a time for the second transaction. They also had many secret and safe methods to communicate with each other. Different from the previous life, in this life, Feng Yuan's transaction with Qi clan had changed a lot. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used dream realms to exchange for Qi clan's immortal Yuan stones, immortal materials, and so on. Because at that time, he lacked immortal essence. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Xianxia blessed land and secretly advanced to rank 8, he had rank 8 immortal essence, he did not lack immortal essence at all. What he lacked were dream realms. In the previous life, he had basically explored all the dream realms that were scattered outside. Only a small portion was left, because it was traded to Qi Chuyu, there was still value in exploring them. Fang Yuan lacked a large number of dream realms, the dream realms on Etian Mountain. Because he knew that Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster of all paths, his dream realms were on Etian Mountain, there were likely to be human path dream realms, information path dream realms, and Qi path dream realms. If he completely inherited Spectral Soul's attainment level, Fang Yuan could annex all the rank 8 grotto heavens of all paths. Spectral Soul's human path attainment level was naturally great grandmaster. If he did not have such a foundation, how could he create sovereign immortal fetus Gu? My current human path attainment level is only master, and this is after 600 years of accumulation. Fang Yuan knew that with just his human path attainment level, he could not deal with the human path methods of the Celestial Court's venerables. His life was too short, his accumulation was too little. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's lifespan was 3,000 years, this was the shortest among venerables, in fact, he had been reborn many times, his lifespan far exceeded 3,000 years. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was 25,000 years old, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 19,000 years old, while Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was 12,000 years old, these three were the top 3 venerables in terms of lifespan. To deal with these people, Fang Yuan could only use dream realms to surpass them. Other than human path, information path, Qi path, and even ice and snow path were things that Fang Yuan desired. Fang Yuan's main body was near the transaction location. After Qi Chuyu left, after a while, he called his clones to move. Soon, he kept the 2 pure dream clones in the sovereign immortal aperture. The dream realm that Fang Yuan obtained this time was not a human path dream realm, it was mostly Qi path. Qi path dream realms were useful too. If Fang Yuan's Qi path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster, he would be able to annex Qi Grotto Heaven in the future, his cultivation level would rise again. Fang Yuan stored the dream realm and activated Familiar Face, before using fixed immortal travel to leave southern border. At the next moment, he arrived in Western Desert, disguised as the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xuanbu Jin. After flying for a while at the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan saw Fang Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fang Huasheng. He was Fang Clan's 3rd Supreme Elder, he specialized in healing methods, he wore a white robe and had white hair. After seeing Fang Yuan from afar, his solemn expression turned into a warm smile. "Friend Xuanbu Jin, how have you been?" Fang Huasheng immediately greeted. Fang Yuan nodded, "Thank you for your concern. I invited you this time, my goal is to cooperate with Fang Clan and explore Green Ghost Desert together." Fang Yuan was in a hurry, he went straight to the point and stated his purpose, he did not want to waste time. This was different from the previous life. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's Xuanbu Jin identity was exposed, he lost contact with Fang Clan. As a result, Fang Yuan could only use his true identity to threaten Fang Clan. Even though Fang Clan accepted the threat and gave Fang Yuan some resources, it was not in line with Fang Yuan's original plan. Furthermore, Fang Clan had promised to pay for Immortal Gu, but after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Fang Clan had no intention of fulfilling it. Later, when Fang Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain, he lacked soul beasts to sacrifice to the mountain, the production of Guts Gu was hindered and his soul path cultivation slowed down. More than once, Fang Yuan regretted his failure in this aspect. This severely hindered his growth and disturbed his cultivation rhythm. But in this life, Fang Yuan paid attention to this point. Even though Xuanbu Jin used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Chen Yi and Fang Yuan used it against Feng Jioga in the formation space, the two situations were completely different. There was no evidence to link Fang Yuan and Xuanbu Jin together. Even though they both had theft path methods, there were other theft path Gu Immortals in the 5 regions. Currently, most Gu Immortals thought that during the battle for Xianxia Blessed Land, the theft path methods that Fang Yuan displayed were the foundation of Xianxia Blessed Land. After all, Long Hair Ancestor had once worked closely with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Huaxing had a worried expression as he sighed deeply. Ever since the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, Xuanbu Jin's grace has been deeply engraved in our hearts. If you want to cooperate with us, we will be happy to do so. But now. Fang Huaxing said this and purposely paused. He looked at Fang Yuan and observed Fang Yuan's expression. But he was destined to be disappointed. Fang Yuan was expressionless, there was no change in his expression. Fang Huaxing continued, but now, our Fang clan is in an awkward situation. We are being pressured by Western Desert's righteous path. They are making things difficult for us. Especially recently, there has been news that Xuanbu Jin is actually the great demon Fang Yuan, because both of them have immortal goo-stealing methods and are opposing the celestial court. After all, that demon Fang Yuan has the killer move familiar face. He is full of changes and has a crafty nature. It is truly hard to guard against him. Even the celestial court cannot do anything to him. Fang Huaxing's difficulties and complaints were actually to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his mind was calm and unaffected. Because he had heard of such rumors long ago. Since he wanted to go against the celestial court, he had to have a clear vision. He had been trying to stand above the 5 regions, using the entire Gu world as a chessboard to compete with the celestial court. The rumor that Xuanbu Jin and Fang Yuan were the same person did not originate from the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle had no evidence and made random guesses. It would only damage the reputation of the celestial court. At most, they would be suspicious and add fuel to the fire. The true force that spread this rumor was the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. Fang clan obtained a complete victory in the Battle of Divine Beam Palace. They defeated Qinyi and Qingqiu, obtained Divine Beam Palace, and even recruited 2 rank 7 demonic path experts, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. Fang clan's gains were huge. If they could digest their gains, their strength would rise sharply and they would become the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. This would break the old balance. Under the turbulence of the situation, the benefits of many righteous path forces would be threatened. Thus, they swarmed together and tried to suppress Fang clan. In order to have a good reason to do so, they looked for reasons everywhere. All sorts of old matters were brought up to talk about. They shook off the dust of past conflicts and used them. If they could not find any reason, what could they do? They had to create a reason. Thus, all sorts of rumors started to spread. They were said to be true, but with just a bit of analysis, they were not tenable. The rumor that Xuanbu Jin was Fang Yuan was one of them. There was no evidence at all, but did rumors need evidence? These were just the rules of the righteous path. They were a cover to suppress Fang clan. Who cares what evidence you have? It is enough as long as I have this cover. Fang Yuan even suspected that this rumor about him was created by a Gu immortal on a whim. As for the Gu immortal who created the rumor, he or she would never have thought that he or she would accidentally reveal the truth, but Fang Yuan reckoned that the Fangs would not believe such rumors. Although the identity of Xuanbu Jin appeared rather abruptly, there was actually a trace to it. Fang Yuan had already made ample preparations for this. He had linked Xuanbu Jin's identity with the Western Desert rogue immortal Xianxia. The Fang family still trusted the evidence Fang Yuan gave. Because Xianxia was someone from tens of thousands of years ago, and his relationship with the Fang family was a secret that other factions did not know much about. The Fang clan would never admit that Xuanbu Jin was Fang Yuan. Unless there was direct evidence that the Fang clan could not refute. It was like this in his previous life. Because Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, the Fang family had fallen into a passive position. The Western Desert righteous Dao forces were overjoyed to find this banner. Fang Yuan knew very well that Fang Huaxing's words were all for the sake of the Fang family. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he glanced at Fang Huaxing. In that case, forget it. I will look for other clans to cooperate with. Saying so, he turned around and left in a hurry. Fang Huaxing's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan's gaze. Now that he saw Fang Yuan turning around to leave, he realized how terrible it was. He quickly chased after him. Friend Xuanbu Jin, wait. What is it? Is there anything else? Fang Yuan slowed down and floated in the air. He looked at Fang Huaxing with a mocking gaze as he said plainly, isn't Fang clan in a difficult situation and does not want to cooperate? Fang Huaxing had a bitter smile on his face. He understood that Fang Yuan had seen through him and the Fang clan. he was purposely doing this to make things difficult for him. But Feng Huaxing was helpless, because he was indeed being held captive. Feng Huaxing was mentally prepared for this. Because before coming here, Feng Clan's Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Feng Dichang had told him. Xuanbu Jin was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal after all. Feng Huaxing cupped his fists towards Feng Yuan. Friend Xuanbu Jin, please don't blame us. Even though Feng Clan's situation is worrying, our determination to cooperate with you has never wavered. The relationship between you and Feng Clan dates back to tens of thousands of years ago. This relationship is truly wondrous, we should cherish it. During the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, our clan cooperated very well with you. If not for your help, we would have to go through a lot of trouble to take down Divine Beam Palace. My Feng Clan still owes fellow Daoist the reward for this battle. Although we obtained fellow Daoist's forgiveness and delayed the payment, our Feng Clan has never forgotten about it. Before I came, the Grand Elder asked me to properly apologize to fellow Daoist Xuanbu Jin about this. Feng Huaxing said a lot of nice words without wasting any effort. Feng Yuan felt disdain, but he showed a smile on his face. On one hand, he was cooperating with Feng Huaxing, on the other hand, he was giving himself a way out. Feng Yuan said, I have some understanding of Feng Clan's situation. You also know that I am a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. I am very eager to develop Green Ghost Desert. I have already drafted the details of this cooperation, take a look. Feng Huaxing received the information Path Mortal Gu and looked at it with his divine sense, his face turned pale. Feng Yuan's proposal was clearly biased towards him, his request was not excessive but not easy, it was right at Feng Clan's bottom line. As expected of a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. Feng Huaxing looked at it and felt a chill in his heart, he sighed. Even though Feng Clan obtained Divine Beam Palace, it was very difficult to refine it, they had little progress. After the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, Feng Clan's 3 immortal Gu houses were heavily damaged, Feng Clan's strength fell drastically, they were at rock bottom. And at this time, Western Desert's Righteous Path forces attacked together to suppress Feng Clan. Feng Clan's situation was dire, they needed external help. Xuanbu Jin was an ideal aid, because in the eyes of Feng Clan's immortals, Xuanbu Jin was not only a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he had methods to enslave a Soul Beast army, and in the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, he even exposed his ability to steal rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. It was simply shocking. Feng Clan was very wary of Xuanbu Jin, but thankfully, Xuanbu Jin and Feng Clan had deep ties, they had worked together in the past. At this crucial moment, if Feng Clan had such a rank 7 expert, it would definitely raise their morale, it would be a great help to their current situation. And if they rejected Xuanbu Jin's request, they might push this person to the opposite side. If Xuanbu Jin cooperated with other Righteous Path forces, Feng Clan's situation would become even worse. Feng Clan was wary of Xuanbu Jin, but they also needed him. Even though Xuanbu Jin was only a rank 7 Gu immortal, Feng Clan could not reject his request in their current situation. Feng Yuan knew this, he was fearless against Feng Huaxing. My negotiation with Qiqiu earlier might have failed. But in this negotiation with Feng Clan, I am already in an invincible position. Feng Yuan was very confident in his heart. Of course, if Xuanbu Jin's identity is exposed, Feng Clan will never cooperate with me no matter what. Thus, in my previous life, I directly threatened them and gave up on the idea of cooperation. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. As for why Qiqiu took the risk and transacted with Feng Yuan, it was purely because the benefits were too great. Moreover, Qiqiu was confident, even if this matter was exposed and he denied it, Qi Clan had the protection of the formation, it was impregnable, they would at most give up some resources and benefits. Qi Clan's situation and status were different from Feng Clan. The two clans had different situations, so they had different strategies. Feng Hua Xing looked at the terms and conditions before returning Feng Yuan's information Path Mortal Gu to him. But at the same time, he handed another information Path Mortal Gu to Feng Yuan. This was personally given to me by Lord Second Supreme Elder on this trip. According to your plan, our Feng clan will definitely cooperate. But this information Path Mortal Gu's content is another plan that Feng clan is sincere about, please consider it. Feng Yuan laughed inwardly, he did not need to look to know what the contents were. After taking a look, Feng Yuan's lips curled up unnoticeably. As expected, Fang clan gave a heavy condition, inviting Fang Yuan to be their external supreme elder. Fang Yuan laughed internally but showed hesitation on his face. He said solemnly to Fang Huaxing, I need to consider it for a few days. Fang Huaxing was overjoyed. He was worried that Fang Yuan would reject it on the spot. Now that Fang Yuan said he needed to consider it, it meant that Fang Yuan was moved. But it was not strange that he was moved. When Fang Huaxing first saw Fang clan's conditions to recruit Fang Yuan, he was also shocked. He did not expect the clan to pay such a huge price. Fang Huaxing quickly said, Friend Xuanbu Jin, please consider it. You know about Fang clan's foundation and sincerity. Even though our current situation is difficult, our future is bright. To speak the truth, our clan has already made some progress in refining Divine Being Palace. Fang Yuan responded with an "oh," the excitement on his face becoming even more obvious. However, he was secretly rolling his eyes. Fang clan's progress in refining Divine Being Palace was definitely slow. Why? Because in the final battle of Central Continent, Fang clan did not use Divine Being Palace to fight. Fang Huaxing was simply lying through his teeth, but this was not what Fang Yuan was concerned about. He had already decided to agree to Fang clan's request and become their external supreme elder. As long as he had enough time, with his information path attainment, the alliance agreement would not be able to restrict him. With this identity, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be even smoother. At the same time, a large amount of cultivation resources would be given to Fang Yuan as a reward for joining Fang clan. Fang Yuan was quite moved by these resources. But Fang Yuan could not agree on the spot. If he agreed on the spot, it would seem too impatient. This was not in line with Xuanbu Jin's identity. Fang clan's Fang Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He had extraordinary talent and methods. Fang Yuan had seen it with his own eyes. He could not be underestimated. After saying this, Fang Yuan bid farewell to Fang Huaxing. Take care. Fang Huaxing stayed far away, watching as Fang Yuan left. He had a sincere expression on his face as he sent him off. Fang Yuan found it funny. I will agree in a few days. But if my identity is exposed one day, I wonder what kind of expression the Fang clan will have. Sovereign Grotto Heaven. In the lesser southern border, a damaged mountain range stood silently on the ground. Although it was damaged, compared to the surrounding hills, it stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was completely different from ordinary mountains. It seemed to be made of crystal. It was pink in color and constantly emitted a dreamy and mysterious color. It was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's divine sense lingered in the surroundings. Danghun Mountain has already been repaired to 80%. It has improved greatly compared to the previous life. In comparison, Fang Yuan's previous life was much more bitter. He did not annex Xianxia Blessed Land. The Battle of Xianxia Blessed Land also expended a lot of his immortal essence reserves. Afterwards, he attacked southern border many times to collect dream realms. He traded with Qi Chuyu and obtained a large number of immortal yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence reserves. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain, he used Landscape as before Immortal Gu and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Landscape as before Gu was only rank 6, while Fang Yuan's immortal essence was only rank 7. He was also under external pressure, be it southern border or the celestial court. They all wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan. For a long time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had been hovering around the warning line. He could not accumulate any more and had to expend a lot. But in this life, after Fang Yuan annexed Xianxia Blessed Land, his situation was completely different. He became a rank 8 Gu immortal. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture could produce a bead of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence, which was equivalent to 100 beads of red date immortal essence. That was to say, Fang Yuan's immortal essence harvest was 100 times more than before. At the same time, Fang Yuan had the rank 7 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, and Xianxia Blessed Land itself had a lot of immortal yuan stones. With such a huge foundation, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were not a problem at all. Immortal essence was used without any regard for expenditure. Danghun Mountain's recovery speed was much faster than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, Danghun Mountain was only 30% recovered. But in this life, it was 70%. Soon, Danghun Mountain would be restored. If Landscape as before Immortal Gu's rank was higher, Fang Yuan's speed would be even faster. Currently, landscape as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6, using it to repair Dang Hun Mountain was like using a knife to cut a tree. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Gu Advanced Refinement, as well as the long hair refinement path formation, he was a reliable person. He was not willing to take the risk of refining landscape as before Immortal Gu. Unless he obtained Regret Gu in the future and constructed Regret Pool. The success rate of the Gu refinement was too low. If the refinement failed and the Immortal Gu was destroyed, it would be awkward. Of course, Fang Yuan had thought of the Vital Gu. Even if the Destiny Gu's refinement failed countless times, the Destiny Gu would be preserved and would not be destroyed. But Fang Yuan's Time Path clone's Vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada, while the Sovereign's main body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it did not have the concept of a Vital Gu. If I can seize a Gu Immortal's body and split my soul to create a clone, I will be able to kill them. On this basis, I can change the clone's Vital Gu and refine landscape as before Gu, that would be safe. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's idea could not be implemented at the moment. It was not that he could not capture Gu Immortal captives, he had a batch of them now. The problem now was that his soul was expending a lot, his foundation was thin, he could not split his soul. Every time a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal made a deduction on Fang Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and expend Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Every time Fang Yuan created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan's soul foundation would be expended. Myriad Self was the same. Exploring dream realms would cause damage to the soul. All these factors were causing Fang Yuan's soul to be unable to bear the burden. Especially recently, after Fairy Myrtle lost the battle, she kept trying to deduce Fang Yuan. Yama Emperor's killer move was constantly activated. Fang Yuan was extremely annoyed, his Gutsgu inventory was running dry. Ever since Fang Yuan was reborn, the ink effect had brought him many benefits, but there were also disadvantages. In the previous life, his soul could still hold on. But in this life, it was very bad. If this continued, it would be even worse. If he ran out of Gutsgu, Fang Yuan would have to use other soul path methods to salvage the situation. These soul path methods had their own side effects, they were naturally not as good as Gutsgu. There is another situation that is disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court has made a move, they are now involved in the dragonfish business. Celestial Court is now selling large numbers of silver dragonfish and iron dragonfish, they seem to be able to produce gold dragonfish. This will have a huge impact on my dragonfish business. Although this situation happened in the previous life, it will happen in the future. To think that it would happen so early in this life. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this. Spectral Soul was captured by Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was likely stimulated by Xianxia Blessed Land's defeat, she increased the intensity of her soul search on Spectral Soul, this caused the dragonfish business to be affected. It seems that Spectral Soul cannot hold on for much longer. Even when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court in the previous life, he did not come out, he was imprisoned all along. Fang Yuan sighed, suppressing the emotions in his heart. He had no time to waste. He had to fight for every second of time, who knew, in the future battles, this bit of accumulation might help him. Fang Yuan's rebirth plan was progressing smoothly, everything was progressing smoothly. Xianxia Blessed Land was annexed by him, he became a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He used this chance to annex the Four Races Alliance, his foundation rose sharply. His human path attainment level also broke through to master level. Chi-Chiyu transacted with him again, the contents of the transaction were more beneficial to him than in the previous life. Fang Clan was also preparing to recruit him, their plan to develop Green Ghost Desert had a bright future. All sorts of changes and achievements gave rise to a future that could not be compared to the previous life. Fang Yuan did not relax at all. He knew that next, Southern Borders leaders would discuss and decide on a group to hunt him down. On one hand, Fang Yuan's attack was a huge provocation to Southern Borders' righteous path, they had to respond to it. On the other hand, Wu Clan, Tai Clan, Ba Clan, and other forces also wanted to gain benefits, increase their reputation, and increase their authority. There should be some time left. Because it will be difficult for Southern Borders' righteous path clans to come to an agreement. They will argue with each other, after all, earth trenches are appearing one after another, the clans are fighting for natural resources, there are many conflicts and conflicts. Right now, Tai Clan's plan to build beacon towers was still in progress. Even though Tai clan was pushing it, they were obstructed by the other clans. Not to mention the Southern Border Alliance. Even though Wu Yong had such an ambition, if he mentioned it now, it would be a joke. Fang Yuan had many things to do. Firstly, he had to modify the killer move Jade Flow Pearl. This move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core. It used almost all of the space path immortal goo that Fang Yuan had, many refinement path immortal goo, and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. He had used this killer move many times, it was completely exposed now. Even though Chi-Chiyu had a secret transaction with him, he would definitely gather information and find wisdom path helpers to deduce this move and find a way to counter it. To prevent it from being countered, Fang Yuan had to modify it, or at least, he had to have an improved version, just in case. Because right now, Bai Ning Bing, Ying Wu Xia, and the rest were still cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. Omnidirectional travel could not be used for now. Even though Shui Er, Mo Tan Sang, and Shi Chun were substitutes, Fang Yuan's main body had not practiced with them much, he was still far from mastering it. In terms of movement, Fang Yuan was currently relying heavily on omnidirectional travel and fixed immortal travel to carry the load. If an accident happened, these two methods would not be useful, and Fang Yuan would be heavily surrounded, he would be in danger. It was better to be safe than sorry. Fixed immortal travel's killer move would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat in such a situation. Secondly, Fang Yuan needed to repair Spring-Autumn Cicada. Currently, he was using immortal killer moves to help the weakened rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada recover faster. Thirdly, Fang Yuan was actively adjusting his business. The dragonfish business was already greatly affected. Celestial Court was a huge organization, Fang Yuan could not compete with it. Most of the businesses in Langya Blessed Land needed to satisfy Fang Yuan's own needs, the rest needed to be adjusted to suit the current Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was still disguised in jewel yellow skies to purchase immemorial year beasts. There were plans for the incomplete form of the immortal goo house, as well as the deduction of the killer move goo as before. Fang Yuan wanted to create an immortal goo house that belonged to him. In the previous life, his incomplete immortal goo house was repeatedly destroyed or crippled. Such a terrible experience seemed to be a precious experience for him now, it benefited him greatly. The abundant gains since rebirth were quickly digested by Fang Yuan. He grasped every minute and every second, growing rapidly with every passing moment. Several days later. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. Friend Xuanbu Jin has joined our clan, this is a grand occasion in the last 100 years. From today onwards, your name will spread throughout the whole of Western Desert, and even the other 4 regions. Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong held Fang Yuan's hands passionately. Fang Yuan smiled, retracting his hands without a change in expression. This old man in front of him seemed to be generous but was actually very sinister. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed this old man sneak attacking Chen Yi and beating up Chen Yi in Divine Bean Palace. After I joined Fang Clan, Fang Gong came to welcome me personally. He even brought Fang Dichang with him and wants to spread the news. It seems that Fang Clan's situation is not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he looked at Fang Dichang and smiled. Fang Dichang's heart tightened, he was surprised, what's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? At the next moment, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong's expressions changed. Fang Gong said angrily, such guts. A demonic path goo immortal actually invaded our clan's important heavenly dew oasis. Does he think our Fang clan is weak and easy to bully? Fang Dichang's expression was grim, he stared at Fang Yuan. The situation is a bit complicated, it might not be a demonic path goo immortal, it might be those forces. Especially at the delicate moment when Elder Xuanbu Jin had just joined us, we had just announced the news to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and this happened. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in anger. His expression was grim, let me handle this. There was no end to the desert, intense winds blew the sand around, shrouding the world. Fang Yuan moved like a wisp of smoke, flying rapidly in the sandstorm. A vast oasis began to appear in his field of vision. This was the Heavenly Dew Oasis. There was a huge lake in the oasis, there were so many water sources that it was like a small sea. Around the lake, there were tall acupuncture trees. These trees were dark green in color, they looked like humans with hands and legs. Their legs were deeply planted in the desert, absorbing water and nutrients for survival. Some of their arms were stretched out, some were raised high in the sky. Some were standing with their arms bent, pointing at their heads with their pinky fingers, as if they were picking their noses. There were also some who were lying on the ground, as if they were lazy people. They crossed their legs, their feet still stuck in the sand, and their arms were behind their heads, as if they were looking at the clouds in the sky. There were millions of acupuncture trees densely packed together, encircling the entire Heavenly Dew oasis, forming the first line of defense. Ordinary acupuncture trees were the most numerous, they were 10 to 20 feet tall, like motionless giants. There were also hundreds of desolate plant acupuncture trees, they were huge and could reach 50 to 60 feet tall, they were very mighty. There were also ancient desolate plant acupuncture trees, there were more than 10 of them. They were like mountains, even if they were lying down, they would stand out in the acupuncture trees, they were very conspicuous. At ancient desolate plant level, acupuncture trees would bloom all year round, their petals were snow-white without any impurities. The stamens had different colors, but they were usually light pink, light yellow, or pink-blue. Every petal was the seed of the acupuncture tree, they were scattered in the wind. Acupuncture trees had high value, they were very useful. Every needle, every branch, every root was a goo material, they contained rich fire path and would path down marks. When encountering a strong enemy, these acupuncture trees would go berserk, like giants, they would wave their limbs and jump around in the desert, using their terrifying strength and sharp needles to kill their enemies. During peaceful times, they would stay still. Sometimes, when encountering someone they liked, they would slowly use their needles to pierce into the target's skin, injecting a type of liquid. This liquid was like spring water, but its value was even higher, it could strengthen the vitality and foundation of other living beings, relieve fatigue, relieve pain, and treat illnesses. Long-term acupuncture could often make the body healthy, full of vitality, and even prolong one's life. Not to mention the lake that was even more valuable, just the acupuncture forest around the lake was extremely valuable, turning this Heavenly Dew oasis into a super resource point. This oasis was famous in Western Desert, one of the top 10 oases. It was the most important property of Feng clan. Although Feng Yuan's Dragonfish Sea was also a super resource point, it paled in comparison to this oasis. Recently, the Feng family has been jointly suppressed by the other Western Desert forces. However, the resource points they controlled were at most miniature or small ones. They were affected and even changed owners. The surprise attack on Heavenly Dew Oasis this time has severely touched the bottom line of the Feng family. Feng Gong's anger is a natural expression of his emotions. After a while, Feng Yuan flew above the Heavenly Dew Oasis. Heavenly Dew Oasis formation had already been activated, resisting a mysterious goo immortal. This goo immortal clearly cultivated soul path, he wore a black robe, there was a layer of dark clouds above his head, gray-white vengeful spirits were flying around his body. His movements were secretive, and his killing moves were extraordinary. Every strike of his was accompanied by a mournful wailing sound that caused goosebumps to rise all over the bodies of those who heard it. It was extremely horrifying. The Feng clan goo immortal defending Heavenly Dew Oasis had already activated the formation. But Feng clan's formation was inferior to Qi clan's. Feng clan was more skilled in immortal goo houses, and this Western Desert Soul Path goo immortal's attacks were unpredictable and ruthless. He had already broken through half of the formation and was wreaking havoc in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Feng Yuan did not conceal his aura, he came to the battlefield and attacked the Soul Path goo immortal. Bam bam bam, when the two of them started fighting, thunderous explosions immediately rang out. The wind and waves stirred up huge waves in the oasis. Feng clan's goo immortal contacted Feng Yuan and asked for cooperation, but Feng Yuan only asked them to defend the oasis. The Feng clan goo immortal was worried, because the Soul Path goo immortal was very powerful, his heart was pounding, he felt very uneasy. But Feng Yuan displayed an even stronger stance. He had many immortal goo, he acted as Swanbu Jin and used wisdom path methods, his methods were complex and endless, it was a feast for the eyes. The Soul Path goo immortal's killer moves were unpredictable, but Feng Yuan's wisdom path killer moves were even more ingenious, they were filled with wisdom and magnanimity. After fighting for a while, Feng Yuan gradually gained the initiative and grasped the rhythm of the battle. That Western Desert Soul Path goo immortal became fiercer as he fought, he shouted, "Who are you? How can Feng clan have someone like you?" Fang Yuan laughed. I am Wisdom Path Xuanbu Jin, the current external supreme elder of Fang Clan. I just joined Fang Clan and you jumped out to provoke me. You are looking down on me, then I will take your life. Fang Yuan's killing intent surged. He forced the Soul Path Gu Immortal to retreat continuously. He was surrounded by danger. The Fang Clan Gu Immortals inside the formation felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that this newly joined Supreme Elder was not a benevolent person. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He had a stern expression. He was arrogant and aloof. He waved his sleeves and launched attacks that surged like tides. The power was terrifying. The spectators were shocked. After fighting for a while, the Soul Path Gu Immortal gave a loud shout. He seemed to have used a killer move with a huge flaw. His face turned pale and his aura fell. He became extremely weak. But his speed rose sharply. He shot out of the battlefield like an arrow. Where do you think you are going? Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he chased after him. Under the excited and expectant gazes of Fang Clan's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan chased after the Soul Path Gu Immortal. Fang Clan's headquarters. In the study room, Fang Gong and Fang Dichang were secretly discussing their plan. At the same time, the two stopped talking. Oh? Xuanbu Jin repelled the invading enemies. His speed is quite fast. Fang Dichang smiled. But Fang Gong's voice was deep. The report also said that Xuanbu Jin chased after them, but he returned halfway. According to Xuanbu Jin's own words, this was to prevent the enemy from feigning surrender and setting up a trap for him. What do you think of this? Fang Dichang smiled. Xuanbu Jin is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal like me. Maybe he really found some clues and sensed a scheme. Or maybe he did not want to put in much effort. It was enough to show his contribution by repelling the enemies. After all, his surname is not Fang. The reason why he joined our clan was because our remuneration was high enough, and also because he wanted to borrow our strength to develop Green Ghost Desert. Fang Dichang analyzed Fang Yuan deeply with just a few words. Fang Gong nodded. Xuanbu Jin is quite strong. He has countless methods. Aren't we going to include him in our plan? Fang Dichang shook his head. I don't suggest that. This person has just joined us. We have not figured out his details yet. Even though there is an alliance agreement, we cannot trust this restriction too much. He is a variable. Fang Gong pondered. Then forget it. I just feel that it is a pity. He has such great battle strength after all. Fang Dichang smiled. Actually, even without him, according to our arrangements, our battle strength is barely enough. Moreover, even though he will not participate in this secret operation, he can still provide some help. We might as well let him guard Heavenly Dew Oasis and transfer the original rank 7 members back to participate in this operation. This way, on one hand, we can display the magnanimity of our Fang clan. On the other hand, we can make Xuanbu Jin a target. With the information of this battle and our help, he will definitely be in the limelight and become a thorn in the side of Western Desert's righteous path. He will attract most of the attention for us. Ha ha ha. Fang Gong laughed. He looked at Fang Dichang with an admiring gaze. It is truly great that our Fang clan has a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster like you. The next day. They want me to guard this place? Fang Yuan looked at Heavenly Dew Oasis. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. He had already used his Wisdom Path killer move. I am only an outsider who has just joined Fang clan, but they want me to guard this place alone. The original rank 7 Gu Immortal has also been transferred away. Adding on the previous battle, Fang clan has spread the news. I am afraid I am already being targeted by Western Desert's righteous path. According to common sense, Fang clan should arrange at least one Gu Immortal to restrain me. But not only did they not do so, the movements of Fang clan's experts are also very secretive. It seems they are going to make a big move. In the previous life, what did Fang clan do? Fang Yuan frowned. In the previous life, because Xuanbu Jin's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to Fang clan. How did Fang clan resist the pressure of Western Desert's righteous path and eventually attack Central Continent's Emperor City? Fang Yuan did not know what happened during this process. It seems that in the previous life, Western Desert's righteous path worked together to hide the truth? Or maybe, this world has already changed, the Ink's effect has spread here. Fang Yuan lacked clues and information. He could not think of any countermeasures. He could only stay put for now. On one hand, he waited for the development of this matter. On the other hand, he had to continue with his plan. Xianxia, where are you now? He contacted Xianxia. In Green Ghost Desert, a soul path Gu immortal raised his head to look at the gloomy sky. He lowered his head and continued to move. Lord Sect Leader, I am already in Green Ghost Desert. It was Xianxia. Not long ago, Fang Yuan secretly brought him back from the Stone Lotus Island and gave him Yang Sanmu's body, Immortal Aperture, as well as many soul path Gu worms and modified soul path killer moves. Xia's appearance had changed greatly. If Fang Clan's Gu immortals saw him, they would be furious. Isn't this the mysterious enemy who attacked Heavenly Dew Oasis yesterday? Very good, I have handed Soul Beast token to you, go and develop it. Keep in contact with me. I already have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, I can reinforce you at any time. Don't be careless, don't fall into some immortal battlefield or formation space. Fang Yuan reminded him. Fang Yuan knew that Xuanbu Jin's identity was just a disguise. The biggest obstacle to joining Fang Clan was Fang Dichang. Because Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Those with Great Grandmaster attainment level were usually experts among rank 8s, they were difficult to deal with. But it would be too obvious for Fang Yuan to use Wisdom Path methods to deal with Fang Dichang's deductions. After all, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level was only at Grandmaster level, and his expertise in Wisdom Path was in deducing and modifying killer moves. Using the light of wisdom, in terms of deducing killer moves, he was the #1 person in the world. But dealing with other Gu immortals and restraining the deductions of other Wisdom Path Gu immortals was not Fang Yuan's specialty. Once Fang Yuan joined Fang Clan, Fang Dichang was likely to have a bad mood. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were usually very calm, but if there were ripples in their hearts and some kind of emotion was stirred up, the significance would be huge. Thus, Fang Yuan arranged for Xianxia to disguise as a Western Desert Gu immortal to attack Fang Clan's Heavenly Dew Oasis. As expected, Fang Dichang fell for it and did not suspect Fang Yuan. There was another reason for arranging for Xianxia to invade the Heavenly Dew Oasis. It was to help Fang Yuan integrate into the Fang family faster. Xuanbu Jin cooperated with Fang Clan and participated in the battle for Divine Bean Palace, but Xuanbu Jin had just joined Fang Clan and did not understand Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Clan was also suspicious of Xuanbu Jin's loyalty. At this time, Fang Yuan directly arranged for this battle to display his combat strength and to show his loyalty to the Fang Clan to a certain extent. It is just that. Fang Dichang's Wisdom Path attainment level is far higher than mine. The longer I stay in contact with him, the higher the chance of him sensing something amiss. Fang Yuan was secretly vigilant. It was troublesome to have a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster as an opponent. Even though Fang Yuan had familiar face, he was in danger of being seen through. In addition, there was another risk, and that was Xianxia. Xia's disguise method was not amazing. After all, the Soul Dao was not good at this. In addition, the legendary archaic soul beast, Qing Chou, was probably hiding somewhere in the Green Ghost Desert. These were all potential crises and risks. However, compared to these dangers, Fang Yuan needed a large number of soul beasts to improve his soul cultivation. He was willing to take these risks. Although I've joined the Fang Clan now, and the Fang Clan has agreed to open up the Green Ghost Desert, providing me with a batch of soul beasts or soul cores every once in a while. However, they couldn't even take care of themselves, and they also had a stockpile of soul cores. At the beginning of our cooperation, you should hand over the soul cores in your storage to me. Fang Yuan had already calculated this, so he still had to rely on himself for the exploration of the Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan had never thought of relying on the Fang Clan's strength to help him hunt soul beasts. Fang Clan would not do their best in such a situation. In fact, Fang Yuan didn't want the Fang Clan to enter the Green Ghost Desert too much. Cooperating with the Fang Clan was mainly to prevent the Fang Clan from causing trouble for him. After all, Fang Clan was the only super force around Green Ghost Desert. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to station himself in the Green Ghost Desert and arrange pawns like Xianxia. Once the Fang Clan went against him, it would be difficult to deal with Fang Yuan, but it would not be difficult to deal with Xianxia. Fang Yuan had already considered many things. For this matter, he had to cooperate with the Fang Clan first. Although the Fang Clan did not have efficient methods to make use of soul beasts, they would hunt many soul beasts every year and collect their soul cores, increasing their stockpile and also selling them. Even if Fang Yuan used Xuan Bujin's identity to open up the Green Ghost Desert alone, he would still be viewed as a thorn in the flesh by the Fang clan. As a super force that was close to the Green Ghost Desert, the Fang clan already saw the Green Ghost Desert as a dish on their plate. Against this potential enemy, Fang Yuan could not eliminate it in advance, so he could only cooperate with it. Turning an enemy into a friend was also a way to eliminate an enemy. For Fang Yuan, killing was just a method. Other than this method, he had countless other methods. As long as he could achieve his goal, he was more willing to use more appropriate and efficient methods. He did not care what they were. This was different from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only had one method to deal with problems and conflicts. That was to kill. You don't like it? Kill. Are you an eyesore? Kill. Are you in a bad mood? Kill. Feel bored? Kill. Fang Yuan started to inspect Heavenly Dew Oasis. He had already seen the acupuncture trees, they were at the periphery and could be seen clearly. But the lake water inside the formation could only be inspected after entering the formation. Heavenly Dew Oasis not only had a lot of water resources, they also had many types. The common ones were exquisite spring water, jade toad saliva, bitter perfume, and others. The rarer ones were divine strength water, black-white water, and others. There were a lot of goo materials and immortal materials. For example, divine strength water, even though it was water, it contained strength path Dao marks. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal material in the market now. In mortal stories, divine strength water had many names. There were often plots in which mortal protagonists drank a mouthful of divine strength water and became immensely strong, using it to attack evil goo masters. And because divine strength water was an immortal material, if one drank it, without any food path methods, the strength path Dao marks in the water could kill the goo immortal. Therefore, the mortal protagonists in these stories often died after they had taken their revenge. And most importantly, black-white water. Black-white water was a rank 7 immortal material. It was located at the core of Heavenly Dew Oasis. During the day, black-white water was white, but at night, it was black. If the black-white water was placed here for a period of time, facing the sky every day, as the black and white heavens rotated, the black-white water would form 1 or 2 drops of heavenly dew. The heavenly dew was transparent and looked like a small water droplet. It was thin at the top and round at the bottom. A drop of heavenly dew was the size of a baby's pinky. Heavenly dew did not fuse together, even if there were many drops, they were just next to each other. The most valuable thing in Heavenly Dew Oasis was the heavenly dew. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Fang Yuan soon arrived at the black-white water area. He saw that there were more than 100 drops of heavenly dew here. Ying Wuxia did not attack the core when he invaded. The heavenly dew that was accumulated over half a year was still there. Fang Yuan smiled. He did not hesitate to take 30 drops of heavenly dew, keeping them. This was the unwritten rule of the righteous path. Any goo immortal sent to guard resource points would secretly keep a portion of the resources for their own cultivation. Of course, there was no such rule. But all the super forces tacitly agreed to it. Guarding a resource point outside was usually a tough job that came with risks. Without such benefits, who would be willing to be sent outside? Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. He knew his limits. Taking 30 drops of heavenly dew was the limit of his limits. The value of these resources was very high. It was the accumulation of Heavenly Dew Oasis for 2 to 3 months. If he exceeded this limit, Fang clan would fall out with him and sue him for corruption. It is a pity that the 9 heavens are broken now, only the black and white heavens are left. If the 9 heavens were gathered, according to Heavenly Dew Oasis's layout, it would not be black-white water, it would be the rank 8 immortal material 9-colored water. The 9-colored water faces the sky, the 9 heavens rotates continuously, with the stars of the 9 heavens shining down day and night. A drop of 9 heavenly star sweat would be produced from the 9-colored water every 9 years. 9 heavenly star sweat was a rank 9 immortal material. It was one of the 3 waters of heaven and earth together with myriad being creation water and rising and falling tide water. It was extremely valuable and rare among rank 9 immortal materials. Different from the 3 fires of heaven and earth, the 9 heavenly star sweat in the 3 waters of heaven and earth had already disappeared. Because 7 of the 9 heavens were gone, only 2 heavens were left. After inspecting the resources, Fang Yuan sighed to himself, as expected of Western Desert's top 10 Heavenly Dew Oasis. He inspected the formation here. He was assigned to guard this place, he could naturally use the formation. Fang Clan also gave him some methods to activate the formation. Fang Yuan tried to activate them one by one, he could see the profundities of the formation. He had Formation Path Grandmaster Attainment Level and Wisdom Path methods, he quickly gained some insights. Compared to Qi Clan, Fang Clan's defensive formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis was not much. Thus, Fang Clan spent a lot of effort to plant countless acupuncture trees to assist in defense. Fang Clan was like Qi Clan, they were skilled in Formation Path. But the difference was, Fang Clan specialized in immortal goo houses, they could be seen as mobile immortal formations. Meanwhile, Qi Clan specialized in setting up fixed formations, this was the main path of Formation Path. And most importantly, Qi Clan had a Formation Path Great Grandmaster, Qi Chuyu. At Great Grandmaster level, Formation Path Goo Immortals could use natural Dao marks to set up immortal formations. Not only could they save on immortal goo, they could also make use of the terrain to strengthen defense while increasing the production of the resource points. Fang Clan used many immortal goo to set up a formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis. But the formation's main effect was to increase the production of Heavenly Dew, it did not focus on defense. But Fang Clan's specialty is also very strong. They have several immortal goo houses, not only are they very mobile, with the help of the immortal goo houses, Fang Clan's rank 6 goo immortals can fight against rank 8 enemies. If I were the leader of Fang Clan, I would gather my forces and attack the enemies in this situation, I would show my ferocity and intimidate the other Western Desert Righteous Path forces. But I need to be careful when I go too far. If I don't do it properly, I will get burned. If I don't do it properly, I will not be able to intimidate them. Fang Yuan was also analyzing Fang Clan and Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. During this period of time, he needed to cultivate and digest his gains, modifying killer moves. It was not important whether he was in Western Desert or Southern Border. Time was tight. It was close to Southern Border's Righteous Path forming a group to hunt him down. Heaven overturning sand sea. Huge waves of sand undulated up and down. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the white sand was like snow, the sand waves often rose tens of feet high, it was a grand scene, it was one of Western Desert's famous sceneries. Fang Clan's goo immortals sneaked in, approaching Treasure Moon Oasis in the Sand Sea. According to the information, Dong Clan's Dong Luchen has arrived. Let's move. Fang Dichong transmitted. Okay. Fang Gong suddenly shot out with a terrifying aura, directly attacking Treasure Moon Oasis. Dong Luchen flew up, his rank 8 aura was similarly overwhelming, he was shocked and furious. Fang Gong, I did not find trouble with you, but you came to my place to cause trouble. Fang Gong shouted, enough nonsense, let's fight. Two rank 8 goo immortals fought, creating a thunderous sound. Dong Luchen fell into a passive state, his hands and feet were tied, because he had to split his attention to protect Treasure Moon Oasis behind him. He blocked Fang Gong's attacks with a grim expression, Fang Clan, just you wait. You dare to attack other Righteous Path forces, you broke the rules, not. Long later, Western Desert's great clans will unite to punish you. Is that so? Didn't your Dong clan say recently that Treasure Moon Oasis was attacked by my clan? But you can't take out any evidence, I came to help you out of goodwill, I took the initiative to give you the evidence. A strange and damaged immortal goo house rose into the sky, Fang Dichang's voice could be heard from within. Dong Luchen became even more furious, Fang Dichang, you are a mere rank 7, you dare. Before he finished speaking, Fang Clan's immortal goo house activated an immortal killer move. The anger on Dong Luchen's face vanished, replaced by shock and fear. This immortal killer move, don't tell me it is? That's right, it is the killer move that thieving heaven demon Venerable used to create his path back then, Theft Path. Fang Dichang replied. No. Dong Luchen shouted, turning around to look at Treasure Moon Oasis. Under the effect of the Theft Path killer move, the countless natural Dao marks in Treasure Moon Oasis were revealed. They were both long and short, most of them were threads that weaved together, forming some kind of profound form. Some of them were like nets, some were like tangled balls of wool, and some were piled up like hills. Dong Luchen tried to stop them but to no avail. His eyes were bloodshot, he could only watch as these Dao marks entered Fang Clan's theft path Immortal Gu house. This was the power of the killer move theft path. Activating this move, one could steal Dao marks directly. Fang Clan's attack shook the whole of Western Desert's righteous path. Undeniably, theft path was a great killer move. All of Western Desert's righteous path forces were intimidated at once. Fang Yuan soon received the battle report. The content was very detailed. There was a video of the entire battle. This report was naturally given to him by Fang Clan. Fang Clan should have a thieving heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan was shocked at this discovery. Fang Yuan immediately thought of Great Thief Immortal Gu. He had asked for this Immortal Gu from Fang Clan. According to some rumors, Fang Clan had obtained this Great Thief Immortal Gu by accident. It was obtained from a lone immortal who had joined them. Maybe back then, Fang Clan not only obtained Great Thief Immortal Gu, but also clues to thieving heaven's true inheritance. The foundation of a super force is really, Fang Yuan shook his head. Like how Wu Yong threw out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Fang Clan took out the theft path Immortal Gu house and the killer move theft path. They quickly changed the disadvantageous situation. No doubt, this is a strategic deterrence. Fang Clan's situation will change because of this. It seems that in the previous life, the righteous path forces compromised because of this. The killer move theft path could steal Dao marks. Once used, it could directly destroy a natural resource point. The main foundation of righteous path forces were the resource points scattered all over the place. Different from destroying these resource points, the killer move theft path had an immediate effect. It was a decisive move. In this battle of Fang Clan, Dong Clan's first supreme elder Dong Luchen was unharmed, but Treasure Moon Oasis was no more. If they really forced Fang Clan into a corner, they would do the same thing. Which force in Western Desert's righteous path could resist such a sneak attack? Even a rank 8 Gu immortal like Dong Luchen could not do it. Fang Yuan praised Fang Dicheng's choice inwardly. He chose a tough spot to attack, a place where Dong Luchen was present. This was enough to intimidate the other forces. But at the same time, he had a sense of propriety. Treasure Moon Oasis was only a mid-sized resource point, it could not even be considered a large one. It had a different meaning to Dong Luchen, because it was the place where his beloved wife was buried. Thus, at a certain time every year, Dong Luchen would come here to mourn his wife. Thus, Dong Clan's losses were not huge, and Dong Luchen was not very angry. Because only Dao marks were lost, his beloved wife's grave was not damaged at all. They had a good sense of propriety here. And they made full use of this battle, not only to Western Desert's righteous path, but also to intimidate me. Gu Gu Di Chong, Fang Clan, Di Chong, and Gu. In this letter, Fang Dicheng specially mentioned Heavenly Dew. He said, the losses of Heavenly Dew should be very small, only about 10 drops. Di Gu Gu Di Di Dragon Di, Fang Clan, and Desert God, Di Di, Fang a Path, and Clan, and Dragon Di Di Fang Fang, and Fang Yuan was told, he knew of Gu of God. This was Path, and that the Di, Fang Gu. He Fang Clan. But Fang Clan did not hide it from him. They warned him after the battle. Don't go overboard, just take 10 drops, you have to hand over the remaining 20 drops. Heavenly Dew was a rank 8 immortal material. Fang Clan did not want to give up on this profit. Of course, they were trying to suppress Fang Yuan. You, an outsider, just joined Fang Clan and you want to take advantage of us? Restrain yourself. Look at this battle, our Fang Clan is still very strong. Think about it carefully and weigh the pros and cons. This was the true meaning behind Fang Dicheng's letter to Fang Yuan. The righteous path's communication was more subtle, unlike the demonic path's direct communication. But this shows how weak you are. Fang Yuan's mind was clear. In this battle, Fang Clan did not use other immortal Gu houses. It meant that in the Battle of Divine Beam Palace, those immortal Gu houses were greatly damaged. The theft path immortal Gu house that Fang Clan used was clearly damaged. Even though the theft path killer move was rank 8, Fang Yuan could tell that this move had a huge burden on the immortal Gu house. It could not be used often. It was not even stable. If the killer move was stable and could be used frequently, Fang Clan would have used it long ago. They would not have waited until now. Theft path was Fang Clan's trump card. They did not want to use it, but they had no choice. It was very likely that Fang Clan's thieving heaven true inheritance was not complete, or they had not fully digested it. Because Fang clan had the most formation path Gu immortals, they were also proficient in formation path. It was completely unrelated to theft path. Fang Yuan first replied to Fang Dichang. The letter said that the 20 drops of heavenly dew were found. He had been careless during the inspection earlier. Next, a dark light flashed in his eyes. It is time for me to take action. Immortal killer move, Jade Flow Pearl. During this period of time, he had already grasped Heavenly Dew Oasis formation. He even set up a small formation within the formation. Not only could he create the illusion that he was guarding it, he could also conceal Fang Yuan's movements. Jade Flow Pearl was also successfully modified. It could be used much faster. The aura at the destination was also much weaker. It was not as ostentatious as before. Fang Yuan arrived at Burning Firefly Desert. This place was covered in jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. It was filled with a type of insect called burning firefly. There were trillions of burning fireflies. Among them were a vast number of burning firefly goo. They ranged from rank 3 to rank 5. Burning firefly goo was a fire path goo. It was a high-level goo. The lowest rank was rank 3, but until now, no rank 6 had appeared. This was Fang clan's mid-sized resource point. Fang clan set up an immortal formation here, using burning firefly goo to create a fire path environment and raise a large number of fire path goo worms. There was only one rank 6 Fang clan goo immortal guarding this place. Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise himself before charging over. He killed this Fang clan goo immortal and threw the corpse away. He destroyed the formation and slaughtered all the goo worms. He destroyed the desert completely before leaving. What was worth mentioning was that he used earth path methods. In Langya Blessed Land storage, there were several earth path immortal goo, and Fang Yuan also had an abundance of earth path killer moves. After doing this, he returned to Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fang Dichang had just received Fang Yuan's reply. He smiled before learning the bad news that his clan's burning Firefly Desert was destroyed. At that instant, this Fang clan Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster was slightly stunned. His good mood from earlier was completely gone. Someone from Fang clan died. Burning Firefly Desert was not important. The important thing was that Fang clan's goo immortal died in battle. All along, Fang clan had few goo immortals. Compared to other Western Desert Righteous Path forces, they were at a disadvantage. It was only after taking an old ghost by June, Eagle Concubine, and Swanbu Jean that things started to improve. But these three were outsiders. They did not have the surname Fang. They were separated by a layer. Fang clan's goo immortal died. Even if it was a rank 6, it was a huge loss to Fang clan. Fang Gong placed great importance on this. He immediately came to discuss with Fang Dichang. After a few words, Fang Gong stayed behind to guard Fang clan's headquarters while Fang Dichang personally went to the scene of the murder in Burning Prairie Desert. The culprit killed my clan's goo immortal. He even destroyed all the resources in the desert. This is clearly not murder. It is filled with the intent of revenge. Fang Dichang used wisdom path methods and quickly sensed the remnant cruel thoughts, anger, and hatred at the scene of the murder. Earth path methods, is this Dong clan's revenge? Fang Dichang immediately thought of this. Dong clan specialized in earth path, but he quickly shook his head. If Dong clan did it, it is too obvious. It is more likely that other righteous path forces are trying to take advantage of the situation. The situation is quite bad. Fang Dichang's expression turned grim. He was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He had made many deductions about the consequences of using the killer move Steal Life to intimidate Western Desert's righteous path forces. One of the possibilities was that Western Desert's righteous path forces wanted to sow discord, but did not dare to make things difficult for them openly. They hid behind the scenes and used schemes. Fang Yuan's actions were very clean. He left behind all the clues he wanted. There was another factor. Fang clan lacked information path goo immortals. Fang Dichang cultivated wisdom path. He did not cultivate information path. If an information path goo immortal came, they might be able to find some clues related to Fang Yuan. But Fang clan could not. Even if Fang clan invited information path reinforcements, they could not be from Western Desert's righteous path. This eliminated most of the possibilities. To invite lone immortals and demonic path cultivators, they needed at least rank 7 cultivation level. But as a righteous path member, Fang clan did not have a good relationship with these lone immortals and demonic immortals. Even if they had good relationships with lone immortals or secretly transacted with demonic immortals, these people might not be information path cultivators. Fang Dicheng did not find any valuable clues. When he returned to his headquarters, his expression was dark. Western Desert's righteous path soon received the news. Immediately, a rank 8 expert contacted Dong Luchen. Dong Luchen was stunned when he heard this news. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Anger surged in his heart as he cursed, "Which bastard wants to harm our Dong clan? Fang clan has the killer move Steal Life and did not target our Dong clan's super resource point. They have a sense of propriety. But this bastard killed Fang clan's Gu immortals. He crossed their bottom line. Damn it. This person used an Earth Path method. I am an Earth Path Gu immortal. My Dong clan cultivates Earth Path. They are clearly trying to frame me. Truly sinister, truly vicious, but I cannot refute them." Dong Luchen's heart was filled with sullenness. He could not shout around and announce that he was not the culprit. Firstly, no one suspected him publicly. Even if they did, wouldn't he be showing weakness by announcing it like this? Earlier, Fang clan destroyed one of Dong clan's mid-sized resource points. If you claim innocence like this, doesn't that mean you are afraid of Fang clan? This would not only damage Dong Luchen's reputation, it would also affect Dong clan's prestige. Thus, even though Dong Luchen hated Fang Yuan to the core and wanted to announce his innocence towards this rank 8 expert, he could only snort, "Very satisfying, I am very angry." But who did this? I, Dong Luchen, will greatly reward this person, pull out his tendons and flay his skin. Hee. The rank 8 expert replied with deep meaning. Dong Luchen's mood became even worse. "What the hell are you laughing at? Do you think it's easy for me?" These last few days, the atmosphere of Western Desert's righteous path had become very strange. Even though on the surface, there were still many rumors against Fang clan. But in fact, the suppression against Fang clan was already all bark and no bite. After all, the killer move Steal Life was still there. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not stop Fang clan's strong counterattack. Our previous plan to attack Treasure Moon Oasis has already shown clear results. Fang clan's Gu immortals were very happy. Fang Dicheng's expression was not good. It is a pity, if not for the burning Firefly Desert incident, it would have been perfect. We still cannot find out who the culprit is. Damn it. Even though Dong clan was the biggest suspect, Fang Dicheng and Fang Gong were very sensible. They did not want to make a move easily. Other than having no evidence and no justification, they were also afraid of falling into a trap. Fang clan did not make a move, but Dong clan's movements were not small. These last days, Dong Luchen had been mobilizing troops and strengthening the defenses against Fang clan. Dong Luchen was not having a good time. He was very worried. He would not be surprised if news of Fang clan attacking the next moment came. Quickly investigate, find the culprit and prove our Dong clan's innocence. Secretly, Dong Luchen was looking forward to Fang clan's investigation results the most. But on the surface, he was very unyielding, demanding compensation from Fang clan for the matter of Treasure Moon Oasis. Not retaliating and only asking for compensation, this attitude was very clear. The other Western Desert Righteous Path forces were also guessing which clan the culprit was. They placed most of their attention on each other. Because it was clear that if the provocation plan succeeded, the other Righteous Path forces would benefit the most. Among them, the biggest suspects were the super forces next to Dong clan and Fang clan. Naturally, the psychological pressure on these superpowers also increased, and they looked forward to the Fang family finding out who the real culprit was. Fang clan was investigating the culprit. But in fact, Fang clan did not put much effort into it. It was even a little perfunctory. Fang clan's true danger was not the culprit of burning Firefly Desert, but the entire Western Desert Righteous Path's discrimination. Fang clan's situation was very awkward. If I find out the culprit's identity and point to a Righteous Path force, should I take revenge or not? Not taking revenge would be unacceptable. This would be a huge blow to Fang clan's reputation. They would not be able to answer to those rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals of Fang clan. Gu immortals were the higher-ups of super forces. If they died and the organization did not protect them or take revenge, what was the point of joining such an organization? Was it really worth it to work for this organization? What about revenge? Would he really have to fight a superpower to the death? Fang clan had the killer move Steal Life. The other super forces naturally had similar trump cards. Most importantly, if the two behemoths were to fight to the death, the ones who would benefit would definitely not be each other, but the other behemoths. These days, Fong Dichang had already calmed down. He privately told Fong Gong his opinion: they should be careless in investigating the truth. The most important thing now was to stall for time to repair the 3 immortal Gu houses and refine Divine Being Palace. As long as they could recover from this, Fong clan's strength would increase, and they would be able to find the culprit. If it was a super faction, Fong clan would have the moral high ground to make things difficult for them. Not only would they have a good reason to do so, they would also be able to obtain greater benefits. Fong Gong listened to this analysis and agreed. He praised Fong Dichang, saying that he was experienced in scheming. Not long after, Fong Gong announced to the public, Fong clan would actively investigate the truth. There was already a lot of progress in finding the culprit. Fong clan would not let off a bad person, but they would also not accuse a good person. On the day of the announcement, Fong clan's Gu immortals brought a large number of soul cores to Fong Yuan. Among them was a rank 8 immemorial soul core. In the previous life, when Fong Yuan extorted Fong clan, he only obtained rank 6 or 7 soul cores. There was not a single immemorial soul core. Evidently, this is Fong clan's way of expressing goodwill and calming me down. Fong Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. Earlier, Fong Dichang's tactful warning made Fong Yuan spit out 20 drops of heavenly dew. If not for the incident of burning Firefly Desert, this matter would have passed. But after the incident of burning Firefly Desert, Fong clan's deterrence was greatly reduced. Undercurrents were surging in Western Desert's righteous path forces. The situation was treacherous. When people were guessing which side was the culprit, their hearts were also restless. Thus, Fong clan had to stabilize the powerful rank 7 battle strength of Fong Yuan. But returning the 20 drops of heavenly dew was clearly impossible. Fong Dichang would not slap his own face. Thus, he used an immemorial soul core to compensate and comfort him. And Fong Yuan took the risk to slaughter burning Firefly Desert to create such an outcome. Fong Yuan was not willing to see Fong clan's stability. If Fong clan was stable, they would have less need for him, the degree of borrowing him would be lower, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be delayed, and their strength would also be greatly reduced. Now, look at it, Fong clan took the initiative to send an immemorial soul core to Fong Yuan. On the other hand, Fong Yuan needed these Western Desert righteous path forces to draw the attention of Fong Dichang and the rest. If Fong clan was stable, Fong Dichang would pay more attention to Fong Yuan. He might notice something amiss at any time. Speaking of which, Fong clan was really unlucky. In the previous life, without Fong Yuan's participation, Fong clan survived the crisis and intimidated Western Desert's righteous path. They finally reached a compromise and reached a certain agreement. Now that they had taken in Fong Yuan, with such a traitor with ulterior motives, the situation would not be stable in the future. In the following days, Fong Yuan guarded Heavenly Dew Oasis and cultivated wholeheartedly. In Green Ghost Desert, Xia relied on Immortal Gu like Soul Beast token to develop rapidly. As for Fong clan, they were still transferring the soul cores in their storage to Fong Yuan to fulfill their transaction. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all the land spirits and variant humans were developing vigorously. Under the light of wisdom, Fong Yuan's time path clone deduced continuously. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Above Fong Yuan's head, a wisp of green smoke rose. The green smoke formed into a thin tree with sparse branches and 2 or 3 small fruits. It seemed to be malnourished. If the celestial quartz Gu immortals saw this, they would be shocked and furious. They would beat their chests and stomp their feet. Karma Divine Tree was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's signature method. Who could have thought it would end up in the hands of this demon, Fong Yuan? After Fong Yuan killed Chen Yi, the Gu worms in the Phantom Aperture were destroyed. He only obtained Chen Yi's soul and corpse. Through soul searching, Fong Yuan obtained 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, Karma Divine Tree and Karma Relocation. With the original killer move, Fong Yuan had recently used the Light of Wisdom to barely modify the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree killer move with rank 7 Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu as the core and the other rank 6 Wood Path Immortal Gu as supplementary. Because he lacked the core World Path Immortal Gu cause and the core Wood Path Immortal Gu effect, Fong Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary Gu worms to replace them. This way, the steps became complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree killer move needed a long time to prepare. It could not be used in battle. It is a pity that my Wood Path attainment level is ordinary. I am not even at master level. And even though mature bamboo immortal goo is a wood path goo, it is not suitable to be the core goo of Karma Divine Tree. According to Earth's biological theory, bamboo is only a tree root, it is not a wood root. Thus, when the core rank 7 immortal killer move was activated, its power would fall to rank 6. Fang Yuan thought about how Chini used Karma Divine Tree, it was truly a divine sight. As long as Karma Divine Tree killer move was used, it would be invincible, even though it was focused on defense, it was on the same level as Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. But it was more all-round and had greater potential, it could be used in other aspects like offense, movement, and healing. Karma Relocation was a movement method developed from the foundation of Karma Divine Tree. However, its target was not the Goo Immortal themselves, but other targets, including enemy Goo Immortals, plants, beasts, and killer moves. After all, it was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation, it was of an extremely high level. Fang Yuan had a long way to go to recreate the essence of this killer move. Karma Divine Tree was still in its infancy, but Fang Yuan had a wood path immortal killer move that was very useful. This move was called Prepared Plan, it was a rank 7 wood path killer move, it used mature bamboo immortal goo as the core, but it had wisdom path effects. Once this killer move was activated, it would shoot out a lump of jade green light from Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan continued to expend immortal essence to deduce a certain matter. Once the deduction succeeds and he succeeds, a dark green tattoo of a bamboo forest would form on Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan had already seen through the pros and cons of Prepared Plan. What this move was best at was considering a matter thoroughly and planning it from the beginning to the end. This was its advantage. The sign of a successful deduction was the tattoo of a bamboo forest on his chest. But if the plan was not completed and the killer move was stopped due to lack of immortal essence or external interference, the activation of Prepared Plan would fail. This was its weakness. Because if the killer move's activation failed, the Goo Immortal would suffer backlash. Fang Yuan had also purposely tested it. The jade light that shot out of his chest, as well as the half-drawn bamboo forest tattoo, suddenly vanished. Fang Yuan's soul and body suffered heavy injuries at that moment. His mind was fine. After all, this was not a pure wisdom path killer move, it was a wood path killer move. Thus, when using Prepared Plan to deduce a target, the target could not be too large, otherwise, the killer move's activation would fail and the Goo Immortal would be the one affected. Other than the killer move Prepared Plan, Fang Yuan had another killer move that was similar to it. That was Luck Path Killer Move, Strategy in the Tent. This killer move used rank 6 Immortal Goo Luck Planning as the core, it was a Luck Path but had Wisdom Path effects. Luck Planning Immortal Goo's ability was to deduce how the Goo Immortal's resources could be used effectively. Strategy in the Tent was a killer move that specialized in battle planning. Goo Immortals usually cultivated one path, they rarely cultivated two paths. Thus, there were many killer moves that could imitate the effects of other paths. But these killer moves were all half-baked, even though they had great power, they had their own focus and weaknesses, they had obvious flaws. Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods were very abundant, he did not need to have a plan or plan to make up for it. He practiced these killer moves to increase his opponent's understanding of Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and Giant Sun's True Inheritance. These last days, Fang Yuan's main body had been researching Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had completely grasped Long Hair Ancestors' Refinement Path True Inheritance, so it was very easy for him to understand it. After all, he was at Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Master. Regarding Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan created the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree Killer move, it was a breakthrough. But because of the lack of Wood Path Immortal Goo and Wood Path Attainment level, Fang Yuan did not put too much effort into this. He placed his emphasis on Giant Sun's True Inheritance and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. The former was one of Giant Sun's 3 true inheritances, the Self-Luck True Inheritance, which allowed Fang Yuan to control his own luck. The latter was a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, the core of which was rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo, it described how to unseal Steel Life Immortal Goo. Of course, both of them talked about the basic cultivation of Luck Path and Theft Path, especially the two venerables' personal understanding of the two paths they created, which benefited Fang Yuan a lot. What is luck? In the opening chapter of Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal asked this question. Then, he answered his own question: if you want to talk about luck, you must first talk about fate. Before the Red Lotus Demon Venerable, there was no luck Tao. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu, there were some subtle changes in the world. When people first discovered the Tao of luck, they discovered a certain component in the human aura, luck. This was because the heaven, earth, and human chi needed to be balanced in order to ascend to the Tao. The more human chi a Gu master accumulates, the better the quality of the immortal aperture they obtain after their immortal ascension. Because of the importance of popularity, people studied luck. Soon, they discovered some characteristics of luck. Ever since Fate Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the trajectories of all living beings were no longer fixed and unchanging, they could be changed to a limited extent. People discovered that the so-called luck and this deviation from fate had a very mysterious and direct connection. But what exactly was the connection? The Giant Sun Immortal directly expressed his point of view: fate is fixed, luck is a variable. For an ordinary person, what was good luck? Good luck is a variable that is beneficial to oneself. Then what is bad luck? Bad luck was a variable that was harmful to oneself. If a person's luck belonged to good fortune, then that person was likely to benefit from it. If a person's luck was considered to be bad, then that person was likely to be at a disadvantage. However, whether it was good luck or bad luck, it was not fate. Life was fixed, it was something that had to be experienced. Luck, on the other hand, was a variable. It was just a possibility, and the real outcome still needed to be determined based on the actual situation. If a person had bad luck but used his own strength and intelligence to resist and reverse it, he could still achieve some kind of goal or achievement. If a person had good luck, but was stupid or weak, unable to grasp it, he would still fail. Soon after, in Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, he saw the various scales, colors, and forms of luck. Some people have a lot of luck, some people have very little luck. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation and the deeper one's foundation was, the more luck one would have. The main colors of luck were black, gray, white, red, gold, green, and purple. However, there were also uncommon colors like pink and blood. Luck had all sorts of shapes and forms, there were simply all sorts of strange things. The shapes of ordinary people were usually simple and ordinary. The luck of geniuses or overlords were usually different from ordinary people and had all sorts of shapes and forms. For example, Fang Yuan once had the black coffin luck. His luck was as black as ink and formed the shape of a huge coffin, covering his entire body and emitting dense fiendish death intent. Or when he observed Xianxia in the Refinement Path Convention, this person's luck was like a rainbow, it was dazzling and extraordinary. As for Hong Yi, Yi Fan, and Han Li, they all had their own wondrous shapes and forms. The self-luck true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal dealt with one's own luck. It was a comprehensive collection of methods to change its scale, color, and form. For example, if one wanted to change one's fate with the opposite sex, they would form love luck. If one wanted to obtain cultivation resources like Yuan Stone, they would form wealth luck. If one had bad luck, they would use a series of methods to change it. Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance was extremely rich in content, while Thieving Heaven's Steel Life True Inheritance was concise and comprehensive. Theft Path is not about reaping without sowing, it is the path that focuses on efficiency the most. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals want to obtain Gu Worms and Immortal Gu, be it through Gu refinement, transactions, or battle spoils. The cost is too high and the risk is too high. Theft Path targets Gu Worms. By stealing them, it saves costs, reduces risks, and increases efficiency. But what was the essence of Gu Worms? Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Stealing Gu Worms was equivalent to stealing Dao Mark fragments. Thus, the killer move Theft Path was created. There was also Steal Life Immortal Gu. The manifestation of lifespan was some Dao marks in a person's body. Steal Life Immortal Gu could steal the corresponding Dao marks and reduce a person's lifespan. Don't think Theft Path is shameless or despicable. Many things can be looked at from a different perspective. Those who steal will be executed, those who steal the country will be vassals. Any clan or sect will make their members contribute to the organization. This is blatant theft, but it is seen as a matter of course. For example, Celestial Court, the members who join have to contribute their immortal aperture. It is equivalent to contributing their lifetime's cultivation results. From the perspective of theft path, this is Celestial Court stealing the cultivation results of Gu immortals. But people often think this is glory, they go after it like ducks. Weak mortals can also steal the cultivation results of Gu immortals. This is the true inheritances left behind by Gu immortals. But this world is used to it, this is culture. The so-called theft is the most efficient way to harvest. Creating systems, accumulating glory, or using emotions and culture, these are all theft path methods. The most powerful method of theft path is tolerance. When grotto heavens and blessed lands are destroyed, the winds of assimilation blow, but everything does not vanish into thin air. Instead, the Tao marks of the immortal aperture are absorbed and digested by this world. The most powerful thief is this world. It steals the cultivation results of generations of heroes, accumulating more Tao marks or creating brand new Tao marks. It steals us from other worlds, it is an otherworldly demon. It steals the lifespan of all living beings, causing all living beings to die. The theft path that I created is a path that imitates heaven and earth. It uses the most efficient method to gain benefits, to strengthen oneself. After Feng Yuan saw this, he felt his mind expand, the narrow impression of theft path in his eyes was swept away. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's way of thinking was different from ordinary people, he took a different path that was extremely obscure. He used theft path's way of thinking to understand the entire world. His way of thinking was very grand, it had the unique characteristics of an otherworldly demon. When Gu masters cultivate, nurture, use, and refine Gu worms, manage their immortal aperture, as well as all sorts of attainment levels, it was nothing more than understanding themselves and understanding heaven and earth. Every path was a different angle of understanding heaven and earth, of understanding oneself. Still Life Immortal Gu was the first immortal Gu I created in my life, I did not refine it. After using it many times, I gradually gained some insights. Eventually, I set up a method on Steal Life Immortal Gu. By using Steal Life Immortal Gu, I can steal the lifespan of other living beings. Together with my killer move, I can increase my own lifespan. Of course, there are still flaws, it is not as perfect as Lifespan Gu. By using Steal Life Immortal Gu in reverse, I am giving my lifespan to someone else. This seems stupid, but it has its own profundity. It can also be considered the true essence of this true inheritance. If someone in the future is fated to reach this step, they will be able to remove the method I set up on Steal Life Immortal Gu. At the same time, they will be able to obtain the information of the other true inheritance. This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's final words. Feng Yuan looked at it for a long time, he was speechless. Even though his theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster, he still could not understand Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's intentions. Using Steal Life Immortal Gu in reverse, Feng Yuan shook his head, he did not have the confidence to comprehend this profundity. According to his deductions, one needed at least quasi-supreme theft path attainment level to reach this level. Before that, if he used Steal Life Immortal Gu in reverse, he would only be reducing his lifespan. Moreover, I need to use Steal Life Immortal Gu to deal with the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Forget about the others, but Duke Long is especially targeted by Steal Life Immortal Gu. Even if Feng Yuan used up his 2 chances and destroyed Steal Life Immortal Gu, there was a rank 8 Immortal Gu recipe for Steal Life Immortal Gu in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Even if I destroy Steal Life Immortal Gu, I can just refine a new one in the future. But, according to Feng Yuan's deductions, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements on Steal Life Immortal Gu were truly very valuable. If he could follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's guidance and comprehend the true essence of this true inheritance, Feng Yuan's gains would be far greater than what he had now. While Feng Yuan was cultivating in seclusion, the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path finally came to an agreement after a lot of wrangling and discussion. We need to get rid of Feng Yuan, he is too lawless. Last time, he disguised as Wu Yihai, this time, he directly showed up and violated the benefits of our righteous path. The Earth Trench contest is our internal conflict. And Feng Yuan is our external conflict, we need to unite against Feng Yuan. But we need to be cautious. Even though Feng Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too crafty and has deep foundations, we cannot use common sense to judge him. That's right. Especially when he resisted the attack of Celestial Court, now that he annexed Xianxia blessed land, I'm afraid he has gained the allegiance of a large number of variant human goo immortals. Adding on the fact that he absorbed the remnants of Shadow Sect, let me remind everyone, Feng Yuan is not alone, he is a super force. One rank 8 goo immortal leading the group might not be enough. To be safe, let's go with 2. Oh, isn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? I agree. My Ba clan has no objections. On the surface, Lady Xiaocha should be the leader, while the other lord will conceal his identity and mix in with the group, making a move at the crucial moment. A good arrangement. I agree. Different from the previous life, because Feng Yuan annexed Xianxia blessed land and repelled the attack of Celestial Court, Southern Border's righteous path felt an even greater threat. Not only did they send Xiaocha, they even sent a second rank 8 goo immortal. When the latest information reached Qiqiyu, he was standing in front of the window, looking at the green mountain far away. Oh? He blocked Feng Yuan so quickly? It seems that he will not be able to escape this time. Qiqiyu's gaze flickered. This Feng Yuan is actually undergoing tribulation in Southern Border, he left behind clues. Even if he wants to advance to rank 8, he should not be so rash. That's true, he repelled the Celestial Court's attack and secretly made a transaction with me. It went too smoothly, it was inevitable that he became arrogant and looked down on our Southern Border righteous path. Qiqiyu felt that the reason why Feng Yuan was so carefree was because he was too crafty and sinister. He had always been using guerrilla tactics and did not truly fight against super forces. If he felt that the situation was bad, he would escape. This time, the Southern Border righteous path's conspiracy was extremely secretive. Southern Border's clans looked calm on the surface, they would not arouse suspicion, they even had wisdom path goo immortals to guard against deductions. There is also Lu Weiyin. If not for this person joining us at the last minute, our Southern Border righteous path might not have caught up to Feng Yuan so quickly. This person is worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He could actually find Feng Yuan's location from the earth chi caused by the calamities and tribulations. He is truly amazing. Qiqiyu sighed internally. Lu Weiyin's interference caused the current situation of Southern Border's righteous path to become even more complicated. This time, Southern Border's righteous path was pursuing Feng Yuan, including Lu Weiyin. There were 3 rank 8s, the chances of success were very high. If they succeeded, Lu Weiyin's reputation would rise rapidly, he would definitely be someone who needed to be taken seriously. Actually, Lu Weiyin had interacted with Southern Border's righteous path forces a long time ago. His Southern Border Paradise Earth was the gathering place of Southern Border's variant humans. It absorbed many variant humans who were destroyed by humans. These variant humans lived very well in Paradise Earth. According to reliable information, many variant humans had already become goo immortals. This caused Southern Border's humans to feel disgusted and worried. But Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor after all. He had the ambition of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Southern Border's righteous path could not easily attack Lu Weiyin. For a long time, Lu Weiyin had been excluded from Southern Border's righteous path. This was the tacit understanding of everyone. But recently, Lu Weiyin had been moving out frequently, and this time, he even joined in a high-profile manner, taking the initiative to pursue Feng Yuan. If he succeeded, his contributions could not be erased, and he would have a certain amount of authority in the Southern Border righteous faction. Qiqiyu did not think well of Feng Yuan at all. Even though Feng Yuan had stopped the Celestial Court from invading Xianxia blessed land, most people thought that it was because the Celestial Court had underestimated the foundation of Xianxia blessed land. Most importantly, the Celestial Court had never revealed the death of Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen. This made Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals feel a sense of confidence. Their confidence wasn't groundless. After all, they had once chased after Feng Yuan and chased Feng Yuan out of Southern Border like a dog. If not for Feng Jioga's interference, Feng Yuan would have been beaten to a pulp already. Qiqiyu was more wary of Lu Weiyin. He had already started to think about how to face this current inheritor of Paradise Earth who had even more authority. As for Feng Yuan, Qiqiyu felt some regret. Regardless of whether he lived or died, as long as he landed in the hands of Southern Border's righteous path, the transaction between Feng Yuan and Qiqiyu would be over. This would harm Qi clan's benefits, thus, Qiqiyu felt regret. Even though Fang Yuan had once attacked Qi clan's resource points and harmed Qi clan's benefits, Qiqiu did not hate him at all. In his opinion, the Dream Path research results that he obtained from the transaction were enough to make up for these losses. Qiqiu was not afraid of Fang Yuan biting him after being captured alive. Like what he had analyzed earlier, even if Fang Yuan took out irrefutable evidence, it was only a transaction between Qiqiu and Fang Yuan. With Qi clan's size and foundation, they would suffer some losses, but it would not shake Qi clan's foundation. But if Qiqiu informed Fang Yuan about the pursuit of Southern Border's righteous path, the nature of the transaction would be different. This was colluding with the enemy. If it was exposed, even if Qiqiu had rank 8 cultivation level, Qi clan would be attacked by Southern Border's righteous path, they might even be exterminated. Qiqiu was the leader of Fangjing Path, he had a clear understanding of this. He would not make this mistake. If he informed Fang Yuan, regardless of whether Fang Yuan became a prisoner or not, Qiqiu would be sending the evidence of colluding with the enemy to the demon Fang Yuan. Furthermore, he and Fang Yuan had a relationship of using and guarding against each other. They were not so close that he would take such a risk for Fang Yuan. He would not hesitate to sacrifice himself and Qi clan to betray the enemy. Qiqiu was only slightly worried and regretful. If Fang Yuan is captured, I hope he does not reveal his Dream Path research results so that my Qi clan can have sufficient time to develop. Actually, speaking of which, Fang Yuan is also an outstanding person. It is quite a pity that he ended up like this. If he can rise up again, the 5 regions will be even more interesting in the future. As a person of high status, they had to have extraordinary breadth of mind. Qiqiu truly felt some regret towards Fang Yuan's tragic ending. At the same time, in another area of Southern Border, Fang Yuan was surrounded by Southern Border Gu immortals. Their morale was high and they were very aggressive. The old woman in the lead was the rank 8-time path Gu immortal Xianxia. She looked at Fang Yuan and smiled coldly. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have finally fallen into my hands. Fang Yuan looked at her, thinking, it's still the same old lines. According to my previous life's memories, you should be the one laughing now. Fang Yuan looked towards Xiacha's side. As expected, at the next moment, Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Huzhang, who was standing beside Xiacha, laughed loudly. Lord Lu Weiyin is truly extraordinary, he managed to find this demon this time. Fang Yuan, the same lines, just that his smile is more exaggerated than before. He is flattering Lu Weiyin in public because Shang clan is interested in the unique products of Paradise Earth's variant humans. Kill this demon, take revenge for Southern Border's righteous path. Tai Chu Zhong shouted with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan, I finally met someone who changed his lines, but they are still the same. I finally caught Fang Yuan. Lu Hao thought. He was a spy in Celestial Court, he had fixed space immortal Gu and was ready to attack. Once Fang Yuan showed any signs of activating fixed immortal travel, he would activate the immortal killer move that used fixed space immortal Gu as the core. Lu Hao was much more nervous than in the previous life. Because in the previous life, he only needed to activate fixed space immortal Gu. But in this life, because Fang Yuan had the killer move Jade Flow Pearl, he could not use fixed space immortal Gu to restrain Fang Yuan, he had to use an immortal killer move. Celestial Court naturally did not lack such killer moves, even if they lacked them, Fairy Myrtle could deduce and modify them. Lu Hao was nervous because he was not familiar with this immortal killer move. If he used it in battle, he might fail. If he failed to live up to Celestial Court's expectations, it would be very embarrassing. Don't be nervous, I am here. Right at this time, a rank 7 Gu immortal transmitted. Lu Hao glanced at him. Don't look at me. Immediately, that rank 7 Gu immortal transmitted coldly. Lu Hao rolled his eyes internally, because this person was the Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortal Ba Ba who had disguised his cultivation level and appearance. With this person here, we have 3 rank 8s on our side. This time, we are not attacking Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan does not have the help of a formation. Once the battle starts, I should have many chances to activate my killer move. Lu Hao analyzed, his worry was greatly alleviated. However, at the next moment, boom, the formation activated, enveloping the Southern Border Gu immortals and Fang Yuan. Holy shit! Lu Hao's eyes almost popped out, he almost screamed, why is there another formation? Inside the formation, the world was perfectly round, forming a blue sky. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. "This is a trap!" someone screamed. Lu Weiyin was silent. Xiaocha's gaze turned even colder as she stared at Fang Yuan. "Calm down. We have the advantage in numbers. What can a mere Fang Yuan amount to?" "That's right. We have Lady Xiaocha and Lord Lu Weiyin. We are not afraid of any immortal battlefield." Lu Hao was stunned. "That's right. How can an immortal formation be set up so easily? It can be activated so quickly, it is most likely an immortal battlefield killer move. But Fang Yuan is a little stupid. After using an immortal battlefield, he cannot escape." The southern border immortals were all elites. They quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Weiyin spoke slowly. "This is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super formation. A time path formation," Xiaocha added. Lu Hao's lips twitched. "After all this talk, it is still an immortal formation. Both of you are very perceptive." Fang Yuan smiled as he admitted, waving his sleeves. The door was closed. It was time to release the dogs. "No, release the year beasts. Howl howl. Howl howl. Gua gua." Crack crack crack, a huge whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless year beasts poured in like a surging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers. They were of all shapes and sizes. They were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had already vanished on the spot. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border Gu immortals, baring their fangs as they charged forward. "Kill them," Xiaocha ordered coldly. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border immortals opened fire, fighting against these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves as countless flying blades shot out. Wherever they went, year beasts were cut into pieces. Fang Yuan was at the formation core, quietly observing. "You, the spy from the celestial court, are here indeed. I did not waste my attention on the ink effect. Fixed space Gu should be with you, right? Kill." Ba Clan's Gu immortal roared. His body expanded like a giant. He pulled forcefully as blood splattered. An ancient year beast was torn to shreds. Whoosh! Flames engulfed dozens of year beasts. Chai Clan's Gu immortal was bathed in a sea of fire. He was like a divine general. Fang Yuan remembered this person. In his previous life, this person's fire path immortal aperture was well managed. He had several active volcanoes. He could be praised. Tai Chuzhong was silent. His palms moved like butterflies as golden light shot out with extreme sharpness, cutting year beasts into halves easily like cutting tofu. Fang Yuan thought of the edge Gu in Tai Chuzhong's hands. This was one of the core Gu of time-cutting edge. It was obtained from Great Thief Ghost Hand in the previous life. This was based on luck. It was not reliable. He needed to be more careful in this life. Demon Fang Yuan, I have to thank you for giving us so much wealth. Ahahaha. Shang Huzhong laughed loudly as he activated his wood path killer move, binding the surrounding year beasts and dragging them into his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was calm. It did not matter how much Shang Huzhong took, because soon, even Shang Huzhong would belong to Fang Yuan. Roar roar roar, one after another, the Nian beasts charged into the formation. Southern borders Gu immortals were getting tired of killing them, but the year beasts were still endless. How can there be so many? This demon Fang Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking this formation is the way to victory. Southern borders Gu immortals transmitted. They could see the crucial point of this battle. However, it was a little difficult to divert their attention to something else. The greatest hope of breaking the formation was still Lu Weiyin and Xiaocha. Roar! At this time, the whirlpool expanded by several times. A huge year beast arrogantly walked into the battlefield. Fang Yuan was surprised. Oh, an immemorial year tiger. This aura is much stronger than the first immemorial year chicken I summoned in my previous life. Is it because I used the self-luck true inheritances method to increase my luck? The southern border immortals' expressions changed. It's a primordial desolate beast. As expected, this formation can summon immemorial year beasts. What is this formation? Such ferociousness. Hurry up and break the formation. Lu Weiyin was about to deal with this immemorial year tiger when Tai Chuzhong stood up. let us do it. It is wiser for the two lords to focus on breaking this formation. Perhaps you should let me do it? Ba sent a voice transmission. No, this is not the critical moment. Brother Ba, please be patient. Xiaxia transmitted. Ba thought, that was true, it was just an immemorial year tiger. They had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface, they continued to disguise themselves. Tai Chuzhong and several southern border rank 7s joined hands, facing the immemorial year chicken. They were all top experts among rank 7 Gu immortals. When they worked together, they had a powerful aura, but after fighting, they soon showed signs of being defeated. In his previous life, they were evenly matched against the first immemorial year chicken that Fang Yuan summoned. But in this life, the immemorial year tiger that Fang Yuan summoned was much stronger. Tai Chuzhong's expression was ashen, he was shocked. This is the strength of a rank 8, it is truly powerful. I actually wanted to challenge such an existence. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, Xiaocha's eyes shined with bright light, she pointed with her finger as a rank 8 killer move was activated. Profound white light burst out, with a loud sound, the formation shook intensely for 3 times before stabilizing. The southern border immortals were overjoyed, there was indeed a formation core, Xiaocha destroyed it without letting them down. Next, at the location where the formation core was destroyed, a second whirlpool door appeared, large numbers of year beasts entered. The joy on the southern border immortals' faces disappeared. Roar, with a dragon roar, winds and clouds changed, the immemorial year dragon jumped in, joining the battle. The immortals' expressions changed again, this was the second immemorial desolate beast. It is my turn. Ba wanted to attack. Don't be anxious, Ba, let me do it. Lu Weiyin transmitted his voice, he attacked for the first time, grabbing with one hand as a yellow-brown hand formed and grabbed the immemorial year dragon. No matter how it struggled or roared, it could not get away. Lu Weiyin was indeed worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor, he moved with ease. In the previous life, he captured an immemorial year tiger with one move. In this life, he also captured an immemorial year dragon with one move. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, just this method alone was enough to subdue dragons and tigers, it was unfathomable and awe-inspiring. The morale of the southern border immortals rose, the shadow sect and variant human Gu immortals guarding the formation cores had grim expressions. The divine might of a rank 8 was truly terrifying. Fang Yuan thought of the final battle in the previous life, Lu Weiyin's true battle strength was extremely high, because of him alone, Fang Yuan's side was greatly obstructed. Right now, Lu Weiyin's battle strength was not even half of his true strength, but even so, many rank 8s were shocked. Hiss hiss hiss, an archaic year snake dragged its long and thick body out of the whirlpool door and entered the battlefield while spitting out its crimson tongue. The third immemorial year beast, cluck 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 cluck, an immemorial year chicken with an arrogant expression also came in with its hands on its waist. The fourth immemorial year beast, 2 immemorial year beasts joined the battle, the southern border immortals turned pale. This immemorial year snake was not easy to deal with, it was huge and had a stronger aura than the previous 2. And the fourth immemorial year chicken had the aura of a wild immortal Gu on it, it was even more dangerous. After the 2 immemorial year beasts came out, a vast number of year beasts surged into the spiral like a tidal wave. The 2 sides engaged in an intense battle, the Gu immortals used their intelligence to activate killer moves and coordinate with each other. In contrast, the year beasts were rash and had no intelligence, but there was a huge number of them. Fang Yuan's group was guarding the formation cores, quietly watching the battle between the 2 sides. This damned formation, we need to destroy it to have a chance of winning. Actually, as long as we destroy it to a certain extent, we can send out information about this place, a large number of righteous path immortals will come to reinforce us. This time path formation is really profound. Xiaocha frowned deeply. After she destroyed one formation core, she could not find a second one in a short period of time. The formation is one, there are no flaws at all. I have too little attainment in formation path. Maybe I should use my full strength and make the formation unable to take it, creating a flaw. Killing intent surged in Xiaocha's eyes. Lu Weiyin could tell what Xiaocha was thinking, he quickly urged, Lady Xiaocha, don't fall for the demon's scheme. Fang Yuan is ruthless and crafty, even the celestial court could not do anything to him. Shadow Sect once controlled graceful chaotic dual stage, even though this immortal Gu house was destroyed, many immortal Gu were left in their hands. If you use your full strength, you might fall into Fang Yuan's trap and be used by Fang Yuan. Xianxia hesitated. At this moment, the immemorial year chicken approached her. Vile beast. Xianxia laughed from extreme anger. A large number of Gu worm auras burst out of her body, instantly forming an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. A pair of scissors flew out. It was jade green and as large as an elephant, circling around the immemorial year chicken. The immemorial year chicken could not resist it. It was heavily injured by the scissors and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Xianxia displayed shocking battle strength. She did not lose to the members of the celestial court. Seeing that the immemorial year chicken was about to die at her hands, suddenly, Fang Yuan activated the formation. The heavily injured immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. Submit to me, Yi Futian said coldly. Behind the scenes, Fang Yuan attacked this weakened immemorial year chicken. Like in his previous life, he successfully subdued this beast. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been gathering immemorial year beasts. His plan was to gather 12 different immemorial year beasts. Even though there would be a lot of immemorial year chickens in the River of Time next year, this immemorial year chicken had outstanding strength. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up. Fang Yuan used the strength of the southern border immortals to weaken the immemorial year beast and enslave it. Xiaocha's expression was grim, but she smiled. You finally exposed yourself, so what if I give you more immemorial year beasts? Fang Yuan teleported the immemorial year chicken away. Xiaocha learned more about the formation's profundities. Not long after, Xiaocha found the second formation core and destroyed it. The southern border Gu immortals cheered, but at the next moment, the destroyed formation core turned into a spiral door again. On the battlefield, there was another channel for year beasts to enter. How can this be? The southern border immortals were dumbfounded. If there is no other way, I will show myself and attack. Ba Shirba transmitted. Xiaocha and Lu Weiyin urged him. Don't be anxious, we have already come this far, we can endure it. We need to investigate this formation. You will attack at the crucial moment, make Fang Yuan miscalculate and expose a flaw. Ba Shirba was silent for a moment before replying unwillingly, all right. The battle continued. Many southern border immortals were already injured. They were about to vomit from killing these year beasts. The killer moves that they prepared to deal with Fang Yuan and the cooperation between the Gu immortals were used on these stupid year beasts. They felt extremely helpless and tired. But the year beasts were still coming, they could not kill them all. Lu Weiyin and Xiaocha had been resisting the immemorial year beasts. Even though it was difficult and the pressure was like a mountain, they persevered. Using them, Fang Yuan successfully enslaved several more immemorial year beasts. But this number was slightly lower than in the previous life. The immemorial year beasts that Fang Yuan enslaved were stronger than in the previous life. He chose the elites among them. He would rather have none than substandard ones. The main reason was that his soul cultivation level was far lower than in the previous life. The expenditure was huge, he could not enslave more. Southern border side also made a lot of progress. Xiaocha destroyed 2 more formation cores. These 2 still turned into spiral doors. The year beasts that charged and posed a greater threat to the southern border immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. In the previous life, my year flow execution formation only had an upper limit of 3 spiral doors, but this time, after my modifications, it has increased to 5. It is about time. In the previous life, we fought for 2 days and 1 night. This time, there are even more year beasts. Even though only 1 day and 1 night has passed, the southern border immortals have been expended even more. Yingwu Xia and the rest had solemn expressions. Bright light shined in their eyes. Some variant human Gu immortals were hesitant, thinking, why are we using our strongest method now? Isn't it too early? Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. He knew that Xiaocha had secretly discovered many of the formation's profundities. She was just hiding it. In the previous life, she suddenly erupted and caused Lady White Rabbit's death. Fang Yuan's side was in a terrible state. In this life, Fang Yuan would not make the same mistake. Then who do we attack first? Lu Weiyin or Xiaocha? Bai Ningbing asked. The modified year's flow execution formation had one of its strongest methods. It was a silver-white pillar of light that could only hit one person at a time. If a Gu immortal was hit by it, their time would be slowed down by countless times, they would not be able to defend against it. Lu Weiyin was the current generation Paradise Earth inheritor, he had incredible methods and was deeply hidden. Meanwhile, Xiaxia was a time path grade expert who could break the formation, she was a huge threat to the year's flow execution formation. This was not an easy choice. Because once this method was exposed, the remaining Gu immortals would be on guard, the chances of getting hit by it would be much lower. Fang Yuan's answer was simple, it is not Lu Weiyin or Xiaxia, it is that rank 7 Gu immortal. Ba Ba was still hidden in the crowd. Another immemorial year beast entered the battlefield through the whirlpool door. Ba Ba's eyes twitched, he resisted the urge to attack. This formation is still sturdy, I need to endure it. When I attack, it will be the most crucial moment, I need to catch Fang Yuan off guard and make him reveal a flaw, I will win this battle. Just as he thought of this, a certain ancient year beast near him froze, the pure dream reality seeker physique body inside itself detonated, dream realms spread out rapidly. Ba felt a strong sense of danger, At this moment, a silver-white pillar of light shot out and shone on his body. What? Ba Ba's eyes slowly opened wide, time seemed to have slowed down for him. In his field of vision, everything in the outside world suddenly sped up crazily. Originally, the dream was close to him, but with this fast forward, it directly spread across his entire body. Ba wanted to curse, but it was too late, he was drowned in the dream, sinking into it. What happened? This is a dream. Lord Ba? Damn it, Fang Yuan has seen through Sir's identity. The southern border immortals were moved, many of them shouted in shock. This attack came too fast and too sudden, completely shaking their bodies and minds. There is actually a third rank 8 Gu immortal? Fang Yuan's subordinates were shocked. At the last moment when Ba was trapped, he revealed his true rank 8 aura. But it was useless. It was too late. Xiaxia was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. They didn't expect Fang Yuan to see through their hidden trump card. Ba had been slacking and hadn't really contributed his strength when Fang Yuan took care of him in advance. Xiaxia was furious, she screamed as intense winds blew around her. Crack crack. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These illusions condensed into a fan that she held in her hand. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. In the previous life, Xiaxia used this move to put Fang Yuan's side in a difficult situation. The year's flow execution formation was on the verge of breaking apart, Fang Yuan and the rest were heavily injured, Lady White Rabbit died. But in this life? I'll fan. Xiaxia waved her fan fiercely. A strong gust of wind blew and whistled. Good, I was waiting for you. Fang Yuan shouted coldly, his eyes shined like lightning. The formation was activated by him, emitting a buzzing sound as it emitted a dazzling silver light that absorbed and melted the fan's wind. Xiaxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. The offensive move that she had placed her hopes on was actually ineffective? Again. She waved her fan again. Winds blew with great momentum, year beasts were all smashed into powder along the way, even immemorial year beasts could not resist the wind and were blown away. But at the next moment, silver light appeared again, blocking all the wind. Xiaxia, her expression was ashen, she had a bad feeling in her heart as she continued to fan like a madwoman. Whoosh! 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 Wind howled like never before, creating a terrifying wave of attacks. But under the silver light, the sound of the wind was instantly extinguished, the destructive aura earlier was like an illusion. Xiaxia opened her mouth, she was stunned for a breath of time before screaming, "This is impossible." Indeed, this was impossible. This situation was clearly targeted, not just that, her summer fan killer move was completely broken, heaven have mercy on me, Xiaxia felt wronged in her heart, she rarely used this summer fan move, how could Fang Yuan know about it and even break it? Was this a dream? It did not make sense at all. Of course it made sense. In the previous life, Fang Yuan not only fully grasped summer fan killer move, he even modified it and surpassed Xiaxia. Thus, the trump card that Xiaxia was so proud of was just a shallow, elementary version in Fang Yuan's eyes. In this life, Fan Yuan targeted Xiaocha's killer move and modified year's flow execution formation. Xiaocha's threat fell to rock bottom. The reason why he allowed her to do as she pleased was because Fan Yuan wanted to use her to weaken the year beasts, and also to investigate the foundation of these southern border Gu immortals. Thus, in fact, even though Xiaocha's attacks were shocking and had many battle achievements, to Fan Yuan, she was the weakest among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Xiaocha's emotions fluctuated intensely, she exposed a flaw. Using this chance, Fan Yuan and the rest used the silver light pillar to fix her in place. Together with the dream realms, they dealt with her again. Not far away, Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. He activated a killer move and fell asleep. A dream realm spread out from his body. At once, the 3 rank 8s were helpless. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were going crazy. What the hell? How did the situation change so quickly? They could not escape from Fan Yuan's demonic claws. The silver light pillar shone on Tai Chu Zhong, followed by Lu Hao, and then, this sequence was meticulously deduced by Fan Yuan. After the southern border immortals entered the formation and lost contact for several minutes, a white light shot out from the horizon. The white light turned into a rank 8 Gu immortal. He was tall and wore a spotless white robe. He had a pair of snow-white eyebrows that extended all the way to his forehead. It was Celestial Quartz rank 8 Gu immortal Junshin Guang. He cultivated light path. He was originally a supreme elder of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but recently, he was recruited by Fairy Myrtle. He contributed his immortal aperture and became a member of Celestial Court. Lu Hao and the rest disappeared here. Junshin Guang had just inspected when he found many suspicious traces. Oh no, it seems that Lu Hao is dead. There must have been an intense battle here. Lu Hao did not send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? After a while, cold sweat appeared on Junshin Guang's forehead. A horrified light flashed past his eyes. All the signs showed that Xiaocha and the rest were defeated. 3 rank 8s and many rank 7 experts had been tricked by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan should have used dream realms. Soon after, his gaze landed on a small piece of dream realm. He was even more certain, besides using dream realms, Fan Yuan's other methods, no matter how sharp they are, cannot create such a result. Junshin Guang sensed something strange and immediately retreated. After a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building arrived with Wu Yong and Qi Qiyu. They disappeared here. The southern border Gu immortals had grim expressions. Hurry up and check what's going on. My clan can't contact First Supreme Elder. Xia clan's Gu immortals were extremely anxious. We can't contact Lord Bosch or Ba either. Ba clan's Gu immortals were also anxious. In this life, Xia clan was not alone. They had Ba clan who were in the same predicament. There seems to have been a tributary of the river of time here. There was also a time path immortal battle. Our people barged in and engaged in an extremely intense battle here. What is going on with this dream realm? Someone saw the small piece of dream realm left behind by Fan Yuan. Be careful. The southern border immortals gradually dispersed and surrounded this small piece of dream realm. This dream realm is shrinking. Someone suddenly said. A moment later, several Gu worms escaped from the shrinking dream realm and entered the outside world. Just like in his previous life, these information path Gu worms contained the extortion letters that Fan Yuan left for southern border's righteous path. The southern border immortals went into an uproar again. This, misleading people with lies. How can this be? Our pursuit team was actually captured by Fan Yuan? This must be a huge scam. But why can't we contact our clan's Gu immortals? The southern border immortals were bewildered. They started to discuss. While discussing, the dream realm shrunk completely, revealing Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin's dream realm dissipated. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Yong and the rest. His expression changed slightly. He looked around and shouted, "Oh no!" His appearance and his following words destroyed the last trace of hope in the hearts of the deities of southern frontier. Southern border's righteous path team that chased after Fan Yuan not only lost, they were all captured by Fan Yuan. Oh heavens! How could Fan Yuan be so strong? Also, how could there be such a time path formation out of nowhere? Who can tell me why? This was illogical. It was a hunt that they thought they had a high chance of winning, but in the end, the roles between the prey and the hunter had suddenly reversed. The southern border immortals suffered a severe blow. Their ears were filled with noisy discussions, and their hearts were even more chaotic and panicked. They had lost all their face, their losses were huge. Next, they would be extorted by Feng Yuan. What would they do? The southern border immortals wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Yuan to pieces, but this evil demon had already escaped. No one knew where he was right now. Immortal killer move, Jade Flow Pearl. Feng Yuan's figure flickered as he arrived at the 5 regional mountain range. With fixed immortal travel, it was so convenient. Rumble, Feng Yuan floated in the sky, looking down at the ground. The huge mountain range was collapsing, the 5-colored light chi seemed to be boiling and leaking out intensely. But the light chi did not mix or interfere with each other, they were doing their own thing. It is not so simple to destroy the 5-colored mountain range. In my previous life, Wu Yong obtained the accumulation of Qiao clan's inheritance for many years to succeed. Feng Yuan thought. To draw out Tao Zhu's true inheritance, he needed to destroy the entire 5-colored mountain range. This would cause a huge commotion. Feng Yuan had been restraining himself, he only made a move now. Firstly, he had just won and captured the southern border immortals, his strength had risen greatly. Secondly, while the southern border immortals were distracted and the celestial court's attention was attracted, he had to make his move quickly. The rumbling 5-colored light chi started to melt and disintegrate, shrinking at an unimaginable speed. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. If he randomly changed the earth vein here, unless he was extremely lucky, under normal circumstances, the 5 regional light chi would still exist in large amounts. Only by truly understanding the arrangements here and using the correct method could he change the earth vein, causing the 5-colored light chi to dissipate completely. After a while, the 5-colored light chi dissipated completely. A powerful aura suddenly rose, and a huge 5-colored pillar of light soared into the sky. At the same time, a loud voice echoed throughout the 5-boundary mountain range, "Junior, you've done well. You've actually passed my final test and destroyed the entire 5-boundary mountain range. Now, the 5 regional inheritance that I left behind is yours. Cultivate well and roam the world in the future, don't disgrace my name." Within the 5-colored light pillar, a will gathered like smoke, forming the appearance of a goo immortal that looked like it was alive. This was the will left behind by Tao Zhu. Feng Yuan smiled coldly, he stretched out his hand towards Tao Zhu's will. Tao Zhu's will froze, he felt a formless force restraining him. Then, like a radish in the mud, he was forcibly pulled out of the colorful light pillar. With a whoosh, he flew in front of Feng Yuan, who grabbed his throat with one hand. Tao Zhu's will was furious and embarrassed, he stared at Feng Yuan, "You rank 7 junior, don't humiliate me. I was a rank 8 when I was alive, ugh." Feng Yuan purposely leaked a trace of rank 8 aura. After Tao Zhu's will sensed it, his expression changed. He chuckled, and his attitude became much more relaxed. With an equal tone, he said, "So it's fellow immortal." Secretly, he was thinking, this young man looks talented and elegant, but I didn't expect him to be so vile and overbearing. He was clearly a rank 8, but he pretended to be a rank 7, this was definitely not a righteous path move. He's not a good person. Feng Yuan smiled and said, "I am the devil of the present age. Tao Zhu, old man, I will accept your teachings." Saying so, he waved his sleeves and shot out a killer move that he had already prepared. The ground shook, large numbers of goo worms flew out of the 5-colored light pillar, they were mixed with immortal goo as they entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Next, the 5-colored light pillar dissipated, it was no longer eye-catching. Tao Zhu's will was dumbfounded. With Feng Yuan's wisdom path methods, it was not strange that he could see through his thoughts. What he was shocked was that without his acknowledgement, Feng Yuan actually took away all of the true inheritance's contents. His main body's arrangements back then were completely useless. "Sir, who are you?" Tao Zhu's will's attitude changed again, he looked at Feng Yuan with a gaze of inquiry and wariness. Just this move that Feng Yuan showed had already surpassed Tao Zhu's attainment in life. Not only did he see through Tao Zhu's arrangements, he even countered them perfectly and successfully deciphered them. Feng Yuan glanced at him coldly, Tao Zhu's will felt his body being hollowed out, no, his entire body was seen through, he had no secrets left. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, "Old man Tao Zhu. I am here." Tao Zhuozhuo felt a great terror beneath Fang Yuan's smile. He did not dare to hide his identity anymore. Your true inheritance is very interesting. In the future, when I, Fang Yuan, roam the world and invade the celestial court, it will be of great use. To reward you, I will allow you to choose an inheritor in my grotto heaven. I will not destroy your will, I will replenish your energy and allow you to live forever. Fang Yuan said. Tao Zhuozhuo was controlled by Fang Yuan. He could not move, he was like a puppet, he was filled with bitterness. Back then, his main body researched the profundity of the 5 regional walls. Towards the end of his life, he had a breakthrough and obtained shocking results. But his main body's lifespan was coming to an end. He did not have time to make a name for himself. He could only create his inheritance and leave it for his descendants. This was a huge regret. Thus, Tao Zhu's main body had set up a huge true inheritance based on the 5 regional mountain range, carefully designing all kinds of tests, testing and screening. He tried to find an outstanding disciple to inherit his legacy. In the future, his disciple would become famous. He would also be famous in the 5 regions. It could be considered as making up for the regret of the past. In the end, he met a tough guy like Fang Yuan. Not only did he directly destroy the 5 regional mountain range, he skipped all the tests in front and directly came to the last test. He even controlled his will and forcefully snatched the contents of the true inheritance. He did not have a good expression at all and looked down on him. Tao Zhuozhuo was aggrieved. This was completely not in line with the script that his main body had designed. But what could he do? He was just a will. Even if my main body is still alive, I am probably not this person's match, right? From what he said just now, he actually wants to invade the celestial court. If he does not have the ability, he would definitely not say that. Thinking of this, Tao Zhuozhuo sighed and said to Fang Yuan, forget it, this is fate. I don't care if you are a good person or a bad person. If the true inheritance falls into your hands, it might cause a bloodbath, but this will definitely make your name known in the 5 regions, right? This is also the result that my main body wants. I only hope that you will not erase my main body's achievements in the future. So what if the true inheritance is given to you? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter became more and more intense, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes shining brightly, and the surrounding wind and clouds surged. After laughing, he looked at Tao Zhuozhuo seriously. Don't worry, why would I covet the reputation of a dead person? If I don't even have this bit of magnanimity, how can I win against the celestial court, surpass all the supremacies, and pursue that ethereal and supreme eternal life? Tao Zhu's eyes widened again. He thought to himself, This person's tone is so arrogant. He actually wants to win against the celestial court and surpass the supremacies? Is he a lunatic or a fool? Oh no, he can even see through my thoughts. Fang Yuan laughed again. If I don't have this bit of ambition, what is the point of being human? It doesn't matter if I fail, I can just try a few more times. Even if I fail in the end, so what? Tao Zhuozhuo's expression froze. He looked at Fang Yuan in a daze. He saw that Fang Yuan took a deep breath and looked far away. His eyes were dark and eerie, but Tao Zhuozhuo seemed to see brilliant fireworks in the deep darkness of this world. Instantly, many memories surfaced in his mind. Countless people's doubts and disdain. Study the 5 regional walls? What is there to study? He is so arrogant. Such a difficult problem has existed since time immemorial. How can he, Tao Zhu, solve this problem? He is just a rank 6 immortal, and a lone cultivator at that. He is very ordinary. The suppression of Southern Border's righteous path, Tao Zhu. Stop studying it. The person who warned him had a high cultivation level. His expression was cold as ice. Why? I did not provoke you. Tao Zhu retorted angrily. Do you still not understand? The Southern Border righteous path Gu Immortal looked at him deeply. His tone was cold as ice. What is the true meaning of the 5 regional walls? Right now, Central Continent is the strongest, the other 4 regions are weak. If your research really succeeds, the world will be in turmoil, the 5 regions will fight, it will be a calamity. For the sake of all living beings in the world, we will take all of your research results. No. Boom. You overestimate yourself. If not for that person, would you still be alive? The Southern Border righteous path Gu Immortal gave him a cold glance before leaving. The departure of a lover, Tao Zhu, we are not compatible, let's end it here. Tao Zhu was in great pain. Yes, I am only a lone immortal, while you are the beloved daughter of Yao clan's first supreme elder. No, that is not it. Do you still not understand? Tao Zhu. It is because of you. You study the profundities of the 5 regions day and night. How much time do you spend with me? Ask yourself, do you really put me in your heart? You love your research more than you love me. The female immortal started crying. Tao Zhu was speechless. The female immortal wiped her tears and took a deep breath. She looked at Tao Zhu with teary eyes. One last time, Tao Zhu, I will ask you one last time. Do you want me, or do you want your research? Tao Zhu lowered his head, he was hesitant and perplexed. The female immortal took a step closer. Be with me, marry into Yao clan, we will be together forever and have a son and a daughter. Don't think about the profundities of the 5 regions, you will not lack cultivation resources. With my father around, you will not need to fear any calamities or tribulations. Tao Zhu. The female immortal's deep voice made Tao Zhu's heart tremble. Tao Zhu looked at the female immortal. The female immortal's expectant gaze seemed to have a formless force that made him take a step back uncontrollably. I. He clenched his fists, his Adam's apple moved, he wanted to say something, but he could not say anything. He did not want to deceive the female immortal, he did not want to deceive himself. The female immortal looked at him, her beautiful face became even paler. In the end, her bright eyes completely dimmed. She smiled lightly. She turned around. Crystal tears fell down her cheeks. She flew away on a cloud. Not long after, news spread that Yao clan had a marriage alliance with another righteous path force. The female immortal was the bride. He is Tao Zhu? Is he an idiot? In order to research the secret of the 5 regions, he gave up on such a marriage. He is more like a lunatic. There was a period of time when I saw him crawling into the regional wall. He ended up bleeding and in a pathetic state. On the night of the female immortal's wedding, Tao Zhu hid in a dark cave, looking at the mortal formation in front of him with a dazed expression. This formation was merely rank 2, it was the result of his research for most of his life. He looked at this formation, the image of the female immortal's beautiful figure appeared in his mind, her smile was as beautiful as the spring moon. He laughed heartily, his hoarse voice echoed in the cave. He continued to research the formation in front of him, tears flowed down his face. All of his efforts were not in vain, the seeds of stubbornness were planted in the soil of his blood and sweat, they bloomed into dark flowers. Yao clan's first supreme elder heard the news and came over. Tao Zhu, who was a rank 8, raised his head and looked at him. Yao clan's first supreme elder looked at Tao Zhu calmly, there was a trace of pity in his gaze. I heard that you made some progress in your research? I was lucky. Tao Zhu smiled coldly, you came here to snatch the results? The old man in front of him shook his head, you have just reached rank 8, I do not want to bully the weak or the young. Tao Zhu's smile became even colder, your words can deceive those who have yet to enter the world, but to me? Tao Zhu shook his head, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Yao clan's first supreme elder smiled, not minding it. I admit it. He sighed, nodding, I was wrong, to think that you could advance to rank 8. If I had known this, I would not have plotted against you, I would have nurtured you, I would have done everything I could to bring you together with my daughter. Even if you are stupid and stubborn, even if you cannot give my daughter happiness, you have to put my Yao clan's benefits first. Tao Zhu's expression changed, the moment he mentioned his beloved female immortal, his gaze turned dark. However, Yao clan's first supreme elder's expression turned solemn, he said in a solemn tone, I will not let you research the profundity of the 5 regional walls. Tao Zhu's eyes flashed with cold light, he regained his cold expression, you are afraid of causing chaos in the world again, causing the 5 regions to go into a chaotic war that would kill all living beings? However, have you thought about it? Once the profundity of the 5 regional walls is solved, it will bring prosperity and hope. The regional walls are a huge obstacle to the 5 regions' interactions. If they disappear, the 5 regions' Gu immortals will be able to interact more freely and frequently. Our transactions will bring more cultivation gains. However, the possibility of war is far greater than peace, isn't that so? Yao clan's old man interrupted Tao Zhu. Tao Zhu was silent, he did not retort. There were too many differences between the 5 regions. Not only were the landforms different, even the social customs were different. Most importantly, resources were unequal, population densities were different. There was no lack of ambitious people since ancient times. It was not like the current 5 regions. They were separated from each other and did not interact much. Each had their own economic, political, and military balance. Once the regional walls were opened, this balance would collapse. So, you are still here to persuade me to stop? After a long while, Tao Zhu broke the silence. He sneered in disdain. You know that is impossible. Yao Clan's old man nodded, saying solemnly, I have to admit, it is very risky to deal with a rank 8 existence. It is very difficult for our southern border righteous path to make this decision. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we will not choose to fight to the death. Thus, I am here to tell you a secret. I hope you can keep this secret for our Yao clan after hearing it. Why do I have to listen? Tao Zhu laughed. Yao clan's old man also smiled, because this secret is related to the 5 regional walls. Do you want to hear it? Tao Zhu was visibly moved while a wisp of urgency surged into his heart, but he forcefully restrained it right after that. Yao clan's old man's eyes were filled with pity. This secret is quite cruel to you, but at this point, I have to tell you. In the future, the 5 regions' earth veins will merge into one. The 5 regional walls will disappear on their own. What? Tao Zhu could not help but shout in shock. Yao clan's first supreme elder dealt a fatal blow to Tao Zhu. His secret directly rejected Tao Zhu's life goal. If the 5 regional walls disappeared, wouldn't Tao Zhu's research be meaningless? All the effort he put in, all the dangers he risked, he even gave up on his beloved fairy, all these sacrifices, would they become a joke to him? This is impossible, you are lying. Tao Zhu's voice was hysterical, but there was a trace of fear in it. This is the Paradise Earth true inheritance that my Yao clan inherited. I have already given you the evidence. Even if you do not believe me, do you not believe Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's words? Yao clan's first supreme elder said this as he smiled. Furthermore, you have researched this for your entire life. You are very clear about the connection between the 5 regional walls and earth veins. You should be aware of it yourself, right? There must be many parts of your achievements that can verify this future. Tao Zhu was covered in sweat. His eyes were wide open but they were empty. He took a few steps back and looked down at the ground. He had a dazed and panicked expression. Yao clan's first supreme elder smiled. He looked at Tao Zhu. His benevolent expression was filled with coldness and cruelty. It was enough for him to say this. Yao clan's old man turned around and left. Before leaving, he said, stop researching the 5 regional walls. They will disappear on their own sooner or later. Your research is meaningless. Of course, if your research had been fruitful while the 5 regional walls were still around, you wouldn't have been able to do so. I think the moment you succeed, my southern border righteous path's rank 8s will join forces to kill you. That's all I have to say, Tao Zhu, think about it. Tao Zhu stood on the spot in a daze. He did not move, his face was filled with defeat. The past was like a dream. Back to the present. Tao Zhu had died long ago. The will he left behind was held by Feng Yuan by the neck. The true inheritance had already been taken away by an expert. However, Feng Yuan's words moved Tao Zhu's will. If I do not have this ambition, what is the point of being human? It does not matter if I fail, I can just try again a few times. Even if I fail in the end, so what? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Tao Zhu's will laughed maniacally. Years later, after his main body recovered from the blow dealt to him by Yao clan's first supreme elder, he had the same realization. That's right. Even if I fail in the end, I will fail my entire life. So what, even if the 5 regional walls disappear on their own in the future? So what, even if my research has no meaning? So what? This is what I want to do. You call me crazy, you call me an idiot, you curse me for being stubborn, you call me stupid. Alright. I am a lunatic, I am also a fool, I am not only stubborn but also stupid. But this is what I want to do, this is how I want to live, this is how I want to live. It is interesting to me. However, I have some regrets, so I left behind the inheritance. Now, this inheritance was obtained by Feng Yuan. At once, Tao Zhu's will became excited. Feng Yuan, right. I will pass this inheritance to you, as well as the true meanings hidden in another location. I will also pass all of them to you. My main body is not skilled in fighting, so I have a lifetime of regrets. But I feel that if I give the inheritance to you, these regrets will be made up for. This is a match made in heaven. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled up, revealing an arrogant smile filled with confidence and arrogance. Then watch carefully, old man Tao Zhu. I will let your true inheritance. After taking all of Tao Zhu's true inheritance, Fang Yuan immediately left the 5-regional mountain range. Like in the previous life, this mountain range could not escape the fate of being destroyed. But for Fang Yuan, the result was different. In the previous life, he set up an ambush and provoked the battle of the 5-regional mountain range, accidentally provoking Tao Zhu's true inheritance, but there was no chance, he could only leave the battlefield. In this life, Fang Yuan was wary of the ink effect and had been enduring patiently until he ambushed Southern Border's pursuers and obtained complete victory. Only then did he feel that the time was ripe and came to collect this true inheritance in advance. After some time, Southern Border's righteous path would agree to support Tai clan in building beacon towers. At that time, if Fang Yuan made a move, it would be much more troublesome. The scattered beacon towers allowed Southern Border's Gu immortals to reinforce each other to increase their speed and strength. In the previous life, during the final battle, Fang Yuan obtained the important contents of Tao Zhu's true inheritance from Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu. He even created a super immortal formation with them. Thus, he knew a lot about Tao Zhu's true inheritance, along with all sorts of deductions and preparations. He successfully obtained the true inheritance. Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This method of inheritance was of great help to him. It was no small matter, even though Tao Zhu was only rank 8, the importance of this true inheritance surpassed even venerable true inheritances. The previous life was the best proof. Fang Yuan used Tao Zhu's method to deal with the 99 consecutive unceasing formation. Chen Yi and the rest felt extremely stifled, they had no way to advance or retreat. It was extremely effective. Using Tao Zhu's methods, he could also deal with heroes among people. Due to the amplification of heroes among people, Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals had a huge boost in strength. But as long as they were inside the 5-colored smoke, the stronger these Gu immortals were, the greater the backlash they would suffer. This was an amazing move, the effect was simply too good. Fang Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up, no amount of praise would be enough. The 99 consecutive unceasing formation and heroes among people were venerable methods, but Tao Zhu's true inheritance could actually counter them. Countless Gu immortals were taken aback, they were deeply shocked. In this life, even if I don't find a way to break the heroes among people, I can use the 5-colored smoke to restrain it. It will give those people in the Central Continent a headache. It's just that the methods in Tao Zhu's true inheritance aren't particularly flexible. Back then, he had used it to build an immortal formation. Although I already know about this formation, I don't want a fixed formation. I still need to improve on this foundation. Fang Yuan pondered as he read through Tao Zhu's inheritance. As he had expected, in the previous life, the formation that he created with Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortals was the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. In this true inheritance, Tao Zhu named the grand formation the 5-world limit formation. What made him surprised was that other than this formation, there was also an immortal killer move that had the same value as the 5-regional limit formation. This move was called 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Once activated, it could shoot out 5-colored light qi. The light qi had the effect of regional walls. Inside this light qi, the 5 regions Gu immortals would suffer backlash. The bigger the commotion, the more severe the backlash. Of course, because of Fang Yuan's unique body, he was not restricted inside the light qi. The 5 regional limit formation and 5 restriction profound light qi were the essence of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Other than that, there were 2 immortal Gu that were preserved. The 2 immortal Gu were Rule Path Gu worms, one was rank 8, called Realm, the other was rank 7, called Limit. The rank 8 Realm Gu was Tao Zhu's vital Gu, it had advanced to rank 8 with him. Tao Zhu's immortal aperture was not preserved. According to the true inheritance's contents, Tao Zhu was very poor, most of his resources were used for research, his immortal aperture did not have many resources. Of course, most importantly, he had intentionally abandoned his immortal aperture before his lifespan ended, leaving it to Southern Border's righteous path to hide the location of his true inheritance. Fang Yuan looked through the true inheritance, feeling more and more emotions. Tao Zhu was clearly a strange genius. He had spent his entire life's time and energy on research. He had invested a lot of manpower and resources. In the True Inheritance's contents, there were records of his countless experiments. He had risked his life many times to seek death. Even after becoming rank 8, he would often enter the regional wall to sense its profundities. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Thus, his immortal aperture was very poor. It could barely sustain the feeding of his immortal goo. It could not develop. The backlash of a rank 8 goo immortal traveling through regional walls was too intense. Next, I need to manage my immortal aperture. I need to have the ability to feed my 2 immortal goo. After that, Fang Yuan faced a choice. Should he choose the 5 regional limit formation or 5 restriction profound light qi? Both used realm and limit goo as the cores, with a vast number of mortal goo as supplementary goo. If he constructed the formation, he could not use 5 restriction profound light qi. By the same logic, if he chose 5 restriction profound light qi, he would not have enough time to construct the 5 regional limit formation during battle. There was a huge flaw in constructing a formation. Because it was a fixed formation, it needed to extract the strength of the earth vein. Tao Zhu's True Inheritance also stated clearly, the 5 regional limit formation not only needed to be placed on the ground, it also needed to be rooted in the earth vein. Thus, in his previous life, Qi Qiyu added an earth vein immortal goo. At this time, earth vein immortal goo had not appeared yet. Once the formation was constructed, it would not be practical. Because at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not take it out. Unless he used formation flag goo or the formation spirit to move this formation. But the prerequisite was that he had to modify it greatly again. The effect was unknown. 5 restriction profound light qi was more convenient and had greater power, but it could not last as long as the formation. More importantly, it had its flaws. Every time this killer move was used, a vast amount of earth qi would be expended from the goo immortal's immortal aperture. This expenditure was huge. Even Fang Yuan was tongue-tied. However, there is a way to resolve the flaw of 5 restriction profound light qi. I'm here. Fang Yuan stopped thinking, coming to an ordinary cave. Very well hidden, even I can't sense anything strange about it. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. Next, he let out Tao Zhu's will. Tao Zhu's will took a few steps forward, the cave changed, a wave of true meaning spread out of the cave walls. Tao Zhu's will offered this true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan first inspected it and did not find any problems or peculiarities, thus he unreservedly absorbed it. A moment later, his rule path attainment level jumped to Great Grandmaster. This Tao Zhu's true meaning could allow a poor rule path person to advance to Great Grandmaster. Of course, Fang Yuan had his own foundation. He was a Grandmaster in rule path. Right now, even though Fang Yuan was still a Great Grandmaster, his original foundation was not wasted. He still had some accumulation, but he had not reached Supreme Grandmaster. It seems that Tao Zhu was a rule path Great Grandmaster when he was alive. Fang Yuan nodded. When a path's attainment level reached Great Grandmaster, there would be a qualitative change. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were the elites of this generation. Qi Clan's Qi Qiyu was a formation path Great Grandmaster. He could use natural Dao marks to set up formations. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a fire path Great Grandmaster. Back then, she tricked Fang Yuan and tampered with the immortal materials, but Fang Yuan could not find anything. Spectral Soul was a Great Grandmaster of all paths. This showed how strong he was. Many rank 8 Gu Immortals only had a certain aspect of Spectral Soul's attainment in their life. Thankfully, Fang Yuan managed to turn the situation around, otherwise, the Demon Venerable would have infiltrated the Celestial Court, and Shadow Sect would have taken control of the world. As for why Tao Zhu cultivated Restriction Path, but left behind True Meaning that helped Rule Path, Restriction Path was a small path derived from Rule Path. It was not completely separated. Like the Charm Emotion Path derived from Wisdom Path, this path was specialized in increasing one's charisma and using emotions to bewitch others. In fact, there were many small paths derived from Rule Path. It was the number 1 path without a doubt. The more famous ones were Restriction Path and Phantom Path. Phantom Path was also derived from Rule Path. It focused on both real and fake, but it was not completely separated from Rule Path. Fang Yuan had Rule Path immortal Gus such as Precaution, Great, Fight, and others. One could see the most prominent characteristic of Rule Path from them. size, height, fat, thin, far, near, good, bad, square, straight, true and false, strong and weak, 1, 2, 3, 4, they were all rule path goo worms. Precisely because rule path had too many concepts, it could produce the most small paths. Among all the paths, rule path goo worms have the widest range of uses, or rather, the most practical. For example, the rule path goo worm strong can be used with any path to make all killer moves stronger. Rule path had another advantage: goo immortals could often condense their own true meaning. This was also the advantage of wisdom path. True meaning involved the truth of rule path, as well as the will of wisdom path. Other than these two paths, there were very few goo immortals of other paths who could leave behind their true meaning. The 10 venerables were not included. These monsters were special cases in all aspects, they could not be measured with common sense. Tao Zhu's true meaning was a pleasant surprise to Fang Yuan, because he knew that in his previous life, Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu did not have such gains. This was not hard to understand. Fang Yuan had already deduced many truths. When Tao Zhu was alive, he was suppressed by Southern Border's righteous path. Before dying, he purposely abandoned his immortal aperture to attract their attention, then set up his true inheritance and hid his true meaning elsewhere. When Southern Border's righteous path obtained Tao Zhu's immortal aperture, they thought he had not researched anything, and could not see through the 5 regional mountain range, thus they did not discover Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Although in his previous life, Tao Zhu's true inheritance ended up in the hands of Southern Border's righteous path, Tao Zhu's true meaning was concealed. This Tao Zhu's true meaning was like a pillow sent to Fang Yuan when he was sleepy. It came at the perfect time. Because he had just captured Ba Ba. This rule path rank 8 goo immortals grotto heaven could not be annexed by Fang Yuan's previous rule path attainment level. I had planned to continue transacting with Qi Chuyu and collect some rule path dream realms to raise my attainment level. Wu Clan's headquarters. In the study room, the light was dim. Wu Yong's expression was ashen, he was sitting straight like a statue. The information path goo worm in his hand was still warm from the activation earlier. Earlier, there was a meeting of Southern Border's righteous path higher-ups, it was as lively as a market. Xia clan and Ba clan's goo immortals were screaming and shouting, their voices were filled with panic and helplessness. Most of the people were discussing noisily, almost to the point of arguing, they seemed to be venting their shock and fear. How can this be? Fang Yuan ambushed us, he obtained a complete victory, our goo immortals were all captured by him. What do we do now? In the history of our Southern Border, there has never been such a precedent. If this matter spreads, our Southern Border righteous path will become the laughingstock of the 5 regions. Reputation is no longer important, the important thing is that our people are now in his hands. Didn't the information path goo worm that Fang Yuan left us earlier say to wait for his offer? Yes, but he did not send any new information. Are we going to wait like this? These people's conversation seemed to be echoing in Wu Yong's ears. A bunch of useless people, what can they do by just discussing? Wu Yong snorted in displeasure. His eyes narrowed, making his already slender eyes look even more slender. Waves of cold and eerie light flickered in his eyes. His fists were clenched uncontrollably. This is troublesome. Fang Yuan has the absolute initiative. Even if we reject his extortion, Xia clan and Ba clan will not, they lost their first supreme elder. Celestial Court's arrangements did not have any effect. To think I even notified Ziwei. However, this is not because Celestial Court is weak, it is because Fang Yuan's performance in this battle is too shocking. Under such terrifying battle results, in our Southern Border's righteous path, only Qi Chuyu has some ability to remain calm in the face of danger. Wu Yong clearly remembered that in the discussion just now, it was Qi Chuyu who had a calm expression and suggested for the first time to take the initiative to pursue and kill Fang Yuan. Although there were few who responded, this was the strength of the righteous path. Wu Yong didn't know that Qi Chuyu was just pretending to be calm. His heart was filled with deep shock and terror. He had pretended to propose this plan to continue pursuing Fang Yuan in order to hide himself. Fang Yuan actually won? Not only did Fang Yuan win, he even captured 2 rank 8s and several rank 7 experts. Was this a joke? If this was before this battle, Qi Chuyu would definitely think this was a joke. But he couldn't smile at all now. Qiqiyu did not dare to believe it, but Lu Weiyin's evidence was irrefutable, he had to believe it. Fan Yuan won this battle. Not only did he cause chaos in Southern Border's righteous path, he even had Qiqiyu's weakness, because Fan Yuan's winning move was Dream Realms. And these Dream Realms were given to him by Qiqiyu of all people, that was to say, Qiqiyu was Fan Yuan's greatest supporter in this battle, and also the greatest traitor of Southern Border's righteous path. Qiqiyu had thought of how Fan Yuan would use these Dream Realms to deal with Southern Border's righteous path. But his thoughts were limited. Firstly, it was because Qi clan benefited greatly from the transaction with Fan Yuan. This huge temptation shrouded Qiqiyu's vision. Secondly, Fan Yuan had used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and help him escape. But during the entire process, Fan Yuan was in a sorry state. Because after the self-detonation, Fan Yuan could not control the dream realms freely. Thus, Qiqiyu felt that the threat of the pure dream reality seeker physique body's self-detonation was low. But I did not expect Fan Yuan to actually set up a time path super immortal formation. If not for this immortal formation that obstructs Gu Immortal's movement, how could the dream realms work? The time path immortal formation is not scary. The scary thing is that this immortal formation is deeply concealed. If it was not activated by Fan Yuan, we would not be able to see it. Qiqiyu felt a headache just thinking about it. He was a formation path great grandmaster, he naturally had some understanding of formation path. But every path's immortal formation had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of a time path immortal formation was that it could affect the flow of time inside the formation. Fan Yuan relied on this to fight for several days and nights inside the formation, killing all the pursuers. But only a few hours had passed in the outside world. The advantage of a time path immortal formation was not in concealment. Formations that were good at concealment were dark path, phantom path, transformation path, and so on. Once a time path immortal formation was set up, it would be clearly visible, it would not be easy to conceal itself. Why did it conceal itself in Fan Yuan's hands? Qiqiyu was troubled by this question. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle, who was inside the celestial court, had already found the answer to this question. She had just finished a deduction. There were still some purple light waves left in Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. It should be the legacy of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect had once spread across the 5 regions, using Zombie Alliance as a cover. They secretly found a natural tributary of the River of Time and used the surrounding time path Dao marks to set up a formation. At Great Grandmaster level, formation path Gu Immortals could directly use the naturally existing Dao marks to set up a formation. But the formation that was set up would have different advantages and disadvantages depending on the distribution of the natural Dao marks. The Gu Immortal who set up the formation could only adjust it slightly, it was not as free as using Gu Worms. But Southern Border's time path formation is very good at concealment. Fan Yuan made use of it. He added other time path formations inside and used Dream Realms to capture almost all of the Southern Border group that was chasing him. Fairy Myrtle had a dark expression. She was regretting it a little. If she knew this would happen, she would have told the Southern Border Gu Immortals about the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle only chose a portion of it and publicized it. As long as Southern Border's righteous path knew about the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, they would pay more attention to Fan Yuan, they would not just send 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Lu Weiyin joined voluntarily, he was not controlled by Southern Border's righteous path. This was not a mistake on Fairy Myrtle's part, she had considered it before. Initially, Fairy Myrtle still had some hope, she felt that Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had a chance of survival. Thus, she only publicized Fan Yuan's secret to the world and concealed this part. As time passed, Fairy Myrtle understood that Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had died. She chose to conceal this information because she did not want to boost Fan Yuan's reputation, and also because she was worried that the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions would compromise with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had the strength to kill rank 8 Gu Immortals, this was a qualitative change. The other 4 regions were not like Central Continent, they had many different forces, they were in a state of disunity, they could be easily defeated by Fan Yuan, they could easily make deals and compromise with each other. Fairy Myrtle was right, Western Desert's Tang clan and Southern Border's Qi clan were in such a situation. Fairy Myrtle concealed this fact and urged the other 4 regions to deal with Feng Yuan. No matter what the outcome was, they would exhaust each other. No matter which side suffered losses, it would be a good thing for the Celestial Court. At the same time, the information and clues that both sides exposed would allow the Celestial Court to gain huge gains just by watching quietly. When the time was right, the Celestial Court would deduce Feng Yuan's location and attack with full force. They would have a chance to eliminate this demon. Fairy Myrtle's plan was good. She looked towards the future and started to make preparations for the 5 regions' chaotic war. But things were still out of her expectations. Feng Yuan obtained a complete victory and captured all of the deities of Southern Frontier. Even though Feng Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, last time, he used Xianxia Blessed Land's foundation. This time, he used the legacy of Shadow Sect. This battle was completely one-sided. Our arrangements did not even have time to take effect. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Feng Yuan was too crafty and cunning. It was getting harder and harder to deal with him. Fairy Ziwei started to feel a sense of helplessness. Feng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she could not do anything to him. One of the reasons was that he cultivated too many paths. For example, Wisdom Path. Feng Yuan had deep Wisdom Path attainment. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce his location even if she used all her strength. She could only search for relevant clues. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals who were not Wisdom Path could be easily deduced. There were many demonic path Gu Immortals in the world, but why were there so few who acted recklessly like Feng Yuan? Once they did so and wreaked havoc everywhere, the righteous path would quickly find Wisdom Path Gu Immortals to deduce and find their location. They could capture them. For example, Refinement Path. Xianxia Blessed Land was not so easy to devour. Many Gu Immortals could not devour it even if they wanted to. Even some rank 8 Gu Immortals could not. Because to devour a rank 7 Xianxia Blessed Land, one needed at least Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level, for example, Dream Path. Feng Yuan had been reborn from the future. He had many Dream Path methods. During the Battle of Etion Mountain's Dream Realm, he used these methods to avert danger and escape. For example, this ambush battle. Feng Yuan displayed his formation path attainment. To be able to use a time path formation to such an extent, his formation path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Of course, this could also be because Shadow Sect had already set up a formation. But why did Feng Yuan not use it earlier? That is less likely. There is another possibility. Feng Yuan annexed Xianxia Blessed Land. The variant human Gu Immortals inside had Great Grandmaster formation path attainment level. There are not enough clues. Fairy Myrtle rubbed her forehead as a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She immediately got up and left Central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul Search. Not long after, Fairy Myrtle nodded in satisfaction. She accurately searched through Spectral Soul's memories and found the secret of that time path formation. It is indeed an extremely powerful concealment formation. It does not have the ability to summon your beasts. The latter should have been added by Feng Yuan later. Fairy Myrtle was deep in thought. Celestial Court. There was endless light. Immortal palaces were everywhere. Behind the Central Great Hall, a tall tower was erected. It was covered in a layer of white gold light. It was the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower, several Celestial Court Gu Immortals were working together. They were extremely busy. Under their hard work, a refinement path formation was gradually taking shape. A tall and muscular Gu Immortal was observing from outside the formation. Even though he was just standing there, he gave off the feeling of a giant pillar that could support the sky. It was Duke Long. Greetings to Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle arrived at this time, standing behind Duke Long. Now that Xianxia Blessed Land is in Feng Yuan's hands, it means he has also grasped the profundity of Refinement Cauldron. Originally, Celestial Court's Refinement Path formation was made by imitating Refinement Cauldron. I ordered people to dismantle the original formation and set up a new one. Duke Long said this as he turned around, looking at Fairy Myrtle. A look of remorse flashed across Fairy Ziwei's face. It is my fault for not leading properly. Before she finished, Duke Long raised his hand and interrupted. There is no point in blaming yourself. I believe you have already reflected on your actions. The past has become the truth. We should face the present seriously and plan for the future. Duke Long looked at Fairy Myrtle, sighing. Right now, our celestial court is still in control, but the situation seems to be getting out of our control. Feng Yuan is a chess piece arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Earlier, he repelled our attack and caused the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, and now, he has even captured the southern border immortals. Regardless of whether he is rank 7 or what methods he used, the result is the result, the truth is the truth. Ziwei, how will you deal with this? In the previous life, Duke Long did not place much importance on Feng Yuan, he thought of him as a clown. Now, Feng Yuan had won consecutively, his battle results were shocking, Duke Long became vigilant. He no longer trusted Fairy Myrtle as much as he did in his previous life. Instead, he began to worry and took the initiative to ask about her. Fairy Myrtle took a deep breath. She had already planned out how to deal with Feng Yuan. She replied calmly, to deal with Feng Yuan, the first step is to find his tracks. This cannot be done with wisdom path methods alone. I have already secretly arranged for 3 rank 8 Gu immortals in southern border to search for clues about Feng Yuan. The second point is to deal with his killer move that uses fixed immortal travel as the core. This move is even more threatening than the omnidirectional ancient battle formation. It allows Feng Yuan to take the initiative and advance or retreat as he pleases. I have already ordered them to prepare to refine fixed space Gu at any time. Fixed space Gu was in the hands of Gu immortal Lu Hao, and now, Lu Hao was captured by Feng Yuan. But Fairy Myrtle was confident, with the methods of the Celestial Court, they could still make Lu Hao's immortal Gu self-destruct. With the crucial fixed space Gu, they would have a way to deal with fixed immortal travel. And the third point. Fairy Myrtle paused for a moment before saying in a heavy tone, we need to guard against Feng Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. I am increasingly suspecting that Feng Yuan has already used Spring-Autumn Cicada to undergo a rebirth. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, our side lost mainly because Star Cast was seen through. There is something fishy about this. Feng Jioge left behind so many Dao marks in different places, why is Feng Yuan so sure about that place? Did he set up a formation in advance to encircle and intercept us? But I have deduced many times but to no avail, there are too few clues. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. Spring-Autumn Cicada is indeed a problem. Duke Long nodded, do you have any way to deal with it? Fairy Myrtle nodded, Lord Duke Long, didn't you and I already discuss using equal treatment to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada? But Benevolence Gu is in southern border immortal world, under the control of the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Weiyin. That's right. Duke Long said solemnly, if Feng Yuan uses Spring-Autumn Cicada, he might not just be using Gu, he might also be using a killer move. And using equal treatment to deal with any possible Spring-Autumn Cicada killer move is the safest. Precisely. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with purple light, thus, I plan to contact Lu Weiyin and discuss the matter of renting Benevolence Gu. In the previous life, at this time, the Celestial Court was calm and at ease, it was far from the time to contact Lu Weiyin. But in this life, because of the ink effect, the Celestial Court contacted Lu Weiyin in advance. Duke Long nodded as he realized, you want to use this chance to probe and see if Feng Yuan has revived? Yes. If Lu Weiyin rejects us, the possibility of Feng Yuan reviving will be higher. Because we do not have equal treatment to restrain Feng Yuan. But if Lu Weiyin agrees, it means that we have equal treatment, the possibility of Feng Yuan reviving will be smaller. At the same time, we can probe the attitude of Lu Weiyin, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth. Fairy Myrtle said slowly. Mentioning Paradise Earth, Duke Long had a complex expression, let's do that. However, even if Lu Weiyin does not lend it, we lack methods to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada, we do not need to worry too much. As long as we have the upper hand and advance step by step, that scoundrel Feng Yuan will not be able to make a comeback no matter what he does. Back then, even with Red Lotus's strength and foundation, he could not do anything about it, he failed. Not to mention him. Duke Long said this as he laughed calmly. Fairy Myrtle hesitated before asking, Lord Duke Long, I do not understand something. Our Celestial Court has such a deep foundation, why do we need to borrow an immortal Gu to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada? Could it be that our mighty Celestial Court really has no methods to restrain Spring-Autumn Cicada? The smile on Duke Long's face faded, the main reason is probably Red Lotus. Back then, when I fought with him, I heard him say this personally. He said that he had set up several stone lotus islands in the River of Time. They were not connected to each other but had a mystical effect on each other. All of the stone lotus islands formed an immortal killer move. It was his proudest method. This method could affect the flow of the River of Time, and indirectly affect the trajectory of all living beings in the world. If there was no River of Time, the whole world would be in a state of stillness. With the flow of the River of Time, all living beings in the world could move. Using this connection, Red Lotus Demon Venerable used a grand method that had been influencing the world until now. The most obvious result was that any goo worm or method that could restrain spring-autumn cicada had no fate with Celestial Court. After the incident with Red Lotus, Celestial Court concealed the truth and maintained its authority, while actively searching and planning to find a method to deal with spring-autumn cicada. Gradually, Celestial Court discovered something strange. Any immortal goo that could restrain spring-autumn cicada would intentionally avoid Celestial Court. The number of goo immortals recruited by Celestial Court that cultivated Time Path was also very few. But as time passed, this influence gradually weakened. Celestial Court also has some methods in its treasury that can influence and disturb spring-autumn cicada. You also know this, it is not very presentable. Duke Long continued to speak. So that's it. Fairy Myrtle's expression was calm, but her heart was shaken. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method was truly too amazing. It simply surpassed the limits of Time Path. It had a trace of the color of fate. Not only did he damage fate goo, he even forcefully used Time Path methods to imitate fate's power and deal with it instead. Fairy Myrtle blinked, quickly calming her emotions. Next, I will spread the news that Fang Yuan is attempting to undergo tribulation and advance to rank 8. At the same time, I will negotiate with Wu Yong and other forces of Southern Border's righteous path to get more people to resist Fang Yuan's extortion. Lastly, I have already ordered to nurture Guyue Fangzheng. This person was created by the Heavenly Tao. He is a crucial factor in dealing with Fang Yuan. He is already undergoing immortal ascension, right? Central Continent. The blood rain stopped. On a mountain peak, Guyue Fangzheng was floating in the air, the three qi of heaven, earth, and man condensed into one point. His experiences were full of twists and turns. These difficulties turned into wealth, allowing him to smoothly grasp the balance of the three qi. Fangzheng suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed in deeply and placed a rank 5 blood path goo worm into the qi lump. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the qi lump exploded and an immortal aperture appeared. High-grade blessed land, Fangzheng succeeded in his immortal ascension. There were still remnants of heaven and earth qi left. Fangzheng was overjoyed. With these heaven and earth qi, he could raise his vital blood path mortal goo to an immortal goo. Fangzheng, let me in, I will protect you during the tribulation. Fanshi transmitted. He was protecting Fangzheng during the entire process. Fangzheng frowned. He showed an unhappy expression. The immortal aperture was the most private place of a goo immortal. Fan Shilu wanted to enter. Fangzheng felt a sense of anger and displeasure. But soon, his frown eased as he opened the immortal aperture's entrance, saying plainly, "All right, Fan Shilu, please come in." Fangzheng knew that not just Fan Shilu, there were countless pairs of eyes watching him during his immortal ascension. He gradually understood his value. He was a tool. The reason why he was nurtured was to deal with Fang Yuan. A moment later, the tribulation ended. Fan Shilu was inside his immortal aperture. He had a complex expression. "Oh Fangzheng, this is a high-grade blessed land. Back then, I spent so much effort to accumulate it and undergo tribulation, but it was only a middle-grade blessed land. This immortal aperture is at least 8.5 million km2, the highest record was only 9 million km2. This is definitely a tributary of the River of Time. Compared to the outside world, the time flow is 28 to 1. The limit of high grade is 30 to 1, the difference is very small. Time path and space path resources were much higher than Fan Shilu's achievements in the past. Those who had high-grade blessed lands were elites among rank 6 goo immortals. They were rare to begin with. During this tribulation, you even advanced your vital goo. You now have a second blood path immortal goo. The sect has orders. They also asked me to bring you a lot of resources for you to plant. You will be able to pass the difficult initial stage of immortal ascension. Fan Shilu said as he took out a large number of blood path resources from his immortal aperture. Each and every one of these resources was extremely valuable. Many were immortal materials. Even a goo immortal like Fan Shilu, who had many years of experience, could not conceal his envy and jealousy. The sect had invested so much in nurturing Fangjing. The total value of these resources was equivalent to 100 years of accumulation of a rank 6 lone cultivator. Even with Fan Shilu's help from Crane Gate, he spent 50 years to reach this stage. It could be said that Fangjing did not have to do anything to become a millionaire among rank 6 Gu immortals. The sect's efforts, Fangjing, you cannot let them down. Finally, Fan Shilu said with a hoarse voice. Just looking at Fan Shilu's complex expression, Fangjing knew what was going on. He was also secretly shocked at how much attention and nurturing he was receiving. Regardless of the motive. I have finally become an immortal. Fang Yuan, we are no longer mortal and immortal. Fangjing's divine sense swept around, he looked at his immortal aperture as he felt a surge of emotions. This is my immortal aperture, my blessed land, my foundation. At this moment, he felt that his future was bright, there seemed to be endless possibilities. Fang Yuan, even though you are strong, you are still chased around by Central Continent and the Celestial Court, you do not dare to step into Central Continent. With their help, I might be able to deal with you. Even though I understand you, I will not forgive you. Fate makes fools of people, you and I will meet in the end. Different from the previous life, Fangjing received even more resources, his immortal ascension was brought forward. In the previous life, everyone knew about the nightmare of southern borders Gu immortals, Fang Yuan's demonic might was overwhelming. But now, the Celestial Court kept some information about Langya Domain's defeat, the news of southern borders change had not spread yet. Thus, Guyue Fangjing did not know about Chenyi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, he did not know that the deities of southern frontier were captured by Fang Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. In the desolate mini-yellow heaven, a figure flew over at lightning speed. The figure stopped abruptly, landing in front of a group of Gu immortals. It was Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. Greetings to Lord Fang Yuan. Greetings to sect leader. The immortals bowed together. Looking around, other than Ing Wuxia who was guarding Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan's subordinates were all present. Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, Shui Er, Bing Yuan, Shizong, Shi Chung, Mo Tan Sang and others, immortal qi lingered around them, talents of all kinds were gathered together. These people had participated in the ambush of years flowing ambush, they had personally witnessed how Fang Yuan controlled the situation and captured the deities of southern frontier. Thus, the immortals were looking at Fang Yuan with much more fervent and respectful gazes than before the battle. Especially those variant human Gu immortals, they were submissive and had a respectful attitude, they were as obedient as cats and dogs. No need to be so polite. Fang Yuan glanced at them before turning to the other side. An immortal formation was floating in the sky, it had been constructed by these Gu immortals not long ago. Of course, the main body of the formation was created by Fang Yuan himself, the remaining minor details were left to these subordinates. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction, confirming that the formation was in good condition. This was the Wisdom Refinement Immortal Formation, it used the light of wisdom to assist woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was someone else's will, the effect would be even better. Initially, Fang Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal Gu that he obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie, Change Soul immortal Gu was among them. This crucial immortal Gu allowed Fang Yuan to turn the tables and snatch sovereign immortal fetus Gu during the Battle of Yition Mountain. In the previous life, this formation was modified by Fang Yuan, it was even more powerful. In this life, Fang Yuan only made some minor adjustments to it, it was already powerful enough, there was no need to modify it. Alright, enter the array, Fang Yuan instructed. A portion of the Gu immortals around him entered the formation and controlled it in place of Fang Yuan, maintaining its operation. Fang Yuan turned around and looked behind him. Behind him was a blurry dreamland, like a huge, colorful cloud. A pure dream reality seeker physique had already been formed. This was what Fang Yuan had learned from Feng Kim Hong in his previous life. It was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique that could exist forever. However, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was very weak, and he did not have the capital to split his soul. Thus, only Fang Yuan's will was controlling the pure dream reality seeker physique body. The willpower would continue to shrink as it was consumed until it completely disappeared. Only when paired with a soul could it be considered a clone. Thus, this pure dream reality seeker physique body was only half a dream path clone. However, this was enough for the time being. The pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm and quickly pushed out a southern border Gu immortal. Before entering the formation, the expressions of the Gu immortals around Fan Yuan changed. They recognized this person. After the battle, they did not stay idle, they actively searched for information about these captives, thus they knew a lot about them. This is Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang Ku. He is one of the top representatives of Soul Path in Southern Border's current Gu immortal world. He had once destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts alone, before escaping from the pursuit of the immemorial desolate beasts. Lady White Rabbit and the rest conversed softly. Yang Ku's upper body was still in the dream realm, his lower body was exposed. It was convenient for Fan Yuan's main body to use killer moves. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A ghost hand descended from the sky and entered Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture. Under the gazes of the immortals, in just a few breaths of time, the ghost hand came out. It flew past Fan Yuan's time path clone and arrived above the slowly circulating wisdom refinement formation. Then, it opened its 5 fingers and threw the stolen immortal Gu into the formation. This was a rank 7 soul path immortal Gu. The immortal Gu entered the wisdom refinement formation and was immediately enveloped by the formation, falling into the center. Activate with all your strength. The Gu immortals inside the formation shouted. The wisdom refinement formation immediately let out a dazzling golden light. Amidst the buzzing noises, the light of wisdom gathered on the stolen immortal Gu and rapidly refined it. Great Thief Ghost Hand flew back to Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture. In a few breaths of time, it came out with a second immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was Assimilation Soul Gu. Fan Yuan's time path clone nodded. With this immortal Gu as the core, the killer move Assimilation Soul could be activated. Great Thief Ghost Hand threw Assimilation Soul immortal Gu into the wisdom refinement formation before flying back to Yang Ku's immortal aperture. For the next 2 times, it stole immortal Gu, stealing all of Yang Ku's immortal Gu. Some variant human Gu immortals who did not know what was going on showed shocked expressions at this sight. Could it be that Fan Yuan had modified Great Thief Ghost Hand so that it could steal immortal Gu every time? If that was the case, then Great Thief Ghost Hand would no doubt be thousands of times more terrifying than before. Great Thief Ghost Hand had indeed been modified. Fan Yuan had comprehended the Steal Life True Inheritance and made some progress. Great Thief Ghost Hand could locate and steal targeted immortal Gu. As long as Fan Yuan had a deep understanding of the target and knew the location of the immortal Gu, he could steal immortal Gu every time. But Fan Yuan knew Yang Ku's immortal aperture like the back of his hand. Because in the previous life, he stole Gu, soul searched, and devoured apertures, until he fused Yang Ku's immortal aperture into his own. In a short while, Fan Yuan extracted all of Yang Ku's immortal Gu, and under the effect of the wisdom refinement formation, he quickly refined them into his own. Fan Yuan's time path clone took away Assimilation Soul immortal Gu and injected immortal essence, activating the killer move Assimilation Soul along with other Gu worms. This Assimilation Soul killer move had also been modified. It was much more powerful than in the previous life. Fan Yuan exerted his strength and extracted Yang Ku's soul. As a soul path Gu immortal, Yang Ku's soul completely left the dream realm and was about to wake up. But Fan Yuan was prepared. He used a soul path killer move to seal it. After taking away the immortal Gu, Yang Ku was like a tiger pulling out its teeth. Once the soul was taken out, Yang Ku, this toothless tiger, was already beyond cure. Final step, extract aperture. Fan Yuan shouted as he activated a killer move, directly extracting Yang Ku's immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was forcefully sealed by Fan Yuan. It turned into a gray lump of light. Bai Ningbing and the other 2 Gu immortals saw this and slowly flew over. Fan Yuan's time path clone cautiously handed this gray lump of light to Bai Ningbing, saying, "Go." Everything had been deduced. Bai Ningbing and the other 2 held Yang Ku's immortal aperture as they flew down to mini southern border. After finding the location, Bai Ningbing lightly tossed the gray lump of light to the side of a certain mountain peak. Immediately, heaven and earth chi surged intensely as the gray light exploded, becoming larger and larger. At the periphery of the gray light, the ground cracked and the mountains moved, emitting a deafening sound. The gray light became larger and larger. eventually returning to the original appearance of Yang Ku's immortal aperture. Pay attention. Bai Ningbing shouted coldly, the two immortals beside her were already on standby. Caw caw caw. First, a large group of flower-winged white-bone birds let out crow-like caws as they scrambled to fly out of the cave. After that, the earth trembled as a beast tide rose from Yang Ku's blessed land and spread towards the lesser southern territory. Bai Ningbing and the others had solemn expressions, they were not flustered at all. Long ago, Fang Yuan had deduced everything and arranged an extremely detailed plan to deal with it. The three immortals immediately moved. Bai Ningbing quickly dispersed the beast tide. And the flower-wing white-bone birds were also successfully led away by a variant human Gu immortal. Yang Ku blessed land was originally independent, all living beings lived in harmony, but now that it was merged into mini southern border, the balance that Yang Ku had meticulously designed was broken, causing a series of chaos. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, they would be flustered. But Fang Yuan was unruffled, using his deep wisdom path attainment and the help of his Gu immortal subordinates, he managed to maintain the situation. The chaos only lasted for a while before it dissipated. One of the three immortals stayed behind to clean up the mess, while Bai Ningbing and the variant human Gu immortal flew back to mini yellow heaven. On their way back, they saw another group of Gu immortals, there were also three of them, they were holding a pink lump of light as they landed in mini southern border. Great Thief Ghost Hand, Wisdom Refinement Formation, Absorb Soul Killer Move, Aperture Taking Method, Stealing Gu, Refining Gu, Separating Body and Soul, Annexing Immortal Apertures, Suppressing the Chaos. Fang Yuan arranged everything in an orderly manner, he did it with ease. Mainly because of his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of the situation of the captives. Just a few days later, Fang Yuan had captured almost all of the captives, only Jia Shirba and Lu Hao were left. Shishirqing was already overjoyed that a huge dark ink stone vein had been moved to the resting place of the stone golems. In mini southern border, dozens of mountains appeared. Some of the mountains even reached the level of famous mountains in the southern border. Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, Bone Bird Peak, the first supreme elder of the Rockman tribe, Shizong, sighed internally, this is truly the golden belt of killing and arson. Because they were southern border Gu immortals, half of their resources were gathered in mini southern border, while the other half were distributed to the other 4 mini regions and the mini 9 heavens. For example, in mini central continent, there was a phantom shadow flower garden, a vast amount of immortal farmer soil was used to create a fertile plain. For example, in Kokitahara, there was a heavenly pillar wind. And for example, in mini eastern sea, there was a brand new sea area called Wave Flower Sea Area. And for example, in mini western desert, there were more than 10 fusong trees, every branch of this tree was an immortal material. The most important gain was the year essence pool in Xianxia Grotto Heaven. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not know that Xianxia had a year essence pool, he spent a lot of effort to create one. Even with 2 year essence pools, it was not much, it caused a huge waste of resources. The resources that Fang Yuan extorted from southern border's righteous path were mostly invested in the construction of the year essence pool. In this life, Fang Yuan directly took Xiacha's year essence pool for himself. The year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts that Fang Yuan had been having a headache with, Fang Yuan stuffed them into the year essence pool. The immortals' emotions fluctuated, after experiencing waves of shock, they were already numb to it. Fang Yuan plundered them by force, he practically devoured the life accumulation of southern borders Gu immortals without wasting anything. Lord Fang Yuan's attainment level is truly comprehensive, he annexed the immortal apertures of many paths with ease. His grotto heaven is even more grand and vast, it annexed so many immortal apertures, but it is still so stable. This is simply slaughtering pigs and dogs. These Gu immortal experts in Fang Yuan's hands are like chickens in the hands of a butcher, their throats are slit, their blood is drained, their feathers are plucked, they are cleaned, and they are cut up. This is truly. The immortals were tongue-tied, some were speechless. Fang Yuan's direct action of devouring apertures made them feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if Gu immortals were not Gu immortals in front of Fang Yuan, they were chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs, ready to be slaughtered. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were no exception. An immortal Gu floated in front of Fang Yuan, emitting a rank 8 aura. This immortal goo was like a cocoon, but it was not white, it was pitch black like iron. Holding it in his hand, it had a cold and heavy metallic texture. This was rank 8 rule path immortal goo, it fed on pearl thread water. Pearl thread water was a rank 8 water path immortal material. On the surface, it looked like a lump of clear water without any impurities, there was nothing special about it. But if one placed one's hand into the water and squeezed, one could grab a water line and pull it out of the water. The water line was endless, there were water droplets condensed on the water line, they were side by side and close to each other. The entire water droplet was like a necklace, it was beautiful and beautiful. If one continued to pull the water line up, the pearl thread water lump would shrink, until all of the water lumps turned into a long water line. Immortal goo was an oval pitch-black cocoon, even though it had no mouth, as long as it was soaked in pearl thread water for 8 days and 8 nights, it would be full, it would last for 80 years. There are 36 years left until the next feeding. Ba's immortal aperture already has more than half of the pearl thread water, the rest can be traded with Eastern Seas goo immortals. Feng Yuan was well aware of all this, he knew it like the back of his hand. Because he had already taken out Ba's immortal goo and his soul. Ba also had a lake in his immortal aperture, the lake was huge, there were a large number of ancient water spiders and 2 immemorial water spiders, 1 male and 1 female. Pearl thread water was the saliva of the immemorial water spiders, it was condensed into essence after living in the water for a long time. The accumulation was slow, drop by drop. If it was not collected in time, the pearl thread water would be consumed by the ancient water spiders to raise their strength. Ba was a rule path goo immortal, his immortal aperture was mostly rule path, he had spent a lot of effort to create this lake. Feeding immortal goo was troublesome sometimes. For example, even though Ba's immortal goo was rule path goo, the food was pearl thread water. If Ba wanted to feed it himself, he would need to create a water path resource point that produced pearl thread water, this was not good for a rule path goo immortal. But for Feng Yuan, this was not a problem. His mini Eastern Sea was too huge, after the water spiders entered, it was like a small village entering a huge city. Feng Yuan could even create a sea area for these water spiders to live in. With a huge space and a better water path environment, these water spiders would thrive. Feng Yuan, who had the sovereign immortal aperture, could cultivate many paths, he had a huge advantage in terms of goo nurturing. Basher immortal goo. Of them, Basher goo was his only rank 8 goo. Other than that, there were rank 7 and rank 6 immortal goo, among which there were 2 rank 7 goo, 1 and 3. Number goo was an extremely large series of rule path goo worms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it could be said that there was no limit to it. Even though Feng Yuan had so many rank 8 immortal goo, in fact, ordinary rank 8 goo immortals having 1 rank 8 immortal goo was already quite good. Ba had 1, Xianxia had 2, because these 2 were leaders of righteous path super forces, they had deep foundations and inheritances. Ordinary lone cultivators could not obtain a rank 8 immortal goo even if they begged for it. For example, old ancestor Xuehu of Northern Plains, he had great battle strength, he was the number 1 demonic path goo immortal in Northern Plains, but he did not have any rank 8 immortal goo. Even the Celestial Court had many rank 8 goo immortals but few rank 8 immortal goo, the ratio was huge. In the previous life, when longevity heaven attacked, the Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. Many rank 8 goo immortals woke up, but they did not have enough immortal goo to use. Ba's most valuable killer move was the consecutive hit battle method. If he could hit 18 times in a row, Ba could easily kill goo immortals of the same rank. In the previous life, when he fought with Qingyi, this Celestial Court member paid a lot of attention to it, he tried his best to stop Ba from hitting 18 times in a row. In truth, Feng Yuan was a little disappointed. He had thought that since Ba was skilled in consecutive hit battle methods, his rank 8 rule path immortal goo was likely to be consecutive goo. To think that it was addition goo. Consecutive goo was much more famous than addition goo, it was also more practical. With rank 8 consecutive goo, Feng Yuan could use its power to connect all sorts of killer moves to form a consecutive move effect. Consecutive moves were one of the techniques of using killer moves. When 2 or more killer moves were used consecutively, they could unleash even greater power. Often, only elites among Gu immortals could use it. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this technique. She used Angry Bird and Fire Prison to form a consecutive move. It had extraordinary power. Gu immortals who could think of consecutive moves had to be at least Great Grandmaster attainment level. It could be seen that Blazing Heaven Demoness' consecutive moves were all Fire Path killer moves. But using consecutive Gu, killer moves of different paths could be combined into consecutive moves. The significance of this difference was extremely significant. For example, Fan Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and Great Thief Ghost Hand, or Jade Flow Pearl and Strength Path Giant Hand, there were many combinations that could raise one's battle strength to an unimaginable level. Bosch or Ba's immortal Gu, killer moves, and soul were all taken by Fan Yuan, only his body and immortal aperture were left. Even though Fan Yuan could annex apertures, his attainment level was high enough. But he still pushed back the time of annexing apertures for later. Because after annexing apertures, the next calamity and tribulation would be reset, and the time would be reset. Even though this was a small detail, it was very important. The annexation of apertures came to an end, but Bai Ningbing and the rest were busy. During this period of time, Fan Yuan had taken and annexed a large number of immortal apertures. It was truly shocking. There were simply too many blessed lands and grotto heavens added. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture was still stable, after the ecology of the immortal aperture interfered, there was quite a bit of chaos. Bai Ningbing and the rest were dealing with this chaos. Earlier, they were roughly suppressing the chaos, but now, they were making detailed adjustments. Which mountains needed to be moved, which rivers needed to be preserved, which beast groups needed to be moved, which plants needed to be nurtured, these complicated matters were all deduced by Fan Yuan in great detail. He had a perfect plan for the overall situation. This was the benefit of having deep wisdom path methods. The new plan not only allowed these resources to coexist harmoniously, they could even promote each other. Finally, he even considered the future Bosch or Ba immortal aperture and beast calamity grotto heaven. He left a lot of empty space for them. If it were Gu immortals of other paths, they would feel dizzy and exhausted, they would not be able to make such a good plan, they would expend a lot of resources internally. The losses caused would often make Gu immortals feel heartache. Fan Yuan was even busier, his time path clone and main body had been cultivating bitterly, he was racing against time, but he still felt that he did not have enough time or energy. Fan Yuan wanted to split himself into several parts and work hard together. Fan Yuan's rule path attainment level had risen. Attainment level was the foundation of Gu cultivation. The increase in attainment level would affect all aspects, everything would change and become brand new. Especially rule path, which was the most versatile. Fan Yuan had obtained so many new rule path immortal Gu. If he did not think of killer moves or fuse them into his original killer moves, Fan Yuan would be letting down his hard work and planning. The management of the immortal aperture could mostly be done by his subordinates, but there were some areas that Fan Yuan needed to do personally. The refinement of killer moves was also an important point. Bosch or Ba's consecutive attacks could be put aside. He was already familiar with Xianxia's time path killer moves in his previous life, but the two methods of Tao Zhu's true inheritance were something that Fan Yuan had to learn. They were the most important ones. Giant Sun's true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, and Long Hair's true inheritance were all profound. Every time Fan Yuan comprehended them for a period of time, he would have some gains. For example, Giant Sun's true inheritance. Bosch or Ba was added to Southern Border's pursuit team. Fan Yuan could not deduce it. Because Southern Border's righteous path did not lack wisdom path Gu immortals, they worked together to conceal this secret. What made Fan Yuan vigilant was that his luck was being suppressed mysteriously. During the ambush battle, he observed carefully and found the huge threat of Bosch or Ba. Fan Yuan's luck path strength had grown by a lot. If it was before, he would not be able to sense it. Other than those Northern Plains Gu immortals, Fan Yuan could use luck path methods to deal with others. They were more reliable and could even obtain unexpected results. Because there were only 3 luck path true inheritances, they were arranged well by Giant Sun Immortal. They were not widely spread. Even the Celestial Court searched for them bitterly but did not gain anything. Southern Border's righteous path was the same. Another example was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Without the recent gains, Fan Yuan could not modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. There was also Long Hair's true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level and refinement path, he still had gains from comprehending long hair's true inheritance. Ignoring everything else, the concept of Gu as before had made a lot of progress because Fang Yuan had comprehended long hair's true inheritance several times in a row. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan felt like he had eaten too much. He felt like he had indigestion. His sovereign immortal aperture was very strong, it could hold immortal apertures and was still very stable. But there were too many things he needed to comprehend, there were too many killer moves he needed to deduce and modify, and there were too many true inheritances in his possession. If an ordinary person obtained one of these true inheritances, they would be able to change their future and benefit their entire life. They could even influence the situation of the entire world's forces. Right now, in Fang Yuan's possession, he could not even count the number of such true inheritances. Red Lotus True Inheritance, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance had two. Long Hair's True Inheritance was not inferior to these venerable true inheritances. Tao Zhu's True Inheritance was also very strong. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal Gu. He had so many rank 8 immortal Gu that almost all rank 8 Gu immortals in the world would feel ashamed. He even had rank 9 immortal Gu, and his subordinates. Different from the previous life, in this life, he had many subordinates and many of them were elites. They were much more outstanding than an ordinary super force. At this point, Fang Yuan's accumulation and foundation could be said to be world-shaking. He only needed a long period of time to digest them and Fang Yuan's strength would reach the peak of rank 8. But he lacked time. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In the previous life, he had already felt that he did not have enough time. In this life, the situation had worsened. This feeling was even more intense. Fang Yuan estimated that even with the light of wisdom, according to his current situation, he would need at least 100 years to completely digest these true inheritances and fuse them together. Furthermore, he would have to research them himself and create new ones, to comprehend them himself and achieve even greater results. On one hand, I can adjust the immortal aperture's flow rate and try to gain more time. On the other hand, I need to explore dream realms and raise my attainment levels. It will be much easier for me to comprehend Long Hair's true inheritance compared to Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, and Genesis Lotus true inheritances. Finally, I need helpers, more clones. Under Fang Yuan's eager anticipation, Danghun Mountain was repaired several days later. A tall crystal mountain stood towering in the little southern border. It was pink in color and emitted a dreamy radiance. It was one of the famous secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in Danghun Mountain. Right now, Danghun Mountain had almost recovered to its former state. It was not completely restored. The reason was the same as in the previous life. Fang Yuan was wary of the celestial court, fearing that they had methods similar to fixed immortal travel. Of course, it was already close to complete. Danghun Mountain's production of Guts Gu had fallen to almost nothing. Fang Yuan could accept it. Rockman rank 6 Gu immortal Shishircheng arrived at the mountain. Even though he already knew that Fang Yuan had the Guts Gu, but when he looked at this legendary mountain with his own eyes, he still could not control his excitement, his eyes shining with unparalleled passion. Danghun Mountain, Guts Gu, he muttered. Guts Gu had a huge significance to the Rockman tribe. Rockmen were all males, they had tall and sturdy bodies, which placed a heavy burden on their souls. Once the Rockmen moved too much, their souls would be damaged. Therefore, in their lives, they would spend 80% of their time sleeping, using it to nurture their souls. After an old Rockman dies, the scattered souls and rocks would fuse together to form a new Rockman, inheriting a portion of the old Rockman's memories and some important experiences. Or if the old Rockman slept for a long time, his soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and he would give up a portion of it to form a new Rockman. This unique reproduction method made the Rockman's soul strength a crucial factor. The stronger the Rockman's soul, the more Rockmen they could produce. However, Rockmen were variant humans, they had innate Earth Path Tao marks that conflicted with Soul Path. Soul Path methods that could increase the strength of the soul were rarely useful to Rockmen. Guts Gu was different, it was born from a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it could increase the strength of the soul, even though it was a mortal Gu, it was very useful to Gu immortals. The effect of using Rockmen was extraordinary. Back then, when Fang Yuan had just taken control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had nurtured Rockmen wantonly. Xianxia saw Danghun Mountain, he saw the rise of the entire Rockman tribe. It was a smooth path to prosperity. How could he not be excited? His emotions surged, and he increasingly felt that following Fang Yuan was the right choice for him and the Stone Golem tribe. Xianxia's performance fell into Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was secretly satisfied with this. Fang Yuan purposely sent Xianxia to plunder Guts Gu. It was to lure him with benefits, to let him feel that his future was extremely bright. As long as he followed Fang Yuan closely, there would be endless benefits. Xianxia finally calmed down a little and started to control the formation. Fang Yuan had formation path and soul path attainment. He did not lack immortal Gu, and his current soul path cultivation was of utmost importance. He set up an immortal level formation around Danghun Mountain. After Xianxia obtained Fang Yuan's approval, he was able to control the formation. The great formation rumbled and released rays of grayish-blue light. The light was like mist and smoke, quickly spreading to Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain trembled slightly. The pink crystal mountain also emitted a hazy light, which quickly dyed the grayish-blue light mist pink. The pink mist quickly dyed the entire array. There were large numbers of soul beasts imprisoned in the formation, as well as soul cores. The soul core and the soul beast quickly dissipated under the pink mist of light. The formation worked for a while. Guts Gu condensed one after another, quickly accumulating from single digits to 4 digits. Xianxia immediately revealed a shocked expression. What kind of efficiency is this? Moreover, the number of Guts Gu is still increasing, so fast, it is about to break 5 digits. This soul path formation was modified by Fang Yuan using the contents of Spectral Soul's true inheritance and his own immortal Gu to deduce and modify it. It was called Soul Enchanting 10,000 Guts Formation. Each time, it could produce at least 10,000 Guts Gu. This was definitely much more efficient than just using Danghun Mountain. Of course, the premise of producing 10,000 Guts Gu at once was that there were enough soul beasts and soul cores. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was already prepared. That was his previous arrangement. He had already cooperated with Fang Clan to develop Western Desert's Green Ghost Desert. This method of obtaining soul beasts was not only large in quantity, it was also stable. Even if Fang Yuan's demand for soul beasts and soul cores was so terrifying, Green Ghost Desert could still satisfy him easily. This desert was too huge, there were countless soul beasts, this was a super resource point for soul path. Unfortunately, Fang Clan, who cultivated formation path, relied on the desert. Moreover, Xianxia was hidden in Green Ghost Desert, it was a huge threat. As long as it existed, Green Ghost Desert would be a fatal threat, it was not a good place. Fang Yuan did not even think of buying soul cores from Jewel Yellow Skies or extorting Southern Borders Yang Clan. If he did that, he would leak some important information. In the previous life, Fang Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain a long time later. Moreover, even after Danghun Mountain was repaired, he did not have enough immortal essence, soul beasts, and soul cores, it was too slow. In this life, not only did Fang Yuan repair Danghun Mountain in advance, he also provided soul beasts and soul cores perfectly. With these two factors, his soul path foundation would rise sharply. Fang Yuan's soul entered the enchanting soul and myriad daring formation. The formation activated and helped him absorb Guts Gu. In almost an instant, Fang Yuan had already consumed over 10,000 Guts Gu. Guts Gu's effect was still so obvious, Fang Yuan's soul expanded like a balloon. In just a few breaths of time, he became a small giant. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the formation, arriving at Luopa Valley not far away. Bewildering fog shrouded his soul, causing it to loosen up. The desolate wind cut at his soul, bringing innumerable wounds and unparalleled pain. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul, it was 10,000 times more painful than death. Fang Yuan almost went crazy. But he endured it with all his might. After a while, he dragged his tattered soul out. He flew back to the soul path formation and used Guts Gu to repair his soul, before his body expanded again. Guts Gu was like the perfect nourishment, while Luopa Valley's bitter cultivation allowed Fang Yuan's soul to be forged from iron, all the impurities were removed. As such, after 3 rounds, Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose to 10 million man soul. Xianxia, who was controlling the formation, was tongue-tied, he was extremely shocked, he could not believe it. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the sacred lands of soul cultivation, this reputation was not just for show. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, thinking, I finally recovered. Earlier, his soul foundation was expended quickly, he was almost forced to use other soul path methods. Although these soul path methods were outstanding, they had side effects, they were not as flawless as Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. For example, this was like the difference between using other methods to extend lifespan and using lifespan goo to extend lifespan. Oh my heavens! Xianxia let out a groan. He finally reacted and accepted this dreamlike reality. Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose like he had taken drugs, it almost shattered Xianxia's worldview, outlook on life, and values. His excitement could not be expressed with words, his fingers were trembling intensely. As long as we attach ourselves to Lord Fang Yuan and follow in his footsteps, our Rockman tribe will climb to the peak of this world. With these two soul path sacred lands, we have a foundation that surpasses the 5 regions immortal world. Xianxia did not know that Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. It is a pity I do not have soul calming soup to use. Otherwise, the efficiency of soul path cultivation would be even faster and more terrifying. Wisdom path cultivation had 3 essences: thought, will, and emotion. Soul path cultivation also had 3 essences: strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The extreme cultivation methods of the first 2 were Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. The soul calming soup in Bewitching Lake was also recorded in. When the soul was cultivated to a certain extent, it would gradually separate from the body, a portion of the soul could easily float out, causing a cultivation accident where the soul was distracted and the soul was unable to leave the body. At this time, drinking soul calming soup could perfectly resolve this flaw. Fang Yuan did not have soul calming soup, he could only rely on other methods to make up for it. This was on a completely different level compared to the first 2 cultivation methods. This caused Fang Yuan to only cultivate soul path once in a while. Even though the efficiency was already shocking and almost scared Xianxia silly, if he had soul calming soup, he would be able to cultivate without stopping. Haste makes waste, Fang Yuan stopped and could only temporarily cultivate his soul. Commotion could be heard from jewel yellow skies. The celestial court spread rumors that Fang Yuan's cultivation level was close to rank 8, these few years were likely to be the final period for him to undergo tribulation and advance to rank 8. Other than that, the celestial court also spread the news that Fang Yuan had captured southern border Gu immortals. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, this should be Fairy Myrtle's doing. In the previous life, Fairy Myrtle had done this, but that was after some time. In this life, Fang Yuan advanced step by step, causing Fairy Myrtle to face even more pressure, so she used this method in advance. Honestly speaking, this vicious scheme was very powerful. Fairy Myrtle could easily borrow strength and make all the Gu immortals in the world wary of Fang Yuan, afraid that he would advance to rank 8 and attack him. In the previous life, during the Battle of 5 Regional Mountain Range, Fang Yuan beat them at their own game. He made use of this mentality of the Gu immortals. If I did not have the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, I might have fallen into Fairy Myrtle's scheme and fallen into her tempo. Now that she is spreading this rumor, it should mean that she has not discovered the secret of my Sovereign Immortal body. Of course, it is also possible that she already knows but is pretending not to know. Spreading this information is only the prelude to her scheme. Fang Yuan started to use wisdom path methods, he thought deeply. A moment later, his eyes flashed with cold light, he made a new decision. In that case, I cannot sit here and wait for death, I might as well expose your star-cast killer move, as well as the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Fairy Myrtle was borrowing strength, Fang Yuan was also borrowing strength. Compared to Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court made the 4 regions Gu immortals feel even more fear and panic. In the previous life, the Celestial Court's Gu refinement caused the 4 regions to attack together. Fang Yuan's information had a huge effect on this. This time I'll completely display my strength. In any case, the matter of the southern border cannot be concealed. Since the world will be shaken by this, I might as well make them fear me even more. This way, it will be easier for me to extort southern border's righteous path. As expected, Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court had a public argument, countless Gu immortals gasped in shock. The news spread like wildfire, quickly spreading throughout the Gu immortal world. So Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortals all died in Langya Blessed Land. Unbelievable, Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a legendary character. She had resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the past. And Chinyi was the previous first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had a Genesis Lotus True inheritance. These two people actually died in Fang Yuan's hands? Unimaginable. Not just that, this demon Fang Yuan has not stopped. He has harmed Southern Borders' Gu Immortal World again. Southern Borders Xianxia, Ba, and a group of rank 7 experts were all captured by him. How can he have such strength? He is only rank 7. Against Celestial Court, he used Langya Blessed Lands Foundation. And against Southern Border, he used a Super Time Path formation. There are too many mysteries in this, I still can't believe it. It should be true. Celestial Court and Southern Border did not refute it. Fang Yuan, this demon is getting scarier. In such a short time, he has already ambushed and killed a rank 8 expert. He even captured a large number of rank 7s and rank 8s. Southern Border's righteous path has lost too much face. You can't say that, even Celestial Court was defeated by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is only rank 7, how can he have such extraordinary methods? I understand now, a person like Fang Yuan cannot be judged with common sense. He has the aura of a demon venerable. Weren't the previous demon venerables like him when they were young? It is normal for them to challenge higher ranks, it is easy for them to kill rank 8s. That makes sense. It is a pity that there will only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable in the future, not a demon venerable. This is not Fang Yuan's era. That is where you are wrong. Celestial Court's Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who knows what will happen in the future. Fang Yuan is already so vicious at rank 7, he has committed so many sins, what will happen when he reaches rank 8? Right. While he is still rank 7, we should kill him, this is our final chance to get rid of him. Difficult. Even the Celestial Court couldn't find any trace of him. Fang Yuan is not only fierce but also cunning. He was a reborn otherworldly demon, so he had too many tricks up his sleeves. Ordinary experts seeking trouble with him would be courting death. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals have to be careful and not fall into his schemes. But if we really kill Fang Yuan, then the harvest will be too great. That's right, Fang Yuan has a venerable true inheritance, countless resources, spring-autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, all sorts of immortal Gu, and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. He can match a super force. The Gu Immortal World of the 5 regions was in an uproar. Fang Yuan became the center of discussion among countless Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals felt hatred, fear, and jealousy towards him, they had complex emotions. If Fang Yuan had escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch's pursuit and hung her rib bones in jewel yellow skies, he was famous in the world. But now, Fang Yuan, who had the blood of a rank 8 expert on his hands and even captured a large number of Gu Immortal experts, was truly famous in the immortal world. Earlier, he relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal to fight against rank 8 Gu Immortals. He could be said to be the number 1 rank 7 Gu Immortal. But now, not just rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals, even most rank 8s were wary of Fang Yuan, they did not look down on him at all. A new title regarding Fang Yuan was gradually recognized by the Gu Immortals, Little Demon Venerable. This title represented that Fang Yuan had the potential to become a demon venerable, he could be said to be a future demon venerable. This was a very high evaluation. In human history, since ancient times, Gu Immortal experts were like stars in the sky, but how many venerables were there? In total, there were only 10 of them. Right now, the Gu Immortal world recognized that Fang Yuan had the potential to become a venerable. Of course, other than the discussions about Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court also did not escape the discussions of the Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's exposure of Star Caste shocked the other 4 regions' Gu Immortals. Especially those Righteous Path super forces, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Star Caste had great strategic significance, it allowed Central Continent and the Celestial Court to secretly dispatch several Gu Immortals to attack suddenly. This move allowed the Celestial Court to gain the initiative. The other 4 regions' rank 8 Gu Immortals were all leaders of their own forces, they could not stay together at all times to defend against Star Caste, right? This way, the Celestial Court could use Star Caste and gather rank 8 battle strength to fight against the Gu Immortals. Within the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had a grim expression. Even though she had expected it, when it really happened, she could not help but feel upset. Fairy Myrtle did not want Feng Yuan to have an easy time, but Feng Yuan similarly did not want the celestial court to have an easy time. In this open and intense battle, both sides were losers. And the person who suffered the greatest blow was likely Guyue Fengjing. He had just advanced to rank 6 and grasped the strength of a Gu immortal. His confidence was rising, but he suddenly heard such a grievous news. Feng Yuan was actually able to harm the celestial court. Even Southern Border's righteous path forces could not do anything to him. Feng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but this defied common sense. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were not his match. Guyue Fengjing heard this for the first time. He wanted to say many words, but he could not. After a long while, he muttered to himself with a pale expression, I was too naive. He smiled bitterly. Feng Yuan, is this the true gap between us? This pitiful child still did not know that Feng Yuan had already advanced to rank 8. In fact, the whole world seemed to have been deceived by Feng Yuan. But this was not surprising. Even Fairy Myrtle did not know about the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret. If Feng Yuan wanted to advance to rank 8, he would have to undergo tribulation. Regardless of success or failure, there would be important clues left behind. And if he really became rank 8, this speed would be too fast. The other Gu immortals cultivated cautiously for a long time. Wouldn't that be a waste of their lives? Feng Yuan was paying attention to the discussions. There was actually a day when my limelight overshadowed Heaven's stairway? Feng Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the other Gu immortals paid more attention to him than the celestial court, but he was not disappointed. Because Feng Yuan knew that the super forces of the other 4 regions were definitely discussing how to deal with the celestial court. Because long ago, predecessors had already sensed the changes in the future, for example, Southern Border's Yao clan. And now that the earth veins were shaking, a huge change was about to happen. Most of the super forces knew that the regional walls were going to vanish and the future of the 5 regions' chaotic war. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court, just wait and see. Feng Yuan was paying attention to the discussions. He was also exploring the ink effect. He knew that researching this change would greatly benefit his understanding of fate, all living beings, and the world. Looking back, since rebirth, I annexed Xianxia blessed land. That was the right first step. One step ahead, every step ahead. My advantage is getting bigger and bigger, like a rolling snowball. This is the advantage of rebirth. Of course, I also have the advantage of being a complete otherworldly demon. And also Red Lotus' contribution in destroying Fate Gu. Compared to the previous life, there were many positive aspects, but there were also many negative ink effects. Firstly, Southern Border's rule path rank 8 expert Ba Shirba was captured by Feng Yuan. His aperture would be devoured in the future. He would die a horrible death. This meant that when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance to attack Central Continent, they would lose a strong helper. In the previous life, Ba Shirba resisted Celestial Court's Gu immortal Qingyi. He was one of the pillars of support for Feng Yuan's side. As for Celestial Court, because Feng Yuan took away the 5 regional true inheritance and destroyed the 5 regional mountain range, there was no ambush in the 5 regional mountain range. Celestial Court's member Jun Shenguang was captured by Feng Yuan during the 5 regional mountain range battle in the previous life. In this life, he was still free. Other than that, Celestial Court had another rank 8 Gu immortal, that was Prince's Impatience. In Jewel Yellow Skies, my dragonfish business also suffered a huge blow. My profits are at rock bottom. Even though it was the same in the previous life, this time, Fairy Myrtle was provoked by Feng Yuan. Celestial Court's attacks were at least 10 times stronger than before. The dragonfish business's losses were also brought forward. Thankfully, I annexed so many immortal apertures, I gained a huge source of income. But in the previous life, Fairy Myrtle cooperated with Southern Border's righteous path to target my economic lifelines. I wonder if it will be brought forward in this life. Would they increase the intensity of their attacks? Like the dragonfish business? Feng Yuan guessed. He felt that the possibility was high. There was also a foreseeable negative effect, that was Longevity Heaven. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven annexed Xianxia blessed land. It caused its reputation to soar. It successfully subdued the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Bing Sichuan and the rest invaded Celestial Court. But in this life, not only was Xianxia blessed land annexed by Feng Yuan, longevity heaven did not get it. Prince's impatience also returned to celestial court. Northern Plains' righteous path had such a huge traitor, the Huangjin bloodline lost face. Longevity heaven could not escape from this, it was implicated. The outside world was in an uproar, but Feng Yuan could not be shaken at all. He stayed in a corner and developed, changing his position from time to time. His enemies could not figure him out. His soul path cultivation was progressing rapidly, but he was still a distance away from split soul. Feng Yuan's time path clone was in charge of deductions, while his main body practiced killer moves. He was very familiar with Xiaocha's killer moves. This was the wealth of his previous life. He brought it with him after rebirth. Feng Yuan focused on cultivating the contents of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Immortal killer move, 5 restriction profound light qi, goo worm spiraled, immortal essence poured in, a grand light qi burst out. It was purple-black in color, it was more like smoke than light, it made people think of southern borders miasma regional wall. It was one of the 5 restriction profound light qi, southern restriction purple-black miasma light qi, the other 4 were central restriction white gold holy light qi, northern restriction jade licorice light qi, western restriction scarlet raging flame light qi, and eastern restriction azure water blue light qi. Feng Yuan had just learned it, he could only use one of them, he could not use 2 at the same time. As for the other 5 regional limit formation, because he lacked earth vein immortal goo, Feng Yuan did not cultivate it for now. According to Feng Yuan's memories, earth vein immortal goo had not appeared yet. It was not easy to practice killer moves. If one was careless, the killer move would fail and the goo immortal would suffer backlash and be injured. The stronger the killer move, the higher the risk. But he had no choice but to practice it. He could not just recklessly use it in an intense battle, right? The battle environment would be even worse, the opponent would retaliate fiercely. In history, there were many examples of goo immortals who failed in activating killer moves and suffered backlash, dying from severe injuries. Among them, there were many cases of death while practicing killer moves. But the 5 restriction profound light qi that Feng Yuan had was a powerful killer move. He was extremely focused and careful when practicing it. As for the 5 restriction profound light qi and the 5 regional limit formation, Feng Yuan had not decided on these 2 options yet. The 2 could not be used together, it was too difficult to set up a formation in battle, and if the 5 regional limit formation was set up, it would not be easy to dismantle. During the battle, having the 5 regional limit formation would mean losing 5 restriction profound light qi. In terms of agility, the 5 restriction profound light qi killer move was naturally stronger. But formation path had its own advantages. Once the 5 regional limit formation was set up, it would be like a super immortal killer move that could be prepared at any moment. It would often give Feng Yuan a huge advantage. The specific example was the ambush battle of years flow execution not long ago. Be it his previous life or this life, this battle was the proudest achievement of Feng Yuan's life. Not only because of the huge gains, but more importantly, the entire battle situation was under Feng Yuan's control. Feng Yuan had been in control, he had successfully made the battle progress according to his plan. This was not an easy thing to do. The most perfect and flawless moment of any plan was when it had yet to be implemented. When it was implemented, even the celestial court or longevity heaven would not be able to control it. The most important thing that allowed Feng Yuan's ambush to succeed was that time path immortal formation. As long as the formation was set up, formation path goo immortals could often defeat stronger opponents, but formation path's weakness was that it was inflexible and had many inflexible aspects. Most immortal formations could not be moved once they were set up. A formation path goo immortal was very strong. He created a formation, but after the enemy discovered it, they went around it. This awkward situation was recorded in history books. Thus, Chi Yu and Fairy Myrtle sighed at how Feng Yuan's time path formation could be so concealed that the southern border immortals were ambushed. Another point was that it was not easy to set up an immortal array, and it took a long time. 5 to 6 days was considered very low, and 2 to 3 months were common. There were even those that took 1 to 2 years. For example, in his previous life, the Celestial Court had built the 9-9 unending interlocking formation about a year ahead of schedule. However, after the formation was completed, the speed of setting up the subformations inside would be extremely fast, to an unimaginable extent. This was a method left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It could not be underestimated. Even so, setting up the child formation still required time. In his previous life, Chen Yi and the others had no choice but to come out and defend against Wu Yong and the others in order to buy time for the rear to set up the sub-formations. There were many super-immortal formations that could not be easily set up by Gu immortals. In the previous life, Wu Yong and the others were the support, while Qi Chu Yu, Fang Yuan, and Black Extremity were the main ones in setting up the formations. The long hair refinement path formation in Lengya Blessed Land was not created by long hair ancestor. He was the one who invited the formation path great expert, Immortal Empress Jiao Hua. Fang Yuan estimated that if he wanted to choose the 5 regional limit formation, he would need to do it at least half a year ahead of schedule. But thankfully, he could use the difference in time flow between his immortal aperture and the outside world to greatly reduce this disadvantage. In his plan, the new 5 regional limit formation needed to be fused with earth veins, formation flags, and formation spirits. With these 3, Fang Yuan could first set up the formation in Sovereign Grotto Heaven, and when he needed it, he could use it directly. It was very convenient. However, Fang Yuan had yet to deduce the contents of the 5 regional limit formation. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's time path clone was mainly deducing immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses were also Gu formations. They were developed from formation path to begin with. The initial reason was that many formation path Gu immortals felt that setting up formations was too inconvenient. They were not flexible at all. Many times, when battles occurred, they could not set up formations in time. In history, there were many examples of formation path Gu immortals or even great experts suddenly encountering a battle. They could not display much of their abilities. They were lucky to be defeated, but most importantly, many of them died in battle. They must have felt very sullen. The original concept of an immortal Gu house was a mobile immortal Gu formation. The time path clone had been developing his immortal aperture during this period of time. He was shrouded in the light of wisdom at all times. There were too many things he had to deduce and modify. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body was cultivating killer moves. The rest of his time was used to cultivate his soul. He also took some time to develop his immortal aperture. The number of killer moves increased continuously. His soul foundation rose sharply every time he cultivated. The development of his immortal aperture was also smooth sailing. Most importantly, he had a group of elite Gu immortals who were helping him. The Year Essence Pool was very crucial. With it, Year beasts would have a place to rest. It had too many advantages. It saved space, provided a place for Year beasts to rest, produced time path Gu worms, and could even adjust the immortal aperture's flow rate. It was a miniature river of time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had prepared painstakingly to create a Year Essence Pool, but when he annexed Xiacha's immortal aperture, he found that she also had one. Now, he directly took Xiacha's Year Essence Pool and used it. Xiacha had already constructed this pool well, but it could not match Fang Yuan's vision and overall situation. These last days, Fang Yuan and his subordinates had been focusing on fine-tuning the Year Essence Pool's construction. It was very effective. Fang Yuan's immemorial Year beasts were all trapped inside, but they were very comfortable. They did not want to come out. For the Year beasts, there was food and water inside. It was very comfortable to soak in the water of the river of time. Most importantly, there were no strong enemies. Only one tribe was strong. It was not like the true river of time. Year beasts and eagle beasts were the burden of the sovereign immortal aperture. Now that the Year beasts were dealt with, the eagle beasts also made huge progress. To create the eagle beast food chain, Fang Yuan first built more nests. He then chose grass weaver birds as food for the eagle beasts. This type of bird was called bird weaver grass. This type of life form was quite unique. In spring, they were only grass seeds. The grass seeds would sprout and grow out of the ground, gradually growing into a grassland. When summer shines, the grass and the grassland would intertwine and weave into the shape of birds, flying in groups. This was grass weaver birds. In autumn, they would migrate in groups. In winter, they would land on the ground and dissipate, turning back into grass seeds and burying themselves in the snow, waiting for the next spring to sprout. This type of bird was easy to raise. They reproduced quickly and had a large number. Even though the eagle beasts did not like to eat them, in Fang Yuan's current situation, the food chain had just been constructed. There was no such thing as food. How could he let them be picky? Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already refined spring goo and summer goo for him to use. He sent a goo immortal to guard the mini 9 heavens while Fang Yuan activated his killer move. He modified 2 killer moves. One move was called Spring Sprout. It used rank 8 immortal goo spring as the core and would sprout immortal goo as the supplementary, causing bird weaver grass to sprout everywhere in the cloud soil, quickly dyeing the vast cloud soil green. The other move was called Summer. It used rank 8 immortal goo summer as the core and some light path immortal goo as the supplementary to form hot sunlight, causing the grass weaver birds to fly around in groups. Their numbers increased rapidly and soon reached an astonishing scale. The eagerly waiting eagle group finally had something to eat. Fang Yuan also got rid of the situation where he had to buy food from the outside world to feed the eagle group. However, because the bird weaver grass consumed a lot of cloud soil, if Fang Yuan wanted to buy cloud soil, he would have to consume rank 8 immortal essence. Activating killer moves also consumed rank 8 immortal essence. Fang Yuan's expenditure was even higher than when he was feeding the eagle beasts. This was a necessary pain in the process of building the food chain. Fang Yuan did not attack the eagle beasts at this time in his previous life. In this life, he had a huge business. He did not care about these pains, he could handle it, so he did not care. This caused another flaw. Because he used 2 time path killer moves, the surrounding environment changed between spring and summer. This was a huge stimulus to the eagle group. This caused many eagle beasts to go into heat and lay eggs. And because the changes between spring and summer were too intense, without autumn and winter to adjust and recuperate, the eagle beasts became more and more violent. Many bloody conflicts occurred as they fought for mates. At this time, the goo immortals that Fang Yuan sent over played the role of babysitter. This simple food chain was only the beginning. It would continue to be built in the future, until it became a complete and stable food chain. This was not a complete disadvantage, at least in Fang Yuan's eagle nests. There were a lot of eagle eggs added to them. Unlike the year beasts, who had the year essence pool and the river of time as a reference, the eagle beasts were much more troublesome. The food chain was related to many aspects. A slight change in one part could affect the entire situation. Sometimes, a small caterpillar could have a huge impact on the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan still needed to consider the future. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture still had a vast amount of empty space. Deductions in this aspect were already more difficult than deducing a rank 6 immortal killer move. In the future, this deduction would be even more terrifying. With the immortal aperture stabilized, the annexed blessed lands and grotto heavens were gradually digested. Many places were already flourishing, surpassing most of the goo immortals in the world. Fang Yuan's time path clone continued to make deductions. He finally had a result. Immortal Goo House, Myriad Year Flying Warship. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had always wanted to create an immortal goo house to explore the river of time, and also to let his subordinates participate in rank 8 level battles. But unfortunately, he did not succeed in many attempts. The first incomplete immortal goo house was destroyed by Li Huang. He tried to construct it many times, but after extorting Southern Border's righteous path, the goo worms were all over the place. Even though the immortal goo house was constructed, it was at a disadvantage in the central continent battle. It did not have much use. Celestial Court. The construction of Eternal Yacht had reached the most crucial moment. Celestial Court's rank 8 rule path goo immortal, Song Yan, took out an immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a centipede. It was as long as an arm and had an orange-gold color. There were countless small diamonds growing on its back. They were closely connected. It looked extremely beautiful and luxurious. It was rule path immortal goo, permanence. This goo was originally used in Celestial Court's Eternal Sand Cave, but now it was used to construct Eternal Yacht. The final step. Song Yan breathed in deeply. He had a solemn expression as he carefully used a method to send permanence goo into the incomplete Eternal Yacht immortal goo house. The incomplete immortal goo house first absorbed it. Its aura fluctuated unsteadily as it rapidly fell into an abyss that was about to go out of control. Song Yan's expression changed. Oh no! Boom! At the next moment, there was a thunderous explosion as the incomplete immortal goo house collapsed. A vast number of mortal goo were destroyed. Many of the supplementary immortal goo were also damaged. Only permanence goo was protected by Song Yan, even though it was spitting out blood and was heavily injured. Permanence goo was the core. It could not be damaged. It was not like other supplementary immortal goo. even if they were destroyed, they could be replaced. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle left Celestial Court and landed in Central Continent, arriving at Duke Long's place. I succeeded in cultivating Shattered Dream. Feng Kim Hong raised his arms and cheered. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to personally witness Feng Kim Hong's important growth in this trip. She looked at the Shattered Dream realm fragments. It was like a broken mirror. She was inwardly shocked. Feng Kim Hong's progress in Dream Path was beyond her expectations. Feng Kim Hong laughed happily. Duke Long sent him away and asked Fairy Myrtle for her purpose. Fairy Myrtle spoke the truth. These last days, I have been feeling uneasy, but I could not find the reason, so I came to ask Lord for guidance. Duke Long nodded. Any progress on calculating Feng Yuan? Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly, showing a troubled expression. I have to say, Feng Yuan's wisdom path defenses are impeccable. We have already done our best but cannot count him in. Duke Long consoled. Your previous plans to deal with him were already very good. I can't scheme like you. After all, I am not a wisdom path Gu immortal. Is that fixed space Gu destroyed? The refinement path killer moves on those Gu worms have not been activated yet. But I've already ordered Yuan Qiongdu to be ready at all times. Duke Long nodded. It seems that it will not be easy for Feng Yuan to plunder the Gu immortal captives Gu worms. Thinking about it, he asked, did you go to Spectral Soul's place to investigate? Fairy Myrtle answered directly, he is only a remnant soul in the end, he has no immortal essence or immortal Gu, he is only a prisoner. After the defeat in Xianxia Blessed Land, I will take care of him, there is no problem with that. Duke Long sighed, maybe it is him. Who? Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook. She heard Duke Long continue to ask, how is the progress of finding Red Lotus True Inheritance? Fairy Myrtle's expression was unsightly. Present and past pavilion has been guarding the river of time. As long as Feng Yuan enters, we will sense it. But earlier, Eternal Yacht's construction failed, we need to start again. I still plan to construct 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, Shark Flow lever, and Moment stage. With these 5 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, even if we cannot find Red Lotus True Inheritance, we will not let Feng Yuan succeed. Duke Long heard this. Forget about the first 4, the core Immortal Gu of the 5th Moment stage is an Immortal Gu from Million Heavenly King Gallery. Fairy Myrtle said, this is the result of my deductions, it is the safest plan. In Duke Long's mind, even though he valued Feng Yuan could not compare to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He pondered, Red Lotus True Inheritance is the biggest variable, using 5 Time Path Immortal Gu houses to seal the River of Time is the safest plan. We will go with your plan. Even though I do not cultivate Formation Path, I know the difficulty of constructing Immortal Gu houses, there is no need to criticize Song Yan. Yes, Lord Duke Long, because of the defeat in Xianxia Blessed Land, the Celestial Court in this life was even more aggressive, their pace was even faster. Guyue Fengjing's immortal ascension was only one aspect, Eternal Yacht was also being constructed quickly, they even added a 5th Time Path Immortal Gu house. This ink effect was something Feng Yuan was not clear about. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. We have reached the most crucial part, years flow like water Immortal Gu, go. Feng Yuan willed, and Immortal Gu flew out and shot forward. When it reached the incomplete Immortal Gu house, it immediately let out a colorful radiance. The radiance flickered and flickered. Feng Yuan paid full attention, he did not dare to be careless and controlled the situation. At once, countless thoughts appeared in his mind, like waves in the sea, his accumulated wills melted like snow. In just a short while, his main body was drenched in sweat. The Time Path clone was also sent over to assist in the Immortal Aperture, he was barely holding on, his face was pale as paper, his body was shaking. All this effort and hard work was not in vain. The colorful radiance gradually merged and formed a clear blue color. The radiance was no longer flickering and flickered like before, it gradually stabilized. Eventually, when the blue light vanished completely, there was only one Immortal Gu house left in the battlefield. Rank 8 Immortal Gu house, Myriad Year Flying Warship. The core was years flow like water Immortal Gu, it raised this Immortal Gu house to rank 8, Feng Yuan built a rank 8 Immortal Gu house right from the get-go. Originally, years flow like water Immortal Gu was mainly used to produce year Gu. A vast number of year Gu were used as food to feed the year beasts in Feng Yuan's hands. But now, because of the year essence pool, there was a complete and stable food chain. Fang Yuan could let these year beasts be self-sufficient inside year's flow. Like water, immortal goo was also taken out. This rank 8 time path immortal goo was created by He Fan. It was specialized in logistics. It was a top-tier immortal goo for immortal aperture management, but it lacked offensive killer moves. Fang Yuan made up for this. He created it into a rank 8 immortal goo house. Other than year's flow like water immortal goo, myriad year flying warship's main supplementary immortal goo were precaution and fight, 2 rank 7 immortal goo. The former was originally used by Fang Yuan for divination tortoise transformation. It was paired with Bedra thought immortal goo. But now, this transformation killer move was no longer suitable for Fang Yuan, so he took it out to greatly increase myriad year flying warship's defensive power. The latter was a rule path immortal goo, fight. It had not been used much. Because previously, Fang Yuan's rule path attainment was not deep, he had few rule path Dao marks, and his rule path attainment level had only risen recently. Rule path was the most widely used path. These 2 immortal goo paired with year's flow like water was perfect. The entire myriad year flying warship was long and narrow. It was like a small boat. It shined with silver light. It was dazzling and gave off a strong feeling of sharpness and sturdiness. Celestial Court's eternal yacht failed, but Fang Yuan succeeded. The reason was that Fang Yuan was not only a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster, he was also a rule path great grandmaster and formation path grandmaster. For a long time, Fang Yuan had invested a lot of effort in cultivating many paths. After the initial pain of development, the benefits were gradually showing, and these benefits would only increase in the future. This is the first immortal goo house. I created it myself. It is a brand new object. In future battles, it will definitely give my enemies a huge surprise. Fang Yuan felt gratified and joyful. In the previous life, he had always intended to create an immortal goo house, but he did not succeed. It was only a transitional product. Its power was barely passable. In this life, he created myriad year flying warship. He was very satisfied. But this was not the end. This was only the first immortal goo house. Fang Yuan's plan was very grand. He estimated that he would need to build at least 3 immortal goo houses. In his deductions, this plan could make the most efficient use of all the resources he could obtain in this life. Myriad year flying warship was placed to one side. The time path clone had almost fainted while constructing this house. His condition was extremely poor. Fang Yuan could only arrange for him to rest for the time being. He did not deduce anything anymore. Fang Yuan's main body also rested for 2 days. 2 days in the outside world was several months in the sovereign immortal aperture. The time path clone had recovered long ago, and his deductions had made some progress. Immortal goo formation, goo as before formation. After spending some effort, this formation was successfully constructed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan then decided to make a move on Lu Hao. Lu Hao's immortal aperture was still in his body, but his soul had already been extracted by Fang Yuan and imprisoned somewhere else. Fang Yuan took out fixed space goo from Lu Hao's immortal aperture. Almost instantly, fixed space goo was about to be destroyed, but the goo as before formation had already activated, exerting an intense influence. Fixed space goo flickered with light. The refinement path Dao marks on it were eliminated and destroyed. A moment later, fixed space goo regained its tranquility, but it was slightly damaged. Fang Yuan held this goo and let out a breath of turbid air. He had finally obtained this goo. In the previous life, the celestial quartz method was activated. Not only did fixed space goo self-destruct, Lu Hao's other goo worms also self-destructed. But Fang Yuan had some gains. From the remains of fixed space goo, he obtained the hope of developing the immortal goo, goo as before. In the previous life, he researched these remains deeply, and did not stop his deductions in this aspect. With such accumulation, in this life, he finally succeeded in the first step of his deduction and obtained a goo as before formation. This formation involved many goo worms. There were over 10 million goo worms. The immortal goo included refinement path, time path, and rule path. There were over 20 of them. Fang Yuan's idea was goo as before immortal goo. Thus, this goo as before formation was only the initial result. When he simplified this formation into a practical killer move, it would be the middle stage result. In the future, he would condense the killer move into an immortal goo recipe and refine goo as before immortal goo. That would be the final result. But for now, the goo as before formation is already my limit. I need to continue improving, I need to increase my foundation. I have absorbed long hair true meaning, and my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still two great monuments, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju, who were equally famous as long hair ancestor. Most of these two's inheritances have already been taken by the celestial court. Maybe, the refinement path methods that the celestial court used on fixed space goo came from these two monuments. As long as I obtain these contents, my foundation will increase greatly. I might not be able to condense an immortal goo recipe, but I can definitely simplify it into a killer move and obtain the middle stage result. Fang Yuan's eyes seemed to be burning with intense flames. In the previous life, he could not see any hope, he felt that the celestial court was an insurmountable obstacle. But in this life, he did not think so. Fang Yuan observed his main body's soul. After cultivating several times during this period of time, his soul had already recovered to the level of 60 million man's soul. Right now, his soul was no longer weak and dispirited, it was full of vitality and looked like it was alive. His face was exquisite, his body size was normal, there was a halo emitting from the depths of his soul that enveloped his entire soul, giving off a feeling of sturdiness and exquisiteness. Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Rank 9 Killer Move Ghostly Concealment, it was like a silk undergarment that stuck to the surface of his soul. Above it, there was a layer of Ghost Official Garment. Ghost Official Garment used Rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Goo and Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the cores. It had turned into a set of combat clothes, there was even a layer of battle armor on it, it looked very majestic. With such a soul foundation, Fang Yuan finally had the confidence to split his soul. Immortal Killer Move, Split Soul. At once, Fang Yuan's soul left his body, he used his remaining thoughts, wills, and emotions to control all sorts of goo worms to maintain the killer move Split Soul. It was as easy and natural as drinking water, almost half of his soul split from his main body, before the main body's soul returned to his body. This time, Fang Yuan's main body's soul fell to 30 million man-soul. However, the soul that he split off was also a soul of 30 million people. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and rested for a while. When his soul returned to his body, he felt a slight dizziness. This was a normal reaction, because he split half of his soul this time, it was too much. The immortal essence in his immortal aperture stopped flowing, all sorts of goo worms rested without any damage. This split soul was quite successful. Actually, this move was not easy to activate, there was a huge risk and a high chance of failure. But Fang Yuan had practiced this move bitterly before, he had paid a huge price and effort, he succeeded on his first try. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he had recovered to his original state, his mind was clear. He opened a crack in his immortal aperture's entrance, the split soul immediately entered with a dark wind. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, there was already a body waiting for the split soul. This body was none other than the pure dream reality seeker physique body formed from the dream realm. After the split soul entered the pure dream reality seeker physique body, there were some aura fluctuations at first, but soon, there was no sound, as if it was dead. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He had roughly grasped 3 types of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The first was the strongest pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone had condensed this physique back then, which was the original Xianxia. This kind of pure dream reality seeker physique only had a lifespan of 18 hours. With every 2 hours, their cultivation would increase by 1 rank, and their strength would become more and more terrifying. However, this pure dream reality seeker physique required many immortal goo, and even a vast amount of dream realms. Fang Yuan could not meet this requirement. The second was the goo immortal pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fang Yuan used it the most. He had once used it to resist the pursuit of Southern Borders goo immortals. Now he was using it to secretly trade with Chichuyu. The biggest weakness of this pure dream reality seeker physique was that it had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, it would directly explode and return to a dreamland. It couldn't be maintained for long. The third pure dream reality seeker physique was something that Fang Yuan had learned from Feng Kim Hong in his previous life. This was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body, it consumed very few dream realms and did not have many immortal goo, they could be replaced. However, it was a mortal body and did not have Gu immortal cultivation. The split soul had fused into the third pure dream reality seeker physique body. It had an aperture and only had rank 1 cultivation. A moment later, the pure dream reality seeker physique body opened its eyes. The 30 million man soul had already been restrained and fused into this body. Because this body's cultivation level was not high, it could not contain the complete 30 million man soul. This was a typical situation where the body was too weak and the soul was too strong. As a result, Fang Yuan's split soul had to restrain most of its strength. It was like a giant curling up its body and carefully curling itself into a paper house. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had already prepared Relic Gu. Relic Gu was a spherical mortal Gu. It was only the size of a thumb and looked ordinary and unremarkable. But it had a huge use. It could refine the aperture walls and raise a Gu master's cultivation level by a small realm. Gu master's cultivation level ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. Relic Gu also had the corresponding rank 5. Rank 1 green copper Relic Gu, rank 2 red steel Relic Gu, rank 3 white silver Relic Gu, rank 4 yellow gold Relic Gu, and rank 5 purple crystal Relic Gu. No matter which rank the Relic Gu was, it was an extremely precious Gu of that rank. Its value far surpassed Gu worms of the same rank. For example, red steel Relic Gu was worth 8,000 yuan stone in the mortal realm. This price was even higher than ordinary rank 3 Gu. And white silver Relic Gu was an extremely precious rank 3 Gu. Its price directly rose to 50,000. Yellow gold Relic Gu was directly controlled. In the mortal market, only white silver Relic Gu were circulated at most. Yellow gold Relic Gu were extremely rare and were often kept in their hands. This situation was slightly better in Jewel Yellow Skies. After all, Jewel Yellow Skies was a Gu Immortals trading market. It was the largest market in the world. In Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 1 to rank 3 Relic Gu were sold in batches, rank 4 yellow gold Relic Gu were much rarer, and rank 5 purple crystal Relic Gu were even rarer. This was not because Gu Immortals also kept these Gu worms in their hands and did not allow them to circulate, but because Relic Gu could only be formed naturally. No Gu Immortals could refine them. Even in Langya Blessed Land or Celestial Court, it was the same. Why was it like this? Fang Yuan now had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment Level and Human Path Master Attainment Level. He understood the reason. Because Relic Gu was also a Human Path Gu worm, it had an intrinsic effect on variant humans and humans. In places with large numbers of variant humans and humans, Relic Gu would form more. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone started to use green copper Relic Gu. His aperture was different from ordinary Gu masters. Ordinary apertures were stable, while the Pure Dream clone's aperture was constantly breaking and reforming. It was like an illusion. This was the characteristic of a dream realm. In the previous life, Feng Kim Hong had also sighed. The reason why she was able to modify the perfect Pure Dream reality seeker physique was mostly due to coincidences. She had created the killer move Shatter Dream in advance. But no matter how the Pure Dream clone's aperture broke and reformed, there was still a thin light membrane around it, but it firmly restricted the dream path aperture. This light membrane was the characteristic of rank 1 initial stage. After a green copper Relic Gu was used, the light membrane immediately thickened. Ripples of light moved on it. It shook and turned into a water membrane. The Pure Dream clone used another green copper Relic Gu. Thereupon, the water membrane solidified, thickened and hardened, turning into a stone membrane. After the third relic was used, the stone membrane in the Pure Dream clone's aperture turned into a crystal membrane. The Pure Dream reality seeker physique was naturally a special grade aptitude. Although the green copper primeval essence was dreamlike, it was more than 90%. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone immediately sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He focused and manipulated his primeval essence, preparing to attack the crystal membrane. However, before he could make a move, his aperture directly ascended. The crystal membrane shattered and turned into a red steel rank 2 light membrane. In an instant, the Pure Dream clone became a rank 2 initial stage Gu master. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, but quickly reacted. The Pure Dream reality seeker physique is the 11th extreme physique. It is the same as the 10 extreme physiques. Its cultivation level can rise on its own and break through continuously. In Gu master cultivation, small realms were easy to advance. As long as there was enough time, it was a painstaking effort. But every large realm was a checkpoint. The higher it was, the harder it was. Fan Yuan had wanted to rely on his rich experience to break through a large barrier, but to think that the pure dream reality seeker physique would break through naturally, it was much more convenient than he had expected. As relic goo were fed, Fan Yuan's pure dream clone's cultivation level rose rapidly, breaking through continuously. Although there were few purple crystal relic goo in jewel yellow skies, there were many in Xianxia's treasury. This was not a problem. Thus, in just an hour, Fan Yuan's pure dream clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. Prepare to undergo immortal ascension. Fan Yuan let the pure dream clone out of the sovereign immortal aperture. He could not undergo tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, because this would cause a huge chaos in the heaven and earth chi. It would greatly disturb the immortal aperture's balance. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a huge demand for heaven and earth chi. If the pure dream doppelganger successfully passed the tribulation, the depletion of the chi of heaven and earth would be huge. Thus, Fan Yuan's original plan was to arrange for the pure dream clone to undergo tribulation outside. Fan Yuan intended to create a perfect pure dream clone with goo immortal cultivation level in one go. But just as he was about to carry out the next step, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Wait a moment. Fan Yuan's gaze focused slightly. He had deep wisdom path attainment. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger for no reason. This was not a rumor, it was some kind of omen. Fan Yuan could not help but pay attention to this feeling. This seems to indicate that if I forcefully let the pure dream clone undergo tribulation, I will encounter a huge danger? Fan Yuan frowned slightly. Goo masters had to undergo tribulation to become immortal. According to common sense, there was a limit to this level of tribulation, no matter how strong providence was. No matter how strong a rank 6 tribulation was, it would not surpass a rank 7 tribulation. But, if it is a dream path tribulation? Fan Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. The pure dream reality seeker physique body's immortal ascension had a high chance of facing a dream path tribulation, but Fan Yuan knew very little about this. In the current situation, even someone as strong as Duke Long was helpless against dream path methods. Fan Yuan was much stronger than Duke Long in this aspect, because he had Unravel Dream. However, Unravel Dream was not omnipotent. Moreover, dream realms were mainly divided into 2 types. One was realistic dream realms. Fan Yuan explored this type the most. The second was strange dream realms. Anything could happen, they could not be understood with common sense. Fan Yuan did not want to touch them. If I let the pure dream clone undergo immortal ascension, will I be giving Providence a chance to kill me? In that case, I will undergo immortal ascension in the sovereign immortal aperture. There is no Providence in the sovereign immortal aperture. Even though a large amount of heaven and earth chi will be drawn out and my foundation will be damaged, if I have a goo immortal level pure dream clone, the benefits will be even greater. However, when Fan Yuan teleported the pure dream clone in and wanted to undergo tribulation, the sense of danger in his heart was slightly reduced, but it still lingered. Fan Yuan pondered, this means that even without Providence, if I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to undergo immortal ascension, there will still be a dream path tribulation? And it will pose a huge threat to me? Immortal ascension meant taking risks. Was this risk worth it? Fan Yuan hesitated for a while before sighing. He chose to play it safe. It was not worth taking risks at this time. Most importantly, he had no confidence at all. It would be fine if it were other paths, but dream path. Fan Yuan shook his head. In fact, he had great expectations for this path. Because once he succeeded, not only would Fan Yuan obtain an immortal level pure dream clone, he would also have the chance to learn from nature. He would gain insight into dream path research results and even have a chance to advance dream path mortal goo into immortal goo. But now, Fan Yuan regretfully found that the risk of immortal ascension was extremely high. I might not even be able to use spring-autumn cicada. In this life, Fan Yuan had developed very well. It was not worth the risk. Taking risks blindly was not courageous, it was foolish. Swish swish swish. The sound of waves entered Fan Yuan's ears. There was also the chirping of seabirds. The surface of Eastern Sea was shining brightly under the warm sunlight. The sea breeze caressed their faces, making them feel relaxed and happy. Fan Yuan, however, felt slightly disappointed. Indeed, it is not time yet. He used Jade Flow Pearl to come to Eastern Sea from southern border. His goal was to find the blue dragon whale. Right now, for Fang Yuan, obtaining regret goo was a wonderful thing. Because he wanted to refine a large number of rank 6 immortal goo to raise his overall strength. With regret goo, he could reduce his losses and minimize the risk of goo refinement. In fact, ever since rebirth, he had been here many times. This sea area was the place where he saw the blue dragon whale with Miao Mingshen and the rest in the previous life. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not manage to find the blue dragon whale. Maybe I should attack Miao Mingshen and snatch that method from him? With that method, I can find the exact location of the blue dragon whale myself. This thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind as he quickly assessed the risks. If he wanted to attack, Miao Mingshen was not hard to deal with. Fang Yuan could even use Chu Ying's identity and wisdom path methods to trap them. The true risk was that Fang Yuan did not know what this method was. If it was an ordinary immortal killer move, so be it. But he was afraid that it was something else. If he used it rashly, it might backfire. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the latter was quite likely. Because in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never heard of anyone snatching this method from Miao Mingshen. Eastern Sea had rank 8 goo immortals too. Miao Mingshen was only rank 7, his method was related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Rank 8 goo immortals would definitely be tempted. But these goo immortals did not seem to want to make a move. It meant that there was more to this than met the eye. According to the previous life's trajectory, I can wait patiently and enter with Miao Mingshen. But this method has a flaw, that is the ink effect. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen chose chewing after some hesitation. Will he still choose chewing in this life? Fang Yuan used Jade Flow Pearl to return to Southern Border. Currently, Southern Border was the safest among the 5 regions. Even if the Southern Border Righteous Path came to deal with him, he had a large number of captives to negotiate with, and he had the most thorough understanding of the Southern Border's situation. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to attack Miao Mingshen. His rebirth plan was going smoothly and he had thought it through. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to kill Miao Mingshen, it would be too hasty to do so now. Everything had to be done at the right time. Everything had to be done step by step in an orderly manner. Sometimes life needs to be fast, and sometimes it needs to be slow. If it was too fast and the fire was too strong, all the good things would be burnt. It was too slow and the fire was too weak. It was a waste of time. Fang Yuan had long mastered the control of the speed of the fire. Next, his main task was to create doppelgangers. He needed to create a Dragon Man doppelganger. The Dragon Man transformation method that Bai Ning Bing had was already obtained by Fang Yuan. He had already started researching this method. This method was called the humans-alike dragons goo refinement method. It involved the goo immortal using themselves as a goo material, combining with raging wave rising dragon fire to refine them into a dragon man. This method's success rate was less than 1%, and during the goo refinement process, all of the goo immortals' Dao marks would affect the final result. When Fang Yuan first saw it, he was shocked by the ingenuity of this method. But soon, he found the weakness of this method. This method was created by Duke Long. Duke Long was proficient in Qi path and transformation path. He did not have deep refinement path attainment. He relied on his comprehension of Qi path and transformation path attainment levels. But Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. This method could give him a huge boost in refinement path. After modification, the success rate would also increase by a lot. It could even reach 10%. That was 1/10. This was already the limit of Fang Yuan's modification. He could not increase it any further. Because the humans-alike dragons goo refinement method was a human path killer move, it involved the profundity of transformation path. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level could not compare to Duke Long. The same was true for human path attainment level. Thus, the humans-alike dragons goo refinement method was an excellent material. It could allow Fang Yuan to comprehend some of the essence of human path. The true obstacle is Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire was a rank 9 immortal material, the human flame of heaven, earth, and human flames. It was extremely rare. Bai Xian Grotto Heaven originally had a lump of it, but Bai Ning Bing had already used it. It did not exist in Jewel Yellow Skies. Publicly asking to buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies? No, Fang Yuan had a better choice, Xia clan headquarters. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan's extortion letter was the first to reach Xia clan. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, you have committed a heinous crime, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. The other Xia clan Gu immortals also had ashen expressions, they were very unsightly. But other than anger and hatred, these righteous path Gu immortals also felt like they were in a dream and unreal. The great Xia clan, a super force, was actually being extorted by a demonic path Gu immortal one day, and the source of the extortion was Xia clan's strongest expert, Xia clan's foundation, the person in charge of Xia clan, first supreme elder Xianxia. If someone had told this to Xia clan's Gu immortals before the ambush, they would have slapped them and scolded them, "Wake up," but at this time, Xia clan's Gu immortals only had the urge to slap themselves. How did things end up like this? As Xia clan's second supreme elder, Xiao Zhao was the person with the greatest pressure. He sighed, "You have all seen that information path mortal Gu. Fang Yuan wants us to take out the raging wave rising dragon fire. What ideas do you have? Let's hear them." Xia clan's immortals looked at each other, not speaking. Xiao Zhao could only point out names. He looked at Xia Fei Kuai. Didn't you shout quite loudly earlier? Tell us your thoughts." Xia Fei Kuai had an impatient personality. He hated Fang Yuan to the extreme, but he pondered for a long time before saying, "This scoundrel Fang Yuan can even kill celestial quartz Gu immortals, even though he has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too vicious and evil. If he really wants our clan's Lady Xiacha's life, he will not hesitate. Maybe we can ally with other clans? Fang Yuan is extorting us, he is definitely extorting other clans as well." Once he said this, Xiao Lu Pei immediately retorted, "We lost our first supreme elder, how can we rely on those outsiders? Right now, they want us to lose Lady Xiacha. Since Fang Yuan will definitely extort other forces, do you know which force contacted us?" "You." Xia Fei Kuai stared with wide eyes, but could not retort. After a while, he said, "Even if we compromise, we don't have raging wave rising dragon fire. Our clan doesn't have it, but that doesn't mean others don't. Maybe that demon Fang Yuan is only trying to raise the price and wait for us to negotiate?" Xia clan's Gu immortals spoke one after another. Like in the previous life, Xia clan's highest authority fell into Fang Yuan's hands. Xia clan's Gu immortals could only admit defeat and be extorted by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's reply was very direct, "Don't talk to me about other things, I want raging wave rising dragon fire. I don't care how you get it, we can only continue our discussion after you get it, otherwise, Xiacha's life?" Hee. Fang Yuan was even calmer than in the previous life. In the previous life, when he extorted Southern Border's righteous path, there were also many probing elements. In this life, he knew himself and his enemy, he knew the bottom line of every Gu immortal. Xia clan was completely in his hands. Although in this life, both Xia clan and Ba clan had rank 8 Gu immortals captured, Xia clan's situation was still the worst. Because Ba clan still had a powerful rank 8 candidate, Ba De, thus, Fang Yuan's first target of extortion was still Xia clan. Xia clan did not have raging wave rising dragon fire, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Because he had already searched Xiacha's soul, he did not find anything in the treasury. If it were any other clan's rank 7 Gu immortals, they might not know the entire treasury, but as the first supreme elder, Xiacha definitely knew the details. In fact, Fang Yuan did not know which force in Southern Border's righteous path had raging wave rising dragon fire. It was possible that they had it, but the rank 9 immortal material was hidden at the bottom of the treasury, only the first supreme elder would know about it. It was also possible that the entire Southern Border righteous path did not have this fire. Fang Yuan did not care about this, he was going to let Southern Border's righteous path worry about this problem for him. In Fang Yuan's plan, the Dragon Man clone was also a huge matter. Because this clone was related to obtaining Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan did not know much about Dragon Palace, but he had at least deduced that the Dragon Man identity was the key to inheriting Dragon Palace. In the previous life, Bai Ningbing becoming the Lord of Dragon Palace was the best proof. Fang Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path while continuing to cultivate and digest his gains. Not long after, Time Cutting Edge was successfully modified, the new killer move was 30% stronger than in the previous life. This was because Fang Yuan had far more time path immortal Gu than in the previous life. Not only because he annexed Xianxia blessed land, but also because the year's flow execution formation was not heavily damaged by the southern border immortals like in the previous life. Many time path immortal goo were preserved. Furthermore, Fang Yuan even included some time path immortal goo in southern border's righteous path's treasury. First was Xia clan, then Ba clan, and finally Yi clan. Yi clan's goo immortal Yi Yang was the direct bloodline descendant of Yi clan's first supreme elder. He was the successor that first supreme elder had specially nurtured. He was extremely important. Fourth was Qi clan. Towards Qi clan, Fang Yuan's attitude was very amiable. Brother Qi Qiyu, we are close. It was all thanks to you that we were able to capture the southern border immortals. I'll directly release your second supreme elder back to you. Qi Qiyu's expression was dark like the bottom of a pot. Don't call me so affectionately. Qi Qiyu felt extremely disgusted. He found that he had boarded Fang Yuan's pirate ship and could not leave. These last days, his mood had been very heavy. Because he knew that Fang Yuan was able to capture the southern border immortals because of the dream realms. And these dream realms were secretly traded to Fang Yuan. If southern border's righteous path knew of this secret, not just Qi Qiyu, even Qi clan would be in danger. The dream realm transactions had already become Qi Qiyu's problem. He wanted to stop this extremely dangerous transaction, but was it possible? Sovereign immortal aperture, mini southern border. Rumble, a loud sound echoed. The earth shook, the dense light of an earth path killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a formless hand moving the soft soil, the surrounding terrain started to cave in while the soil at the periphery protruded upwards, forming a circular valley. Mountain peaks formed a circle around the concave area, isolating it from the outside world. And in this concave area, there was no vegetation, there was little soil, a large amount of steel was exposed, facing the wind and clouds. This is the White Steel Bowl Valley. Standing outside the valley, Rockmangu immortal Shishirqing looked at this scene with shock. Fang Yuan's methods were endless and grand. He casually created another mid-sized resource point. These last days, Shishirqing had conversed with other Gu immortals. He knew how vast the sovereign immortal aperture was. There were a large number of resource points scattered all over the grotto heaven. Such a deep foundation made people speechless. It increased these Gu immortals' confidence towards the future. However, what made Shishirqing admire even more was Fang Yuan's boldness. Other Gu immortals might not dare, but Fang Yuan dared to fight the strong. He attacked southern border's righteous path. Most importantly, not only did he attack, he even obtained complete victory, capturing these southern border Gu immortals. If not for these captives, how could Fang Yuan extort these resources and easily create the White Steel Bowl Valley? Compared to Fang Yuan, the other Gu immortal elders of the Rockman tribe were more conservative. Lord Fang Yuan is the one I should follow. Shishirqing's inclination towards Fang Yuan was growing. He was completely moved by Fang Yuan's charisma. He was subdued by his magnanimity. These last days, He Lulan and the other Gu immortals were busy. They had already arranged all the resources. The sovereign immortal aperture was originally barren, but the annexed blessed lands and grotto heavens had gathered a large amount of resources. But now, these resources were cleverly and harmoniously distributed, forming a balanced and harmonious ecology. There was no chaos or mutual interference, they were mutually reinforcing each other. This was the result of Fang Yuan's meticulous deduction using wisdom path. Next, he had to make up for some flaws. For example, the White Steel Bowl Valley was something Tai Chuzhong wanted to build but had not started yet. With it, Tai Chuzhong could feed Edge Gu himself. He did not need to rely on the outside world. Fang Yuan had already made up for it. In the previous life, he had done this. He was even more familiar with it now. As for the necessary construction resources, they were extorted from southern border's righteous path. Regarding southern border's righteous path's extortion, Fang Yuan clearly felt that it was much easier in this life compared to his previous life. Southern border's righteous path Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had exposed heavenly quartz information earlier. He had killed Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This should have greatly affected southern border's righteous path. Celestial Court of Gu Gu King Gu Demon, even Celestial Court, Gu King is Demon Demon even Celestial Court was, He Gu, and Gu Southern Gu. Even if southern border's Gu immortals did not admit such thoughts, they more or less had some of them. In addition to Fang Yuan's rich experience in extortion, his techniques were also more experienced. these southern border righteous path cultivators could only submit. The extortion in this life was different from the previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan mainly wanted to build the Year Essence Pool and extorted many precious immortal materials. Right now, he didn't need it at all and switched to other things. Of course, the main thing was immortal materials. A small portion of these immortal materials were used to fill the gaps in the sovereign immortal aperture, like constructing the White Steel Bowl Valley. The rest was to prepare for the advancement of immortal goo in the future. Fang Yuan had more immortal goo than in the previous life. Rank 6 immortal goo were the majority, but for his rank 8 cultivation level, they were too weak. Thus, a large-scale advancement refinement of immortal goo was necessary. It would greatly increase Fang Yuan's overall strength. In the previous life, he had done this. In this life, after annexing Langya Blessed Land, with such a refinement path goo immortal, he would have an easier time. He planned ahead and prepared these immortal materials in advance. The results of annexing apertures were almost completely digested. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had been developed to 16%, this was close to his previous life's limit. But in this life, he still had Lu Hao and Ba Shi Ba's immortal apertures, as well as Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Killer moves were still being created, true inheritances were still being researched, and human path was still being comprehended. Fang Yuan took some time to go to the River of Time again. He was still thinking about the Pure Dream clone. Even though the Pure Dream clone's plan was thwarted, Fang Yuan thought of the future self-killer move on the Stone Lotus Island. Maybe, I can use future self to obtain a goo immortal level Pure Dream clone in advance. The 4 Xianxia were monitoring the situation in present and past pavilion, but they could not find any traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood present and past pavilion even more than them. After successfully returning to the Stone Lotus Island, future self was used on the Pure Dream clone. However, to Fang Yuan's disappointment, the Pure Dream clone did not move at all. Is it because the Pure Dream clone is created from dream realms, most killer moves are ineffective against him? Or does the Pure Dream clone have no future in becoming an immortal? Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level, he was just one step away from becoming an immortal. However, this stage had a fatal risk, Fang Yuan wisely stopped. If future self is ineffective, it is because the Pure Dream clone does not have a future in becoming an immortal. This means that if the Pure Dream clone undergoes tribulation, I have no hope of passing it with my current strength? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a little interested. There is no harm in trying. He immediately activated the Immortal Killer move exposing Heavenly Secret on the Stone Lotus Island. This move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo as the core, it could see the contents of the next calamity or tribulation. It was completely blank. Exposing Heavenly Secret did not have any effect on the Pure Dream clone. Is it because of the Pure Dream clone's uniqueness, or because exposing Heavenly Secret cannot target dream path calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan was vexed. There were few goo worms that could be effective against the Pure Dream clone. Relic goo could be effective against the Pure Dream clone because it was a human path goo worm. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body was a human, thus human path goo worms were effective against it. But the truth was, many other goo worms were ineffective against the Pure Dream clone. Because the Pure Dream clone was created from dream realms, it still had the characteristics of dream realms. Fang Yuan had relied on dream path's superiority many times to get through difficulties or to summon wind and rain, but now, he was stuck by this superiority. Like Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Duke Long, and others, they could not resist lead soul into dream. Spectral soul also fell into a deep slumber after falling into dream realms. Old methods had little effect against dream realms. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan had many methods against calamities and tribulations. For example, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo or Endless Trouble Killer move. But could these methods deal with dream path calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan shook his head in his mind, it was almost impossible. The only possibility is to develop a corresponding dream path killer move. However, Fang Yuan's dream path attainment level was firmly holding him back. In the 500 years of his previous life, he did not focus on dream path, he spent most of his time on blood path. Not long after returning from the River of Time, Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the Dragon Man clone's progress. Xia clan said that southern borders Shang clan treasure realm had raging wave rising dragon fire, they were currently trading for it. Xianxia Treasure Realm is the immortal aperture of Xianxia's founder, Xianxia Ancestor. After Xianxia Ancestor died, he left it in Xiangliang Mountain. Gu immortals could not enter or leave. Even Xianxia's Gu immortals do not know if it is a grotto heaven or a blessed land. It seems that this treasure realm's foundation is much deeper than I estimated. Fang Yuan sighed at Xianxia's foundation. Xianxia had always been in the upper echelon of southern borders Gu immortal world. Because of their unique location, they had a harmonious relationship with other super forces. If Xia clan can trade for Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, then the Dragonman clone's obstacle will be reduced by half. Fang Yuan waited patiently as he developed peacefully. He gained more experience in using 5 restriction profound light qi. He could gradually use 4 different types of light qi at the same time. His soul path cultivation level rose again and again. For the Dragonman clone, Fang Yuan split out another lump of soul, but even so, his soul cultivation level rose to 80 million man soul. The Dream Realm transaction with Qi clan continued in the dark. Qiqiu compromised. One wrong move and he would only sink deeper and deeper. Of course, Fang Yuan had never let down his guard against him. This rank 8 Gu immortal was not someone to be trifled with. If he was not dealt with properly, he might suffer a backlash. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had chosen to support Qi clan long ago and planned for the future. Qi clan obtained dream path research results from the transaction. This made Qiqiu feel both pain and joy. Since this transaction had already caused a huge mistake, why not continue? Qiqiu did not want to take the risk, but Fang Yuan made such a move, he could only grit his teeth and continue down this path. During his free time, Fang Yuan's soul searched those Gu immortals. Even though he had done this in the previous life, he wanted to do it again in this life, because he had something else to research. That was the ink effect. Compared to the previous life, the minute differences in this life made Fang Yuan feel deeply. An indescribable and profound feeling gradually engulfed his mind. Is this fate? Fang Yuan felt like he had interacted with the threads of fate Gu's web. He gradually had a strong premonition: if I continue to research in this aspect, my understanding of fate will deepen. This is the best direction to understand fate. After a few more rebirths, I will gather more clues and make deductions. I might be able to create a mortal killer move with the effect of fate. If I combine it with the profundity of luck path, fate. Fang Yuan's heart shook, bright light flashed in his eyes. Celestial Court. Feng Jioge stood in front of embroidered building. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was a short building with glazed eaves, red walls, and jade bricks. It was exquisite and beautiful, but it lacked half of its foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the immortal Gu house. In the sky above embroidered building, there were 3 bloody skins that were sewn in the air. They were still leaking traces of a savage and desolate aura. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and was obstructed by embroidered building. In the end, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed embroidered building. Even now, Celestial Court could not repair it completely, but he was left with 3 bloody skins. After returning from the defeat in Xianxia Blessed Land, Feng Jioge had been immersed in a wondrous state of comprehension. He did not cultivate transformation path. He came here specially to comprehend a trace of transformation from these 3 bloody skins. This transformation was a kind of concept. It was the change of fate. It was reckless savage demon Venerable's injury. Reckless savage demon Venerable was strong, embroidered building was weak, the strong was left with 3 bloody skins by the weak. This was an unexpected transformation. Just like how Celestial Court failed in its attack on Xianxia Blessed Land, southern borders Gu immortals chased after Fang Yuan but were captured. It was a similar transformation. These continuous transformations moved Feng Jioge's soul. The wondrous comprehension gradually entered an optimal state. Western Desert. Fang Clan's headquarters, Guan Yuan Blessed Land. GUH. Fang Dicheng coughed out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Father. Beside him, the adopted son Fang Yin quickly came forward and helped Fang Dicheng up. Fang Dicheng was heavily injured. When he stood up with help, his body was still swaying and his vision blurred. He quickly inspected his body and smiled bitterly in his mind. This injury had heavily injured his brain. There was a huge crack that almost split his brain into 2. At the same time, his soul was also injured. There was a strange green halo in his body that emitted wood path aura. Fang Dichang sighed as he looked at the huge palace in front of him. This palace was majestic like a mountain. It had green bricks and golden tiles, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. It was solemn and dignified, but also full of vitality. At the top of the door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it, Divine Being Palace. This is an immortal goo house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After all, it is well-rounded and has no loopholes. I forcefully deduced and suffered such a backlash. I underestimated the Venerable's power and was too impatient. Fang Dichang sighed. Father, our Fang clan's current situation is not bad, let's take it slowly. Fang Yun consoled. Fang Dichang shook his head. Although our Fang clan's situation has stabilized, it is still not optimistic. Those clans are restraining themselves because they were intimidated by our theft path killer move. They have not given up on suppressing us. We need to make the best use of our time, we cannot slack off. Yes, father. Fang Dichang looked at Divine Being Palace and sighed. It is a pity that our Fang clan does not have a wood path goo immortal. The core of this Divine Being Palace is wood path. If there was a rank 7 wood path goo immortal assisting me, I would definitely have a lot of progress in deducing this house. Western Desert had many deserts and oases, but wood path and water path were the least among them. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most wood path goo immortals, while Eastern Sea had the most water path goo immortals. Fang Yin thought about it. Although our Fang clan does not have a wood path goo immortal, we have a wisdom path goo immortal. You mean Xuanbu Jin? Fang Dichang's gaze focused, vigilance flashed across his eyes as he looked at Fang Yun. Did he ask you to recommend him? Fang Yun let out an ah sound and shook his head. No, I'm just saying. Lord Xuanbu Jin has never hinted at this. In fact, after he joined our clan, he has been guarding outside and has never contacted me. Fang Dichang's expression eased up. Xuanbu Jin's surname is not Fang after all. Even though he joined Fang clan, we need to be aware of this. Godfather, are you doubting Lord Xuanbu Jin's loyalty? Fang Yun scratched his head. Fang Dichang narrowed his eyes. If I have his help, I can indeed make progress. However, one might know a person's face, but not their heart, especially a peerless treasure like Divine Being Palace. Even if he didn't have such thoughts in the past, when he sees this palace and spends so much time with it, it's hard to say that he won't be greedy. At this point, Fang Dichang was still worried. Are there any movements on Xuanbu Jin's side recently? Fang Yin answered honestly, there's no movement. However, there are rumors targeting Lord Xuanbu Jin, saying that he is Old Man Lai Shen's inheritor, a remnant of the demonic path that was recruited by our clan. There are also rumors that Wan clan will investigate this matter and verify Lord Xuanbu Jin's identity. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. These people are still trying to catch Xuanbu Jin. But this excuse is quite convincing. At least it is more believable than the previous rumors of him being the demon Feng Yuan. Fang Dichang sneered, not knowing that the previous rumors were the truth and that the current rumors were distorting the truth. Old Man Lai Shen was a wisdom path goo immortal of Wan clan, but because of a mistake in his cultivation, he became deranged and delirious. Old Man Lai Shen had rank 7 cultivation and his battle strength became even stronger after going crazy. He caused huge losses to Wan clan and even slaughtered the goo immortals of other righteous path forces. This caused a commotion in Western Desert's goo immortal world. Afterwards, several righteous path forces allied and wanted to kill Old Man Lai Shen. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any traces of Old Man Lai Shen. Eventually, Old Man Lai Shen disappeared without a trace and this matter was left unsettled. Fang Dichang pondered, Xuanbu Jin's strength is not ordinary, he is definitely aware of this petty trick. But he has not joined Fang clan for long, it is normal for him to be seen as a weakness of Fang clan. We still need to take care of him and make him focus on defending, don't move out easily and leave a weakness for the enemy. As for his identity, our Fang clan will clarify it for him and give Western Desert's righteous path a perfect explanation. The moment he said this, Fang Dichang's expression changed. Fang Yun saw that his foster father's expression was not right and quickly asked, what happened? Fang Dichang's pale and weak face turned even more ashen. Xuanbu Jin just sent a letter saying that he reverse deduced a wisdom path goo immortal nearby and is likely to be the one who spread the rumors. He has already gone to capture him. Fang Yun was stunned. This? According to normal rules, any Gu immortal guarding a resource had to first report to the clan before they moved out. Only after the clan's approval could they move out. But Xuanbu Jin's action was clearly acting first and reporting later. He directly moved out and then reported. Regardless of whether Fang clan agreed or not, he left the area he was guarding and moved out directly. He is a lone cultivator after all, his wild nature is hard to tame. Fang Dicheng gritted his teeth hatefully, but at this time, he was heavily injured and could not make any more deductions. He could only contact Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong and ask him to reinforce Xuanbu Jin as soon as possible. Fang Yun was puzzled. Lord Foster Father, the situation might not be so bad. Wasn't asking the first supreme elder to provide support a little too much of a fuss? Lord Xuanbu Jin is a wisdom path Gu immortal. He must have deduced this time and acted only because he is confident. Fang Dicheng's expression was very gloomy. Xuanbu Jin is indeed outstanding, but he has an arrogant personality and might be schemed against. If those righteous path forces intentionally lure him out and set up a series of traps, it would be terrible. Once he is captured or killed, those clans will make an irrefutable case and can casually frame our Fang clan to further suppress us. Of course, this is only a possibility. I hope I am too pessimistic. But at this critical juncture, our Fang clan cannot afford to make such a mistake. Fang Yin heard this and came to a realization, his expression also turning unsightly. He forced a smile. The matter shouldn't be so serious, right? The matter was so serious. When Fang Yuan arrived, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Wan Liang Han was leisurely. Xuanbu Jin, you are finally here. I have been waiting for a long time. Saying so, the immortal battlefield that had been lying in ambush activated and enveloped Fang Yuan. So it was a trap. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Xuanbu Jin, sneered. His gaze flickered as he looked at the three Gu immortals approaching him. These three Gu immortals were all rank 7. One was tall and thin, wearing a green robe and surrounded by whirlwinds. His name was Wan Xiao. He said confidently, Xuanbu Jin, to think you are a wisdom path Gu immortal. You actually fell into our trap so easily. The second Gu immortal, Wan Hao Guang, his face could not be seen, his whole body was covered in a layer of light armor that emitted intense heat. A buzzing voice came from the heavy mech, Xuanbu Jin, if you know what's good for you, surrender yourself and join the Fang clan. If you testify against the Fang clan, we won't make things difficult for you. We'll even treat you as a distinguished guest. The third Gu immortal was the Wisdom Path Gu immortal who had lured Fang Yuan. His name was Wan Liang Han, his forehead was swollen and he had an ugly appearance, but he smiled. Xuanbu Jin, you are a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, you should understand the current situation better. Even if you escape today, there will be endless troubles coming for you in the future. You should not have joined Fang clan at this time. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, he only sneered. He was currently disguised as Xuanbu Jin, his appearance was thin, his hair was long, his temples were white, and his black eyes were filled with vicissitudes and ambition. Even after hearing the three immortals' words and being trapped in the immortal battlefield, he did not waver in the slightest. This was only natural, because Fang Yuan had concealed his strength, not to mention 3 rank 7s, even if there were 3 rank 8s, he would not fear them. Wan clan's 3 immortals thought they had schemed against Fang Yuan, but they did not know that Fang Yuan had rushed back from southern border this time to get rid of them and stir up a storm in western desert. Recently, Wan Liang Han had repeatedly deduced against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move to defend against him and had no flaws, but this had also weakened his soul foundation. It was very troublesome. He had to get rid of them this time. Fang Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out soul beasts. Desolate level and ancient soul beasts were released one after another. Wan clan's 3 immortals were very shocked. Wasn't he a Wisdom Path Gu immortal? How could he control so many soul beasts? In this immortal battlefield, no matter how many soul beasts there are, it is useless. Wan Xiao activated the immortal battlefield, immediately creating a huge tornado that slowly moved towards them. The soul beasts closely gathered around Fang Yuan, moving along with Fang Yuan, their numbers increasing. How can he have so many soul beasts? Wan clan's 3 immortals were even more shocked. This Xuanbu Jin was clearly a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, but he was actually controlling a soul beast army. This was too unprofessional. The tornado moved even faster, closing in on Fang Yuan's soul beast army. The soul beasts roared and fiercely counterattacked, but the tornado was like the might of heaven and earth in this immortal battlefield. It was only weakened, it was extremely stable. Fang Yuan personally took action, activating a killer move to block the tornado. One with three immortals saw this and their shock eased slightly. Fang Yuan had used a wisdom path killer move in the end, not a soul path killer move. This cannot go on, his soul beasts seem to be endless. I am going to attack. Wan Haoguan shouted. Go, the two of us will cover you, Wan Lianghan instructed. Wan Haoguan charged into the soul beast army. His speed was extremely fast, he fully displayed the advantage of light path. Every time Fang Yuan mobilized the soul beast army to encircle him, Wan Lianghan and Wan Xiao would activate killer moves to cover Wan Haoguan. With good coordination, Wan Haoguan charged forward and was about to charge into the center. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, he let out another 4 soul beasts. Wan Haoguan's charge paused, he immediately cried out in shock, immemorial soul beasts. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength, and 4 of them appeared at the same time. At once, Wan Clan's 3 immortals felt a sense of absurdity rising in their hearts. Fang Yuan ordered the 4 immemorial desolate beasts to surround and protect him. He wore a black robe and had his hands behind his back as he stood on the back of one of the immemorial soul beasts, saying in disdain, "Just the 3 of you want to scheme against me?" The corners of Wan Lianghan's eyes twitched. Wan Zhao's expression was ashen. Wan Haoguang's heart sank even more. Xuan Bujin's strength far surpassed their expectations. They all realized, Xuan Bujin might have guessed this was a trap, but he still came. Because with such a trump card, anyone would be confident, Wan Clan's 3 immortals were already in a difficult situation. Hold on. He is a wisdom path Gu immortal after all, it must be very difficult for him to control 4 immemorial soul beasts. That's right, maybe these 4 immemorial soul beasts only look impressive. Even if it is true, I want to see how wisdom path and soul path work together. The 3 immortals stabilized their morale and attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan did not attack, he purely defended. Thus, from the looks of it, Wan Clan's 3 immortals had the upper hand. Wan Xiao controlled the immortal battlefield and also activated killer moves. Wind spears were thrown down one after another, each attack severely injuring or even killing an ancient soul beast. Wan Haoguang's whole body was covered in a thick light armor as he rampaged through the soul beast army, slaughtering countless enemies. Wisdom path Gu immortal Wan Lianghan commanded the battle while also taking action, constantly deducing Fang Yuan's true location in the soul beast army. As the battle dragged on, Wan Clan's 3 immortals felt increasingly uncomfortable. Because they killed many, but Fang Yuan released even more soul beasts. These soul beasts united and guarded Fang Yuan from all directions, above and below him, forming a tight defensive line. In this situation, the soul beast army was so dense that Wan Clan's 3 immortals' best method was to use large area of effect killer moves to attack. However, every time such a move appeared, Fang Yuan would interfere. Even if some escaped, it would not affect the overall situation. Large area of effect killer moves were often ineffective, so Wan Clan's 3 immortals could only use individual killer moves to kill soul beasts one by one. They adopted the decapitation tactic in an attempt to open up a path and kill Fang Yuan. The Wan family's 3 immortals cooperated very well, each of them fighting quite well. They worked together seamlessly, the 3 immortals helped each other, their fighting strength was very strong. Even a peak rank 7 expert would be in a predicament. Unfortunately, they ran into a monster like Fang Yuan. The 4 immemorial soul beasts formed the core line of defense. After a few exchanges, the strength of this line of defense made the hopes of the Wan family's 3 immortals increasingly uncertain. Damn it, there are too few opportunities. Wan Haoguang growled in dissatisfaction. He had just found a small gap that could allow him to break through to the central defensive line, but many ancient spirit beasts immediately filled up the gap. There are too many soul beasts here. Xuan Bujin can actually command such a strong soul beast army, and what is even more hateful is that with such strength, he could have tried to attack and destroy our immortal battlefield, but he chose to defend to the death. Wan Xiao mumbled with a gloomy expression. Wan Lianghan's expression was also very unsightly. I underestimated this Xuan Bujin. If he had chosen to attack, we would have had more opportunities. But he chose to defend. Fong clan's reinforcements are probably already on the way. What do we do? Wan Xiao could not help looking at Wan Lianghan. To them, this situation was very awkward. The original plan was for the three immortals to work together and quickly take down Xuanbu Jin. Even if Xuanbu Jin had peak rank 7 battle strength, this plan had a huge chance of success. However, the moment Fang Yuan took out 4 immemorial soul beasts, Wan clan's 3 immortals plan was shaken. When Fang Yuan chose to defend to the death, Wan clan's plan had already failed. As a wisdom path Gu immortal, although Wan Lianghan's attainment level was not as high as Fang Dicheng's, he was also very sharp and had the intention to retreat. However, taking the initiative to retreat now was not easy. The immortal battlefield was set up. If he took the initiative to retreat, it would definitely leave behind a huge flaw. Xuanbu Jin was a wisdom path Gu immortal. How could he give up on such an opportunity? Moreover, the current situation had not completely lost the opportunity. Wan clan's 3 immortals still had trump cards that they had not used yet. Wan Lianghan showed a rare sign of hesitation. Fang Yuan was very calm. If his true strength was exposed, these 3 Wan clan immortals might be so scared that they would beg for mercy on the spot. However, he did not want to make a move. Wan Lianghan was definitely going to die. It was this rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal who had repeatedly deduced him. He was very annoyed. As for the other 2, Fang Yuan was more willing to see them alive. Back then, when he disguised as Xuanbu Jin, Fang Yuan had specially prepared a set of wisdom path immortal Gu and methods for this identity. Now, this set of methods was even more abundant. Fang Yuan secretly activated immortal Gu distracting thoughts and prepared an immortal killer move. Wan Hao Guang's vision was filled with all kinds of soul beasts. From the outside, the soul beast army was like a torrential wave of ink, while Wan Hao Guang's thick white light armor was like a speck of light submerged in the pitch-black ink. Wan Hao Guang was surrounded, but he did not show the slightest fear or dodge. Forward, 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 he was like a sharp sword that pierced through the tightly united soul beast army, finally stabbing into Fang Yuan's body. However, his repeated advances were all in vain. Most of the time, he would lose his momentum midway. There were a few times when he was about to succeed, but he was blocked by 4 immemorial soul beasts. There are 6 ancient soul beasts in front. They are tall and sturdy. They are lined up in 2 rows. There are 2 ancient soul beasts behind us. They are very fast and have been trying to tie me down. I cannot stop. Once I stop and get entangled by them, this assault will fail. But I cannot charge forward directly. The ancient soul beasts in front are clearly controlled by Xuanbu Jin. They are very sturdy. I can only change my path. That's right. The ancient soul beast on the left looks like a praying mantis. This shape is definitely ferocious in offense but weak in defense. I will charge forward for this. Although Wan Hao Guang was a light path Gu immortal, he had a mystical light path killer move that could create bright thoughts in his mind. Using these thoughts to think was extremely fast. Precisely because of it, Wan Hao Guang could always think clearly in an instant and choose the most correct path to charge forward in the midst of the army. Wan Hao Guang charged forward. Although he was hit by the praying mantis ancient soul beast, he managed to escape from the pincer attack. Haha, success! I can still charge forward. In this situation, there is still hope before I retreat. I am the main attacker. I need to give Xuanbu Jin huge pressure from the front. Together with Wan Xiao and Wan Lianghan's methods, I can create a chance to kill Xuanbu Jin. Actually, it was very dangerous earlier. If not for the praying mantis soul beast with weak defense, I would not know what to do. If Xuanbu Jin cultivated soul path or enslavement path, there might have been no hope just now. But Xuanbu Jin cultivated wisdom path. He has not used any killer moves in coordination with soul beasts. He should not have such methods. However, just the fact that he can control 4 immemorial soul beasts is already very powerful. He is definitely a rank 7 peak stage expert. If he has a method to coordinate with soul beasts, he might even be able to fight against a rank 8 Gu immortal for a few rounds. If I can kill such an opponent, I will definitely make a huge contribution when I return to the clan. With such an impressive battle achievement, I can brag about it when I meet Lady Xiao in the future. Wait. We are in a battle now. How can I be distracted and think about love affairs? Speaking of which, Lady Xiao is really adorable. Although she is not that kind of enchanting beauty, she is virtuous and sensible, she is the most ideal immortal companion. But why does she always refuse my love? Maybe I should change my way of pursuing her. Sometimes, giving her 1 or 2 small gifts is not impossible. If these gifts are too expensive, they will lose their interest. I can weave a doll from grass and give it to her, see if it can make her happy? That is a good idea. Other than grass dolls, I can also weave grass rabbits, grass hats, and grass mantises. Speaking of which, that mantis soul beast that just broke through looks very similar to the mantises I often caught when I was a child. Boom, with a loud sound, Wan Haoguang was surrounded by soul beasts. Attacks from all directions landed on his light armor at almost the same time. Wan Haoguang's thoughts moved randomly, he could no longer focus on the battlefield, he was hit by these vicious attacks. The light armor deformed intensely, he was dazed, his vision blurred. In the sky, Wan Xiao saw that Wan Haoguang was in danger and quickly wanted to activate an immortal killer move to save him. But at this time, Wan Lianghan suddenly shouted, "Don't!" Wan Zhao's reaction was slower than usual for some reason, he had already activated an immortal killer move. At the next moment, the killer move failed, intense winds attacked and Wan Zhao's hand was cut into a bloody mess. He himself felt like he was electrocuted, blood spurted out of his nose and his face was deathly pale. "Oh, you are a wisdom path Gu immortal after all, you finally reacted." Fang Yuan smiled faintly under the heavy protection of the Soul Beast army. The killer move he had just activated was called Distracting Thoughts Rebirth. It could cause distracting thoughts to appear in the minds of enemies within a certain range. At first, the killer move's effect was not obvious. But the longer it was delayed, the more distracting thoughts would appear in the enemy's minds, eventually interfering with their normal thinking. Wan Haoguang was affected by the distracting thoughts and was the closest to Fang Yuan. He was distracted in the battlefield and thought of other things, thus he was surrounded. Wan Xiao was disturbed by this move, and at the crucial moment of activating the immortal killer move, distracting thoughts caused the killer move to fail and he suffered heavy injuries. Wan Lianghan was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all, he sensed something amiss and finally made up his mind, this Swan Bujin is so sinister, he actually has such a strange method. We do not know his details after all, we were not on guard against him, thus we suffered a huge loss. Today's opportunity has been lost, I should go back and think of a way to break this move, I will find trouble with this guy in the future. Just as he was thinking. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan suddenly switched from defense to offense, catching Wan Clan's 3 immortals off guard. Damn it! Wan Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, quickly save Wan Haoguang, his light armor is a killer move, it won't last for long. Wan Lianghan's whole body was covered in cold air. Fang Yuan had been defending for a long time without attacking, once he moved, he would directly attack the 3 immortals' vital points. This ruthlessness and incisiveness made Wan Lianghan feel regret for the first time, I should have investigated more in advance. Wan Clan offended such a person, I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. The Soul Beast army attacked like a tide, easily submerging the 3 immortals. The army formed by the 4 primordial spirit beasts rose into the air like a mountain, advancing steadily toward Wan Xiao with an unstoppable aura. Wan Xiao, quickly retreat. Wan Lianghan sensed Fang Yuan's sinister killing intent and quickly reminded him. Wan Xiao was anxious, no, I have to save Haoguang. He is trapped, light armor killer move has already been cancelled, only light armor immortal Gu is used. Wan Clan's 3 immortals had distracting thoughts, they could not use any killer moves at this moment, it was extremely easy to fail, and they would be injured before killing the enemy. Wan Haoguang realized this and could only cancel light armor killer move, only activating light armor immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was the core of light armor killer move, but it was only a rank 7 immortal Gu, its defensive power was far inferior to the previous light armor killer move. Thus, in just a short while, Wan Haoguang was already in a perilous situation. Wan Xiao and he had a close relationship, going against the current in this dangerous situation, he still wanted to save Wan Haoguang. Damn it! At the moment of danger, Wan Lianghan could only cooperate with Wan Xiao, activating Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle Immortal Gu created obstacles around Wan Xiao and Wan Lianghan, protecting them and giving them great help. Wan Xiao and Wan Haoguang displayed their solid battle foundation at the moment of danger, the two finally converged under the soul beast tide. Good. With the two of you working together, along with my cooperation, there is a high chance of breaking out. Wan Lianghan had just revealed a trace of joy when he heard a sneer behind him. Don't you think about yourself? You really are sacrificing yourself for others. Fang Yuan had already arrived behind him. At this moment, Wan Lianghan felt as if he'd fallen into an icy pit. Before he died, he finally understood that everything was part of Swan Bujin's scheme. He had purposely exerted pressure and revealed his killing intent towards Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang, but his real target was Wan Lianghan. The four immemorial spirit beasts were still far away, but Swan Bujin had already arrived by Wan Lianghan's side. It turned out that the four immemorial soul beasts were merely used as bait by him. These were four rank 8 beasts, who would have thought that Swan Bujin would abandon them. All along, under the protection of these four immemorial soul beasts, he had constantly given the three immortals of the Wan family many psychological hints, causing them to gradually form some kind of inertia. Perhaps, Wan Lianghan would be able to see through this layer of trap in his normal state, but now, he had also fallen for it. While suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, he also had to take care of Wan Haoguang and Wan Zhao's safety. He had long since been unable to think about anything else. Swan Bujin is not someone who is afraid of death. He can take the risk to attack at the crucial moment. Everything earlier was just an act. Thoughts flashed in Wan Lianghan's mind. He wanted to counterattack without any regard for the slightest hope of survival. But it was all too late. How could Fang Yuan give him a chance to struggle before death? Immortal killer move, wisdom. Fang Yuan's palm lightly pushed, a great thief ghost hand flew out and directly entered Wan Lianghan's body. Next, the great thief ghost hand flew back, its fist tightly clenched like it was pinching something. Fang Yuan lightly smiled and announced, "Your life is mine." Wan Lianghan's eyes were wide open. He was already dead. Brother Lianghan. Seeing this, Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang cried out in shock, their voices hoarse and filled with extreme grief and indignation. Wan Zhao's eyes were bloodshot while Wan Haoguang's tiger eyes were also filled with tears. It was not easy to nurture a wisdom path Gu immortal. Wan Lianghan's death was a huge loss to Wan clan. By killing Wan Lianghan, Fang Yuan had already completed half of his goal. The remaining half would depend on the follow-up performance of these two Wan clan Gu immortals. By now, the spoils of battle of these two rank 7 Gu immortals were no longer in Fang Yuan's eyes. What he was after was the situation of Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Thus, he activated transformation path methods and his aura gradually fell. This guy suddenly became weak. So he was not so strong after all. Maybe the move he used to kill Brother Lianghan has a huge repercussions. Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang were pleasantly surprised to find that Fang Yuan's aura had weakened. The soul beast army under his control was no longer tightly united, instead becoming scattered. But soon after, Fang Yuan stored Wan Lianghan's corpse and hid in the protection of the four immemorial soul beasts. Wan Shao and Wan Haoguang gritted their teeth in hatred, but they also understood that Fang Yuan could not be killed. If this dragged on, they would also die here. Thus, they stored the immortal battlefield and chose to retreat. Fang Yuan took the chance to beat Wan Shao until he fainted, while Wan Haoguang hugged Wan Shao tightly and ran away. Fang Yuan controlled the soul beast army and pretended to chase for a while, before looking at Wan Haoguang's back in satisfaction as he disappeared into the clouds. I should go too. Fang Yuan, however, did not stay. He looked at the direction of Wan clan's headquarters and smiled, before withdrawing his army and disappearing without a trace. When Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong rushed over with great difficulty, he could only stare blankly at the empty desert. All the traces left behind at the scene showed that there had been a huge battle earlier. Fang Gong's expression was somewhat unsightly as he thought, this Swan Bujin. It seems that I was a step too late and let the enemy succeed. Just as he was thinking, there was a commotion in the jewel-yellow skies. Fang Yuan used the same trick again, using Swan Bujin's identity to announce the process of this battle to the public. The Gu immortals discussed heatedly, and Western Desert's Gu immortal world was even more shaken. What kind of person is this Swan Bujin? He actually has 4 immemorial soul beasts as guards, and his wisdom path methods are also very strange. No wonder Fang clan recruited him. Another rank 7 peak stage expert has appeared in Western Desert's righteous path. The Great Era is really coming. Not only are earth trenches appearing frequently, all kinds of monsters are also starting to appear. Fang Gong only noticed the change in the jewel yellow skies after Fang Dicheng's reminder. Fang Gong let out a sigh of relief, but was also a little puzzled. So the victor is Xuanbu Jin. But why is he not returning yet? Fang Dicheng laughed. He is a lone immortal after all, he just joined our clan. Now that he killed Wan Liang Han, this is a Western Desert Righteous Path Gu immortal, a member of a super force. Adding on our Fang clan's current situation, he is worried that we will abandon him in order to protect ourselves. Thus, he stayed outside and took the initiative to announce this battle to the public. After hearing this, Fang Gong's mind immediately felt like the fog had dispersed. He understood. You wisdom path Gu immortals are all so cunning. Xuanbu Jin is threatening our Fang clan, but his worries are not wrong. This time, Wan Liang Han was killed by him. The relationship between our Fang clan and Wan clan is almost broken. Sigh, the situation that had just stabilized might collapse because of this. Our Fang clan's situation has become even more difficult. In your opinion, what should we choose? Should we abandon Xuanbu Jin and maintain our relationship with Wan clan? Or should we abandon Wan clan and protect Xuanbu Jin? Right now, I can already see that Xuanbu Jin does not truly want to integrate into our Fang clan. He can go against us for his own selfish reasons. However, Wan clan is not a good person either. This time, they took the initiative to attack us and suffered a loss. They will definitely retaliate even more fiercely. Fang Dicheng pondered. I think it is more advantageous to protect Xuanbu Jin. Xuanbu Jin has an arrogant nature. It is normal for him to not be on the same side as us. It is because he has enough strength to support his pride. Just those 4 immemorial soul beasts are already beyond our imagination. In this battle, he even exposed 2 wisdom path killer moves. Each of them is strange and dangerous. If the enemy is slightly careless, they will fall into his hands. This time, Wan clan is indeed the first to find trouble with us. If we show weakness, the other clans will instead think that our strength is lacking. They will become even more restless. The results of our theft path killer move earlier will also disappear. At this crucial moment, our Fang clan should maintain a strong stance and protect Xuanbu Jin. Although Xuanbu Jin is not on the same side as us, he is a qualified ally. We have the experience of working together, we even have the foundation of working together before. Our clan still owes him a sum of money. This is the capital we can use to our advantage. With him reinforcing our clan, this is what the other righteous path forces do not want to see. Fang Dicheng was indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster. After some analysis, Fang Gong immediately understood the situation. Fang Gong nodded and said in a heavy tone, "You are right. Protecting Xuanbu Jin is indeed more advantageous to our clan than easing the relationship with Wan clan. But if we do this, Wan clan will definitely take revenge. Our Fang clan will face even greater pressure." Fang Dicheng sighed helplessly. There is nothing we can do. The news of Divine Bean Palace has been leaked. Didn't we already foresee this situation? The current plan is to refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. With this house in hand, our Fang clan will be able to resolve our current crisis. Green Ghost Desert. An immemorial soul beast could not retaliate against Fang Yuan's attack. A moment later, it lowered its head and was forcefully subdued by Fang Yuan, turning into his. Xianxia stood beside Fang Yuan. Recently, it was all thanks to him being in charge of this place that there was an endless supply of soul beasts. After sending off the 3 Wan clan immortals, Fang Yuan did not return to Fang clan. He came here to help Xianxia. In the process of subduing soul beasts, Xianxia encountered a tough immemorial soul beast. It was not easy to make a move. Fang Yuan was here to help him clear the obstacles. Alright, let's go to the next place. Fang Yuan said, but his expression changed slightly. It was a message from Fang clan. Lord Sect Leader, how is Fang clan's reaction? Xianxia was very sensitive, he asked with concern. Fang clan's reaction was related to the development of Green Ghost Desert. Wan clan's headquarters. Father. You died so miserably. Sobbing sounds echoed in the discussion hall, causing the eardrums of all the Gu immortals present to buzz. A young man in mourning clothes was crying and snot. This person was Wan Jueqing, a rank 6 Gu immortal, Wan Lianghan's son. Wan Jueqing was kneeling on the ground and crying, nobody could dissuade him. In the hall, Wan clan's Gu immortals were frowning with gloomy expressions, remaining silent. Wan clan's second supreme elder had a benevolent nature, he could not help but sigh, the matter actually reached this stage. Our clan sent 3 rank 7 experts but they all lost, it is truly unbelievable. Wan clan's immortals had the same feeling towards these words. If not for Feng Yuan taking the initiative to expose the whole process of the battle in jewel yellow skies, these Wan clan immortals might have had some doubts before accepting it. In fact, Wan Lianghan's action this time had been approved by most of Wan clan's Gu immortals. With 3 Gu immortals of the same rank and an immortal battlefield, they had thought victory was in the bag, but they had not expected to encounter such a tough opponent. First Supreme Elder who had been silent finally spoke, Xuanbu Jin killed our clan's Gu immortals, our Wan clan will not forgive him. Wan Jueqing, did your father leave behind an inheritance for you? Seeing First Supreme Elder's question, Wan Jueqing did not dare to be impudent, he stopped crying and said, I don't dare to hide it from First Supreme Elder, my father left behind all the contents of the inheritance, I am familiar with all kinds of killer moves and Gu recipes. But, there is not a single immortal Gu in it. First Supreme Elder's expression sank further. This situation was not common. Xuanbu Jin had rank 7 cultivation, Wan Lianghan was the same, but the former could instantly kill the latter, making the latter unable to resist. Normally speaking, it was rare for Gu immortals of the same rank to have such a direct result. Normally speaking, life and death battles would fall into a stalemate. At this time, if one side wanted to leave and was not trapped in an immortal battlefield, the other side would not be able to stop them. The value of an immortal battlefield was here, it prevented enemies from escaping. The Wan family's 3 immortals used it to deal with Feng Yuan so that he couldn't escape. But to think that Feng Yuan did not even try to escape, he did not even use the immortal battlefield and directly killed Wan Lianghan, forcing the other 2 Wan clan Gu immortals to flee. This result was truly ironic to the Wan clan. The Wan family's first supreme elder felt regret. If he had known this, he would have lent his immortal Gu house to Wan Lianghan and the rest. However, the first supreme elder was also in a difficult position. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, not all righteous path leaders had rank 8 cultivation level. Precisely so, they needed the clan's immortal Gu houses to defend their headquarters. What he didn't know was that his arrangement was actually reasonable and correct. If Feng Yuan saw this immortal Gu house, he would definitely have methods to plunder it. The first Supreme Elder's arrangements actually reduced the Wan clan's losses. The first Supreme Elder sighed inwardly and said to Wan Jueqing, Wan Lianghan's death was a mistake in our decision-making. Wan Lianghan would be bestowed posthumously by the clan, whatever Gu materials he needed to refine his immortal Gu, the clan's treasury would provide them for free. Now, I only hope that these immortal Gu are already destroyed. Thank you, First Supreme Elder. Thank you, Elders. Wan Jueqing quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards the First Supreme Elder and the other Wan clan Gu immortals. This was the main goal of his tearful complaints, and now, he had achieved it. He was the youngest, so kowtowing like this was not wrong. The First Supreme Elder continued to speak, his voice was eerie and cold, Xuanbu Jin is a member of Feng clan, we are pressuring Feng clan to hand over this person. After the previous battle, my Wan clan can confirm that Xuanbu Jin is Old Man Lishan's inheritor. This is a demonic path scoundrel. The blood debt of Old Man Lishan back then will be repaid by him. The eyes of many Wan clan Gu immortals shined brightly. This was the only way. Back then, Old Man Lishan had already become the hidden pain of many Western Desert Righteous Path forces. By placing this crime on Feng Yuan, more Western Desert Righteous Path forces would have an excuse to deal with Feng clan. Previously, this was only an excuse. Wan clan wanted to capture Xuanbu Jin and make Feng clan unable to defend themselves. But now, it was not possible, but Wan clan's first Supreme Elder still decided to accept it. Lack of evidence, I will create my own evidence. Although it was shameless, the super forces wanted to deal with Feng clan, they could make use of their fear of Feng clan's rise. It was just that the success rate of this plan was not as high as the previous plan. Wan clan's Gu immortals died in battle, and it was widely announced. This could not be tolerated. Wan clan had to brace themselves and continue acting. Second Supreme Elder heaved a deep sigh. The situation might not be so bad. Maybe Fang clan has already decided to give up on Xuanbu Jin. Even if they give up, Fang clan will not be able to escape the debt of harboring a demonic path Gu immortal. However, on the second day, bad news reached Wan clan. Fang clan announced their stance. They would protect Fang Yuan and prove that Fang Yuan's true origin was related to Jing. Wan clan immediately denied it and took out all kinds of evidence. Fang Dicheng did not even bother to deduce the flaws in these evidence. He directly threw out even more evidence. Laughable, you can fabricate evidence. Can't I fabricate evidence? At once, the two forces of Western Desert's righteous path revolved around whether Xuanbu Jin was Jingshen's inheritor or Old Man Lai Shen's inheritor, arguing fiercely. One side said I have evidence. The other side said I am truthful and reliable. Just as one side threw out one piece of evidence, the other side did not show any weakness and threw out two. Fang Yuan, as the person involved, was in a political whirlpool, but he was continuously capturing immemorial soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert, leisurely and high-spirited. Of course, he was also paying attention to the development of the situation. Thinking about it, it was actually quite funny. Fang Yuan was not anxious at all. He did not take out any evidence, but Fang clan and Wan clan were excited and proactive. They took out evidence. Even if they did not have any, they had to fabricate evidence. The two super forces were fighting to be the first to testify for a demon. They were also very confident and spoke with certainty. If they knew Fang Yuan's true identity, who knew what would happen to them? Fang clan would definitely feel like they had fallen into an ice cave, but Wan clan would also be worried. This was the demon Fang Yuan. Even the Celestial Court and the whole of Southern Border's righteous path could not deal with him. Fang Yuan had not only subdued several immemorial soul beasts these days, he had also completely digested Wan Lianghan's wisdom path inheritance. Wan Lianghan was instantly killed by him. The difference in strength was too great. He could not destroy the immortal Gu in time. Fang Yuan obtained 3 of his immortal Gu, 2 rank 6 and 1 rank 7. The rank 7 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu was called Wisdom Obstacle. Wisdom Obstacle Immortal Gu had the appearance of a snail. It was black and swarthy, occasionally flickering with a trace of purple light. It looked very stupid. Fang Yuan had already experienced the power of this Immortal Gu in battle. Just by activating Wisdom Obstacle Immortal Gu, it could instantly form an obstacle in a huge area around the Gu Immortal. It expended immortal essence and a large amount of will. There were also many killer moves that used Wisdom Obstacle Immortal Gu as the core. Among them, there was one killer move that was the most outstanding. Even Fang Yuan was surprised. This killer move used the obstacle created by Wisdom Obstacle Immortal Gu to directly descend on the enemy's mind. With a huge obstacle, the thoughts in the enemy's mind would be severely obstructed. It would be difficult for them to think. Often, after this move succeeded, it would cause the enemy to become stupid. It would be like a huge rock was stuffed in their mind. They would not be able to think of anything. This move was very outstanding, but it needed to sense the enemy first, and probe into the enemy's mind. Thus, there were several other killer moves that specifically targeted the enemy's mind. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment. He had many methods to protect his mind. Wan Lianghan's killer moves had little hope of overcoming these obstacles. Moreover, he was hit by Fang Yuan's Distracting Thoughts Proliferation killer move. He lost the initiative. He could not use his killer moves. Most of his abilities were crippled. Looking back at the battle, Fang Yuan was very satisfied. After the test of actual combat, the 2 killer moves he deduced were very effective. One was Distracting Thoughts Proliferation killer move. It was a Wisdom Path killer move, but it also used the Profundity of Soul Path. When the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan used the 4 immemorial soul beasts around him to conceal the killer move's aura. If his aura was exposed, it would be bad if the enemy sensed it. Because Distracting Thoughts Proliferation killer move needed a certain amount of time to accumulate its power to a certain extent. There was also Wisdom Grab. It was a Wisdom Path killer move that Fang Yuan deduced by referring to Great Thief Ghost Hand and the Steel Life True Inheritance. Great Thief Ghost Hand stole Immortal Gu, while Wisdom Grab was used to steal lives and instantly kill the enemy. But this move was only rank 7, it was not very effective against rank 8 Gu Immortals, but it was perfect against Wan Lianghan. In order to disguise himself as Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fang Yuan even added some transformation path goo worms to the killer move Wisdom Grab to assist it. Fang Yuan had once used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Fang Gong during the battle for Divine Beam Palace, and had also subdued immemorial soul beasts with Fang Dicheng's cooperation. Thus, the methods that Fang Yuan exposed did not shock Fang Clan, but showed his value. At the same time, he cleverly showed his weakness. Fang Yuan clearly had methods to manipulate soul beasts, but he did not use them. In this way, the Fang Clan felt that Xuanbu Jin was still under their control. Following that, it was only natural that he would try to protect and recruit them. This battle looked like an intense battle between Fang Yuan and Wan Clan's three immortals. But the truth was that Fang Yuan could intensify the conflict between the two sides based on the current situation. He could influence Fang Clan and Wan Clan, these two colossi, and manipulate the situation of Western Desert. Fang Yuan's true objective was behind the battle. If he carried out this plan, his future gains would be unimaginable. Mere wisdom block immortal goo and so on were just appetizers before the main course. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan no longer cared about the gains and losses of a city or a lake. He was aloof from everything. His body was in the middle of the battle, he could move freely in all directions. His heart was in the middle of the battle, he could look around. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Since ancient times, were those heroes who led the eras and controlled the world like this? Heh. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. Green Ghost Desert was even darker at night. Dark clouds covered the sky, not even a trace of starlight shone through. Fang Yuan sat on the head of a sinister and terrifying immemorial soul beast. An army of soul beasts surrounded him. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Red Heaven. A large formation was buzzing. The variant human goo immortals with Bai Ning Bing at the lead were ready to fight. Swoosh, there was the sound of a huge tide as an immemorial year beast charged out of the formation, shining in silver light. This is an immemorial year pig. Lady White Rabbit exclaimed in excitement. Very good, the year essence pool lacks this kind of year beast. Fairy Meowing said excitedly. There was nothing to say, the battle began. The immortals controlled Myriad Year flying warship as they attacked the immemorial year pig. The immemorial year pig had thick skin and flesh, but Myriad Year flying warship was also extremely tough. The two were evenly matched. The intense battle created winds and clouds, creating aftershocks. If it were an ordinary immortal aperture, the goo immortal would suffer huge losses. But Fang Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven was too vast. He had devoured the lifetime wealth of a large number of goo immortals, but the sovereign immortal aperture was only 17 to 18% developed. And Mini Red Heaven was purposely left empty by Fang Yuan to be used as a battlefield. There was no content for management. At present, the minor 5 regions were already thriving. 7 of the minor 9 skies had their own resources. The minor Scarlet Sky had nothing, followed by the minor Green Sky, which stored dream realms, and the minor Yellow Sky only had a small section of the Gold Fragment River. There was still a lot of empty land in the mini 5 regions. It could be foreseen that the mini 9 heavens would remain barren for a long time. Normally speaking, when a goo immortal advanced to rank 8 and obtained a grotto heaven, they would actively develop the sky, because there was no space left on the ground. But Fang Yuan's situation was special, he could not be judged by common sense. The battle between the rank 8 immortal goo house and the immemorial desolate beast lasted for several days. It finally ended with the latter's defeat and surrender. Fang Yuan's main body rampaged in Green Ghost Desert, while in his immortal aperture, his subordinates used Myriad Year flying warship to subdue immemorial year beasts. On one hand, Fang Yuan wanted these rank 7 goo immortals to familiarize themselves with Myriad Year flying warship and deepen their cooperation, so that they could participate in a battle between rank 8s in the future. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was using the immemorial year beast fishing formation to lure immemorial year beasts, attempting to form a 12 zodiac battle formation. The idea of the 12 zodiac battle formation had been in Fang Yuan's mind since his previous life. This was an ancient battle formation. He needed to gather 12 different types of immemorial year beasts and use them as the core to form a great formation. The 12 zodiac battle formation was good at attacking. After assembling, it could move freely. Normally, the 12 archaic year beasts were sealed like statues, not moving at all. They didn't need to be fed. during battle, they would unseal themselves, form battle formations, and attack the enemy. There were many advantages to this formation. One of them was that it could save a lot of money on feeding expenses. In the previous life, Fang Yuan saw this point and planned to use this method to relieve the pressure of immortal aperture management. In this life, Fang Yuan was very rich. Saving on feeding expenses was secondary. What Fang Yuan valued was the great power of this array. Only primordial year beasts were qualified to be the core of the 12 zodiac battle formation. If he used ancient or desolate grade year beasts, Fang Yuan would not be able to form the 12 zodiac battle formation. From this, it could be seen that the 12 zodiac battle formation was a method that could suppress ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. However, it seemed easy to gather 12 different types of immemorial year beasts, but it was actually very difficult. Not only did it depend on strength, it also depended on luck. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have the time and energy to spend on this. His luck was also bad. He did not manage to gather a complete set of battle formations during the Central Continent Gu Refinement War. There were many year beasts in the River of Time, but these year beasts were not evenly distributed. Instead, every once in a while, there would be a huge increase in the number of immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan did not have absolute confidence that he could gather them in this life. But the manpower, resources, time, energy, and luck that he invested in this was far more than in the previous life. This was the truth. Time passed by quickly. Southern Border's righteous path was being extorted by Fang Yuan. They secretly thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan, but they were afraid of harming him. Western Desert's righteous path was in a stalemate. Fang clan and Wan clan were debating endlessly. The other righteous path forces were restraining themselves, but there were turbulent undercurrents in the dark. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to gather the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, but there was not much progress. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven had spent a lot of money to recruit Xianxia sect. This move made Northern Plains Gu Immortals realize Longevity Heaven's sincerity. Their resistance was greatly reduced. But in this life, Xianxia blessed land had already been devoured by Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea was calm as usual. Occasionally, there were some small conflicts, but they did not amount to much. The most sensational matter was the Ascending Heaven Plane contest, but this matter had already been settled. Meanwhile, in Central Continent, Celestial Court was licking its wounds after losing the Battle of Xianxia sect. Fairy Myrtle wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, but she could do nothing about Fang Yuan's secluded cultivation. Even if he took action, he would disguise himself, making it hard for people to distinguish the real from the fake. The 5 regions Gu Immortal World entered a temporary period of peace. Fang Yuan did not waste any time. He made full use of this rare period of peace to digest his gains and strengthen himself. Time-cutting edge had been perfected again. 5 restriction profound light chi, after this period of hard work, had already reached the level of being able to use 5 different colored light chi. It was only a small distance away from mastering it. And the progress of his soul path cultivation was also very gratifying. Fang Yuan's soul had already surpassed 10 million man soul, reaching 100 million man soul. This was already the limit of a human. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable appeared, in the long river of history, no matter how talented a person was, the peak of their soul was 100 million man soul. There was no higher. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Humans had the strongest intelligence, but in terms of strength, sharpness of claws and fangs, they could not compare to many other living beings. However, cultivation itself was a process of breaking one's own limits. When Gu masters used Gu worms, they could have the strength to suppress fierce beasts, sharper claws and fangs than fierce beasts. They could naturally have a more robust soul. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the first to create this method of breaking through limits. Fang Yuan had inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. He had naturally grasped it. Beyond the level of human soul, the next level of cultivation was Desolate Soul. Although 100 million man soul was extremely condensed and could interfere with matter, it was still relatively weak. But at Desolate Soul level, there would be an earth-shattering breakthrough in battle strength. Just by relying on his soul, Fang Yuan could match most desolate beasts. In this aspect, the pinnacle was still Spectral Soul. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had relied on his own strength to resist the heavenly and human calamities. His demonic might and unparalleled divine abilities left an extremely deep impression on Feng Yuan. He could not help but yearn for it. But before I break through to Desolate Soul, I still have something to do. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Feng Yuan sent a portion of his soul into the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation. When the Grand Formation was activated, it was like a raging inferno, and the light of the flames illuminated everything within a radius of 100 miles. He had already failed several times before. With experience, Feng Yuan's actions were familiar. Pay attention, add the main immortal material next. Feng Yuan ordered. Land Spirit of Xianxia, who was assisting, immediately nodded and assisted Feng Yuan in controlling the formation. There was a hidden space inside the formation, forming secret rooms that were specially used to store immortal materials. At this moment, a secret room opened and the immortal material inside was instantly thrown in. This immortal material was called Joyful Spring Light. It was rank 8, although it was a light path immortal material, it was condensed like a flower. The flower bloomed, the pure white petals were dotted with dots of red, there were even patches of parrot green, it was lifelike and tender, exuding vitality. Once the Joyful Spring Light entered the fire, it melted into a pure white light that poured onto Feng Yuan's split soul. The stream of light tightly wrapped around the soul. The fire continued to burn and roast the soul. The supplementary materials were thrown in one after another. At the same time, the immortal goo outside the formation were also being activated. The hairy man goo immortals were also doing their best to assist. They were either handling the immortal materials, using hand seals to influence the fire, or inspecting the dregs. This was a group goo refinement. The expenditure was much higher than individual goo refinement, but the difficulty of the goo refinement was also lower. In the previous life, Feng Yuan was alone, he naturally did not receive such treatment. In this life, after annexing Xianxia sect, his refinement path strength had already surpassed Celestial Court. How many refinement path goo immortals had awakened in Celestial Court? Even among the refinement path grade experts sleeping in the immortal graveyard, there were very few who had quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. Of course, Celestial Court's treasury was extremely rich. This far surpassed Feng Yuan's. Even if Feng Yuan annexed the lifetime accumulation of these goo immortals, he could not compare to Celestial Court. After refining for a while and seeing that everything was going well, Feng Yuan's spirits rose as he shouted, "Next is Fake Pearl." Fake Pearl was not a pearl, it was a transformation path immortal material that could transform into any treasure. It was also at rank 8 level. It was the main material of this goo refinement like the previous Bright Dawn and Spring Light. Fake Pearl also quickly fused into the fire. Feng Yuan called out again, "Bai Ning Bing." Bai Ning Bing nodded, she was already standing in a formation core. At this moment, she lightly cut her arm, a stream of blood flew out of the wound. Once the blood entered the blazing fire, with a whoosh, the scarlet fire turned into a bewitching red color. Moreover, a dense blood energy spread in the surroundings. Sixth Hair immediately took action, quickly gathering the blood energy and removing it from the outside. If he did not do this, the blood energy would cause a severe disturbance to the goo refinement. The blood energy decreased as it burned, it soon shrunk to the size of a fist, it was shrinking rapidly. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, the other goo immortals also had solemn expressions. Next was another crucial step. Release the Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Feng Yuan ordered. The Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire had intelligence. Once it flew out, it wanted to escape the formation. But how could it do that? The Long Hair Refinement Path formation blocked it, forcing it to collide with the blood energy. The two flames were clearly separated at first, but soon, they fused together, forming a large lump of chaotic fire that was colorful. The chaotic fire also decreased as it burned, it was so thick that it made people cry. The thick smoke descended, wrapping around the flame and forming a pitch-black ball of smoke. Looking from outside, one could see the bright flame at the center of the ball of smoke. Boom, the ball of smoke lasted for an hour before it suddenly exploded. Countless traces of smoke danced like dragons, air currents surged, it was like the roar of a dragon, piercing everyone's ears. A Dragon Man Goo Master stood up from the smoke, taking large strides as he appeared. He had a strong body and a handsome face, his tall nose bridge and firm lips made him look like a peerless warrior. He was covered in golden dragon scales, his dragon eyes were amber, and there was a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. Seeing him, land spirit of Xianxia laughed loudly, waving its hands. Success, we succeeded. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the soul path formation was already set up. The formation floated in the air, covering an area of about 3 miles. The dark light emitted by the formation was like a huge pancake, the edges were thick and the middle was thin. Inside the formation, cold winds blew and the temperature fell, but outside the formation, it was as usual. Fan Yuan scanned it several times with his divine sense and was satisfied. This formation is modified from a soul path killer move. It is more stable than a killer move, and the user can control it more exquisitely. This was a soul cultivation method recorded in the Shadow Sect True Inheritance. It could let the human soul break through its limits and reach the desolate soul level. Fan Yuan used his own formation path attainment as the foundation of this soul cultivation killer move to perfect improvement. After everything was prepared, Fan Yuan sent his 100 million man soul into the formation. A desolate beast soul core was held in Fan Yuan's hand. When his soul came to the center of the formation, he crushed this soul core. The soul core had already been dealt with in advance, and now that it was affected by the formation, it became extremely fragile. Once the soul core was crushed, it turned into mist and floated out. The formation sped up, causing the mist to spread rapidly, completely shrouding Fan Yuan's 100 million man soul. In the next few hours, the mist gradually thinned until it dissipated. Fan Yuan's 100 million man soul still looked the same as his sovereign immortal body. It was condensed and lifelike. Fan Yuan's soul's feelings and experience were very different from before. This is a desolate soul? Fan Yuan's soul looked at his hands. He could clearly feel that although his appearance did not change much, there was a surge of power surging within him. This power was completely unimaginable in his previous state. 100 million man soul could only interfere with matter. It was very dangerous to be surrounded by ordinary beasts and suffer. But the desolate soul's battle strength was completely different from the 100 million man soul. Next is the actual combat test. Fan Yuan's soul flew out of the formation, eager to try. He was already prepared. A desolate beast was imprisoned not far away. Just as the desolate beast regained its freedom, it saw a blue-black soul the size of an adult flying towards it. With a loud roar, its ominous aura erupted. It opened its mouth and bit towards Fan Yuan's soul. At this critical moment, Fan Yuan's soul suddenly rose up, avoiding the desolate beast's bite and flying above its head. Fan Yuan's soul suddenly lifted its leg, and then its right leg chopped down like a battle axe. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain-like wild beast was severely injured and sent flying by Fan Yuan's kick. Again. Fan Yuan's soul shot out and chased after him, waving his fists and legs. How could a desolate beast's intelligence compare to Fan Yuan's? In addition to its large physique, Fan Yuan dodged it nimbly, so it could only passively take a beating. Fan Yuan's punches landed on the beast's flesh, and after a while, the dire beast was howling in pain. Finally, it lost its will to fight and turned to flee. Fan Yuan did not chase after them. He would arrange for someone to deal with them later. A faint excitement lingered in Fan Yuan's soul. I really possess desolate beast battle strength. Together with my battle strength, ordinary desolate beasts are not my match in a one-on-one battle. However, my human soul could float, but after breaking through to desolate soul, I am completely unable to fly. I can only rely on goo worms. The reason why Fan Yuan could fly in battle was because his soul contained all kinds of immortal goo and beads of immortal essence. Some soul beasts could fly, while others could not. In Shadow Sect's True Inheritance, when a human soul breaks through to desolate soul, it was impossible to gain the ability to fly. Because humans were innately unable to fly. The souls of feathermen were different, they could fly, but feathermen were not pure humans. Even Spectral Soul, who had cultivated his soul to the extreme, could only stand on the ground during the Battle of Etion Mountain. He could not fly. The number of soul path Dao marks on my soul has increased explosively. It actually broke through the 10,000 mark. Previously, Fan Yuan's soul had very few soul path Dao marks, even though he had accumulated to 100 million man soul. This was because Fan Yuan used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, the two sacred lands of soul cultivation. Using other soul cultivation methods would increase the number of Dao marks on his soul, allowing him to accumulate the same level of foundation. The body was the carrier of Dao marks, the soul was also the same. Not only could soul path carry Dao marks on the soul, other paths could also do the same. For example, time path. Southern Borders Rank 8 Gu Immortal Xianxia had planted a defensive method on her soul. Her soul was covered in a web of time path Dao marks. This layer of defense had obstructed Fang Yuan's soul search a lot in his previous life. After breaking through the limit and becoming a desolate soul, Fang Yuan could continue his soul path cultivation. The following journey would be much vaster and longer than human soul cultivation. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul. Fang Yuan's desolate soul started to cultivate, the time path clone was deducing, while Fang Yuan's main body continued to research the Dragon Man clone. Even though this clone was created by himself, it still had research value. The Dragon Man clone's soul originally had the appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, it had 30 million man-soul foundation. But now, its appearance had changed greatly, it was identical to the Dragon Man body, it also had a dragon tail, dragon horns, dragon scales, and Dragon Man vertical pupils. Moreover, the soul path Dao marks on the soul had already been reduced to single digits, its human soul foundation was at most a few dozen man-soul. This was the result of Fang Yuan's refinement, it was also the level that Fang Yuan wanted to reach. The souls created by the split soul were all human souls. If it was paired with the Dragon Man body, it would only be a possession of a human soul, it would not be considered a complete Dragon Man. Fang Yuan created the Dragon Man clone in order to obtain the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Be it transformation path killer moves or human soul possession, they were not as safe as such a complete clone. After a period of arduous Gu refinement, Fang Yuan refined the Dragon Man body and a corresponding Dragon Man soul. Only like this could it be considered a complete clone. Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone was only a half-finished product. The Pure Dream clone's body had no problems, but its soul was only Fang Yuan's human soul. Even though the Pure Dream clone was human to begin with, it was not compatible with Fang Yuan's split soul. It needed a long period of adjustment and some soul path methods to completely transform Fang Yuan's split soul into the appearance of the body, only then could it be considered a true match. In fact, when Fang Yuan first obtained the sovereign immortal body, his body and soul were also not compatible. Later, after a long period of cultivation, he used soul path methods to adjust them, finally reaching the current state of perfect compatibility. Dragonians were also mutants, so their physical bodies naturally had their own unique features. Rockmen had dense earth path Dao marks, snowmen specialized in ice and snow path, hairy men had refinement path Dao marks, mermen specialized in water path, while dragon men had innate enslavement path Dao marks. Dragon men had incredible talent in enslavement path, they were a natural king race, they could control other life forms more easily than other races. The influence of enslavement path Dao marks is not only external, it also has huge benefits for dragon men. According to Fang Yuan's deduction, with enslavement path Dao marks, the dragon man society was much tighter than other races. This tightness was not due to external factors, it was due to the dragonman's innate talent. According to Fang Yuan's viewpoint, the influence of enslavement path Dao marks was far more important than the dragonman's external influence. Dragon men would be united, they would not be like other races, especially humans, who had internal strife and friction. As for enslavement path, it was specialized in attrition tactics, the cost of cultivating it was very high, but if it reached a certain scale, it could fight against many, defeating stronger opponents. Some paths had outstanding battle strength, like blood path, metal path, sword path, and so on. But fighting against many, defeating stronger opponents was something only a few paths had. For example, formation path. When Fang Yuan was immortal, he had used enslavement path methods to participate in the imperial court contest. Not long ago, he had used formation path methods to capture the southern border immortals. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something, no wonder in my previous life, Dragon Palace was able to enslave Dizongxing. This immortal Gu House should be an enslavement path immortal Gu House. Regarding Dragon Palace in his previous life, Fang Yuan did not know about the inside story. Even now, he did not understand why Bai Ningbing suddenly became the Dragon Palace Lord. But it did not matter. Even if the Dragon Man clone is useless, I still have a living Bai Ningbing. The Dragon Man clone was only a rank 1 Gu master. The next step was to nurture him and help him ascend to an immortal. The path he would take was probably enslavement path. The pure dream clone's aperture had already been sealed by Feng Yuan with great difficulty. The clone's soul continued to cultivate and transform, trying to perfectly match the body. These two clones' souls might have some soul path cultivation, but they would not have the amount of the main body's soul. They would only have some superficial knowledge. Because different Dao marks would repel and interfere with each other. After cultivating for a while more, I can attack. Feng Yuan's eyes burned with eerie fire. Celestial Court's side was still under Fairy Myrtle's control. Central Great Hall. A piece of news made her frown disappear. That's right, old ancestor Shui who has accepted Princess Impatience's suggestion. He is accepting our funding. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. It showed great determination, thus lone immortals and demonic path were in great conflict. Fairy Myrtle thus made a bold plan and arranged for Princess Impatience to return to Northern Plains to persuade old ancestor Shui Hu. Old ancestor Shui Hu was unwilling and had a firm attitude, but under his wife's persuasion, he reluctantly nodded and agreed to cooperate with Celestial Court. Even though the cooperation is limited now, who knows in the future? Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Looking at the situation of the world. Northern Plains made important progress, Western Desert's righteous path was in a stalemate, and Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes. Central Continent was fine, Eastern Sea's several forces divided ascending Heaven Plain. But in the dark, Celestial Court was trying to find Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. As for Southern Border. Fairy Myrtle's smile faded. Southern Border's situation was not optimistic. Southern Border's righteous path accepted Feng Yuan's extortion, Fairy Myrtle could not stop it. At the same time, the Southern Alliance was established, the Alliance leader position was vacant, but Tai Clan's beacon towers were already being set up everywhere. These two situations were bad news for Celestial Court. There is also Feng Yuan. He captured so many Southern Border Gu immortals and extorted a vast amount of immortal materials. He also has the entire refinement path Gu immortals of Xianxia sect as his subordinates. Fairy Myrtle was very concerned about Feng Yuan's situation. But this demon, Feng Yuan, was in hiding, she could not find him. Fairy Myrtle felt even greater pressure, she would rather see Feng Yuan jump around and do whatever he wanted. Right now, she could not even hear a trace of information about Feng Yuan's current situation. What is Feng Yuan doing? How much has his strength improved? When and where will he appear again? This final question did not bother Fairy Myrtle for long. About half a month later, she received a battle report. Feng Yuan suddenly appeared in the River of Time and fought with the 4 Xianxia. Immortal Gu House Myriad-Year flying warship was moving in the River of Time. Feng Yuan stood proudly at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. He wore a green robe, his black hair was like a waterfall, his handsome face had a pair of deep and dark pupils, he looked at the endless waves around him with a cold expression. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were inside the Immortal Gu House, looking at the rank 7 aura circulating around Feng Yuan's body as he put on an act. Some felt a chill in their hearts, while others realized, no wonder Feng Yuan could move unhindered until now. If they had rank 8 cultivation level, they would have dominated an area long ago. But he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, not letting go of any chance to deceive the enemy. Some sighed, both sides had not even come into contact, but Feng Yuan had already started to mislead the enemy. This was a battle of intelligence and strategy. This battle had already started the moment Myriad-Year flying warship appeared in the River of Time. Feng Yuan had his own plans. If he could not expose his rank 8 cultivation level, he would not expose it. Because once it was exposed, the secret of the sovereign immortal body would not be able to be concealed. In the previous life, this secret was exposed, but in this life, this secret seemed to have not been discovered yet. As for the secret of rebirth, it will probably be exposed after this battle. Feng Yuan estimated in his mind. So what if it was exposed? Feng Yuan felt that this was the time to expose it. The significance of this battle was extremely huge. Although Feng Yuan had been vigilant and paid attention to the ink effect, he would not be careless when it was time to make a move. Advancing and retreating, attacking and defending at will, he had already grasped all of this, he was extremely shrewd and ruthless. A pavilion was situated in the River of Time. The pavilion had openings on all sides, it had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be woven from yellow grass, the pavilion pillars were gray-white stones that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion, it was the most luxurious decoration. It was the rank 7-time path immortal Gu House present and past pavilion. Central Continent's 4-time path Gu immortals were standing in present and past pavilion, they were the 4 Xianxia. They discovered myriad year flying warship the moment it appeared. The 4 Xianxia immediately reported this information to Fairy Myrtle, they did not dare to delay. Fang Yuan has finally appeared. That's right. We 4 siblings have not waited here for so long in vain. He still has rank 7 cultivation level, but he has a rank 8 immortal Gu house. What immortal Gu house is this? I've never heard of it. It seems to be a time path immortal Gu house. The 4 Xianxia did not make the first move. In their opinion, the present and past pavilion was best at scouting in the River of Time. At this moment, they were extremely far away from Fang Yuan. They could detect Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan couldn't detect them. They only had rank 7 cultivation level, it was only because they cultivated time path that they were chosen by the high and mighty celestial court to suppress this place. Moreover, the 4 Xianxia were not celestial court Gu immortals, their next move would depend on Fairy Myrtle's arrangements and orders. Myriad year flying warship carried Fang Yuan and drifted slowly at first. Fang Yuan looked around from the bow of the ship, seemingly searching for something. It seems that Fang Yuan is here to find Red Lotus true inheritance. He did not discover us after all. Has Lady Ziwei not given any orders? Within present and past pavilion, the 4 Xianxia stared at Fang Yuan with deep concern. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was joyful at first before becoming suspicious. She was joyful because Fang Yuan had finally appeared, she was not afraid of him not appearing, she was afraid of him hiding and not knowing what he was up to. Honestly speaking, as long as Fang Yuan did not appear, Fairy Myrtle felt even more pressure. She did not know what Fang Yuan was up to, but now that Fang Yuan had appeared, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Good, come. I want to see how much you have grown, I will definitely make good use of this opportunity to kill you. Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with killing intent. As for that rank 8 immortal Gu house, is that the source of your confidence? Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel slightly bewildered. This rank 8 immortal Gu house appeared without any warning. According to common sense, even super forces could not conceal the construction of an immortal Gu house, many traces would be exposed. Because there were simply too many things to prepare. During the construction of an immortal Gu house, the commotion would not be small and would be discovered by others. Fang Yuan was not an exception. But the process of his accumulation was in the previous life, Fairy Myrtle could not discover it. How did Fang Yuan suddenly obtain a time path immortal Gu house, and it is rank 8? What abilities and methods does this boat-shaped immortal Gu house have? Thoughts collided in Fairy Myrtle's mind as purple chi spread rapidly in Central Great Hall. She quickly deduced and made her decision. She estimated that even if this time path immortal Gu house was rank 8, its strength would be limited. Because it appeared too suddenly, there were no records of this boat in history, it was likely that Fang Yuan used the immortal Gu to test it out in a hurry. Moreover, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, the Celestial Court needed to probe it and stop Fang Yuan from obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance. Fairy Myrtle quickly ordered Qingyi to move Eternal Yacht to present and past pavilion. A detailed and clear topographic map immediately appeared in her mind. When Eternal Yacht meets up with present and past pavilion, we will have them attack Fang Yuan from the front and back. Fairy Myrtle's gaze was sharp as a blade. Earlier, present and past pavilion was monitoring the river while Eternal Yacht was moving around, searching for Red Lotus true inheritance. Now, Eternal Yacht was already rushing over under Fairy Myrtle's orders. In the River of Time, the 4 Xianxia also received Fairy Myrtle's orders. They are going to attack. According to Fang Yuan's speed and direction, he will leave present and past pavilions range soon. We will attack first and restrain Fang Yuan, luring him here. Then, Eternal Yacht will attack him from behind. Attack. The 4 Xianxia quickly controlled present and past pavilion, causing huge waves in the River of Time. The waves were like a huge army crashing towards myriad year flying warship. they finally attacked. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, a variant human goo immortal shouted in excitement. Fang Yuan purposely appeared near present and past pavilion to lure the latter into attacking. Lord Sect Leader is so bad, he clearly does not want to expose the fact that he has already discovered present and past pavilion, he is pretending to be ignorant. The other party has been deceived. Lady White Rabbit's long eyelashes fluttered as her eyes shined with a bright light, she had learned another sinister move. Fang Yuan gasped, he frowned as he sensed the change in the river. The Four Xuanzi could clearly see the minute changes in his expression. Fang Yuan found something amiss. He is controlling that rank 8 immortal goo house to charge towards us. Don't worry, we are far away from him, so fast. The speed displayed by Myriad Year Flying Warship shocked the Four Xuanzi. A moment ago, they were still calm and composed, but now, their expressions changed as their bodies and minds shook. In the waves, Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a swordfish, it pierced through the waves and charged towards present and past pavilion with incredible speed. Increase the strength. The eldest of the Four Xuanzi, Xianxia, shouted. Present and past pavilion let out a dazzling light, the waves created were tens of feet tall, like a tsunami, they submerged Myriad Year Flying Warship. Boom! 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 Myriad Year Flying Warship was covered in a layer of silver light, it crashed through the waves again and again, its speed became even faster, it was like a peerless sword stabbing towards them. The Four Xuanzi were pale, their eyes were filled with shock. Fang Yuan was too fast and ferocious, they felt uneasy. Zhong Xuanzi quickly shouted, quick, use that move. Present and past pavilion's light shone even brighter, it was like a grand pillar of light that soared into the sky. Under present and past pavilion's influence, the water around Myriad Year Flying Warship underwent a strange change, turning into a huge whirlpool in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool's water flow was rapid, it barely trapped Myriad Year Flying Warship. The Four Xuanzi let out a sigh of relief. We finally trapped it. This immortal goo house's speed is astonishing, in just a few breaths of time, it has already traversed more than half the distance. But it is already trapped by us now. Let's test it out and see what kind of power it has. The whirlpool's water flow became even more rapid, the waves changed into sawtooth shapes. Countless sawteeth surrounded Myriad Year Flying Warship, gnawing and grinding at its body. Myriad Year Flying Warship was stuck in the center of the whirlpool, Fang Yuan's expression was cold. Sun Guozi revealed a shocked expression, such a tough immortal goo house, even the sawtooth whirlpool cannot break its protective light. Xia Xuanzi patted Sun Guozi's shoulder and consoled, don't worry, it has only been less than 10 breaths of time, if we continue to grind and gnaw at it, it will collapse. Although he said that, the Four Xuanzi were astonished. They knew the power of the sawtooth whirlpool killer move, this was present and past pavilion's strongest offensive method, ordinary goo immortals would be sliced into pieces in the blink of an eye, none of the Four Xuanzi could last for 3 breaths of time. Even present and past pavilion itself would become unstable after entering it, a large number of goo worms would die. But looking at it now, Myriad Year Flying Warship was completely unscathed, it was even somewhat peaceful, the Four Xuanzi felt a chill in their hearts. It is a rank 8 immortal goo house after all. Where is Eternal Yacht now? Oh no, the situation is bad. Sun Guozi suddenly shouted. The other 3 Xuanzi quickly looked over, only to see that the water flow around Myriad Year Flying Warship was changing rapidly, from the sawtooth whirlpool to a silver-white torrent. The torrent moved around Myriad Year Flying Warship, in just a few breaths of time, the torrent had expanded by more than 10 times. Present and past pavilion has methods to manipulate the river, how can our Myriad Year Flying Warship not have them? The variant human goo immortals in the room laughed heartily. Charge! Fang Yuan instructed plainly. Boom, like a gushing waterfall or a torrent, the torrent around Myriad Year Flying Warship surged and surged forward. Myriad Year Flying Warship easily broke through the damaged sawtooth whirlpool under the pressure of the torrent, charging towards the Four Xuanzi with a fierce momentum. It is charging over. Quickly block it. Increase present and past pavilion's power to the maximum. The Four Xuanzi's minds were in chaos, present and past pavilion buzzed as the screens in the pavilion emitted thick smoke, the pavilion shot out a pillar of light that was almost solid. Myriad-year flying warship approached present and past pavilion. Crash into it. Fang Yuan sneered, standing proudly at the bow of the ship. But in an instant, present and past pavilion resisted with all its might. Myriad-year flying warship's momentum became extremely slow. Killer move, deceleration? Break it. Fang Yuan was familiar with this move. He ordered as Myriad-year flying warship's silver light suddenly condensed. Swoosh, with a soft sound, present and past pavilion's killer move was broken. Myriad-year flying warship regained its original speed and crashed into present and past pavilion with a loud sound. Present and past pavilion was not specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had personally destroyed it in the past. Now that it encountered the stronger and faster Myriad-year flying warship, it immediately collapsed. The pavilion's cover was blown away, the pavilion's pillars were broken, the screens were broken, and the pavilion's foundation was destroyed. The four Xianxia coughed out large amounts of blood. Plop plop plop, they fell into the river of time. Without present and past pavilion's protection, the four Xianxia completely lost the ability to retaliate against Fang Yuan. In a short while, Fang Yuan killed them all. They still had rank 7 cultivation level. Like Lu Hao, they did not join the celestial court and kept their immortal apertures. But their immortal goo were already destroyed by them. Fang Yuan had just retrieved their corpses and the scattered immortal goo when Eternal Yacht arrived. Rank 8 goo immortal Qingyi was standing on Eternal Yacht. He saw the four Xianxia corpses on the deck of Myriad-year flying warship and his expression changed. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will make you pay with your blood. Fang Yuan turned around and smiled lightly. Another one is here to die. Myriad-year flying warship did not say anything. Silver light shrouded it as currents surged under it, attacking Eternal Yacht. Its ferocious charge immediately caused a commotion among the goo immortals in Eternal Yacht. Veins were popping on Xianxia's forehead. He hesitated for a moment before giving a wise order. We will hide for now. Don't fight this rank 8 immortal goo house head-on. Although the four Xianxia had died in battle, the battle report had been sent out in time. Fairy Myrtle and Qingyi had learned a lot about Myriad-year flying warship. However, how could it be that easy for Hangzhou to escape? Myriad-year flying warship speed soared. It actually broke through its previous limit and became faster and faster. This immortal goo house, even though it was called a flying carriage, it was in the shape of a boat. Right now, it was like a silver meteor, flying close to the river of time. The Eternal Ark was in the shape of a ship, and it was much bigger than the Myriad-year flying warship. Even if they wanted to avoid it, their speed wasn't fast, so how could they avoid it? Boom, with a loud bang, the Eternal Yacht trembled twice, and a large hole appeared in the front of the hull. Fang Yuan's Myriad-year flying warship actually smashed through the Eternal Ark. How is this possible? Just now, the Eternal Yacht had already activated its strongest defensive method, but it could not even block one attack from Fang Yuan. The truth was so shocking that Qingyi's eyes were popping out of their sockets. Lord, that scoundrel Fang Yuan is charging over again. The goo immortals inside the Eternal Yacht shouted in shock. The moment they said that, with a loud bang, Myriad-year flying warship smashed through the Eternal Yacht. The Eternal Yacht shook intensely. Qingyi staggered and could not stand stably. His fighting spirit was on the verge of collapsing. How could he fight like this? The goo worms inside the Eternal Yacht had suffered huge losses. It would scatter after a few more collisions. Many goo immortals had pale expressions and cold sweat. Fortunately, at this time, they heard Qingyi's order, retreat. The Eternal Yacht turned around and retreated resolutely. You think you can escape? Fang Yuan sneered. Boom boom boom, Myriad-year flying warship pierced through the Eternal Yacht again and again. The Eternal Yacht used killer moves to resist, but Fang Yuan had already dealt with it. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As long as the Celestial Court did not have any huge changes, Fang Yuan would definitely be the final winner. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. Thus, when Eternal Yacht was destroyed and Qingyi fell into the river of time, no one on Fang Yuan's side was surprised. Kill him. Without needing Fang Yuan's order, the other goo immortals inside the warship shouted. At the same time, killing intent surged. Myriad-year flying warship dove into the river and crashed towards Qingyi like a vicious shark. Qingyi used all his strength to use defensive methods. But in the river of time, as a dark path goo immortal, he was suppressed to an extreme level. Boom, the myriad-year flying warship directly smashed his black shield and sent him flying. Qingyi coughed out large amounts of blood. He endured the intense pain and tried to rush out of the river. Seeing that the river was in sight, he was shocked to find that myriad-year flying warship had been waiting for a long time. Boom! With another loud sound, the bottom of myriad-year flying warship directly smashed into Xianxia's head. A large part of Xianxia's head caved in from the impact. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The huge force transmitted through his whole body, his spine, sternum and so on were all broken. Gurgle gurgle, large amounts of the water of the river of time flowed into his mouth. The huge impact force slapped him into the depths of the river like a rubber ball. He's still not dead? Bing Yuan was speechless at Xianxia's strong vitality. Then let's do it again. The Rockman First Supreme Elder's eyes were bloodshot. He was already in high spirits. Taking advantage of his weakness, myriad-year flying warship was like a killer as it launched a fatal pursuit. Boom! The third time, Qingyi was heavily injured again. From his right shoulder down, more than half of his chest had been smashed into a pile of rotten flesh, and all of his internal organs had been crushed. Qingyi stared with wide eyes at myriad-year flying warship. He still wanted to struggle but he had no strength left. Eventually, he became a floating corpse, losing his life. He's dead, he's really dead. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal. We really killed him? The variant human Gu immortals were overjoyed, even by Ning Bing, He Lulan and the rest were moved. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were also very excited. Killing a rank 8 Gu immortal, such an achievement was too rare. Even though they had borrowed a lot of external strength, just this achievement itself was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Fang Yuan fished out Xianxia's corpse, but unfortunately, his soul had already dissipated. This Qingyi is a ruthless person. He actually destroyed his own soul at the crucial moment. But this body is also a top-grade immortal material. I can research Phantom Path. Celestial Court possessed the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Precisely because of this, members of Celestial Court could obtain phantom apertures after contributing their immortal apertures. They could leave Celestial Court and fight outside. Once Celestial Court Gu immortals died, the phantom aperture would dissipate on its own. All the Gu worms inside would remain, even most of the Dao marks would vanish. All in all, when fighting against Celestial Court Gu immortals, even if they won, there would be few benefits. But after Langya Blessed Land was annexed, the land spirit of Langya told Fang Yuan that the corpses of Celestial Court Gu immortals had other profundities. They contained the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. If Fang Yuan could comprehend some Phantom Path profundities from these corpses, he might be able to unravel Celestial Court's Phantom Path. He might even be able to get hold of Celestial Court's weakness. Even if he could not do anything to Celestial Court, with this Phantom Path method, Fang Yuan could use it on himself. With the Phantom Aperture method, Fang Yuan would be able to control Ling Wuxia and the rest even more harshly. This was a great weapon to ensure their loyalty. Myriad-year flying warship continued to clean up the battlefield. The Gu immortals on Fang Yuan's side were very excited. Their long years of training had finally paid off. In this attack, they destroyed 2 immortal Gu houses. They even lost over 10 Gu immortals. Present and past pavilion had the 4 Xianxia, while Eternal Yacht had even more Gu immortals. Immortal Gu houses originated from immortal formations. They normally needed many Gu immortals to control them together. They could be more flexible and comprehensive. Some immortal Gu houses had very strict requirements for the number of Gu immortals inside. They could not have one more or one less. Very few immortal Gu houses only needed one person to control them. None of these Gu immortals escaped with their lives. Their corpses were placed at the side and their souls were suppressed. The battle ended, but Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He was patrolling on the river surface, waiting for reinforcements from Celestial Court. Lady White Rabbit, Bing Yuan, Shizong, and the other Gu immortals discussed. They were still very excited. They talked about the rank 8 Gu immortal Qingyi the most. Speaking of which, Qingyi was quite unlucky. Once Eternal Yacht was destroyed, he was greatly suppressed in the River of Time. It would be good if he could use 20 to 30% of his original strength. This place was filled with time path Dao marks. It was the densest in the world. Precisely so, time path methods were very useful. Their power was amplified. As for other methods like Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and others, they were all greatly suppressed. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had a pale expression, she was in a daze. She had obtained the latest battle report. Fan Yuan used the rank 8 immortal goo house to destroy present and past pavilion and eternal yacht, even Qingyi died? Fairy Myrtle found it hard to believe. She had been planning earlier, she wanted to control Fan Yuan remotely, even if she could not kill him now, she wanted to chase him away. Then, the two great combat powers that she had placed so much importance on actually collapsed and fell apart. The speed of this defeat is too fast. This does not make sense. Even though present and past pavilion and eternal yacht were only rank 7, they were outstanding, their structures were exquisite, and they had abundant and comprehensive methods. If not for this, Fairy Myrtle would not have mobilized these two immortal goo houses to attack Fan Yuan. What was the problem? Looking at the battle report, Fan Yuan's mysterious time path immortal goo house might be rank 8, but its methods are limited. Other than using the water of the river of time to accelerate itself, its strongest aspect is its toughness. Myriad Year Flying Warship's fighting method could only be described in one word, that was to collide. If it was described in one word, head-on collision. If it was described in one word, accelerated collision. Evidently, this battle tactic was very simple. But why did it succeed? That was because during the battle, present and past pavilion and eternal yacht's methods, especially their defensive measures, were instantly broken by Fan Yuan. Fairy Myrtle jumped up from her seat. She could not sit still anymore. Her forehead was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. It seems that Fan Yuan has really revived. He has a deep understanding of present and past pavilion and eternal yacht, he made the most effective countermeasures and researched killer moves to counter them. Thus, present and past pavilion and eternal yacht are extremely weak, they have no way to retaliate. Just like Fan Yuan expected, Fairy Myrtle had serious doubts. After this battle, she was certain that Fan Yuan had revived. What do we do? Fan Yuan has a rank 8 immortal goo house now, he can move freely in the river of time, our 3 immortal goo houses are still being constructed. Should we stop it? He has revived, he is likely very familiar with these 3 immortal goo houses. If we stop it and change to another immortal goo house, will it be too late? The reason why Fan Yuan entered the river of time is definitely to search for Red Lotus true inheritance. If he succeeds, it would be terrible, the consequences would be far worse than losing Langya blessed land. Following the tributary of the river of time, Fan Yuan and the rest returned to southern border. Even though the immortals were in good condition and had high morale, they still needed to rest and recuperate after the battle. Our gains from this battle are quite good. Fan Yuan inspected the corpses that he had salvaged. Other than rank 8 goo immortal Qingyi, these central continent rank 7 goo immortals were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects. They did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court, so they did not contribute their immortal apertures. Most of the goo worms were destroyed, but these immortal apertures were still intact. There were also 1 or 2 immortal goo that were luckily preserved after the 2 immortal goo houses were destroyed. In the following period of time, Fan Yuan was prepared to inspect these immortal apertures and see if there were any problems. If there were no problems, he would devour them. Of course, there were some goo immortals like Fan Yuan who could not devour apertures because his path attainment level was not high enough. In fact, there were some such people among the southern border captives. The loot is just a bonus, the true meaning of this battle is that I finally got rid of the passive situation. This is the first time I have the initiative in this battle against Celestial Court. Fan Yuan had used the perfect timing in this battle. If he fought earlier, he would not have the immortal goo house Myriad Year flying warship, he would have to expose his rank 8 cultivation level. This was not good. Because once his rank 8 cultivation level was exposed, Celestial Court would find out that Fan Yuan had not undergone tribulation, the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture would also be exposed. If the battle was delayed, Celestial Court would not just have these 2 immortal goo houses. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had encountered 4 time path immortal goo houses. After destroying Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion, Celestial Court fell into an extremely passive situation. Celestial Court was afraid that Fan Yuan would obtain Red Lotus true inheritance, they would definitely send more troops in the River of Time to stop Fan Yuan. However, after Lord Huangshi, Celestial Court lacked Time Path rank 8s, they could only use Qingyi and Time Path immortal goo houses as replacements. This way, Fang Yuan had another chance to break through. Just like how Fang Yuan destroyed the Eternal Ship and the present and past pavilion. However, even if the Celestial Court knew this, they still needed to investigate as soon as possible and try their best to stop it, even if they had to pay a great price. In my previous life, the Celestial Court defended the River of Time impenetrably. But in this life, hee. The River of Time has become a place that the Celestial Court must save. It is also the best battlefield for me to weaken the Celestial Court and allow the Celestial Court to continue bleeding. Fang Yuan was almost certain of the Celestial Court's reaction. Just like how the Celestial Court had the strategic advantage of Fate Gu, forcing the four regions Gu immortals to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan relied on the pretense of being a true disciple of Red Lotus to force the Celestial Court to send more troops to the River of Time. But this way, the secret of my rebirth should not be able to be kept. During the Battle of Xianxia Domain, Fairy Myrtle already had serious suspicions. During this period of time, Fang Yuan captured the southern border pursuers and went on a killing spree in the River of Time. If Fairy Myrtle still could not confirm that Fang Yuan had reborn, she would not be Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan would not underestimate Fairy Myrtle, he understood her very well. Often, those who understood you were not your friends, but your enemies. Sure enough, a few days later, Fairy Myrtle announced in Jewel Yellow Skies that Fang Yuan had been reborn and had obtained a rank 8-time Path Immortal Gu House. Once the news spread, it quickly spread everywhere. Fang Yuan's influence rose to another level, the world was in an uproar. How long has it been? Fang Yuan has already become a demonic path overlord, he is a pillar of the world. Earlier, Fang Yuan had that reverse flow river killer move that could reflect the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals, he was undefeatable. Now, he has a rank 8 immortal Gu house? Isn't this too fast? The immortal Gu house seems to have come out of the ground. Since he has been reborn, the immortal Gu house is not too sudden. Don't forget, he annexed Xianxia Blessed Land, he has a deep foundation here. The discussion naturally spread to the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court seems to be very weak, they have never had any effective methods against Fang Yuan. The Great Celestial Court can only lose again and then announce Fang Yuan's information afterwards? It is not that the Celestial Court is weak, but they have no way to deal with Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, demonic Path Gu immortals, even if they have rank 8 cultivation level, would not be as high profile as Fang Yuan. That's right. Demonic Path Gu immortals are always alone. If they offend the righteous path, many forces will work together and use information path to gather information, while using wisdom path to deduce their location, and then work together to pursue them. Just like how the southern border immortals chased after him earlier. But what about Fang Yuan? He can actually defend against the Celestial Court's deductions in wisdom path. He also has fixed immortal travel moving around, it is hard to capture him. His formation path strength is also very powerful. He will definitely be able to see through the ambush and even make use of the time path formation to capture the southern border pursuing team. He even annexed Xianxia Blessed Land, his refinement path attainment level is at least Great Grandmaster. The Gu immortals discussed deeply, they were shocked to find that Fang Yuan was so talented, he cultivated many paths, his talent was shocking. I finally understand, he is a monster. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Most Gu immortals, even rank 8, cultivated only one path, who could be like Fang Yuan, who could take care of so many paths. If they took care of so many paths, their energy, resources, and time would be scattered, and Gu immortals would often achieve nothing. Actually, Fang Yuan had wanted to cultivate only one path before, but he had no choice. Before this, he had been fighting alone, under the pressure of external enemies. How could he not cultivate wisdom path? How could his battle strength increase if he did not cultivate soul path? How could he capture the southern border immortals without formation path? You can't say that, no matter how bad Fang Yuan's talent is, as long as he has Spring Autumn Cicada, he can revive again and again, he can use the same amount of time to accumulate different things. That's right, with Spring Autumn Cicada, even if he fails again, he can have countless chances to start over. The experience of failure can also be accumulated, even a stupid pig can naturally succeed after failing many times, right? Spring Autumn Cicada, as expected of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Vital Gu, it is truly amazing. On the mystical goo list, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking should be raised again. Its current ranking is still too low for such a mystical goo. Because of Fang Yuan, Spring-Autumn Cicada's ranking has indeed been raised again, but I feel that everyone should not overestimate Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is only a goo worm after all. There are many methods to restrain it. The reason why Fang Yuan is so powerful is largely because he is an otherworldly demon. Indeed. The combination of the otherworldly demon and Spring-Autumn Cicada is truly too perfect. However, other than otherworldly demons, it is very difficult for other people to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to have a huge change in their lives. Fang Yuan saw this, and after careful consideration, he decisively spread the video of the battle in the River of Time to jewel yellow skies. He even said, "Celestial Court, my counterattack has just begun. After I obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance from the River of Time, I will thoroughly destroy your Fate Goo. In the previous life, you succeeded in repairing Fate Goo. That was because your foundation was deep and beyond my expectations. But there are too few knowledgeable Goo immortals in the 4 regions. Many rank 8 experts are still being secretly restrained by you. There are also many Goo immortals who are still naive and do not know the fatal threat of Fate Goo. All of you, just you wait." Once these words were said, the Goo immortal world of the 5 regions fell into silence. Next, even more terrifying public opinion erupted like a volcano, flooding down like a torrent. Oh heavens, Fang Yuan is directly provoking the Celestial Court. How many years has it been since something like this happened? How many years is it? Throughout history, there have not been many like this. Very few people do this, and even fewer people can truly pose a threat to the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan might only have rank 7 cultivation level now, but he can already match rank 8. He annexed Xianxia Blessed Land. He has a large number of variant human Goo immortals and even a rank 8 time path immortal Goo house. What is even more terrifying is that he seems to have the exact information of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If he really obtains the Demon Venerable's True Inheritance, terrifying. If this continues, Fang Yuan will become the new Demon Venerable. Sigh, the people of heaven are so innocent. Is another Demon Venerable going to appear and bring disaster to the world? We cannot easily become enemies with Fang Yuan. Take a good look at this video. The killer moves of the 2 immortal Goo houses of the Celestial Court were all broken by Fang Yuan. Clearly, Fang Yuan had experienced it in his previous life and found a way to break it in this life. The cooperation of Spring-Autumn Cicada and an otherworldly demon is simply too shameless. The Goo immortal world discussed intensely, gradually forming a kind of panic. A kind of fear towards Fang Yuan. In the past, Goo immortals felt more wariness, hatred, and jealousy towards the existence of Fang Yuan. But now, fear was gradually taking over. Goo immortals knew that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with, but the current Fang Yuan was also not to be trifled with. Even a colossal force like the Celestial Court, the strongest righteous path force in the 5 regions, had its dignity trampled on by Fang Yuan time and time again. Even now, they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Southern border, Wu clan. Wu Yong had a dark gaze. Fang Yuan. Celestial Court, Qi clan. Qi Chiyu's expression was ashen. He finally realized a possibility. The traitor has not been found. Maybe this is a secret that was exposed in my previous life. If I had made a deal with Fang Yuan in my previous life, doesn't that mean I am the traitor? Thinking of this, Qi Chiyu was stunned. Western Desert, Tang clan. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder were talking in secret. This demon Fang Yuan is getting stronger and stronger. If his relationship with our clan is exposed, the Celestial Court will definitely exterminate our clan. We are already cooperating with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is very powerful now. This relationship cannot be stopped. We need to be even more careful from now on. If he really becomes a demon venerable in the future, it will be a great opportunity for our Tang clan to develop. Shi clan. In the secret room, the first Supreme Elder smiled. Interesting. The Celestial Court wants the whole world to attack Fang Yuan. And Fang Yuan is also spreading the threat and weakness of the Celestial Court. He wants the Goo immortals of the 4 regions to attack the Celestial Court. Celestial Court, Immortal Graveyard. An indescribable change occurred. A lump of fire light was faint at first, but after a while, the fire light expanded and spread, dyeing the sky of the Immortal Graveyard red. The fire light illuminated the world. It immediately attracted the attention of Fairy Myrtle and the other members of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle immediately rushed to the entrance of the immortal graveyard. She found that there were specks of silver-white light in the midst of the fire light. It was like countless diamonds were decorating the red curtain. The fire light dissipated. An old Gu immortal wearing a crimson robe walked out from the depths of the immortal graveyard with large strides. The diamonds of light gathered. An old man sitting in a wooden wheelchair walked out from the warm light. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She was pleasantly surprised to find that she knew the identities of these two old Gu immortals. The old man in the crimson robe was Li Huang, a fire path grade expert. The old man in the wooden chair was Gu Lu Ru, a time path grade expert. Junior Ziwei greets seniors. Fairy Myrtle greeted. Gu Lu Ru nodded, not speaking. He was pale and sickly, his body was thin, he had experienced many hardships in his life, his lower body was paralyzed and could not be healed, he had a cold personality. Li Huang spoke, "We did not wake up from our slumber for no reason, it is definitely because the celestial court needs our strength. I wonder what the current situation is." Fairy Myrtle said in embarrassment. She immediately told the two clearly about the current situation. Fang Yuan? To think that such a demon would appear in this world. Humph, an unprecedented great era has descended, there will always be some chaos. However, the demonic Tao was running amok, wasn't it a little too savage? In the end, it is still the seed planted by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Li Huang snorted coldly, his face was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Gu Lu Ru's expression was as cold as ice, his tone calm. Fortunately, the overall situation is still in my hands. As long as Fate Gu is completely restored in a few years, the celestial court will still be in an invincible position. No matter how strong that Fang Yuan is, he will not be able to cause too much of a ripple. Next, he said to Fairy Myrtle, "You are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you should lead the celestial court. What do you want us two old men to do next? Just say it. There's no need to hold back." Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. "Seniors, you have just woken up, of course you need to rest and prepare your immortal Gu to recover your battle strength. Now that the River of Time has lost control, I, Fang Jing, am prepared to build a time path immortal Gu house regardless of the cost." He also had to set up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation in the River of Time. "Seniors, it would be best if you could oversee the River of Time." Gu Lu Ru and Li Huang glanced at each other. The former nodded slightly, while the latter laughed, "So be it. Let me deal with this little demon venerable." In terms of battle strength, Li Huang was naturally stronger than Gu Lu Ru, but Fairy Myrtle was more happy about Gu Lu Ru's appearance. This time path great expert woke up in time and filled the gap in time path in the celestial court, resolving Fairy Myrtle's urgent problem. But does Fang Yuan know that these two have woken up after rebirth? Fairy Myrtle thought of Fang Yuan and frowned. Fang Yuan could be reborn, it was very troublesome to fight against such an enemy, it made people doubt their own decisions. Fairy Myrtle did not know, in the previous life, only Li Huang had woken up at the same time. And Gu Lu Ru had woken up at the final moment, when Longevity Heaven attacked the celestial court. At that time, Gu Lu Ru and He Fan fought intensely, they were evenly matched, but he was killed by Lu Lu Lu's sneak attack. Fang Yuan attacked prematurely, defeating Eternal Yacht and Present and Past Pavilion. He even killed Qingyi, causing the ink effect, causing Gu Lu Ru to wake up prematurely. This rank 8-time path grade expert, in an environment like the River of Time, would definitely be a huge obstacle to Fang Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan's divine sense enveloped this swamp. There was extremely fertile and high-quality silt here. Above the silt was a layer of clear river water that was knee-deep. This was the resource point that Fang Yuan had just created, Misty Flower Extreme Swamp. Extreme Swamp was vast and boundless. Every few li, there would be a desolate plant extreme swamp flower bud that was as big as a house. When the extreme swamp flower bloomed, its petals were connected and shaped like a trumpet, they were mostly white, with a few having traces of pink. And from the center of the extreme swamp flower, traces of white mist would gradually spread out. This extreme swamp mist was Regret Gu's food. The troublesome aspect of Regret Gu's feeding was that the ingredients were hard to store. Extreme swamp flower mist needed to be fresh, so the best method was to create a corresponding resource point in the immortal aperture. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had created this misty flower extreme swamp, but that was only after he obtained regret goo. But in this life, because he had a lot of money, Fang Yuan had set it up in advance. Although he had not obtained regret goo yet, he had prepared ahead of time. Once regret goo was in his hands, he would not have to worry about feeding it. Even before he obtained regret goo, Fang Yuan had already solved the problem of feeding it. He was already self-sufficient with the immortal goo he had. Not long ago, he had obtained rank 8 immortal goo jiada from Ba Shi Ba, and Fang Yuan had also finished gathering them, creating a specialized sea area in Mini Eastern Sea. Furthermore, he brought in an entire group of water spider beasts, so that the rank 8 immortal goo jiada had sufficient food. Naturally, these water spiders were obtained from Fang Yuan's extortion of southern border's righteous path. Even though Fang Yuan had already annexed most of the southern border captives' immortal apertures, and even searched through their souls, southern border's righteous path did not know this. They obediently endured Fang Yuan's extortion. Just like how Celestial Court did not know that the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left for Fang Yuan did not have a way to destroy Fate Goo. But Celestial Court was afraid that the situation would turn bad. They did their best to recover from their disadvantage in the River of Time. There was a saying on Earth in the art of war: the best strategy is to attack the enemy, the second is to attack the enemy, the third is to attack the enemy, and the third is to attack the city. This was a wise saying. When people were young, they liked to fight and kill. But in fact, only after they matured would they gradually understand, fighting was only a third-tier method to achieve one's goal and obtain benefits. Fighting with one's life was too risky, and the gains were not stable. Often, one would lose 800 of their own. Only when there was no other choice would they use this method. Fang Yuan's way of doing things was more inclined towards strategy. He was not a brute. He would only raise his butcher's knife when he needed to fight. He would not show any fear or weakness. Of course, the Goo Master world was fundamentally different from Earth. Through cultivation, an individual's strength could surpass that of a group or organization. Thus, there was a person like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he only had one method: kill, 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 slaughter everything, destroy heaven and earth. Heads rolled, blood flowed like a river. He did not attack the enemy, nor did he attack the enemy, but he obtained supreme achievements. Why? Because he cultivated Tao. It was to fulfill his understanding of heaven and earth, and his understanding of himself. Every time he killed, he would gain a deeper understanding of heaven and earth. All of these helped to increase his soul path attainment level. And these advancements in realms were of great help to the improvement of his strength. If this was on Earth, if you did this, you would be courting death. Fang Yuan had 500 years of his previous life. When he suddenly realized this, he was already over 100 years old. Ever since then, he had been thinking, what is my Tao? Or rather, what kind of path can I create? He had not obtained a perfect answer to this question until now. Over 400 years had passed, he had been reborn again and again, but he was still searching. He only had a vague direction. He tumbled around in the darkness. And in this darkness, there were too many difficulties and obstacles. There were restless evil beasts that wanted to devour him. Fang Yuan was clear: among these evil beasts, Celestial Court was the strongest one. He had to use all his strength to resist this evil beast, to escape its hunt and continue on his own path. Fang Yuan understood. He and Fairy Myrtle had exposed each other's information many times, hoping to borrow the strength of other Goo immortals to deal with each other. In such a battle, there would be no victor. It was like a battle between a lion and a tiger. The smell of blood would attract countless hyenas. He seemed to have a great reputation, but the undercurrents behind the scenes were turbulent. Many people would think of ways to deal with him and Spring-Autumn Cicada. No one wanted to face such a threat. Spring-Autumn Cicada was not invincible. It was only a rank 7 Goo. There were too many ways to deal with it. Even Xianxia Blessed Land had many methods to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. In fact, the fact that Celestial Court could not find any effective methods to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada had always been a surprise to Fang Yuan. The so-called title of Little Demon Venerable seemed to be glorious, but it was actually a hidden killing intent. This was a reminder to the world that if Fang Yuan was not killed, he would grow into a Demon Venerable. no one would have a good time in the future. Fang Yuan had won in the River of Time and held the initiative. But he was clear in his heart, this was only a small victory, it could not match Celestial Court's grand strategy. It was like a game of Go, he had only won in a small corner. A small victory, although turning passivity into initiative, was worth celebrating. But on the entire chessboard, Celestial Court still held the upper hand. And this was the accumulation of Celestial Court over countless years. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had already made his move 3 million years ago. Celestial Court's foundation, maybe the ink effect has appeared again, some powerful person has awakened from the immortal graveyard. Only by not resting for even a second and raising my strength with all my strength is the most important thing. Fang Yuan did not become numb and arrogant because of his victory, his joy was short-lived, he once again focused on his cultivation. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was racing against time, his soul cultivation was very smooth. Fang Yuan's soul went from 1 desolate soul to 3 desolate soul, 5 desolate soul, 8 desolate soul, and finally to 10 desolate soul. He had already familiarized himself with 5 restriction profound light qi. Fang Yuan even modified it, this modification was very small, but it was very suitable for his usage habits, it made Fang Yuan feel very comfortable every time he used it. Fang Yuan started to practice other killer moves, for example, Bosch or Ba's consecutive killer move. During this period, he went out frequently and used Jade Flow Pearl to attack in advance, often gaining a lot from the newly formed earth trenches. This earth vein immortal goo was shaped like an earthworm, but it was very heavy when held in the hand, it was not slippery or cold, instead it was warm. It was translucent, like a piece of brown amber, it was very exquisite. With this rank 7 earth path immortal goo, Fang Yuan could construct the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan's time path clone had already completed the modification of the 5 regional limit formation. The light of wisdom was as powerful as ever, Fang Yuan's formation path and rule path foundation was also a strong support. In the new 5 regional limit formation, Fang Yuan not only added earth vein immortal goo, but also the formation spirit and formation flags. With the formation spirit, Fang Yuan had an extremely strong assistant to help him control the formation and observe any changes at all times. With the formation flags, Fang Yuan could directly move the formation out of his immortal aperture, or move it from outside the 5 regions into China. The immemorial year beast fishing formation had been in use, the progress was stable. There were already over 20 immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool, there were as many as 7 different species. He had already collected more than half of the species, but whether he could collect all of them in the future, Fang Yuan could not be sure, it would depend on luck. To strengthen his own luck, Fang Yuan began to order the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to refine Luck Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan had a huge number of Immortal Goo, it had already surpassed 100, but he did not have many Luck Path Immortal Goo. Especially when Fang Yuan had the Luck Path True Inheritance, once the Luck Path Immortal Goo were refined, he could use them immediately. Moreover, Celestial Court's foundation in the aspect of Luck Path was very weak. Thus, raising their strength in the aspect of Luck Path was very effective. As for Luck Path Immortal materials, even though they were rare and hard to collect, Fang Yuan had so many Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals to extort. After these Luck Path Immortal materials were gathered, Fang Yuan asked the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to refine them. Because they were not advancing the refinement of Immortal Goo, but refining a rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Goo, even if they failed, Fang Yuan could bear the losses. He now had a solid foundation and ample funds. Compared to his previous life, he had improved tremendously. Regarding the practice of immortal killer moves, 5 restriction profound light qi could be put aside. Even though he did not practice time cutting edge, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of experience from it. He understood the essence of this move even more clearly, this move was like an eraser, it used the power of time path to erase the enemy, and at the same time erase himself. The drawback of the memory dissipation could not be erased. This was determined by the structure of the killer move time cutting edge, once this flaw was removed, the entire killer move structure would be overturned. As a result, the time cutter's powerful offensive ability had completely disappeared. Fang Yuan could only helplessly accept this shortcoming. The main body's progress was not small, but the clone's progress was even greater. The pure dream doppelganger's soul gradually changed and began to merge with the doppelganger's physical body. Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone had already advanced from a rank 1 Gu Master to a rank 6 Dragon Man Gu Immortal. He had a high-grade blessed land. Fan Yuan began to spend most of his time exploring dream realms. During this period of time, he had transacted with Qi Chuyu many times. His immortal aperture had already accumulated a certain amount of dream realms. Fan Yuan's soul left his body and entered a Qi Path dream realm. His vision changed. He was at the peak of a mound. Looking around, there were layers of fog and bone-chilling winds. He looked at himself. He had rank 6 Gu Immortal Cultivation level. He was in a sorry state and had many injuries, some of which were still bleeding. What is this? Fan Yuan was pondering when suddenly, intense winds blew behind him, the fog dissipated and 3 Inkman Gu Immortals appeared. Wei Yushu, where are you going? Die. Before he finished speaking, 3 killer moves slashed at Fan Yuan. This change was too sudden. Fan Yuan had yet to familiarize himself with the Gu worms in his immortal aperture when he fell into a life and death situation. Boom, at the next moment, his body exploded into pieces. He died on the spot. Fan Yuan had no choice but to leave the dream realm and return to reality. To think that I would encounter such a crisis and die once in the dream realm. He inspected the injuries on his soul. Unexpectedly, the injuries on his soul were not serious, they were light and could be healed with 100 guts Gu. It seems that after obtaining Desolate Soul, my soul has undergone a qualitative change and can endure stronger dream realm backlash. Fan Yuan rested for a while before continuing to explore the dream realm. It was the same familiar scene. After Fan Yuan entered the dream realm, he immediately inspected his Gu worms. He found that there was only one immortal Gu in his hand. It was shaped like a cockroach, grayish-white in color and had the texture of a rock, but it was very light. It felt cold and rough to the touch. Fan Yuan quickly recalled this Gu from his memories. This is Qi Transformation Gu. A rank 6 Qi Transformation Immortal Gu. Other than that, there were large numbers of rank 5 Qi Path Mortal Gu. There were also 3 immortal materials, one was painted Iron Hard Qi, one was Orchid Life Qi, and one was Swimming Dragon Qi. Fan Yuan was a little dazed. Qi Transformation Gu is only a supplementary Gu. With just these mortal Gu, how can I block the pursuers? Just as he was thinking, a loud shout came from behind him. Wei Yushu, where are you going? Die. Bam. At the next moment, Fan Yuan exploded into pieces again. After returning to reality, Fan Yuan healed his injuries as he pondered. Looking at the current situation, it is clear that I need to use an immortal killer move to block these 3 pursuers. Qi Path Immortal Killer Move. Fan Yuan's Qi Path attainment level was very low, but he had a huge inventory. Forget about Thieving Heaven's true inheritance and Giant Sun's true inheritance. Shadow Sect's true inheritance was very vast. There were many Qi Path killer moves recorded in it. At the same time, Xianxia sect also had their own collection. Even if they did not have these, just based on Xianxia sect's huge collection of Qi Path Immortal Gu recipes, Fan Yuan could use his refinement path attainment level to transform them into immortal killer moves. With such a rich foundation in theory, Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom to quickly think of a killer move to resolve the first difficulty of the dream realm. However, he was still very unfamiliar with Qi Path killer moves. Thus, he practiced them in reality. He naturally did not have Qi Transformation Immortal Gu, but he could imitate this move and practice it. After returning to the dream realm, Fan Yuan finally had some confidence. After several attempts, Fan Yuan succeeded in activating the killer move. His whole body was covered in a layer of black armor. The 3 Gu immortals chasing after him could not kill him instantly. Wei Yushu, you still dare to resist? You are just a slave, you have such guts. You dare to offend master, your death is not to be regretted. Kill him. Blast him into meat paste and bone dregs. The 3 Inkman Gu immortals roared as they attacked Fan Yuan fiercely. Fan Yuan barely managed to hold on for a while before he could not hold on any longer and was eventually killed by the 3 of them. After leaving the dream realm, Fan Yuan summarized his experience. It seems that I should not fight them, but escape instead. He tried again. This time, he did not use the previous move, but changed to an immortal killer move that could move. He only succeeded after 1 failure. With this success, Fan Yuan successfully entered the second stage of the dream realm. Guh. Before he could look around, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. I am heavily injured, and the immortal material aura in my immortal aperture has been reduced by more than half. Fan Yuan's heart sank. Although he only had Qi transformation goo, he could use this immortal goo as the core and use the aura of the 3 immortal materials to activate immortal killer moves. The first wave of steel Qi could turn into black armor to protect Fan Yuan. The second wave of orchid Qi could heal himself. The third wave of roaming dragon Qi was used by Fan Yuan to move. In the first stage of the dream realm, Fan Yuan escaped from the pursuit of the 3 goo immortals using roaming dragon Qi. Now, Fan Yuan entered the second stage of the dream realm. He immediately found that the roaming dragon Qi and steel Qi in his immortal aperture were mostly expended, but the orchid Qi was still intact. My situation is not good, I should heal myself first. Fan Yuan silently activated an immortal killer move, Orchid Breath. Immortal essence poured in, and the orchid Qi suddenly decreased by a small amount. Fan Yuan's throat moved, his cheeks puffed up as he breathed out naturally. The breath he breathed out was fragrant and full of vitality. It was like a lump of thick smoke with a faint green color, quickly enveloping his whole body. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and Fan Yuan's injuries were mostly healed. Where should I go next? Fan Yuan was troubled again. He was in a cave, it seemed to be inside a mountain, but also seemed to be underground. In short, there were many caves that extended in all directions. Fan Yuan had just taken a few steps when he saw an Inkman Gu immortal charging in front of him. This Inkman Gu immortal was first stunned when he saw Fan Yuan, before becoming overjoyed. Wei Yu Shu. So you were here. Ha ha ha, very good, I actually bumped into you, allowing me to get this credit. It is truly better to come at the right time than to come early. Fan Yuan was also shocked. The Inkman Gu immortal in front of him was not one of the 3 immortals in the first stage, but an unfamiliar face. Most importantly, he did not have rank 6 cultivation, but was a rank 7 variant human Gu immortal. The rank 7 Inkman Gu immortal pounced at Fan Yuan. How could Fan Yuan resist him? His limbs were soon broken and he collapsed on the ground. The Inkman Gu immortal sneered, looking down at Fan Yuan. Wei Yu Shu, aren't you very arrogant normally? You didn't expect to land in my hands, right? Ha ha ha, to speak the truth, I didn't expect it either. You were originally living a luxurious life, being doted on by the princess, but you were actually stupid enough to run away. You truly committed a grave sin. At the next moment, Fan Yuan's soul was injured, he was forced back to reality. This means that even if I was captured and not killed, it would be considered a failure. It seems that this dream realm was an escape dream realm. In that situation, there was indeed no way to resist a rank 7 Gu immortal. Again. Fan Yuan charged at the second stage of the dream realm. He tried many times, but failed again and again. He found that there were many Inkman Gu immortals chasing after him. There were 5 rank 6 Gu immortals and 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. They were all Inkman Gu immortals. Together with the information leaked by that rank 7 Gu immortal, Fan Yuan had a rough guess about the era of the dream realm. If it was not the remote antiquity era, then it was the olden antiquity era. The mutants were still very powerful. There were so many Gu immortals chasing after him, they also had many methods. Fan Yuan failed again and again, but he was not discouraged, he soon found an opportunity to escape. In this cave in the mountain, there were several auras of immortal materials. Among them, autumn scale concealment Qi was the most helpful to him. Eventually, Fan Yuan relied on his rich experience of failure and the killer move he used after gathering the materials. He successfully passed the second stage. At the third stage, Fan Yuan was surprised to find that the dream realm was moving on its own, he could not interfere at all. He collapsed on the ground. In front of him stood a female Inkman immortal with a beautiful figure. Her body was brimming with rank 8 aura, her gaze towards Fan Yuan was filled with anger, hatred, love, and pity. Wei Yu Shu, when I bought you back then, you were only a youngster, you did not even know what cultivation was. I nurtured you step by step, raising you to become a Gu immortal. Is it because of my love, my indulgence, and my protection that you've become so audacious? Tell me, why did you betray me? When did I, Princess Shi Tong, mistreat you? You lived a life of luxury, you only needed to serve me, and I had never been cruel to you. The rank 8 female Inkman immortal asked in a stern voice. Wei Yu Shu smiled bitterly, however, no matter how good my life was, I was only your slave. The female Inkman immortal was even more furious. What's so bad about being my slave? Many ink men want your life, but they do not have such an opportunity. Wei Yushu's gaze was dazed. He said slowly, I did not think it was bad in the past, but when I heard that there was a celestial court in this world, and that there were people living like that, so, you wanted to escape to the celestial court. The female Inkman immortal sneered, you are too naive, you can even believe the bewitching words of an evil demon? Wei Yushu closed his eyes, his voice was hoarse, it is not that I believe it, I am willing to believe it. Hearing this, the female Inkman immortal's gaze froze, her anger slowly dissipating. She recalled the good times of the past, how much she doted on this slave of a different race, but those days were gone forever. She said regretfully, Oh Yushu, I have forgiven you many times in the past, but I can't do it this time. If I were to pardon you, it would damage the dignity of my clan. If I did not act personally, you would have escaped. As expected of the hard work I taught you personally. Actually, this place is very close to the celestial court's sphere of influence. Hearing this, Wei Yushu felt like he was injected with strength. He opened his eyes and stared at the female Inkman immortal. He begged, before I die, I do not have any other wish, I only have one thought, please let me crawl out of this hole and take a look at the celestial court. The female Inkman immortal was silent for a while, she sighed, all right. She moved to the side to make way. Wei Yushu stretched out his bloody hands, using all his strength to crawl forward. He was panting, sweat and blood mixed together, it took him a long time to crawl out of the hole despite the short distance. This hole was located at the waist of the mountain, his field of vision was wide. He looked forward expectantly. But he only saw thick fog. What a coincidence. It's common to have fog in the mountains. The female Inkman immortal walked out from behind him, but even without this fog, you would not be able to see the celestial court. I said, this is only the periphery of the celestial court's sphere of influence. It is actually just a piece of barren land. But Wei Yushu seemed to have obtained great satisfaction. He sprawled on the ground powerlessly, he no longer had the strength to raise his head. But his eyes shone like stars, he sighed, no, I see it, I see the celestial court. You. The female Inkman immortal was moved. After Wei Yushu said this, his last breath finally dissipated, he lost his life on the spot. The female Inkman immortal fell into silence, she stared ahead in silence, that was the direction of the celestial court. Her expression was unprecedentedly solemn and dignified. In the entire third stage of the Chi Path Dream Realm, Fang Yuan was completely reduced to a spectator. However, when this third stage was completed, the entire Chi Path Dream Realm vanished without a trace. Fang Yuan's exploration was completed. This dream realm was difficult at the start and easy at the end. The first two stages required continuous failures to accumulate experience. Even with my Unravel Dream Killer move, it was not very useful. But in the final stage, I did not even need to make a move, I passed it. This was the most comfortable time for Fang Yuan as a spectator. If he could watch it like this every time, how wonderful would it be to explore the dream realm? This dream realm is either the remote antiquity era or the olden antiquity era. Celestial Court, Fang Yuan's gaze was somewhat complex. Even though he was the enemy of Celestial Court, he had to admit the greatness of Celestial Court. Immediately after, his gaze turned cold, no matter how great you are, if you block my path, I can only use all my strength to eliminate you. This dream realm was successfully explored, Fang Yuan advanced to Chi Path Grandmaster. The improvement was quite huge, after all, Fang Yuan's previous Chi Path attainment level was completely poor, it was ordinary. No wonder that Wei Yushu in the dream was able to obtain the favor of the Inkman princess. His talent in Chi Path must be the main reason. In this dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan's greatest understanding was not the dream realm or the celestial court, but his own soul. Desolate soul, after forming Desolate Soul, exploring dream realms became much easier. If it was at human soul level, the damage from this exploration would be much heavier. Although Gutsugu could recover, it would greatly affect the exploration efficiency. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, maybe in the future, when I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to explore dream realms, the damage to my soul will be even less than now. Like when Fang Yuan was cultivating in Luopa Valley, the Luopa wind was blowing. Once Fang Yuan's soul escaped into his body, the power of the Luopa wind would plummet. If Fang Yuan used the pure dream reality seeker physique to bring his soul into the dream world to explore, his soul would also be tightly protected by his physical body. An ordinary physical body would not be able to withstand the power of the dream realm. But the pure dream reality seeker physique was different. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not know the correct way to use the pure dream reality seeker physique to enter a dream. If the pure dream reality seeker physique was directly sent into the dream realm, it would be able to enter and exit freely without being disturbed by the dream realm. But at the same time, he couldn't immerse himself in the content of the dream, so he couldn't talk about exploring the dream. Next, let's explore this dream realm of the Tao of Ice and Snow. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already stored many dream realms. The Chi Path dream realm just now was the largest, it had already dissipated. This dream realm related to the Path of Ice and Snow took its place, becoming the largest dream realm. Other than this dream realm, there were some other dream realms, including Chi Path, Sword Path, Wood Path, and so on. I have desolate soul, the efficiency of exploring dream realms has greatly increased. I felt that these dream realms were not bad before, but now they are somewhat lacking. Furthermore, the dream realms are divided into different categories, they are scattered and trivial. This is Chi Chuyu's little scheme. Fang Yuan was very clear. Even though Chi Chuyu and Fang Yuan continued to transact, he could secretly control the formation, and because he had obtained many dream path research results, he could roughly distinguish the types of dream realms. Thus, he deliberately controlled his transactions with Fang Yuan. He tried to give fragments of dream realms of different paths to Fang Yuan. There was not a single human path dream realm that Fang Yuan truly wanted. There were not many Chi Path and Ice and Snow Path either. But these dream realms were useful to Fang Yuan. Even if it was a time path dream realm or refinement path dream realm, as long as it was not a dream realm explored in his previous life. After all, Fang Yuan's highest attainment level was only Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, there was still room for improvement. Fang Yuan did not reject any of them, these dream realms could raise his attainment level. And if he could raise all of his paths, he would no longer have any shortcomings, that was a good thing, he would not have to worry about this when annexing immortal apertures in the future. While Fang Yuan was exploring dream realms, the hairy man-gu immortals had some results. Lord Fang Yuan, we have refined this immortal gu. Sixth hair handed over an immortal gu. This immortal gu was like a water droplet, shining with a blue diamond-like radiance, it had a smooth and cold surface. This was Time Anchor Immortal Gu, rank 6. Even though Fang Yuan was mainly refining Luck Path Immortal Gu during this period of time, gu worms like Time Anchor Immortal Gu were still part of his gu refinement plan. Even though Fang Yuan had over 100 immortal gu, he could afford to raise them, he had plenty of resources and was extremely wealthy, the more immortal gu he had, the better. He had come into contact with Time Anchor Immortal Gu long ago, it was the former Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Su Baiman's immortal gu, it could mark time. Afterwards, Su Baiman died, Time Anchor Immortal Gu was obtained by Shadow Sect, but it was used in the Battle of Etian Mountain. This time, Fang Yuan ordered the hairy man gu immortals to refine it again. Time Anchor Immortal Gu combined with Spring Autumn Cicada could form a killer move that could allow Fang Yuan to revive at a specific time. This killer move had a high value. For example, right now, Fang Yuan could mark this time and continue to explore dream realms without caring about anything else. At a certain stage, he could use this killer move to return to the past and return to this time to explore other dream realms. Attainment levels and paths could be accumulated, Fang Yuan could use this move to accumulate attainment levels. It is a pity that if I use this killer move, I cannot use Spring Autumn Success anymore. Without 100% success rate, there is a chance of failure, once I encounter it, it would be suicide, I would be laughed at by the world. Even though Fang Yuan had quasi-great grandmaster attainment level in time path and had the light of wisdom, the obstacle here did not originate from him. As I expected, Fate Gu is injured but not destroyed, it is restricting the effect of combining Time Anchor Immortal Gu into Spring Autumn Success. Using Spring Autumn Cicada to revive was a loophole in this world. Because this would disrupt reality and change the past, it would affect the balance, Providence would not allow such a thing to happen. For the current Fang Yuan, if he just used Time Anchor and Spring Autumn Cicada together, the killer move would be able to make use of this loophole. Or Spring-Autumn Success could also make use of this loophole. But if the two were added together, the loophole would be too small. It seems that I have to wait until Fate Goo is completely destroyed and fuse Time Anchor into Spring-Autumn Success, only then will it be effective. The various killer moves in Red Lotus True Inheritance were the same. Even if killer moves were fused together and had greater power, they would not have a good result when used in real life. The Dragon Man clone had already gone through one heavenly tribulation and more than 10 earthly calamities. His cultivation level was rising rapidly. In order to raise his cultivation level quickly, Fang Yuan used a time path killer move to accelerate the Dragon Man clone's immortal aperture's time to the limit. Before each calamity or tribulation, Fang Yuan would use methods to deduce the content of the calamities and tribulations, thus, he was prepared. With Fang Yuan's great strength, these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities posed no threat. They turned into fireworks that provided down marks to Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Fang Yuan had time path methods and most importantly, he had the killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret. Even when Providence sent down calamities and tribulations, it could not win by a surprise move. With the help of his immense strength, these calamities and tribulations were nothing. Fang Yuan could not only raise the cultivation level of Goo Masters now, he could even raise the cultivation level of Goo Immortals rapidly. However, this method was not worth promoting. Because the cost was very high. The time path killer move that accelerated the immortal aperture's time was at rank 8 level, it consumed a lot of rank 8 immortal essence. Exposed Heavenly Secret was also not something ordinary wisdom path Goo Immortals could use. Adding on the cost of each tribulation, all these factors added together would only produce a rank 6 or rank 7 Dragon Man clone. The cost was not proportional to the cost. If not for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan would not have been willing to create the Dragon Man clone like this. Southern Border's beacon towers were set up like wildfire. Southern Border's righteous path Goo Immortals also started to make a ruckus. They asked Fang Yuan to release some hostages to show his sincerity. Thus, Fang Yuan released Yang. Yi clan was dumbfounded after getting Yang. Because Fang Yuan only released Yang's body, his soul and immortal aperture were all gone, just the body was just a corpse, what use was it? Southern Border's righteous path was furious, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan persuaded them, the body is only the first step, it is time to show my sincerity, now it is time for you to show your sincerity. Southern Border's righteous path felt that the future was bleak. If Fang Yuan separated the hostages and extorted them, how long would it take? Thus, there was another clamor. Fang Yuan changed his attitude, he became unyielding and cold, he threatened each clan, if you really want me to release the hostages, I will release your enemy forces. Moreover, I will humiliate your clan's Goo Immortals, they will not be able to raise their heads in the future. Fang Yuan had done this in his previous life, and this time, it was very easy and was very familiar with it. Southern Border's righteous path shamefully cowered. They had no choice, especially Ba clan and Xia clan, these two poor clans. Their first supreme elder was captured by Fang Yuan. The other clans also lost important battle strength, if they did not rescue them, they would lose the support of their clans. Fang Yuan requested Southern Border's righteous path to give the Dream Realm to Fang Yuan as a bargaining chip. Southern Border's righteous path was extremely unwilling at first, after all, Dream Realms represented the future, but Fang Yuan guaranteed, he did not ask for much, he would not empty this place, he would even leave most of it to Southern Border's righteous path. To express his sincerity, he was willing to release the bodies of Goo Immortal captives in each batch of Dream Realms. Southern Border's righteous path had no choice but to accept this plan. Qiqiu felt a chill in his heart, he knew this was Fang Yuan's counterattack and warning. Thus, the extortion of Southern Border's righteous path reached the next level. Fang Yuan did not go back on his word, every time he obtained a batch of Dream Realms, he would release the body of a hostage. These Dream Realms were much larger than the secret transaction between him and Qiqiu. Moreover, Fang Yuan had carefully selected the types. Fairy Myrtle was extremely anxious, she tried many times to ruin this transaction, but to no avail. It is time for another battle. Fang Yuan calculated the time, he controlled Myriad Year flying warship and entered the River of Time again. River of Time. Fang Yuan had just entered Myriad Year flying warship when Gu Lu Ru appeared to obstruct him. You are Fang Yuan? I am Celestial Court's Gulu Ru, I am here to take your head. Gulu Ru was sitting in a wheelchair, his face was pale but his eyes were cold as ice. Saying so, lumps of gray-white light shot towards Fang Yuan like meteors chasing after the moon. Boom boom boom, these gray-white light lumps crashed into Myriad-Year flying warship but were blocked by this rank 8 immortal goo house. But Myriad-Year flying warship also shook intensely from the explosions. This person is actually a Time Path rank 8 grade expert. His Time Path killer moves have been amplified too much in the River of Time. Celestial Court's foundation is truly unfathomable, it has only been such a short time and an old geezer has already appeared. The immortals in Myriad-Year flying warship were shocked. I am afraid you don't have the ability to take my life. Fang Yuan sneered. At first glance, he was surprised, but at second glance, he recognized the person in front of him. In the previous life's battle, Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court. To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Bing Sichuan directly informed the situation of Celestial Court to Fang Yuan. And Gulu Ru had also awakened in the previous life's battle and participated in this battle. Thus, Fang Yuan quickly recognized Gulu Ru's background, and even knew his methods very clearly. Immediately, Fang Yuan activated Myriad-Year flying warship and fought with Gulu Ru. A fierce battle erupted, and it caused the surrounding rivers to surge violently, causing raging waves to arise. Gulu Ru's moves were exquisite and full of foreshadowing. He was clearly a Time Path grade expert but seemed to have the style of Wisdom Path. In fact, he cultivated Time Path primarily and Wisdom Path secondarily. When Fang Yuan fought with him, it was like he was playing chess against a powerful chess player. If he was not careful, he would be led into the opponent's rhythm and fall into one trap after another. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was familiar with Gulu Ru's fighting style. The Myriad-Year flying warship was rude and unreasonable, repeatedly ramming and destroying Gulu Ru's layout. After a long battle, Gulu Ru chose to retreat. Didn't you come to take my life? Fang Yuan shouted coldly. He stood at the bow of the ship and took advantage of the situation to pursue. Gulu Ru sneered, this old man isn't anxious, so why are you anxious? Fang Yuan, you are indeed a world-famous devil. You do have some skills. When I get back, I'll study this boat of yours thoroughly, and then I'll take your life. Even though half his body was paralyzed, the wheelchair he was sitting on was a small and exquisite immortal goo house. The two wheels spun rapidly, carrying Gulu Ru on the river surface at a very fast speed. Lord Fang Yuan, let us use the killer move Torrential Charge. A variant human goo immortal suggested. That torrential charge could change the flow of the water of the River of Time around Myriad-Year flying warship, allowing it to move faster and erupt with terrifying speed. No need to be anxious. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light, but he rejected this suggestion, just use Daybreak Sword. No one dared to refute his orders. Myriad-Year flying warship's aura rose by another 10%, shooting out a dazzling white light. The silver light created the water of the River of Time, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. This is? Gulu Ru, who was ahead, was naturally paying attention to Fang Yuan's movements and immediately sensed it. Thoughts surged in his mind as he rapidly deduced, this is the first time Fang Yuan has exposed this Time Path killer move. It is truly exquisite. He is actually using the water of the River of Time to refine traces of the sharpest power of Time Path. Even though it looks like a flying sword, its essence is still Time Path. If I get slashed by it, I will definitely lose a layer of skin. Gulu Ru's heart jumped, he was inwardly shocked by the power of this killer move. The killer move itself was at rank 8 level, and Fang Yuan had ingeniously used the River of Time to purify it, causing its power to increase by several times, far surpassing ordinary rank 8 killer moves. This demon Fang Yuan, his talent is truly terrifying. Not only can he use reverse flow river, he has even started to research the River of Time. Gulu Ru's wariness towards Fang Yuan deepened, his killing intent surged, this demon cannot be left alive. I need to use all my strength to get rid of him, otherwise, he will become a huge threat in the future. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, silver flying swords shot towards Gulu Ru. Gulu Ru was soon injured, his defensive killer move could not block the sharpness of the flying swords. Kill him. Some variant human Gu immortals shouted, their morale surging. Ever since they killed a rank 8 of Celestial Court, their confidence soared. They now viewed Gu Lu Ru as their prey. With their rank 7 cultivation level and strength, chasing after a rank 8 great expert, and a member of Celestial Court at that, this sense of accomplishment and excitement made their bodies tremble. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, mocking Gu Lu Ru, "Didn't you want to take my life? Now it seems that you are about to die." Gu Lu Ru snorted coldly. He did not speak, he continued to run. The wheelchair he was sitting on was already riddled with injuries. Fang Yuan laughed at him, "You are panicking like a stray dog, you have thrown away the face of Celestial Court." The sharp swords were controlled skillfully, they cut off Gu Lu Ru's robe, blood and flesh flew out. Gu Lu Ru was silent. Fang Yuan sneered, "Celestial Court only has people like you, it is truly the number one force in the world. It seems that Celestial Court is only SOSO. Gu Lu Ru heard Fang Yuan's insults towards Celestial Court, he became impatient and retorted, "Shut up. How can a lowly demon like you understand the greatness of Celestial Court?" Swoosh, before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword brushed past his scalp and cut off more than half of his long hair. Bright red blood rained down from the sky. Gu Lu Ru cried out in pain, he slammed his wheelchair and burst out with an unprecedented speed. "Chase. He can't last long." That's right, his immortal Gu was destroyed by Daybreak Sword, causing his wheelchair to start breaking. Many Gu immortals under Fang Yuan shouted loudly, their morale was at its peak. Indeed, the wheelchair that Gu Lu Ru was using to escape was continuously breaking apart, large numbers of Gu worm corpses were scattered along the way. But Fang Yuan restrained his expression and smiled coldly, "Stop." "What?" Even though the immortals were surprised, they did not dare to be negligent, they worked together to stop Myriad Year flying warship. Gu Lu Ru, who was fleeing for his life, shuddered at this scene, a stifled feeling welled up in his chest, but he could not vent it. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the empty sky above the river, commenting leisurely, "What a good time path Gu formation, I wonder which member of Celestial Court is waiting for me." "I am Li Huang." Li Huang's voice resounded, at the same time, a large formation revealed itself. Most of the Gu immortals on Fang Yuan's side were dumbfounded, some variant human Gu immortals reacted and shouted, "So this was a trap. That damn old man acted really well. We almost fell into an ambush, if not for the wise and mighty Lord Fang Yuan, our current situation might not be so good." Gu Lu Ru slowly flew back with a gloomy expression. In order to put on a good show, he intentionally gave up on an immortal Gu and even purposely got injured, causing blood to flow out. It was truly a ruse to injure himself. But who could have thought that this ruse would turn into a show? Fang Yuan watched it for a long time. Li Huang pondered, it seems that Fang Yuan is very familiar with this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Fang Yuan did not hide it from him, he admitted, "Indeed, I suffered a lot in the previous life." "So what if you saw through it, leave your life behind?" Gu Lu Ru sneered. He had just said that when two immortal Gu houses appeared on both sides of Fang Yuan. One immortal Gu house was elegant, the orange roof was like a crane spreading its wings. The immortal Gu house was covered in 3 layers of autumn light, it was extraordinary. It was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. The other immortal Gu house was a huge lever, it was snow white like jade, there were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever, they had sharp white teeth, they were dragging the huge lever as they flew. It was Shark Flow Lever. Fang Yuan destroyed present and past pavilion and eternal yacht, while Celestial Court's side was still rebuilding. Meanwhile, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and Shark Flow Lever had been constructed long ago, they were ready for this battle. 3 autumn yellow crane platform blocked Fang Yuan's path of retreat, while Gu Lu Ru forced his way forward and stalled Myriad Year flying warship. Shark Flow Lever drew a beautiful arc at the edge of the battlefield, it first caught Li Huang before joining the battle. A huge battle erupted, the river water surged and countless waves were created. This rank 8 immortal Gu house has such a tough shell. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru were shocked. Myriad Year flying warship displayed an extremely strong defense, causing the various attacks of the Heavenly Court to be rendered useless. It looked like it was unmoving, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, it would not budge. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "Gu Lu Ru, I have seen through your moves. With that said, myriad-year flying warship aimed at the flaw and rushed over. Oh no. Guluru's expression changed. At the next moment, the time path killer move he used to restrain myriad-year flying warship shattered. The backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Stop him. Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform activated their killer moves. Charge through. Fang Yuan instructed plainly. Myriad-year flying warship charged out of the battlefield in an unreasonable manner with a series of rumbling noises. Don't chase. Guluru quickly stopped Li Huang, who was about to give chase. His expression was gloomy as he said in a heavy tone, "This immortal goo house is indeed worthy of being rank 8, we cannot stop it." Damn it. Li Huang clenched his fists, he felt quite sullen. Because he was a fire path goo immortal, he could only use Shark Flow Lever to fight in the River of Time. If Fang Yuan fell into an ambush, he would naturally have the chance to display his might. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not give him such a chance. However, what made Li Huang even more sullen was yet to come. Fang Yuan saw that Celestial Court did not chase after him. He stopped myriad-year flying warship and smiled. "Friends, my myriad-year flying warship has another move called myriad-year hunting, please appraise it." Celestial Court's side quickly went on guard. They saw a strange fragrance coming from myriad-year flying warship. Not long after, countless beast roars could be heard from all directions, getting closer and closer. These are year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts. There are too many year beasts, they seem to have formed a beast tide. Li Huang and Guluru looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's hearts. Inside myriad-year flying warship, He Lulan and the rest watched with rapt attention. The scene was extremely majestic. The Nian beast army was vast and mighty, surrounding them from all directions. Such a powerful killer move. No wonder this move was not used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Too many year beasts were attracted. If it was used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it would definitely cause a calamity, countless lives would be lost. Celestial Court's side was also shocked. Myriad-year flying warship. Guluru muttered this name with a solemn expression. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said in a heavy tone, "This has already formed a beast tide, it is actually so powerful." Even a legendary figure like him couldn't help but sigh when he saw such a majestic scene. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Myriad-year hunting was a concept he had derived from the immemorial year beast fishing formation, and he had used it to its limits. With years flow like water immortal goo as the core, through the amplification of the River of Time, it had an incredible effect. Myriad beasts roared as the beast tide surged forward. Bam bam bam, Celestial Court attacked, killer moves came one after another, crashing into the year beast tide. Wave after wave of year beasts were destroyed. Celestial Court's 2-time path immortal goo houses were rank 7, they could resist rank 8 battle strength, they had no problem dealing with most year beasts. But the problem was, what was the use of killing these year beasts? As long as myriad-year flying warship existed, there would be an endless supply of year beasts. This was an enslavement path tactic, it was to expend the battle strength of Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's killer moves all expended immortal essence. These year beasts have fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. We need to capture the leader first. Inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform, a rank 7 goo immortal suggested. The moment he said that, a goo immortal beside him said, "But we already know the toughness of that myriad-year flying warship. How can we execute the tactic of killing the leader?" The rank 7 goo immortal was stunned, but at the next moment, he heard the surrounding people shouting, "Be careful. Fang Yuan is back." Myriad-year flying warship sped up, and instead of retreating, it advanced towards the Shark Flow Lever. "How dare you?" Li Huang, who was on the Shark Flow Lever, was infuriated. Fang Yuan actually dared to come back. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. Immediately, the 2 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court and the Time Path Great Expert Gulu surrounded myriad-year flying warship and started fighting. Myriad-year flying warship withstood the barrage of attacks. At the same time, it was surrounded by countless silver flying swords that whizzed out like a storm. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting an abyss of fire and water. "No. Fang Yuan wants to stall us so that the Nian beast army can surround us." Gulu Ru saw through Fang Yuan's plan. Li Huang sneered, as long as we are determined to break out of the encirclement, no matter how many Nian beasts there are, what's the use? Gulu Ru sighed, don't forget that we still have the river suppression lotus ceiling formation behind us. Li Huang was stunned, he did not think of this in such a hurry. Now that he was reminded, his heart jumped as he cursed in his mind, this scoundrel Fang Yuan is so sinister and vicious. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was painstakingly constructed by Celestial Court, it could slowly float on the surface of the river of time. There were a large number of Gu immortals stationed inside, controlling their respective formation cores. If this formation was broken, Celestial Court would not only lose a large number of immortal Gu, they would also lose these rank 7 Gu immortals. Moreover, they might not be able to construct a second river suppression lotus ceiling formation in this short period of time. Celestial Court's situation was very awkward. They had originally wanted to use the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to ambush Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan saw through it. Instead, this formation became the weakness of Celestial Court's side, which Fang Yuan did not let go. Even though the river suppression lotus ceiling formation could float, it was very slow, there was no way it could escape this situation. Let's evacuate the Gu immortals in the formation first. Gulu Ru thought about it and said. Li Huang, however, spoke at the same time, kill Fang Yuan and get rid of the culprit, we can settle this. The two Gu immortals looked at each other, at this crucial moment, they had different opinions. Roar roar roar, because of Fang Yuan's obstruction, the vanguard of the year beasts had reached here. The first to bear the brunt were 3 immemorial year beasts. These immemorial year beasts had thick skin and flesh, they withstood the attacks of Celestial Court and charged into the battlefield of the immortal Gu house. Courting death. Li Huang was furious, he manipulated the giant shark in front of Shark Flow Lever to bite the beasts. At the same time, he activated Shark Flow Lever's killer move and killed 2 immemorial year beasts in a dozen or so breaths of time. Clowns. Li Huang's killing intent dissipated slightly, but he heard Gulu Ru's pleading voice, help me. It turned out that Li Huang had gone to deal with the immemorial year beasts while Gulu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform attacked Myriad Year flying warship, they were evenly matched. Next, Fang Yuan activated Daybreak Sword killer move to attack the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This formation was strong on the inside and weak on the outside, it was originally used to deal with the Stone Lotus Island, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, it could not hold on any longer and started to break apart. Many Gu immortals in the formation cores died on the spot. Myriad Year flying warship was extremely sturdy, Gulu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform could not attack it, they could only block Fang Yuan's attacks and cover the retreat of the Gu immortals inside the formation. This way, Fang Yuan had the initiative, he attacked wherever he wanted, Gulu Ru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were in a sorry state, they could not do anything. Li Huang saw that the situation was bad, he quickly went around and attacked Myriad Year flying warship from behind. Fang Yuan was not afraid, if he was alone, he might not be able to take care of everything, but there were many Gu immortals inside the warship, they were experienced and could provide great support. In order to kill another rank 8, their eyes were bloodshot, they were extremely excited. Fang Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, ignoring the dangerous winds and waves outside, he suddenly found a flaw in Gulu Ru's defense and used a killer move. It was Spring Scissors flew out, it was not aimed at Gulu Ru, but avoided his obstruction, with a snap, a central continent female immortal's neck was cut short. Gulu Ru was shocked, isn't this Xianxia's signature method? Fang Yuan has already grasped it, he even modified it to rank 7. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating Summer Fan Killer move, it was also at rank 7 level. Li Huang could not take care of everything, he could only watch as the intense winds blew and created more holes in the river suppression lotus ceiling formation, several immortal Gu were destroyed instantly. Ha ha ha, if I want to kill someone, can you stop me? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, mocking them without restraint. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot, he scolded, scoundrel, I will definitely grind you to ashes. Boom, an immemorial year beast pounced on Myriad Year flying warship, causing this rank 8 immortal Gu house to tilt. Celestial Court side was stunned. Almost instantly, the 2 rank 8 great experts reacted. It turns out that even though Fang Yuan can cause the year beast tide, he cannot control them. In fact, these year beasts' target is myriad year flying warship. After discovering this secret, Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru almost vomited blood from anger. After fighting for so long, they had dealt with these year beasts earlier because they wanted to block Fang Yuan's blade. No wonder Fang Yuan did not watch from the sidelines, but directly attacked and pestered them. Fang Yuan had no choice. He had already reached his limit. Using years flow like water to lure year beasts and cause a year beast tide, this was the power of time path. If he could control this year beast army, that would be the effect of enslavement path. As more and more year beasts appeared, the battlefield became very crowded. Earlier, Celestial Court's side had attacked these year beast tide indiscriminately, slightly stopping them. But because of Fang Yuan's pestering, attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation and killing those rank 7 Gu immortals, Celestial Court's side had no time to deal with him. Fang Yuan, go and die. Get lost. Li Huang shouted, but Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship and stuck close to his shark flow lever or 3 autumn yellow crane platform. The year beast's target was myriad year flying warship, but shark flow lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform were both destroyed. Didn't you want to get rid of me? I am right in front of you, go ahead and do it. Fang Yuan smiled. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot from anger, even Gu Lu Ru's breathing was rough. He stared at Fang Yuan with a gaze that was like ice from an abyss, filled with killing intent. The 3 immortal Gu houses gradually had no space to move around. If one looked from afar, they would see year beasts charging towards them. At the center of the battlefield, these year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were densely packed, forming a ball of ants. The ball was getting bigger and bigger. The 3 immortal Gu houses at the center of the ball were like meat grinders. Even immemorial year beasts could not last more than 10 breaths of time before dying. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru were truly enraged. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was completely finished. Celestial Court's efforts during this period of time were all for naught. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru had already tried their best to save the central continent Gu immortals, but most of them still died at Fang Yuan's hands. Let's go, there are no more survivors. Gu Lu Ru shouted. Without the formation restraining Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship to move freely in the battlefield. He could not be captured or killed. At this point, Celestial Court's battle tactic had completely failed. Fang Yuan, just you wait, you won't be arrogant for long. One day, you will die at my hands. Li Huang gritted his teeth. This was the first time he fought with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan's actions made him feel extreme anger, hatred, and disgust. This demon was truly sinister and crafty. Humph. Li Huang, in my opinion, you are the arrogant one. Myriad year flying warship suddenly attacked, using the killer move torrential charge. Daybreak swords surrounded it. The silver flying swords plunged into the torrential charge, bringing with them an explosive speed that exceeded expectations. These 2 moves can actually work together? Li Huang was shocked, he could not defend in time. Myriad year flying warship directly collided with the heavily damaged shark flow lever, rumble. With a loud sound, the shark flow lever was directly destroyed. The few remaining giant sharks died on the spot. At the crucial moment, Li Huang activated his proudest killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. After myriad year flying warship destroyed the shark flow lever, its momentum did not decrease as it slammed into Li Huang's body. Li Huang's verdant sun flame cloak shook intensely. A moment ago, it was a blazing flame, but after the collision, it instantly weakened into a small flame. Li Huang, your death date is here. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he used Summer Fan and Spring Scissors to attack Li Huang. Rank 8 level? Li Huang stared with wide eyes. He felt a fatal threat from Summer Fan and Spring Scissors. He did not even have time to catch his breath as he defended with all his might. But in the end, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan immediately revealed their true appearance. They were only rank 7 level. Fang Yuan, you lied to me. Li Huang shouted. His attention was successfully diverted by Fang Yuan. Next, Myriad Year flying warship followed closely behind. Li Huang's wide-opened eyes were instantly filled with Myriad Year flying warship silhouette. Boom, the flame cloak on Li Huang's body was completely destroyed. Li Huang's chest caved in as large amounts of blood gushed out like a fountain, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless silver flying swords attacked him like a swarm of bees. They pierced deeply into Li Huang's body and continued to penetrate his front, back, left, and right. Li Huang's body trembled unceasingly due to the impact of daybreak swords. The light in his eyes quickly faded. Before his death, the last thought in his mind was still disbelief. I am actually going to die here? Let's retreat. Gulu growled with tears in his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead as he showed a malevolent expression. Although Li Huang was stronger than him, in this river of time, without the protection of an immortal Gu house, he would definitely perish. It was not that Gulu did not think of saving him, but Fang Yuan had planned this for a long time. How could he give him the chance to save him? The densely packed Nian beasts were also a huge obstacle. Gulu controlled 3 autumn yellow crane platform and quickly left the battlefield. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly with surging killing intent. Celestial Quartz Gu immortals, leave your lives behind. Gulu did not make a sound, he only cared about escaping. The river of time surged with strong winds and fierce waves. The myriad-year flying warship kept shooting out daybreak flying swords like a torrential downpour, enveloping the 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Inside 3 autumn yellow crane platform, many central continent Gu immortals were determined to die. They said to Gulu, Lord, please retreat first. Gulu hesitated. These people added, Zhongzhou state doesn't have us, but it can't have you. The current battle situation was too dangerous. Even if they retreated together, they would still be trapped by that demon. Furthermore, the Celestial Court has also passed down a definite order. Fairy Myrtle had already ordered the 3 autumn yellow crane platform to block myriad flying warship with all their might, allowing Gulu to retreat first. Gulu let out a long sigh. I didn't expect things to end up like this. Everyone, your sacrifice will not be in vain. He leaped out of the 3 autumn yellow crane terrace and dove straight into the river of time. On the myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan quickly sensed it and immediately turned around. However, the 3 autumn yellow crane platform risked its life to intercept it. Fang Yuan was held back by the 3 autumn yellow crane platform and could not escape quickly. He could only watch as Gulu followed the tributary of the river of time and returned to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If that's the case, then all of you can die. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and concentrated his firepower on the 3 autumn yellow crane platform. At this point in the battle, the 3 autumn yellow crane platform was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Under myriad-year flying warship's ferocious attacks, it completely shattered into pieces with a loud bang. More than 10 Gu immortals fell into the river. It was chaotic. The surrounding year beasts surrounded these Gu immortals and attacked them. Scram, beasts! Fang Yuan bellowed as he steered myriad-year flying warship in an attempt to snatch back the spoils of war. But there were too many Nian beasts. Wave after wave of Nian beasts violently attacked the myriad-year flying warship. In this short delay, many central continent Gu immortals were already devoured by the frenzied year beasts. Not even a trace of them was left. Boom, a huge immemorial bull crashed into the side of myriad-year flying warship like a meteor. Myriad-year flying warship almost flipped over. After struggling to break free, a part of the ship's hull had been completely deformed, and there were even 2 large holes. It was a direct collision with the bull's horn. Fang Yuan's subordinates panicked. Quickly repair it. Many Gu worms have been destroyed. This immemorial year beast is not ordinary, its strength is exceptional. Fang Yuan glanced sideways and sized him up carefully. The surroundings were filled with Nian beasts, those that flew, those that ran on the river, and those that swam in the water. All of them treated the myriad-year flying warship as their target. At this moment, 8 immemorial year beasts surrounded Fang Yuan from afar or near. The primordial bull from before had smooth fur and a golden color. Its 4 hooves stepped on the river surface steadily like a mountain. Even the chaotic year beast army couldn't shake it. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. The 12 zodiac battle formation was still missing a primordial bull. Moreover, even if he had an immemorial year bull, Fang Yuan would want to exchange it. The power of the ancient battle formation was directly related to the strength of the immemorial year beasts. This immemorial year bull was undoubtedly one of the best immemorial year beasts. But now is not the time to subdue it. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, immediately ordering, retreat. Myriad-year flying warship also started to escape. But no matter where it went, there were year beasts blocking its way. Woof woof woof, an immemorial year dog came to pester it. Its body was strong, its muscles were bulging, its dog eyes were emitting electricity, and its fur was also golden in color. Myriad-year flying warship continued to activate daybreak swords, but when they landed on its body, they immediately broke apart and only cut its fur. Woof, the immemorial year dog suddenly jumped, its speed surged as it approached the bow of the ship. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp silver teeth. With a crack, Myriad-year flying warship's bow was bitten to pieces. Quickly leave, this dog has a wild time path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. The immemorial year dog was also an immemorial year beast that he lacked, but in this chaotic situation, he did not want to fight an unknown enemy. Fortunately, year beasts competed and suppressed each other. There was only one immemorial year dog, while immemorial year monkeys were the most numerous. Fang Yuan made a sharp turn, charging towards these immemorial year monkeys. Myriad-year flying warship was like a silver bolt of lightning, moving between the gaps of the year beasts. The immemorial year dog was intercepted by these immemorial year monkeys. Flying like this, they finally arrived at the entrance of a tributary of the River of Time. Myriad-year flying warship struggled as it charged out of the tributary, returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. A large number of year beasts chased after it. Squeak squeak squeak, a small immemorial year rat suddenly appeared like a golden bolt of lightning, crashing into Myriad-year flying warship. Oh no! Fang Yuan, quickly attack. We can only rely on you. The immortal's expressions changed. Myriad-year flying warship was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If the immemorial year rat destroyed it, the entire immortal goo house might be destroyed. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan did not bother concealing himself. He erupted with rank 8 cultivation level and blocked in front of the immemorial year rat. The true rank 8 level spring scissors killer move burst out, moving agilely in the narrow space, cutting the immemorial year rat's body. This immemorial year beast was extremely small, only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a golden lump that was extremely hard. Spring scissors killer move cut its body, producing a clanging sound, like it was cutting a rock. Golden sparks burst out. Fang Yuan had already used his full strength, but this immemorial year rat was not afraid. Its eyes shined brightly as it looked at a time path immortal goo. It opened its mouth and grabbed it with its mouth before turning around and running. It was extremely fast, like a golden bolt of lightning, vanishing from Fang Yuan's vision in the blink of an eye. Lord Fang Yuan, this is bad. Rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo was taken away by this immemorial year rat. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or to be angry, but he also felt a trace of joy, replying calmly, "This is my disguise, although it is a time path immortal goo, it is not the true years flow like water." Fang Yuan had personally deduced Myriad-year hunting killer move. How could he not know the huge flaw of this move? Therefore, he had already prepared for a rainy day and set up bait in the Myriad-year flying warship. When Myriad-year flying warship was damaged to a certain extent, he would throw this bait out and cause the immemorial year beasts to fight over it, creating a chance to escape. This method might not be able to deceive the celestial quartz goo immortals, but the immemorial year beasts had limited intelligence. They could not compare to the rank 8 great experts of celestial court. As expected, after the immemorial year rat took away the bait, the year beast army immediately felt a strong temptation. They moved from Myriad-year flying warship to the small golden year rat and immediately attacked it. Only then did Myriad-year flying warship truly break away from this terrifying year beast tide. After it was safe, Fang Yuan immediately placed this rank 8 immortal goo house into his immortal aperture to repair it. The entire surface of Myriad-year flying warship was full of holes. The tip of the ship's bow was bitten off. There were several large holes on the sides of the ship. It was a shocking sight. There were also several claw marks. It was like a huge machete chopping wood. After inspecting, a vast number of mortal goo died in Myriad-year flying warship. There were also many immortal goo that were damaged. Especially precaution immortal goo. It was the core of Myriad-year flying warship's defense after all. Even years flow like water immortal goo was slightly damaged. On the surface, Myriad-year flying warship still had its skeleton intact, but if they fought for a while longer, it would have been destroyed beyond recognition, there would have been heavy casualties. The River of Time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was home to a terrifying number of life forms that could not be estimated. Among these time path life forms, there were no lack of powerful ones, even Fang Yuan could not do anything to them in a short period of time. What left the deepest impression on Fang Yuan were those 3 immemorial year beasts with golden fur. However, this is also within my calculations. As long as it is an immemorial year beast that attacked myriad year flying warship, it will be marked. In a short period of time, I can find them and suppress them one by one. To gather the 12 zodiac battle formation, I still need to take a risk. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. The 12 zodiac battle formation needed to gather 12 different kinds of immemorial year beasts. They were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. In the River of Time, every once in a while, there would be a type of immemorial year beast that would prosper. The size of the group would rise to the top, becoming the strongest group and suppressing the other groups. Then, in the following 10 or so years, the size of this type of year beast would fall from the strongest to the weakest, and in the process of survival, they would be pushed aside and attacked by other year beasts. But because of this, the surviving year beasts were usually the strongest of the same level. If they were not strong, they would not be able to survive. Like the immemorial year bull, immemorial year dog, and immemorial year rat that Fang Yuan encountered earlier, they were the best examples. Most of the immemorial year beasts were easy to collect because of their large numbers. But there were a few types of them, because their entire group was at the lowest point. Not only were they rare, they were also very strong. Repairing myriad year flying warship was not a problem. Even though many mortal goo were lost, Fang Yuan had more than enough. The damage to immortal goo was the most troublesome, but Fang Yuan also had the goo as before formation. Fang Yuan's refinement path foundation was too deep, he could easily repair these immortal goo. It is just that the immortal apertures of these central continent goo immortals are completely empty. It seems that Fairy Myrtle has learned her lesson. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortal apertures of these central continent rank 7 corpses were barren, countless resources had been purposely moved out before the battle. Ever since the first battle in the River of Time, Fairy Myrtle was afraid that these resources would nourish her enemy, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not mind. To him, these resources were just icing on the cake, they were dispensable. Next, I will first repair myriad year flying warship, then I will go to the River of Time and capture the immemorial year beasts I lack. After that, I will explore dream realms. I have already extorted a large number of dream realms from Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan calculated the time, there might not be enough. Not long after, the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven would open, the 1,000 years bet would be completed. I will do my best. Fang Yuan sighed. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle, who was inside Celestial Court, was also sighing bitterly. She was deeply worried. Celestial Court had suffered a crushing defeat in the River of Time again. What should they do? Myriad year flying warships' methods and combat strength made her feel very embarrassed. She knew that Fang Yuan's strategy was to use the River of Time as bait, but this matter concerned Red Lotus true inheritance. Celestial Court had no choice but to take the bait. Even if it is a pit of blood, we have to grit our teeth and jump in. Celestial Court is never afraid of sacrifice. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with a sharp light, but she soon frowned. But now, we need to modify the time path Immortal Goo House and focus on speed. When we fight in the future, we will focus on disturbing Fang Yuan. As long as we stop him from obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance, we will have made a huge contribution. Immemorial White Heaven. A white cloud looked ordinary, but it was secretly carrying 6 Chi Clan Goo immortals, moving forward at a fast speed. Be careful, this is Immemorial White Heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts often appear here. Currently, this route is safe, but we need to be vigilant. After entering that grotto heaven, we will be able to obtain heaven form. Chi Clan's revival and prosperity is just around the corner. Chi Clan's Goo immortals conversed secretly, they were excited and agitated. Even though they did not know the power of heaven form, they did not underestimate its power. After all, this was half an inheritance left by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Suddenly, the scene abruptly changed. The originally peaceful and tranquil day seemed to have been turned upside down, and it abruptly transformed into a pitch-black curtain. This pitch-black space was like a huge sphere that surrounded the 6G clan immortals. Threads of silver light, like silk threads, weaved into a net, embedded in all directions, above and below his feet, in the black curtain. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Who in the world is ambushing us? Quickly come out. Chi clan's Gu immortals were shocked. After a moment of panic, they shouted angrily. Thereupon, a rank 8 immortal Gu house carrying a Gu immortal appeared. This immortal Gu house was like a small boat. It had a long and narrow bow. It was shining with silver light. At the bow of this boat, a Gu immortal wore a white robe and had his hands behind his back. He stood quietly, smiling as he looked at the Chi clan Gu immortals. This Gu immortal had a handsome face. He was almost beautiful. His black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist. He looked like a weak young man with peerless beauty. But when the 6G clan Gu immortals saw this person and this house, they were completely shocked. Chi Kai was the second supreme elder of Chi clan. He was the bravest among them, but right now, he had a shocked expression on his face. Chi Jin was the third supreme elder of Chi clan. He was like the other Chi clan Gu immortals. He had a pale expression. He felt his heart pounding. A cold chill was spreading through his limbs. Chi clan's first supreme elder was usually calm and composed, but now, he panicked. His voice trembled. Fang Yuan, why is it you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Fang Yuan's appearance alone gave the 6G clan Gu immortals a huge fright. Their high morale fell to rock bottom like a bucket of cold water was poured on them. The shadow of a man and the bark of a tree. Fang Yuan's current demonic might was vast and mighty, far exceeding that of his previous life at the same time. Previously, during the second battle in the River of Time, Fang Yuan had announced the details to the world. The Celestial Court suffered a crushing defeat. Defeat after defeat, Li Huang died a horrible death. Fang Yuan stepped on the body of the Celestial Court. The reputation of the demonic path had already shaken the heavens. Most of the Chi clan Gu immortals were scared stiff. Fang Yuan was a peerless demon. Why had he suddenly come to deal with the Chi family? Moreover, he even set up an ambush? Fang Yuan. My lord, my Chi family is a hidden family. We've never done anything to you, and we have no enmity with you. If there is any misunderstanding between us, we are willing to compensate you. Chi clan's first supreme elder Chi Fa said. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't be nervous, as long as you join me, I will let you live. As for compensation, why don't you hand over heaven form to me? Hearing this, the Chi clan Gu immortals felt like they had fallen into an icy abyss. We are finished. The biggest secret has already been seen through by Fang Yuan. How can he know? He is an otherworldly demon. He used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. The 1,000-year bet is here. Our Chi clan's goal for 1,000 years is about to succeed. Are we going to give it up? I cannot accept this. Chi clan's Gu immortals had complex expressions. They were afraid, they were angry, they were furious, they were flustered, they were filled with hatred, and they were helpless. Chi clan's strongest Gu immortal was only rank 7. They had spent a lot of effort to enter immemorial white heaven, but now, they had to fight against Fang Yuan. Hee. I am meat on someone else's chopping block. It's too difficult. Let's go all out. Chi Kai gritted his teeth, he clenched his fists, his arms were shaking. What are we going to do? Can we win? You know Fang Yuan's battle achievements, we will only be dying if we go. Chi Jin said hatefully. A peculiar light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He threatened, now, I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, if you do not submit to me, you will all die. What should we do? Chi clan's Gu immortals were flustered, they were at a loss, they looked at Chi Fa. As the first supreme elder of the Chi family, Chi Fa was usually very prestigious. He was a skinny old man with a hale and hearty spirit. His back was ramrod straight like a spear. But after 3 breaths of time, he relaxed, he lowered his head and bowed as he cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. Lord Fang Yuan, our Chi clan, surrenders. Ha ha ha. A wise man submits to circumstances. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chi clan's Gu immortals did not dare to look at him. You have made the best choice. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were inside Myriad Year flying warship. They witnessed this scene and sighed deeply. In the battle to defend Langya Blessed Land, in the first and second battles in the River of Time, Fan Yuan stepped on Celestial Court's body and became famous in the world. His demonic might and ferocious might could make even rank 7 Gu immortals surrender without a fight. Chi Fa continued, heaven form is yours, but I would like to be bold enough to report the situation inside to you. Fan Yuan looked at this Chi clan first supreme elder deeply. He said with a faint smile, no need. I am not afraid to tell you, in the previous life, I obtained heaven form and killed all of you, occupying Chi manifestation grotto heaven. Of course, some of you submitted to me. After pausing for a moment, Fan Yuan continued, I am far more familiar with the secret of heaven form than all of you. Fan Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, smashing on the hearts of Chi clan's Gu immortals. They were shocked and did not dare to believe it. Fan Yuan did not care whether they believed it or not, he directly planted a method on each of them and took away their Gu worms. He was very familiar with the immortal Gu that Chi clan's Gu immortals had. After taking them away, Chi clan's Gu immortals were arranged to sit at the bow of Myriad Year flying warship. They stood there in a daze, their expressions were pale as paper. After controlling these Chi clan Gu immortals, Fan Yuan put away the immortal battlefield, Yama Net. Yama Net battlefield was modified from Yama battlefield. It completed Fan Yuan's goal. By gathering the power of time path, it became stronger and more stable. Myriad Year flying warship had been repaired long ago, it flew all the way to the crucial location. After a while, the immortals saw that in the empty sky, a huge gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse had tall eaves, there were 2 brick carvings on the lintel, there was a huge plaque on the door with the words, 5 Xianxia gambling battle door. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of brass, it gave off a grand and mighty aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became more solid and clear. After the gatehouse became solid, a large area of clouds gathered and supported the gatehouse. Fan Yuan's subordinates were shocked, this was the first time they were seeing this. Chi clan's 6 Gu immortals had complex expressions, but there was still a trace of hope in the eyes of Chi Fa and the rest. At this time, the door frame started to shine in 5 colors, each representing the power of the 5 Xiang. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn red. Fan Yuan smiled, looking at He Lulan, go. He Lulan was expressionless, she got out of Myriad Year flying warship and flew towards the gatehouse. On the way, Fan Yuan waved his hand and sent an immortal killer move into her body. He Lulan's body shook slightly, she landed in front of the gatehouse. The red light enveloped her before vanishing. He Lulan's qualifications were recognized. Impossible. Oh heavens, how can this be? Xianxia recognized her. Is she really a descendant of Xianxia's Xue clan? Chi clan's 6 Gu immortals were shocked, they could not believe it. Fan Yuan turned around to look at them, he smiled and instructed the Rockman Gu immortals, you guys go. The Rockman Gu immortals were hit by Fan Yuan's killer move, their auras underwent a mystical change. Under the yellow light's inspection, they passed and obtained the qualifications to enter the 5 Xiang grotto heaven. Seeing this, Chi clan's 6 Gu immortals' bodies shook intensely. Some even shook, they were on the verge of collapsing. Earlier, He Lulan was a human, she might have the bloodline of Xianxia's Xue clan. But what about these Rockmen variant humans? Rockmen were only male, they could not marry or have children with other races. However, the gatehouse recognized them. The cold truth was like an iron sword, stabbing into the hearts of Chi clan's Gu immortals. They finally gave up on the last trace of hope in their hearts, they had to admit that this was caused by Fan Yuan's method. Chi clan's first supreme elder Chi Fa had a bitter expression. He had surrendered to Fan Yuan earlier because he would die if he did not, and also because he wanted to use the 5 Xiang's gambling gate and heaven form killer move to deceive Fan Yuan and try to find a chance to escape. But now, it seemed that there was no such possibility. Fan Yuan's preparations were too ample, he had come prepared, all his actions proved that he was not lying. In the previous life, Fan Yuan might have really obtained heaven form. He is spring-autumn cicada, he has unlimited chances of restarting. This is too shameless, who can stop him? The 1,000 years bet, to think that an outsider would benefit from it, he. Some of Chi clan's Gu immortals were furious, some were furious, they blamed the Celestial Court for not helping them, while some had already suffered a huge blow, they were disheartened. Their emotions were fluctuating intensely. But they could not be blamed. When they came, they were filled with anticipation and excitement, but halfway through, they were ambushed by Fang Yuan and became prisoners. The treasure that Qi clan had fought for 1,000 years, heaven form, was about to fall into someone else's hands. The difference was too huge, it was too sudden and cruel. These people are so pitiful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Qi clan's Gu immortals, feeling pity. Humph, what hope do you have for something that Fang Yuan wants? Bai Ningbing had a cold expression, she understood Fang Yuan's methods the most. Next, several Gu immortals landed in front of the gatehouse, passing the test. Fang Yuan did not let Qi clan's Gu immortals enter, he kept them at the front of the ship, watching as Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miaoying took their places and obtained the recognition of the light of Qi Xiang. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing participated, they also obtained the right to explore. The scene in front of her changed, Bai Ningbing focused and looked around, thinking, this is Five Xiang's grotto heaven? Just as she thought about it, an indescribable information was transmitted to her mind, she understood the Five Xiang's arrangement. So this public grotto heaven was created by the heaven surveying Five Xiang's donating a portion of their immortal apertures. The entire grotto heaven is divided into 5 parts, the regions cannot move between them, only the mountain range at the center is unique. Heaven form is at the center of the grotto heaven, as long as Gu immortals are acknowledged by the gatehouse and teleported here, they will have the qualifications to try and obtain the treasure. Furthermore, along the way, there are some resources that the heaven surveying Five Xiangs arranged here in the past. If you have enough strength, you can take them for your own use, but I suggest that you do not dig up the roots and kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, she hesitated for a moment before informing Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan looked ahead and waved his hand nonchalantly, I already got this information, no need to tell me. Bai Ningbing nodded and did not say anything else. In the previous life, Fang Yuan went through many obstacles in front of the gatehouse, not only was familiar face exposed and he was pushed out, he even had to use the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move, successfully disguising himself and entering Five Xiang's grotto heaven. After entering Five Xiang's grotto heaven, the information about the Five Xiang's arrangement did not enter his mind. It was only after Bai Ningbing informed him that he understood the existence of this layer. But in this life, after Fang Yuan's modifications and deductions, the immortal killer move that he created could not only be used on himself, it could also be used to deceive others. Now that he stepped into this Five Xiang's grotto heaven, information was transmitted to his mind, explaining the arrangements of the Five Xiang's. Let's go to the peak at the center. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved together. In the previous life, he was in a hurry because Qi clan's Gu immortals had also entered Five Xiang's grotto heaven, Fang Yuan had to compete with them for heaven form. In this life, Fang Yuan directly made a move and kicked out his biggest competitor, the whole of Five Xiang's grotto heaven was on his side. Although the situation was not tense at all, it was very leisurely. They could collect resources along the way and slowly conquer the dungeon. But Fang Yuan knew that at the center of the mountain range, there was an immortal Gu house that contained heaven form killer move. Even though it was crude, it contained the Five Xiang's grotto heaven. If he controlled this immortal Gu house first, it would be very useful for moving resources in the future. On the way, Bai Ningbing was surprised to find that there were a lot of resource points in the Five Elements grotto heaven. Ice Mirror Snow Lotus, 100-year Profound Ice, 1000-year Profound Ice, Moon Water, Heaven-made Divine Jade, Jade Frost Antelope. Although there aren't any large or super resource points, they are all small or medium-sized ones. However, these resources are very dense, and the reserves are very rich. That's right, this place only opens once every 100 years. Naturally, a lot of resources have been accumulated here. Bai Ningbing was envious. Undeniably, these resources would enter Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If she obtained it herself, she would be able to greatly supplement her foundation, and her assets would multiply several times. She would instantly become rich. But for Fang Yuan to obtain it, it was just the icing on the cake. The journey was very smooth, Fang and Bai arrived at the central mountain range without any problems. In the previous life, Qi clan's Gu immortals created a beast tide and lured immemorial desolate beasts to obstruct Fang and Bai, obstructing them and causing trouble for them. But now, these Qi clan Gu immortals were all captives. They were trapped in myriad-year flying warship and could not even look after themselves. The immortal Gu House Palace at the peak of the mountain range was nothing special, Fang Yuan had already lost interest in it. There were already many Gu immortals standing in front of the palace. They were all Fang Yuan's subordinates. They had entered before Fang Yuan. After greeting Fang Yuan, the Gu immortals reported what they saw along the way. Fang Yuan looked around. He did not find anything unexpected. He nodded slightly and led the immortals into the palace. Heaven form was at the center of the palace. It was shaped like a single-legged crane. Its feathers were pure white like snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. Its long beak was red in color. Right now, the crane's neck was lowered, its wings were folded and its eyes were shut. It seemed to be sleeping. Rank 9 aura. Bing Yuan and the rest breathed in deeply. Their gazes were filled with surprise and joy. Fang Yuan led the immortals and sat around the heaven form flying crane, injecting their wills into it. The gatehouse was the test of the 5 Xiangs. They could not add any methods to this heaven form killer move. Thus, anyone could inject their wills into it. All sorts of wills went in. The moment they entered, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information was transmitted to them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable explained, he had once found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven. After spending a lot of effort, he managed to capture it, but he found that heaven form was very profound, even someone as strong as him could not refine it. Thus, he designed heaven form and set up this half-inheritance, leaving it to a fated person. After the 5 Xiangs found this inheritance, none of them were willing to give in. Thus, there was the bet of the 5 Xiangs that lasted for 1,000 years. The immortals understood the ins and outs. They were shocked and sighed. Fang Yuan had already experienced it in his previous life. He did not feel any emotional fluctuations, but he had a new connection to the existence of heaven form. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer moves, like Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment, Heaven Form, and others, once activated, they can last forever and will not break apart. In my previous life, I thought this was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's style, but after the Battle of Fate Gu's restoration, I found that all Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables have such methods. Giant Sun Immortal was like this, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was like this, and even Limitless Demon Venerable was like this. These killer moves and methods all have vast power. They can last forever. Normally, they are calm and unaffected, but once they erupt, their power will be earth-shattering. If 1 or 2 venerables have such methods, it can only mean that it is their specialty. But if almost all venerables are like this, then it is not a matter of path or person, it is attainment level. Every venerable had the attainment level of Supreme Grandmaster. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. That means, Master Attainment level produces intuition. Grandmaster Attainment level produces comprehension by analogy. Great Grandmaster Attainment level uses the Tao marks of nature. Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level allows killer moves to last forever and operate on their own. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. Even though he was guessing, he felt that his guess was not far off. Even though the true inheritances he obtained did not have any description of this, Fang Yuan himself had 2 paths that were. At quasi-supreme level, he had the ability to peer into the scenery of Supreme Grandmasters. Several hours later, Fang Yuan successfully took down the final providence of heaven form. In the previous life, this providence lump had used the tactic of feigning weakness to numb Qi clan's Gu immortals, causing them to suffer a lot of losses. Fang Yuan reaped the benefits. In this life, Fang Yuan commanded even more wills to completely destroy the stubborn providence lump. There were no mishaps during the entire process. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was worried that Bai Ningbing would betray him. But now, he had even more subordinates, and these variant human Gu immortals were extremely loyal to Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's leadership talent, his political skills, as well as his charisma and grand might that he had created by defeating the celestial court time and time again. He did not use any enslavement path killer moves. The variant human Gu immortals were obedient. Shadow sex immortals also did not dare to go against Fang Yuan. But even though he refined heaven form and destroyed all of the remnants of providence, heaven form still had a large number of Gu immortal wills that were stiff like rocks. These wills were the accumulation of over 1,000 years, the wills of the 5 Xiangs and their descendants. If he did not get rid of these wills, Fang Yuan would not be able to truly activate heaven form. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was prepared. He modified several killer moves, especially the move that used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core. It would become Fang Yuan's main method. In the previous life, when I used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu alone, it had great effects. This time, with this killer move, I will be able to control heaven form very quickly. Fang Yuan took away heaven form but did not take away the immortal goo house. He assigned several goo immortals to control the immortal goo house and move the resources inside. 5 Xiang's grotto heaven had once annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, so it did not have any calamities or tribulations, but it was not something Fang Yuan could annex. After Fang Yuan made the arrangements, he led a group of people out of the grotto heaven, heading towards Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven. Inside Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, there was still a rank 6 Qi clan Gu Immortal guarding it. But even First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder surrendered. This Qi clan Gu Immortal was dumbfounded. He obediently let Fang Yuan in. After Qi clan's Gu Immortals saw Fang Yuan's heaven form killer move, they no longer had any hope. They had pale expressions. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan sent by Ning Bing to attack Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, they were even attacked by unlimited Qi Si. But in this life, the heavenly spirit in Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven had not woken up, it was still in slumber. Lord Fang Yuan, how do you want us to move the resources here? The variant human Gu Immortal asked. Qi clan's Gu Immortals looked at each other. Someone said anxiously, we are willing to defend this place for Lord Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, no need, watch me devour it. His Qi path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. After the second battle in the River of Time, he repaired Myriad Year flying warship and entered the River of Time to hunt immemorial year beasts. During the long process of searching, he explored dream realms inside the warship, leaving the task to his subordinates. Only when it was time to fight would he wait for an opportunity to strike. Thus, he saved a lot of time and successfully explored dream realms again and again. Fang Yuan's attainment level of all paths rose, especially Qi path, it reached Great Grandmaster level. With this attainment level, he had the qualifications to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. During the annexation process, Qi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was awakened, but Fang Yuan was already prepared, he suppressed it. The heavenly spirit scolded Qi clan's descendants for being unfilial. Qi clan's Gu Immortals had ashen expressions, they were filled with despair. Eventually, they watched as their homeland was devoured by Fang Yuan, fusing into the sovereign immortal aperture. A vast amount of Qi path resources could not be calculated yet. The biggest gain was unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Si Grotto Heaven's greatest trump card, it was used to resist the calamities and tribulations. Unlimited Qi Si contained rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi, rank 7 Immortal Gu Big Family Qi, and others, as well as countless immortal material Qi currents like Metal Qi, Water Qi, Fire Qi, and others. There were also special Qi currents like Divine Qi and Luck Qi, there were all kinds of them. In the previous life, Fang Yuan dismantled this move, but now that he had Qi Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he had a deep foundation, he did not want to dismantle it. What was worth mentioning was that Qi Si Grotto Heaven gave Fang Yuan 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini White Heaven. The Dragon Man clone smiled as he stretched out his hand. In front of him, there was a young deer floating in the air. The young deer obediently lowered its head in front of Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone, stretching out its pink tongue as it licked the Dragon Man clone's palm. Master. The young deer spoke in human language. It was not an ordinary deer, it was Qi Si heavenly spirit formed from Qi Xiang's obsession from back then combined with Qi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly power. Qi Si heavenly spirit was like a young deer, it was snow white and had large eyes that shone with golden light, it was extremely dazzling. However, on the right side of the deer's body, there was a terrifying wound that was so deep that bones could be seen. The wound extended all the way to its abdomen, there were dense Dao marks left behind. The Dragon Man clone sighed, your injury is very severe, my methods are probably not enough. This was an injury that the young deer suffered when it used unlimited Qi Si killer move during Qi Si Grotto Heaven's myriad tribulation. In the previous life, when Bai Ning Bing attacked Qi Si Grotto Heaven, the heavenly spirit fell into a deep slumber because of this injury, it woke up later. The young deer was a heavenly spirit, it was a very special existence, it was a combination of obsession and the power of heaven and earth. To heal the young deer, wisdom path was clearly one of the best methods. However, even after Fang Yuan tried, there were no results. Fang Yuan's refinement path methods were even more powerful, but he did not dare to use them casually. It was not that he could not do anything to a wound, but even though these methods were powerful, they were not meticulous, they were very harmful to the heavenly spirit deer. If he continued to heal it, Qi heavenly spirit might even be destroyed. If healing ended up killing Qi heavenly spirit, why would Fan Yuan spend so much effort to heal it? For now, Fan Yuan could not do anything about the young deer's injury. But this heavenly spirit was very optimistic, it was very happy. Because even after Qi Grotto Heaven was annexed, it still existed and was not destroyed. All life forms had survival instincts, land spirits were the same, they tended to recognize masters and protect the blessed land as well as themselves. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to fulfill the conditions of recognizing a master before they would obey. Or he could use methods like blood light spirit suppression. Fan Yuan pondered about the mysteries behind the existence of the earth spirit and heavenly spirit. There were so many mysteries in the Gu world, the more Fan Yuan interacted with them, the less he knew. When ordinary Gu immortals devour apertures, even if they have a land spirit, the land spirit would vanish after the absorption. But the sovereign immortal aperture broke this rule, there had to be a reason behind it. Unfortunately, the Shadow Sect did not have any records of it. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had some reservations, the contents of Shadow Sect's true inheritances were not everything that he knew. Or perhaps, the sovereign immortal aperture's transformation was unexpected even to Spectral Soul. Even Fan Yuan, who had such high refinement path attainment, could only refer to Gu recipes to understand the foreign immortal Gu that he refined, he did not have a complete understanding of it. Especially when refining an unprecedented new immortal Gu, when trying to use this immortal Gu, the Gu immortal would often have new discoveries. Right now, there were many land spirits and heavenly spirits in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Land spirits were the most numerous, the first to enter was the land spirit of Xianxia, it was very special, it was formed from 2 obsessions. There were also spirit snakes, star cores, black dogs, there were all sorts of them, along with the annexed immortal apertures, they were scattered around the sovereign immortal aperture. They were good helpers for Fan Yuan to manage the sovereign immortal aperture, they were in charge of their own areas. Fan Yuan did not exterminate these heavenly spirits and land spirits, he preserved them. Now was not the time, he planned to find out the mysteries behind the existence of these heavenly spirits and land spirits in the future. This was also the reason why he wanted to save Qi heavenly spirit. After annexing Qi Grotto Heaven, Fan Yuan placed it in Mini White Heaven. This brought some obvious changes to the sovereign immortal aperture. All sorts of auras grew and spread. The most obvious change was in Mini White Heaven, countless white clouds were forming and spreading rapidly. The other 8 mini heavens were the same, they had their own clouds. These clouds were still just thin mist, and had yet to grow into any kind of cloud soil of various colors. But this was just the beginning. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, in the following period of time, Qi currents would appear in every corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. These auras were of all sorts, they were categorized in mostly mortal Gu materials. However, after a few days, there would be too many mortal-grade Qi flows that would produce immortal material Qi flows. After a long period of time, some of these immortal material Qi currents would stabilize and form close connections with their surroundings, these were the initial miniature resource points. If they developed well, these miniature resource points would rise to become small, medium, or even large. Of course, if no one interfered, the sovereign immortal aperture would have a small chance of producing a large resource point naturally. It was almost negligible. All of this was the influence of over 1 million Qi Path Dao marks. These Qi Path Dao marks were the accumulation of Qi Grotto Heaven. Now that Qi Grotto Heaven was annexed by Fan Yuan, these Qi Path Dao marks spread out and were evenly distributed in the Mini 5 regions and the Mini 9 heavens. Every time an immortal aperture was annexed, Dao marks would be added and the environment of the immortal aperture would change. For example, in Fan Yuan's previous life, he annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The increase in transformation path Dao marks would make the entire sovereign immortal aperture species more abundant. For example, some ordinary foxes in Fan Yuan's Kokitahara would have a higher chance of mutating into red foxes, gray foxes, wind foxes, cloud foxes, or even mutated beasts like autumn water foxes and flowing light foxes, and after annexing Xianxia Grotto Heaven, the increase in time path Dao marks would make the tributary of the river of time wider. The upper and lower limits of time that Fang Yuan could adjust would be many times wider. Thus, it was not good for Gu immortals to NX immortal apertures. Because the increase in Dao marks would cause a huge change in the environment of the immortal aperture. Without wisdom path methods, Gu immortals would not be able to adjust the environment. The immortal aperture that they had meticulously developed would suffer huge losses, they might even become penniless. The ecology of the immortal aperture would be affected by a slight change. In the food chain, the extinction of a small blade of grass could very well spread to countless lives. Not to mention the huge change in the environment after annexing the immortal aperture. The reason why Fang Yuan had been benefiting was because the sovereign immortal aperture was too big, it weakened the influence. Most Gu immortals' immortal apertures were very small compared to the sovereign immortal aperture. It was like the same volume of water being poured into a bottle and a wine jar. The bottle would be filled up while the wine jar would only have a thin layer of water at the bottom. Other than that, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment level and the corresponding path attainment level allowed him to deal with all changes easily. Forget about annexing Xianxia's immortal aperture. But after annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven, I gained 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. The changes in the sovereign immortal aperture are much more obvious. Xianxia had not gone through 1 myriad tribulation, so she only had about 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the previous life, Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and gained more than 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was because Beast Calamity Immortal died after the first myriad tribulation. The remaining Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had not faced the second myriad tribulation yet. Qi Xiang was quite strong back then. Back then, the 5 Xiangs dominated the 2 heavens, they were famous in the 5 regions and were unparalleled. After Qi Xiang passed away, Qi Si Grotto Heaven remained. It did not devour the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, it suffered from calamities and tribulations. Suffering created wealth. After 1,000 years, Qi Si Grotto Heaven had gone through more than 10 myriad tribulations. Each myriad tribulation would gain at least 100,000 Dao marks. Together with Qi Xiang's accumulation, it had over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. This was an astonishing achievement. It was not easy, myriad tribulations were terrifying, even rank 8 Gu immortals would feel uneasy, they could not survive them. But Qi Si Grotto Heaven reached its current state step by step. It mainly relied on the killer move Unlimited Qi Si. The land spirit controlled this move and had enough rank 8 immortal essence. It helped Qi Si Grotto Heaven overcome danger time and time again. Of course, this move is exquisite. Not only does it expend immortal essence, it also expends all sorts of Qi currents. The expenditure of Qi currents can reduce the expenditure of immortal essence on one hand, and also increase the power of this move. In these 1,000 years, Qi clan's Gu immortals have been helping to collect these Qi currents. In comparison, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was just a youngster. Even though Xianxia Blessed Land had a longer history, it was a Grotto Heaven that purposely fell into a blessed land. It did not face myriad tribulations. The highest tribulation it faced was only a grand tribulation, thus, it obtained very few Dao marks. Other than that, Xianxia Blessed Land also used a killer move to influence the contents of the tribulations. It intentionally added a lot of water path Dao marks. These water path Dao marks fused with refinement path Dao marks to create refinement water. Xianxia Blessed Land lost countless refinement path and water path Dao marks to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If I did not annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, with young dear heavenly spirits' injuries, it would not be able to hold on. The next few myriad tribulations are likely to destroy this Grotto Heaven. Thus, the land spirit Xianxia's choice was not wrong. If Xianxia Blessed Land remained at Grotto Heaven level, even if it obtained dozens of times more refinement path Dao marks, it would not be able to hold on until now. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. On one hand, he adjusted himself and tried to fully digest Qi Si Grotto Heaven. On the other hand, he started to practice Qi Path killer moves. Originally, Fang Yuan had only tried Ba Shi Ba's consecutive attacks, he had already given up. Now, his focus was on all sorts of Qi Path killer moves, especially Unlimited Qi Si. Unlimited Qi Si's power was extremely powerful, it could help Qi Si Grotto Heaven resist the grand tribulations time and time again. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's Qi Path foundation was insufficient, he did not have enough time and resources, thus, he split up Unlimited Qi Si. But in this life, Fang Yuan was a Qi Path great grandmaster, he annexed Qi Grotto Heaven and carried unlimited Qi with him. The time flow in the sovereign immortal aperture was much faster than in the previous life. This gave Fang Yuan more opportunities to practice killer moves. Fang Yuan's Qi Path Foundation soared to the sky. When it turned into battle strength, he would advance at a tremendous speed. If my Qi Path battle strength succeeds, it will surpass Time Path and become my main offensive method. 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, this is no joke. By then, I can try to subdue Dragon Palace. I will be able to forcefully take this immortal Gu house under the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals. 1. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan was practicing a Qi Path killer move. Several immortal Gu flew in the air, followed by a large number of mortal Gu that revolved around them like a tornado. Large amounts of astral Qi were involved. Rank 8 immortal essence was injected, immediately connecting the auras of these Gu worms together. But the killer move could not be used for a long time. Cold sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan managed to salvage the situation. The killer move was finally prepared and activated. Qi Path Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. A set of grey-white linen clothes appeared on the Dragonman clone's body. The clothes looked ordinary, but if one looked closely, they would find that every single thread of the greyish-white clothes was made up of stellar energy. This was only a rank 7 killer move, but with the amplification of 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks from Fang Yuan, its power increased by 1,000 times. Fang Yuan then tested it. This shirt looked thin, but its strong defense made him have a whole new level of respect. This is rank 8 level power, much stronger than Winter Coat killer move. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Of course, it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, it was not a joke. With a simple amplification, a rank 7 killer move could be used as a rank 8. And most importantly, the immortal essence consumed was rank 7. After a myriad tribulation, a Gu immortal can obtain over 80,000 Dao marks on average. The stronger the tribulation, the greater the number of Dao marks obtained. In theory, after a Gu immortal passes 3 myriad tribulations, they can become venerable. The average number of Dao marks is about 300,000. Over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, only rank 9 can have it. The core immortal Gu of Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe is rank 7, but with the amplification of Qi Path Dao marks, it is at the peak of rank 8. If the core immortal Gu is rank 8, with the amplification of Qi Path Dao marks, would it have rank 9 level power? Fang Yuan's heart moved, bright light flickered in his eyes. He thought about the battle in the previous life, the methods that the venerables used. At the same time, his main body was helping with the calculations. Soon, Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone shook his head. The possibility of this was not high. A rank 9 killer move probably needs a rank 9 immortal Gu. It's not something that can be achieved with just the amplification of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, I can't just rely on my 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks to break through. Maybe, with tens of times more Dao marks, the energy will undergo a qualitative change and reach the 9th rank. Fang Yuan wasn't too sure either. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, when he looked at the rank 9 scenery above him, it was still shrouded in a mysterious fog. According to a simple theoretical calculation, the starting point of a venerable's Dao marks was 300,000. However, Fang Yuan also learned from the land spirit of Xianxia and his own experience that every venerable in history was a monster that could not be measured with common sense. Ignoring everything else, just Limitless Demon Venerable alone had Gu immortal level Dao marks when he was still a Gu master. If this continued, how many Dao marks would he have when he became a venerable? Fang Yuan couldn't imagine it. Then what about the other venerables? When they first became venerables, did they only have about 300,000 Dao marks? Fang Yuan smiled. The possibility of this was close to zero. There were no invincible Gu worms in this world, only invincible Gu immortals. If these people only had 300,000 Dao marks when they became venerables, how could they have the battle results of dominating the world? How could they have the reputation of being invincible? The current Fang Yuan was already one of the top experts in the world. He stood at the peak and looked down on the world. There were only a handful of people who could fight him alone. However, every time he raised his head, he could still see the 10 towering mountains in the clouds above him. These were the 10 strongest people in history. Each of them was a legend among legends. In the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was, anyone. No matter how talented they were, they would be shrouded in their shadows, they would lose their luster under their radiance. Even Feng Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because of the legacy of many predecessors, especially these venerables. Forget about others, just the sovereign immortal aperture. This was something that belonged to spectral soul demon venerable. Ever since Feng Yuan started cultivating, he had often sighed at the heaven-defying advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. Take annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven for example. Under normal circumstances, who could directly annex it? Almost no one, unless primordial origin immortal venerable was alive. Because immortal apertures could only annex small ones with large ones, the large and small here referred to the foundation. Perhaps only primordial origin immortal venerable had such a Qi path foundation to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, which had over 1 million Qi path Dao marks. If they cut the Grotto Heaven and annexed it bit by bit, the loss of Dao marks would be too great. Every time the Grotto Heaven was cut, it would cause damage to the Grotto Heaven, the net-like Qi path Dao marks would be continuously cut, the losses would be huge, and because of the conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals could only obtain a few. When Qi Si Grotto Heaven was cut to a certain extent, because it was too damaged, the winds of assimilation would be triggered. Thus, the remaining parts of the Grotto Heaven could only be destroyed. But the sovereign immortal aperture could annex large ones with small ones. Feng Yuan's previous Qi path foundation was simply nothing. But he could annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. This was no longer a snake swallowing an elephant, it was an ant swallowing an elephant. What was even more terrifying was that the Dao marks did not conflict. Feng Yuan could perfectly digest the results and absorb all the Dao marks without any waste. It was too heaven-defying, no wonder even the heavenly Dao could not tolerate it. In order to stop spectral soul, it did not hesitate to nurture this otherworldly demon, Feng Yuan, using all sorts of methods to send Feng Yuan back to 500 years ago, ruining the Shadow Sect's plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it proved how terrifying spectral soul demon venerable was. Every time Feng Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to revive, he would understand the greatness of red lotus demon venerable, giant sun immortal, thieving heaven demon venerable, Genesis lotus immortal venerable. Using the glory of these venerables, Feng Yuan became the greatest demon of the current generation. But with every step he took, he could feel the immeasurable gap between him and the venerables. He did not feel dejected. Every time Feng Yuan looked up, he would feel deep admiration. He was never arrogant, he was not arrogant, he respected each and every one of them. The accomplished were the teachers. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of indescribable excitement. Even the 10 venerables did not have eternal life, they passed away one by one. Then, can I succeed? The possibility was minuscule, almost non-existent, ignoring everything else. As long as Fate Gu existed, it would not allow any life form to obtain eternal life. This was a truth that had been proven in. That's why this kind of chase is interesting. Feng Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, his main body continued to practice Qi path killer moves. As for the Dragon Man clone, he had already tested heavenly astral cloth robe. He flew away and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. He wanted to purchase a lot of immortal material Qi currents from Jewel Yellow Skies. Many Qi path killer moves needed to use these immortal material Qi currents. For example, heavenly astral cloth robe earlier used a large amount of astral Qi. It was not strange to use Dao marks and immortal materials to activate killer moves. Grandmaster Formation Path Gu immortals could use immortal materials to set up formations. Early on, Water Path Killer moves also used different types of immortal material water currents. But later, because the cost was too high, Gu immortals gradually chose to use Gu worms. They abandoned this method. This characteristic was most evident in Qi Path. No matter how low their Qi Path attainment level was, Gu masters, Gu immortals, could use Gu materials to replace Gu worms and use killer moves. The reason was that Qi Path Gu materials had the best mobility, they were the most suitable. Water Path Gu materials were slightly inferior, and those Earth and Rock Path Dao marks were even more difficult to use. Feng Yuan did not care about this, he had abundant resources now, he had ample funds, he continued to collect Qi Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies. He did not extort immortal material Qi currents from the southern border Gu immortals. He needed to keep his Qi path battle strength a secret for now. Profounding Qi, Minor Yang Qi, Astral Qi, Tyranny Qi. I will buy them all. Blood Qi? The Dragon Man clone saw this and thought about it. Even though Blood Path was hated by everyone, which Righteous Path Force was not secretly researching it? Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, Blood Path goo materials were quite popular. These Blood Qi were only mortal materials, but there was a lot of them. If it were other Qi currents, Feng Yuan would not want them, his sovereign immortal aperture could produce them himself. But Blood Qi was different. This Qi current not only contained Qi Path Dao marks, it also contained Blood Path Dao marks. Thus, it was considered a Blood Path mortal material. And Blood Path had a terrifying advantage: when mortal materials were stacked together, they could barely be used as immortal materials. Such a huge amount, it can be treated as an immortal material. The Dragon Man clone thought of this and bought it without hesitation. Central Continent. What, there is no Blood Qi? Guyue Fengjing communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. He had an incredulous expression. You clearly had so much in stock last time. The Gu Immortals that was selling Blood Qi in Jewel Yellow Skies shook his head. A few hours ago, a Gu Immortal with incredible wealth swept through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. He bought all the Qi Path immortal materials. You should know that these Blood Qi can be stacked together, that is why it is like this now. Guyue Fengjing was dumbfounded, sweeping through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market and buying all the Qi Path immortal materials in the market. How deep and terrifying was this person's wealth? Guyue Fengjing had already become an immortal for some time. He understood deeply that sometimes, wealth represented strength. If a Gu Immortal had deep wealth, it meant that they had a huge amount of resources. With such resources, they would definitely be able to cultivate smoothly. Maybe it is not one person, but an entire super force. Guyue Fengjing muttered to himself. His divine sense visited many more stalls. He did not find anything good. There was no longer any Blood Qi in the market. But Guyue Fengjing cultivated Blood Path. He needed Blood Qi. After his divine sense left Jewel Yellow Skies, Guyue Fengjing thought, do I need to ask the sect for Blood Qi resources? He soon dispelled this thought. One Blood Qi was very easy to obtain. By killing a group of mortal beasts and using Blood Path methods to extract them, one could obtain a huge amount. By raising desolate beasts in the immortal aperture, one could obtain an endless supply of immortal materials and Blood Qi. Precisely because Blood Path was so easy to obtain, Blood Path was so terrifying that it was eventually banned by the Righteous Path of the 5 regions. If it were any other immortal material, Fengjing might ask the sect for help. But this was just Blood Qi. Fengjing did not need much of it. To Fengjing, obtaining the Blood Qi he needed was just a slightly troublesome process and a waste of time. Thinking of this, Fengjing told Fan Shilu his plan. His identity was special, he could not leave Feihe Mountain casually. After Fan Shilu learned of this, he gave Fengjing a mission. Perfect. There is a golden mountain bull causing trouble in the northwest, go and resolve this matter. Kill it or capture it. If you can capture it alive, the sect contribution points will be doubled. Fengjing's heart shook. The golden mountain bull was a desolate beast. He had never fought against a desolate beast before. After coming back to his senses, he was a little excited and immediately agreed. Fengjing was no longer a young lad. He had gone through many hardships in Xianxia blessed land. After thinking about it, he had an idea. He was not in a hurry to find trouble with the golden mountain bull. He first went to Crane Gate's letter building. White Crane Letter Building was an immortal Gu house with 9 floors. It was located at a remote part of Feihe Mountain. There were thick clouds and fog, there was lush greenery. Fengjing rode a crane and left. Even though he cultivated Blood Path, he had learned in Crane Gate in the past, becoming a disciple of Master Tenchiru, he was very familiar with flying cranes. When he was in Xianxia blessed land, he participated in the 3 continents war and did not have the chance to subdue flying cranes, but he still had some feelings for them. Fate changed, he was saved by Feng Jioga and returned to Crane Gate. He was favored by the celestial court and even became an immortal. With Gu immortal cultivation level and the position of Crane Gate's supreme elder, Fengjing could easily send a flying crane as a means of transportation. There were no guards in front of the White Crane Information Tower, but there were 2 desolate beasts, flying cranes, living nearby. If anything unexpected happened, these two wild beast flying cranes would appear in time to act as qualified guardians. Fangjing rode the flying crane. Just as he neared the white crane information tower, the crane beneath his feet started to tremble, and its soft cries turned into wails. Fangjing could not help but sigh internally. This flying crane of mine is a rank 5 mutated beast. Back at the crane gate, I felt that it was very powerful, but now it is only SOSO. The difference between immortals and mortals is indeed like the difference between clouds and mud. Fangjing landed on the ground in front of the white crane information tower. The flying crane under his feet almost fell. Fangjing sighed, keeping it in his immortal aperture. He had the status of a supreme elder. White crane information tower's door opened by itself, and Fangjing entered. Every floor of the information tower had large numbers of information path mortal goo. If Fangjing wanted to obtain information from them, he would need to use his sect contribution points to exchange for it. The information tower itself could store information, but Crane Gate could not do that. Because if the information tower was destroyed, the information would also be destroyed. The information tower was a one-sided immortal goo house. Like the immortal goo houses in Celestial Court, it only had the power of information path. If it were a complete immortal goo house with defense, it would not need the protection of two desolate beast white cranes. Fangjing's information path foundation was lacking. He could not see the profundity of the information tower. But he could guess that the information tower had arrangements to preserve, transport, or even destroy these goo worms. White Crane Information Tower had the ability to gather information and correct information. Most information could be obtained. Of course, the true secrets were only exposed to the higher-ups. Even though Fangjing was a supreme elder, it was impossible for him to become a true higher-up of Crane Gate. His identity was special. He was ostracized. In the past, Fangjing was inexperienced and ignorant, but now that he had experienced a lot, he could see things clearly. This thoroughness did not make him feel complacent. Instead, it made him smile even more bitterly. He thus understood Fan Yuan's situation back on Qingmao Mountain. With Fan Yuan's situation back then, he was not favored by the higher-ups. If he wanted to improve, he could only swindle and rob. The truth is, isn't Crane Gate's current actions like this? They occupy resources forcefully. Many of the resource points were once controlled by lone immortals and demonic path goo immortals. And Celestial Court is known as righteous, but it is nothing more than this. Looking back in history, their territory was taken from the mutants. Celestial Court is only the righteousness of humans. Fangjing thought. If it were any other central continent righteous path goo immortals, they would not think this way. It would be disgraceful. But Fangjing had lived among hairy men before. Even though he was ostracized, he had experienced the customs of hairy men. He understood them better. If it were other goo immortals, how could they survive and grow in an environment surrounded by variant humans? This unique experience gave Fangjing a unique perspective. And the hardships he faced in the past had now turned into his wealth. Even though his vision was not broad, it was unique. But my position determines my brain. I like the righteousness of Celestial Court. Fangjing smiled bitterly. He started to search for information. Desolate Beast Golden Mountain Bull. This is it. After climbing a few levels, he found the corresponding information path mortal goo. His divine sense entered. Immediately, waves of information flowed into his mind. The Golden Mountain Bull was as large as a mountain. Only females liked to eat gold essence. After eating hundreds of kilograms of gold essence, they would enter a cave and fall asleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat? This is a good life. Fangjing smiled. He continued to see, among the entire body of the Golden Mountain Bull, its horns were the most valuable. The horns grew by 10 feet every 100 years, they were tough and curved, they continued to extend until they coiled around the head and neck, all the way to the abdomen. When the Golden Mountain Bull's horns reached the abdomen, the sharp horns would touch the belly of the bull. The Golden Mountain Bull only needed to raise its head slightly, and it would be able to move its horns from the back to the front, cutting open its entire belly. And the Golden Mountain Bull's descendants, golden calves, would jump out of this huge wound. Fangjing's eyes moved. He muttered, this reproduction method is similar to the rock men. Fangjing continued to browse. After the Golden Mountain Bull gave birth, because of the huge wound, it would cry out in pain while bleeding non-stop. If the newborn golden calves chose to lick the wounds of the female calves, the unique Dao marks on their tongues would allow the golden mountain bull's wounds to heal rapidly until they were completely healed. If the golden calves did not use their tongues to lick the wounds, the female calves would die. If the calves ate the blood of the female calves, they could rapidly strengthen themselves, skipping the period of weakness. Interesting. Fangjing sighed. The golden mountain bull's lifestyle was to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. This meant that when the female calves gave birth and the golden calves saved the female calves would not take care of them, they would eat a lot and fall asleep. For the calves, it was better to not save the female calves, it was more beneficial to their survival. Thus, most of the calves would watch the female calves die, only a few would lick their wounds and save the female calves. When a cow gives birth, it usually means a tragedy. Although it is for survival, I prefer the calves who save the lives of the female calves. After reading the information, Fangjing had a countermeasure. He immediately left the letter tower. His grasp of this sect mission was completely different from before he entered the tower. He decided to act on the golden mountain bulls according to their habits. Didn't golden mountain bulls like to eat gold essence? Then he would make a portion of gold essence. Others used fishing bait, but this portion of gold essence would be the bull bait. Fangjing was strong. After staying in his immortal aperture for a while, he had familiarized himself with many blood path killer moves. He could already fight against the golden mountain bull. But if he could use 50% of his strength, why would he use all of it? The safest choice was to use intelligence to fight, using all of his advantages, and leaving some strength to deal with any unexpected situations. This was a habit that Fangjing had developed in the years of war. A few days later, Fangjing arrived at his destination. He quietly entered the valley, and placed a huge portion of gold essence at the edge of the golden mountain bull's range of activity. When the golden mountain bull came here, its nose twitched, golden light flashed in its eyes, it quickly found the gold essence buried deep underground. The golden mountain ox used its hooves and its huge horns to dig. Rocks and dust flew as it dug, the gold essence was soon exposed, it was devoured by the joyful golden mountain bull in a few bites. I fell for it. Fangjing saw this and was secretly happy. He waited patiently as the golden mountain bull went back into the cave it came from and fell asleep again. After 3 days and 3 nights, the cries of the golden mountain bull could be heard from deep inside the cave. Fangjing, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the cries. After reacting, he was overjoyed. The poison has finally spread to the whole body, it is working. But he did not enter the cave, he waited patiently at the entrance. The intense pain from the poison made the golden mountain bull go crazy, it charged around in the cave. The entire mountain was shaking, the surrounding forest was in chaos, a large number of living beings escaped in all directions. After a long while, the frightening noises in the cave gradually died down. Only then did Fangjing enter the cave and engage in an intense battle with the crippled golden mountain ox. After fighting for a while, Fangjing saw that the golden mountain bull was completely enraged, he left the cave. It was too dangerous to fight the golden mountain bull in this cave. Once it collapses, even though Fangjing was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he would be in trouble. Moreover, Fangjing came here to capture the golden mountain bull, he was not here to destroy the forest and kill the living beings. Fangjing left the cave, the golden mountain bull followed closely behind. The two fought in the valley again. Eventually, Fangjing used blood turning cold to freeze the golden mountain bull, capturing it alive. However, when he was about to keep this golden mountain bull in his immortal aperture, a strong aura burst out of the golden mountain bull's body. At the same time, a bronze cauldron flew out of the golden mountain bull's body. This is? Fangjing was shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 Gu immortal jumped out of the bronze cauldron. A bit of spirituality hidden within gold, 300,000 years of divine light. Today, I have seen heaven once again, righteous martyrdom and blood. This rank 8 female immortal sang as she landed in front of Fangjing, smiling at Fangjing, "Little friend, it seems that you helped me awaken?" Immortal killer move, golden thread sword, Fang Yuan roared, activating his killer move. In an instant, countless golden threads shot out from his body. Like a hedgehog, they covered the surroundings and shot out indiscriminately. Chi 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 chi, the 3 Gu immortals beside him turned pale with fright, they could not dodge in time. Their bodies and souls were pierced by countless golden threads. Plop plop plop, The three Gu immortals fell to the ground, they had no signs of life. Fang Yuan was panting heavily. After this bitter battle, he had finally killed a powerful enemy and was extremely exhausted. The world he was in slowly dissipated, until it was completely gone. Only Fang Yuan's desolate soul was left in the sovereign immortal Aperture's mini-green heaven with injuries. I've finally passed the final scene. How difficult. If I had not used Unravel Dream at the most crucial moment and found the tiniest flaw, I would not have been able to kill him. I will still fail. After Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, he sighed in his heart. This was a dream of the Sword Dao. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was low, especially in the final scene. Every Gu immortal enemy was stronger than him. Only by constantly trying and making use of the mutual interference between his enemies to create and seize their flaws could he gain a foothold. Eventually, he killed 3 Gu immortal enemies. He had tried over 100 times, and there was still a lot of luck involved. Fortunately, I passed. Not bad. Your sword principle has also reached the Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan examined it and was very pleased. He had many sword path immortal Gu, but his sword path attainment level was not high enough. This time it could be said that he had made up for his shortcomings. He believed that in the future, his strength in the way of the sword would also improve in all aspects. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan recovered and continued to explore the dream. This might very well be a human Dao dreamland. Fang Yuan's famine arrived in front of the next dreamland, its eyes filled with anticipation. Extorting and blackmailing the southern border righteous faction was the correct choice. This allowed Fang Yuan to obtain and explore a large number of dreams. The value of these dreams was especially important to him. Because Fang Yuan did not lack resources, he did not lack immortal Gu, killer moves, or immortal Gu recipes. What he lacked was attainment level and practical experience. Famine entered a dreamland. The world in his eyes changed again. This was a battlefield. Smoke filled the air and battle cries shook the heavens. Patriarch, be careful. Fang Yuan had just taken a glance when he heard someone shouting in his ear. Fang Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately dodged. However, his body could not keep up with his mind, and a sharp pain suddenly struck him. Fang Yuan fell to the ground and saw a basin-sized hole in his chest. Only half of his heart was left. This? Fang Yuan was speechless. He shouted with all his might, "Where is the healing Gu master?" No one answered. Heaven and earth changed drastically, and the sky quickly darkened. In the next moment, Fang Yuan's soul suffered heavy damage and he was expelled from the dreamland. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. I'll dodge. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. Clan leader, be careful. The Gu master beside him shouted. Fang Yuan's movement slowed down as he suffered a fatal blow again. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized, the Gu master who warned me earlier was clearly a traitor. He used an information path method to warn me on the surface, but the truth was that he used a mortal killer move to restrain my movement. There is no healing Gu master with me, and there is a traitor. It seems that I can only rely on my own strength to pass this round. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was greatly restricted. He could only use the methods of the characters in the dream realm. Originally, Fang Yuan did not want to do this, because he had too little time to react. He could not inspect his Gu worms. Before he could inspect them, he would definitely be killed. Fang Yuan could only accept failure and try a third time. Plop, he died again. Returning to reality, Fang Yuan was vexed. How can this be? I cannot inspect my aperture? I don't even know what Gu worms I have, how can I fight? The dream realm restricted him, making him unable to check what Gu worms he had. Guess? That was not realistic. Fang Yuan tried a fourth time. Different from the previous 2 explorations, this time, Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream. Clan leader, be careful. The Gu master beside him shouted. Plop, Fang Yuan suffered a fatal blow, he fell to the ground. Clan leader. Impossible. Lord Clan leader clearly has Justice Gu, how can he be defeated so easily? The traitor beside him shouted. The exploration failed. Fang Yuan's desolate soul was expelled from the dream realm again. Immortal killer move unravel dream, it only gave me one hint. The traitor beside me added one more sentence, it pointed out that I have justice goo. Then I will use it. Fang Yuan explored for the 5th time. At the crucial moment, he activated justice goo. Clan leader, be careful. The traitor shouted. Fang Yuan's dodging movement froze. Justice goo, piercing white light shot out of Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's speed recovered to normal, he successfully dodged the fatal blow. Huff. Success. Fang Yuan rolled on the battlefield, he raised his head and looked around. This was a village. But there were broken walls and corpses everywhere. The war between two clans? They are already at the point of clan extermination? But Fang Yuan found that he was not the victim, he was the invader, his force had the absolute advantage. This is a mortal level battle, and I am the clan leader, I can win just by commanding the Gu masters around me. Fang Yuan had a calm mind. But is winning this battle the condition for me to pass this dream? Let's give it a try. Next, Fang Yuan was surprised to find that his aperture could be inspected. The Dream Realm character had rank 5 cultivation level, he had many mortal Gu, there were 5 to 6 rank 4 Gu, and only 1 rank 5 Gu, Justice Gu. Fang Yuan understood immediately, he smiled, with these Gu worms, I can settle everything myself. Be it commanding or acting rashly, obtaining victory was a piece of cake for Fang Yuan. Lord Clan Leader. At this time, the traitor ran over with a concerned expression. Fang Yuan sneered, good traitor, I will kill you first. He immediately attacked, using a killer move to kill the traitor. Clan leader, what are you doing? The vice clan leader is dead, he was killed by the clan leader. I knew it, Chen clan wants to attack our Shang clan. Rebellion. Rebellion. Take revenge for Lord Shan. Fang Yuan was shocked, after he killed the traitor, almost half of the Gu masters rebelled and started a rebellion. The scene turned into chaos, a 3-way battle ensued. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss, I have rank 5 Justice Gu, I can amplify myself greatly. With my own strength, I can still win and kill anyone who refuses to submit. But, this traitor should not be dealt with so easily. As expected, when Fang Yuan obtained a Pyrrhic victory, there were only a few Gu masters left standing on the battlefield. Broken corpses and limbs were everywhere, blood flowed like a river. Heaven and earth dissipated, Fang Yuan's desolate soul was expelled again. But this time, he did not suffer any injuries. This result made Fang Yuan have another guess, it seems that winning is the standard for passing the first stage of the Dream Realm. However, there is a more detailed standard for winning. It seems that if the losses are too great, I will not be able to pass the first stage. Fang Yuan had this thought as he entered the Dream Realm again. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor, he took the lead, using Justice Gu and other killer moves, he slaughtered the enemies and obtained a beautiful victory. Lord Clan Leader is brave. We won, we won. Nya Clan was finally eradicated by us. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the Dream Realm reached the second stage. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table, dozens of Gu masters were gathered in the hall, drinking and drinking, it was a lively scene. Fang Yuan found that he was sitting at the secondary seat, Chen Clan's leader was sitting at the main seat to his left. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked, in the previous stage, I was acting as Chen Clan's leader, this time, I am, the vice clan leader, the traitor? This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Next, he realized, no wonder this traitor could not be killed in the first stage. So I have to act as him in the next stage. But how can I pass this stage? Fang Yuan observed coldly from the side. Chen clan leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed, we finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nya clan had a scheme to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against the alliance of our two clans, they had to carry out such a crazy plan, they did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes, those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction, these people ended up like this, they asked for it. Fang Yuan was speechless. This Qin clan leader had a straightforward appearance. He actually did not notice the vice clan leader's disloyalty. But it made sense. Fang Yuan recalled, in the first stage, even though the vice clan leader used an information path killer move, it was disguised as a concerned warning. There were no traces left behind, it was hard to detect. Because Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had sharp insight, he was able to notice the vice clan leader's sinister scheme. Earlier, when he tried to kill the traitor in the first stage, it caused a rebellion. Wait, even if the vice clan leader's subordinates saw the vice clan leader being killed, they would not be so united, right? There have to be some hesitant and chaotic people. But these people rebelled in unison, seeing that the vice clan leader was killed, they all attacked Qin clan's Gu masters in a frenzy, they showed no mercy. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he understood, this means, the vice clan leader's disloyalty, he wants to harm Qin clan's people, it is not a single case, it is the collective intention of the entire Shan clan. The wine is poisoned. Qin tribe leader's body shook as he looked at Fang Yuan angrily, Vice tribe leader Shan, you are the one who offered the wine, what are you doing? This change was too sudden, Fang Yuan was stunned. Before he said anything, the Gu master sitting next to him stood up and snickered, what am I doing? I am going to kill you and get rid of Qin tribe. Since ancient times, this mountain has belonged to Shan tribe, be it Qin tribe or Nya tribe, you were all servants of Shan tribe from the start. Bullshit. This is clearly Qin tribe's mountain, back then, our ancestors were kind and took in 2 tribes whose homes were destroyed and forced to wander. Qin tribe's Gu master rebuked loudly. That Shan tribe Gu master continued to snicker, shameless servants, there is no point in talking to you. It is too late now, your tribe leader has drunk the poisoned wine. This wine was made from woman's heart Gu, it counters your tribe leader's justice Gu. Without your clan leader, how can you Qin clan Gu masters fight our Shan clan? Qin tribe's Gu masters turned pale, their weakness was exposed. Fang Yuan was dazed again, he said to the Shan tribe Gu master beside him, who told you that the wine made by woman's heart Gu can counter justice Gu? That Shan tribe Gu master was the vice tribe leader's trusted aide, he was dazed as he asked in a daze, ah? Lord, didn't you say so? Oh? Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Boom, Qin tribe leader's body burst out with a dazzling white light, his pale expression and anger faded, it turned into a solemn expression. He stared at Fang Yuan angrily as he shouted with a righteous tone, Shan Xing. You shameless and despicable scoundrel. You actually dared to use such a sinister scheme. I really misjudged you. You had eyes but failed to see. I thought you were really willing to sacrifice yourself and hand over the position of patriarch to me for the sake of the big picture. So you were wary of my justice Gu and my strength, that's why you did not use it. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought rapidly, Qin tribe leader has rank 5 cultivation while I am only rank 4. And my Gu worms are also weaker by a grade, if we really fight, I am not Qin tribe leader's match. The confidant next to him cried out in fear, what's going on? He had clearly drunk the poisoned wine, but Justice Gu was still effective. Lord Shanxing, didn't you say? Fang Yuan's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Indeed, as long as Justice Gu failed, Qin tribe leader would be poisoned, the poison would take effect and his strength would fall. He would be able to defeat him. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan died to the Qin clan patriarch's attack, but he still had a slight smile on his face. The second scene was another dream. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters gathered in the hall, toasting and exchanging cups, it was a lively scene. Qin tribe leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed, we finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nya tribe had a plot to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against our 2 tribes, so they carried out such a crazy plan, they did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes, those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction, these people ended up like this, they asked for it. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, saying softly, there is a hidden story behind this. Nya tribe did not have such a sinister plot, I was the one who arranged it, I purposely deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent. What? Qin tribe leader was shocked. He looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Brother Shan, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you spouting? Fang Yuan looked at Qin tribe leader eerily. You are too naive, I kept you in the dark. You are an executioner, how many innocent people have you slaughtered? Your hands are stained with blood, your righteousness is fake. You are just a brute, an idiot. Also, you are the one who drank too much. What? You poisoned the wine? Qin tribe leader was poisoned. He clutched his stomach in shock as he fell to the ground. Qin tribe's Gu masters were shocked, while Shan tribe's Gu masters were prepared, they attacked. Qin tribe leader wanted to resist but his body was too weak, he could only watch. Fang Yuan's aide shouted excitedly, the poisoned wine worked after all. Qin tribe leader's Justice Gu was countered. Fang Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. To activate Justice Gu, other than primeval essence, the Gu master also needed to believe that they were on the side of justice. Fang Yuan's words earlier made Qin tribe leader's mind go into chaos. He doubted himself and felt ashamed. Justice Gu could not be activated. The battle erupted and ended quickly. Shan tribe came prepared. Qin tribe's tribe leader and Gu masters were all ambushed. By the time the hall calmed down, Qin tribe's Gu masters were either dead or injured. Those who were still alive were captured. The second scene passed. The third scene arrived. Fang Yuan was in a cage. The only prisoner in front of him was Qin tribe's leader. He was covered in injuries, his aura was extremely weak, his face was pale as paper, his eyes were purple-black, he was heavily poisoned. Fang Yuan looked at his injuries, he was clearly tortured, he was on the brink of death. Even so, Qin tribe's leader's limbs and neck were chained, he was lying on the ground, breathing in but not out. What is going on? Fang Yuan looked at himself and was speechless. He was also chained up. His body was old and weak, he was skinny like Qin tribe's leader. Even though he had a rank 4 aperture, it was destroyed and he did not have any Gu worms. What am I supposed to do? I am no longer the traitor vice tribe leader, I have another identity now. Right now, other than me, he is the only one in the prison. I need to talk to him and ask about the situation. Fang Yuan laughed dryly. He was about to speak when Qin tribe's leader spoke. Don't mock me, father. Father? Fang Yuan was surprised. He was acting as Qin tribe's leader's father? Then why was he locked up here? And looking at the situation, he had been locked up for a long time. He was not a new prisoner like Qin tribe's leader. Qin tribe's leader continued, Father, I defeated you and locked you up. But I have never regretted it. Because you are corrupt, the evidence is clear, you have no justice, you are not fit to be Qin tribe's leader. According to the tribe rules, this is the punishment you deserve. So it was you who cheated me. Fang Yuan grinned. Qin tribe's leader continued, similarly, I have never regretted this outcome. I deserve to be punished for my crimes. I killed so many innocent people, my hands are stained with the blood of Nya tribe. I deserve death. He. Qin tribe's leader laughed bitterly. Dan tribe tried all ways to force me to hand over Justice Gu, but so what? Their roars, the sound of their whips, and the sound of the branding iron on my skin, in my ears, were the wails and complaints of the entire Nya clan. I would rather they beat me a little more, and let me suffer a little more. But none of this can make up for my sins. It cannot make up for my mistakes. I deserve death, just let me die. This is what I deserve. Ugh. Qin tribe's leader grunted, his head tilted as he died. His death alerted the guards. Soon, Dan Xing, who had succeeded in taking over the position, arrived. He is really dead. Damn it, I can't get Justice Gu anymore. Dan Xing was furious, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. Old fool, didn't we agree to persuade your son? What did you do? You're of no use at all. Go down with your son. Crack. Dan Xing acted immediately, he cut off Fang Yuan's head. The exploration failed, Fang Yuan's desolate soul was chased out of the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan rested for a long time. The third scene of the dream realm was clearly the final scene. Fang Yuan's exploration failed, his desolate soul was heavily damaged. While recovering, Fang Yuan thought in his mind, in the third scene, I am the father of Qin tribe's leader, but I am a cripple, I cannot escape on my own. The true key is Qin tribe's leader himself. Then, what are the conditions to pass the third scene? Fan Yuan had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms now. He was the #1 person in the world. This question did not trouble him for long, he soon understood. I had 2 different identities in the previous 2 scenes. But the conditions to pass the dream realm are the same. That is to satisfy the needs of the person in question. In the first scene, I am Qin tribe's leader. I need to lead my tribe to victory. This victory has to be beautiful. My own force cannot suffer too much losses. In the second scene, I am vice tribe leader Dan Xing. I need to succeed in usurping the throne. I need to suppress the other party's justice gu. In the third scene, I am the father of Qin tribe's leader. He was defeated by his son and imprisoned for many years. Of course, he wants to regain his freedom. Thus, he agreed to cooperate with Dan Xing and persuaded his son to hand over justice gu in exchange for freedom. Fan Yuan entered the dream again. Fan Yuan snickered coldly. Qin tribe's leader spoke first. Don't mock me, father. You are my son. If I mock you, wouldn't I be mocking myself for not teaching my son well? I only regret that I sacrificed myself to help you. I wanted you to use justice to lead Qin tribe to glory and prosperity, but you became a prisoner. You did not even believe in yourself. I misjudged you. If I knew this, I would not have faked evidence of my corruption. Fan Yuan said. Qin tribe's leader was dazed. His curiosity was piqued. Father, what do you mean? Fan Yuan snickered coldly but did not speak. Qin tribe's leader shook his head. No, father, you are corrupt. The evidence is clear. How can it be fake? Fan Yuan snickered again. Just because you think it is true, it is true. Then let me ask you, what is going on with Nya tribe? Qin tribe's leader was speechless. Fan Yuan continued, on the surface, I am not close to you, but I have been nurturing you in secret. To activate justice gu, the gu master has to believe in their own justice. Back then, you were too young, your understanding of justice was too shallow, so I had to do this. I sacrificed myself to let you carry out your justice. Father, tell me, what was the truth back then? Fan Yuan chuckled. Is the truth important? Qin tribe's leader did not hesitate. He replied, of course it is important. Without the truth, how can justice be carried out? That is why, your understanding of justice is too shallow. Is justice really related to the truth? Fan Yuan said slowly, let me ask you, when you exterminated Nya tribe, was there justice? Even if they really had a plot to destroy the mountain root, in their eyes, you are a butcher, an executioner who slaughtered their entire tribe, resisting you, defending their homeland, taking back their wives and children. Was that not righteous? This? Qin tribe's leader pondered. To them, the so-called destroying the mountain root was just a form of threat. They were afraid of our Chen and Dan tribes working together. In the end, you exterminated their entire tribe, but they did not destroy the mountain root, isn't that so? Am I not? Fan Yuan said. Qin tribe's leader was silent. Fan Yuan smiled. It seems that you also recognized that they were righteous. You started a war and slaughtered others, even your own tribe suffered casualties. You felt that you were righteous, was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain root, that way the mountain would collapse, the spirit spring would dissipate, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, losing their homes. For the sake of the tribe, you eliminated the threat in advance. It was not wrong. Naturally, it was also righteous. Look, both sides have their own righteousness, don't they? Qin tribe's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered such a question in depth. Fan Yuan observed his expression and changed the topic. Let me ask you, is it righteous for a sheep to eat grass? This, how is it righteous? Qin tribe's leader was confused. In the sheep's eyes, without grass, there will be no food, and it will starve to death. It must eat grass. In the eyes of the grass, it finally gained life, burrowed out of the soil, and grew with all its might, all for a bit of rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but was eaten by the sheep. Not only were the leaves and leaves eaten, even the roots were not spared, they were swallowed into the sheep's stomach and digested, with no hope of survival. Is the grass the victim? Isn't it too pitiful? Qin tribe's leader shook his head. Isn't it natural for a sheep to eat grass? I have never felt that grass is pitiful, because this is the way of nature. Exactly. Fan Yuan nodded. The truth of heaven and earth is that big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, it is born this way, it is natural. How is it sinful? There is no pretense of righteousness. Sheep eat grass, humans eat sheep, it has nothing to do with righteousness, it is only for survival. There has never been justice in heaven and earth, only in the human world. Since ancient times, humans have to be united to have more power, to be more conducive to survival, to fight for their lives in the cruel environment. Then, how can we make people more united? Organizations, laws, and morals. We form families or sects, and according to our individual abilities, we carry out different tasks. We mainly use laws to restrict people, telling them what they cannot do. Then, we use morals to provide direction, to encourage people to do what they can. Mothers are kind, children are filial, neighbors are harmonious, and following justice, these are all morals. Whether it is intentional or not, since ancient times, all organizations have been promoting this, because organizations also follow the instinct of survival. In other words, organizations with sound laws, practical morals, and superior systems are more likely to survive. These kinds of things have been passed down, and become very popular. Qin clan's leader was tongue-tied. Fang Yuan's words had truly shocked him. He had never thought of this. He knew that justice was right, but he did not know why it was right. He knew that virtue was good, but he did not know why it was good. Now, Fang Yuan told him the answer: justice, virtue, are all created by humans. This creation can be conscious, it can also be unconscious. People followed these standards in order to have a better living environment for themselves as individuals, as well as for the long-term survival of the collective. Fang Yuan concluded, when you understand the essence of justice, you should be clear, the so-called justice is like armor, a tool of humans. You wear it on your body, to use it as a tool. But look at you now, the armor on your body has become your shackles, imprisoning you. Qin clan leader looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, not saying a word. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Truth and justice, are they important? What is the truth of Nya clan? What is the truth of my corruption? What has this got to do with upholding justice? You need to understand, my son, your justice is only a tool, you need to use it, not be restrained by it. Qin clan leader was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Father, I understand. After saying this, a white light slowly blossomed from his body, filling the sky and earth. The dream realm also vanished in this white light. Fang Yuan's desolate soul returned to reality. The dream realm exploration was a success. It seems that I was not wrong. Qin clan's father and son are both clan leaders, they hate Dan clan's usurpation. If I help Dan Xing and persuade Qin clan leader, even if I regain my freedom, I will not be able to pass the final scene. At most, my soul will be unharmed, I will be expelled. Only by teaching Qin clan leader and helping him resolve this knot in his heart, allowing him to regain justice Gu and escape. This is the condition to pass the final scene. This dream realm is quite interesting. End of chapter 1782. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.